Chapter 301 Going Out to Sea. What happened to your brother today? Vitorino frowned and asked his second son in a low voice. But his eyes were always on Reese, who actually had a smile on his face, although the smile was a little ugly. Is this really the sun rising from the west? Jamie looked at the smile on his brother's face and felt uncomfortable all over. It would be better to let the other party scold him coldly. I'm not sure. I heard from the servants that he went to Roning to compete last night, but failed. Jamie shook his head. But the servants don't know if Roning and Reese have any gambling fights. I guess. It's not that the loser has to keep smiling? Smiling in gambling fights? Vitorino found it incredible. But looking at his son's appearance, he felt it was very likely. If this is true, then Roning is really difficult. Escorted by a group of people, Roning came to the dock of Dennisport. Although it is said that the Earl of Screaming Island has affected the business of the Dennis family, the port is still quite lively at this time. There are many large and small ships docked in the harbor, most of which are only 10 meters long and have very simple cabins. You can tell at a glance that they are used for fishing or ferrying to the nearest dock. The largest ship that Ronan saw was the Dennis 3 docked in front of him. The length of this ship is 30 meters. According to Jamie, it is equipped with bedrooms and kitchens. Although it cannot be compared with modern passenger ships and warships, it is already very simple in this era. At this moment, the Dennis 3 was fixed to the edge of the harbor by ropes. The sailors on it have made preparations before leaving the shore. As long as Ronan and others get on board, they will set sail. Thank you for the hospitality and escort of the Dennis family. Ronan expressed his gratitude to Vitorino. The hospitality of the Dennis family was beyond reproach. In addition to the dinner and the boat for the trip, they even let the heir of the family escort him personally. I hope Mr. Viscount can seriously consider our cooperation. Vitorino smiled. I will, Ronan. I wish you all the best in Golden Feather City. Under the captain's leadership, Ronan and his party boarded the ship. With the captain's order, the sailors untied the ropes, raised the sails, and the big ship slowly left the port. Auntie, go and inform Baron Hammond to come to Pointed City as soon as possible, and tell him that I have something urgent to find him. After a night of consideration, Vitorino has basically agreed to Ronan's proposal. As long as the survey is completed and the site of the port is determined, the next step of cooperation negotiations can be carried out. So, the survey needs to be carried out earlier, so that the results can be obtained faster. On Dennis 3, the canvas swayed in the sea breeze, making a rustling sound, as if telling an ancient ocean legend. The hull rose and fell with the waves, and every bump made people feel the magnificence and power of the ocean. Ronan had come into contact with the sea when he subdued Carlos, but the feeling at that time was different from now, and he did not have the leisure to observe the sea view. Earl Ronan. Knight Reese came over and said in a sarcastic tone, your two guards are really rookies. They can't stand such a little bump. Ronan was helpless about this. David and Tom were both seasick. They vomited before sailing a few miles. At this moment, they were lying in the room in the cabin to rest. After the port of Wubei territory is built, we need to consider whether they are seasick when we form a fleet. Everyone has a first time. David and Tom both grew up on land. This is their first time to go to sea. There is no need to be surprised if they are seasick. Ronan looked Reese up and down. Don't tell me you don't get seasick on your first boat ride. Reese snorted coldly. As a member of the Dennis family, you are a natural athlete in the sea. You don't need to doubt this. Remember to keep smiling. Knight Reese. Your attitude now is not like that of a loser. Reese was stunned for a moment, and his eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. But as a knight who kept his promise, he raised the corners of his mouth with difficulty. Ronan, you won me by strength. When my strength is raised, it will be your time to lose. He smiled and said viciously, when the time comes, I will also ask you to keep smiling in front of me. Keeping a smile is really a cruel punishment. How about this? I see you are having a hard time smiling. Just stop smiling. Ronan suggested, you can consider following me and becoming my knight, so I can allow you to have a sullen face. If he can get Reese to follow him, not only will Wubei territory have one more strong and capable warrior who is familiar with the sea, but also get the support of Pointed City. Reese glanced at Ronan calmly. My Lord Earl, don't forget that I am the heir of the Dennis family, and I can only follow the Lord of Wushan territory in the future. And as far as I know, you seem to have lost the right to inherit Wushan territory. Right? After saying this, he felt like he had let out a breath of bad air, and his smile became more natural. His words made it difficult for Ronan to answer. He couldn't say that he wanted to take back the inheritance, right? Right? Your father is only 52 years old. With his silver-level physical strength, he can live another 40 to 50 years under normal circumstances. You can spend so much time in my territory to train first. Ronan bewitched. There are more than one genius knight in Wubei territory. My commander and guard are about the same age as you. But their strength can crush you. A cold light flashed in Reese's eyes. The word crush seemed to insult him. Don't play such provocative tricks in front of me. I won't be irritated by you. He turned around and didn't want to continue communicating with Ronan. If you want me to follow you, wait until you become a meteor knight. Okay. If I become a meteor knight before you, then you can come to Wubei territory. Let's talk about it then, he said, and walked into the cabin. Ronan spread his hands. So let's talk about it then. He turned around and looked at the vast sea. After several hours of sailing, their ship was already dozens of miles away from Denisport. At this time, there were basically no other ships on the sea. The howling sea looked small on the map, but its area was large, and it was an inverted triangle. The farther you went, the wider the sea surface became, and the farther the distance between the two banks became. Ronan learned from Captain Wheatbrand that the wind speed on the sea surface was not strong recently, and the entire voyage would take half a day longer than usual. Nyoju Bay. Ronan whispered the name of the seaport. It is said that when the site was selected, the Griffin Knight noticed the horn-shaped terrain at a glance when observing from the air. So he named the harbor Nyoju Bay. And the city that developed here was naturally named Nyoju City. This city is located in the southeast of the capital, and is directly controlled by Jinyu City. In a sense, setting foot in Nyoju City is equivalent to arriving in the capital. Sailing is boring, especially long-term sailing. After experiencing the initial novelty, Ronan also became tired. He saw the same scenery over and over again, which was visually fatigued. In the evening of the second day, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sea red. High in the cabin, the crew member in charge of lookout suddenly pointed to the sea in the north and shouted, "Captain! Look! There is a ship heading south over there." "Oh! Can you see clearly what ship it is?" The lookout tried to identify it, but finally shook his head. "Too far away. Can't see clearly." Captain Maifan immediately walked up to the high platform and looked intently. At the end of the field of vision, there were indeed 3 ships sailing south, and they seemed to be heading in the same direction as Dennis 3. Maifan immediately shouted, "Guys! Cheer up! Pay attention to the direction of those ships. Control the rudder and sail. Don't let us hit them." At the same time, he signaled his deputy, "Go and inform Lord Rees of this situation. We have entered the waters of the Howling Islands." Chapter 302 Collision. There are pirates in this sea area, but as the captain of Dennis 3, Maifan is not afraid of pirates. As a ship that symbolizes the Dennis family, Maifan and his deputy are professional knights, and the family will arrange a knight team to escort them every time they go out. Just like this time, the number of professional knights on the ship has reached more than a dozen, including bronze and silver levels. As for the Fleming family of Screaming Island, the overlord of this sea area, they are indeed powerful, but their targets are all passing merchant ships. After intercepting them, they just ask for some escort fees. The danger is not really great. Over the years, the Fleming family has intercepted the Dennis only a few times. Not to mention that this time, the ship not only flies the flag of the Dennis family, but also the Golden Mountain flag of the Wushan family. The Earl of the Kingdom is not to give face to the Marquis of the Kingdom. So, when Captain Maifan saw a ship coming, the first thing he worried about was whether there would be a collision at sea. And then he worried about other things. Ronan was awakened by the crew's notice and came to the deck, squinting his eyes and looking into the distance. With his eyesight, he still couldn't see the detailed appearance of the other ship. No telescope here? Ronan glanced around. Whether it was Reese, Captain Wheatbrand, or the lookout standing on the high ground, none of them had a telescope. Even the Dennis family, who owned the port, didn't have this thing. It was obvious that the telescope had not been invented yet. He secretly kept this in mind. After all, as long as you have received 9 years of compulsory education, you know the principle of the telescope. All Ronan had to do was to find a crystal craftsman and let him polish the appropriate concave and convex mirrors, and the production of the telescope would be completed by 80%. Compared with blast furnace iron making, ceramics and looms. The difficulty of making telescopes can be said to be very low. They are not ships from Screaming Island. At this time, the distance between the two sides was shortened to hundreds of meters, and the lookouts with excellent eyesight could already see the other side's hulls clearly. There was no coat of arms of the Fleming family, the Earl of Screaming Island, on their hulls, and the big white flag hanging on the ship was not the blue flag of the Fleming family. Merchant ship? Or pirates? Ronan squinted and looked over. His eyesight was better than the lookouts, and he could clearly see that the white skull flag was hanging on the opposite sailboat. It's a pirate, Ronan immediately reminded. Rhys also saw it clearly, and immediately drew the long sword at his waist and shouted loudly, "Everyone, be alert!" With his shouting, all the knights on the ship responded, holding their shields, drawing their long swords, and making alert gestures. Behind Ronan, Tom and David, who barely walked out of the room, also made the same move. But this is not their battlefield, and it is probably very good to be able to exert half of their strength. At this time, the three ships on the opposite side changed their positions. Ronan looked forward and saw that the three sailboats changed their positions. The two ships on the left and right separated to the sides, while the one in the middle kept its speed and sailed straight ahead. The three ships seemed to be in a double-teaming posture. The key point was that they were faster than Dennis 3 with the help of the wind. Damn it. Hurry up. Turn the rudder to the right and side sail. Captain Wheatbrand shouted in shock. He was shocked to find that the ship in the middle showed no signs of slowing down or turning, and seemed to be heading straight for him. Lord Rhys, they are going to hit us. My fan ran over in fear. He had been sailing for decades, and had never seen any pirates actively hit the enemy's ship. After all, a ship like this costs nearly 10,000 gold coins. Pirates make a living by ships, and cherish them very much. It is impossible for them to do such a thing that would hurt both sides. Rhys had already noticed something was wrong. Although Dennis number 3 had turned in advance to avoid, the enemy seemed to have adjusted its direction, and was approaching quickly with the advantage of the wind, making it almost difficult to avoid. Damn it! Rhys cursed angrily, and the knight's sword in his hand swung out a majestic fighting spirit, but did not attack the enemy's ship 100 meters away. Ronan did not expect this to happen. The opponent's operation did not seem to be a robbery, but more like a direct ramming and sinking of the ship, with the purpose of killing people. Are you coming for me? Or for Rhys? Ronan raised his hand, and cast the firestorm at a very fast speed. In an instant, the temperature around him soared. Is this firestorm? Rhys was shocked by this scene, looking at the huge fireball with a diameter of 6 meters. This seems to be different from firestorm. Right? Besides being a silver knight, Ronan is also a high-level magician? At this moment, firestorm was completely formed. Ronan frowned. The fire element was relatively rare on the sea surface, and the time to form magic was actually extended by a few seconds compared to usual times, and it was a little short of the maximum diameter of 8 meters. It was also fortunate that he used firestorm instead of red flame snake or even fire dragon swallowing sky magic. Otherwise it would be too late. Boom! The huge fireball with a diameter of 6 meters swept through the air, and hit the bow of the enemy ship directly. That part was directly bombarded to pieces, and the entire ship was also shaken. The speed dropped sharply, and there was a certain degree of deviation. So strong. Rhys's throat rolled. Although he did not admit that he lost to the opponent's move made him afraid. After the influence of the firestorm, the two ships passed each other on the sea at an extremely dangerous distance of 2 or 3 meters. Everyone was terrified and cheered. But at this moment, a cold breath swept over. Boom! Dennis 3 shook violently. Many people were not prepared and fell directly on the deck and rolled around. Ronan turned his head to the right, and saw a huge ice cone piercing a big hole in the hull of Dennis 3. The opponent's second ship was actually equipped with a magic cannon. It's a level 4 ice cone magic cannon. Rhys shouted loudly. Intermediate knights above, quickly use fighting skills to resist the opponent's second machine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before he finished speaking, the sound of arrows breaking through the air whistled from the left. And suddenly, there was a tragic wail on the deck. The knights reacted quickly, so it was okay. But the ordinary crew members were shot directly by arrows, and some were even shot through the neck. Blood spurted out, and they fell to the ground and died on the spot. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of breaking through the air was like a death warrant. After experiencing the initial panic, The people on Dennis 3 quickly used the side of the ship as a cover and hid. It's not scary to encounter robbery at sea. At most you have to pay some money. But if the other party is in a life-threatening attitude, that's different. Tom, David, watch out for arrows. While instructing the two followers, Ronan summoned the fighting armor and used the newly mastered wall of size. Fire elements are relatively rare at sea, but wind elements are not rare. Just as he cast the spell, the magic cannon on the enemy ship on the right released the second huge ice cone. Fighting skills to resist. Knight reshouted and took the lead. Bingla's fighting skills poured out and met the huge ice cone that was bombarding. At the same time, several middle and high-level knights under his command also used fighting skills. Various fighting spirits gathered together and directly smashed the huge ice cone that was shooting in the air. They could still resist one or two of the fourth-level magic cannon. At this time, Ronan's wall of size had been condensed. Suddenly, a light wind wall enveloped the entire bow. The arrows bombarded the magic shield like rain hitting the window, making a crackling sound. But none of them shot in. What kind of magic is this? Reese asked subconsciously. Level 3 magic. Wind wall? Ronan said one at random. Knight Reese, now is not the time to ask these questions. Let's think about how to escape. With the wall of size, it seems that the crisis has been temporarily resolved. But the hull of Dennis 3 was damaged, which means that the ship is about to sink. In this vast ocean, without a ship, their situation will be extremely dangerous. Chapter 303 Old Acquaintances. On this vast sea, without a ship, even a professional knight with a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person cannot survive for too long. Especially now that the sun is setting. As night falls, the temperature of the sea surface will become lower and lower, and few people who fall into the sea can survive the night safely. Not to mention, there are other dangers. Ronan is not too worried. If it doesn't work, he can just let Carlos, who is flying in the sky, come down. But if he does so, it will expose the existence of the dragon. He can't kill Reese and others for the sake of keeping it secret. Right? So the best way is to get a good ship, taking advantage of the moment when the wall of size blocked the arrows. Captain Maifan came to the bow and shouted to the other party about the Marquis of Wushan and the Dennis family, introducing himself and seeking the possibility of negotiation. At the same time, the deputy actively controlled the rudder and adjusted the direction. Fortunately, the second ice cone just missed the hull, and the seawater did not cover the waterline. As long as there were no big waves, Dennis 3 could still struggle. But obviously, Maifan's shouting was in vain. The enemy's third ice cone had already bombarded, accompanied by a loud mocking voice from the enemy ship. Little bastards of the Dennis family, follow your ship and die in this sea together. Countless laughter came from all directions. Reese, negotiation is futile. If you want to survive, prepare to seize the ship, Ronan suggested. Compared to the panicked crowd, Reese was relatively calm. Which ship to capture? He looked at the one on the right, which was equipped with a magic cannon. It should be the main force, and it would be difficult to capture it. Then capture the ship on the left. Reese made up his mind. At this moment, the wall of size disappeared. On the ship on the left, a tall figure jumped out 40 or 50 meters away with a sudden burst of fighting spirit, and landed heavily on the stern of Dennis number 3. Welcome your death. The long sword pierced the heart of the deputy who was steering the helm, and blood splashed on the body of the knight. He couldn't help but lick it with his tongue, looking very enjoyable. The sword flashed, instantly taking the lives of the two sailors next to him. A knight from the famous Dennis family rushed up, but was kicked away and hit on the mast, spitting blood and dying on the spot. Pirates are boarding the ship! Pirates are boarding the ship! A panicked voice sounded from behind, and Ronan suddenly turned his head to look behind, and saw the tall knight rushing from the stern to the front, wherever he passed. Not to mention the sailors. Several knights besieged him, but he did not stop. It's him! Ronan's eyes fixed, and he recognized the other party's identity. It was the Golden Knight who assassinated Blanche in the Wushan City Coliseum. Before, all the evidence pointed to the Skull and Bone Society and the Black Gold Brotherhood. Why did this assassin suddenly appear here? You are not his opponent. Ronan held down Reese, who wanted to rush up. Watch the boat on the right. Looking at the entire Dennis 3. No one except him could compete with the assassin, who called himself Mundo. Ronan first added a speed magic to himself, and then grabbed the flame sword and rushed up. Seeing Ronan rushing towards him, Mondo couldn't help but smile, and slash with his broad knight's sword. He had already known Ronan's strength from rumors from the outside world. But the Silver Knight was not good enough in front of him. With a loud clang, the two knight swords collided with each other, and the fighting spirits collided with each other, crushing to form a strong wind, blowing the approaching sailors and the enemies who boarded the ship one after another. I remember you, Mondo of the Colosseum. Ronan's fast fist whined, with flames blasted into the opponent's chest. Mondo was quick-witted and punched immediately. Bang! The two fists collided, making a dull collision sound, and the huge impact force separated them. But then, they rushed up and fought together again. The Battle of the Golden Knight affected a large area. Although Dennis III was a large ship, there was not enough space at this time, and the violent shock wave directly smashed through the ship's board and smashed the side of the ship. The gorgeous Dennis III became a broken ship in the blink of an eye. How can Ronan be so strong? Reese couldn't believe it. Wasn't the opponent a Silver Knight? How could he use the 6th level wind attribute fighting skill wind pressure wave? Master Reese, the attack is coming again! My fan shouted in panic, and the muzzle of the opposite magic cannon lit up again, feeling the fluctuation of the water element. Reese quickly came to his senses. Everyone, defend! Accompanied by this roar, all the intermediate and above knights squeezed at the bow used fighting skills to offset the ice cone in the air. Perhaps the people on the other ship saw that the mutual wave did not work, so they stopped using the magic cannon and asked the captain to control the speed and direction of the ship to approach Dennis No. 3, which could no longer change direction. Obviously, they also want to board the ship. I didn't expect you to be gold level. After fighting with Ronan for hundreds of moves, Mondo felt the pressure. He thought that with him, the Golden Knight, this operation would be 100% successful. But he didn't expect to misjudge the strength of his opponent. The last time he failed to assassinate Blanche in Wuhan Coliseum was because of Ronan. At that time, the latter relied on a 6th level spell scroll. This time his goal was to assassinate Ronan. But he found that the opponent's strength was enough to fight him alone. Ronan stepped forward, and the two of them clashed with their swords, and the huge force pushed the opponent back. Who is behind you? Mundo gritted his teeth, and the veins on his arms were exposed. The strength of the young man in front of him was actually stronger than him. In order to create an opportunity, he said word by word, "It's your grandfather, Lu Lan Si." The words moved Ronan, who was surprised for a moment. But the opponent took the opportunity to withdraw and retreat, getting rid of the disadvantage of wrestling. The fighting spirit in his body surged and condensed into a majestic wave on his sword. Tsunami! Mundo swung his sword, and the fighting skills were like a surging tsunami that swept the deck and rushed over, with unstoppable power. Fuck. You lied to me. Ronan cursed angrily. And when the opponent performed the fighting skills, he also made a move. The majestic fighting spirit in his body was drawn out, and under the addition of the flame flow sword, a huge red sword shadow several meters long was formed. The sword shadow was accompanied by a raging flame, and the heat waves emitted were daunting. The power of Rydell's specialty, the explosive flame slash, was stronger than ordinary fighting skills. It was more powerful when performed by the Golden Knight, especially under the blessing of the flame flow sword. Boom! The two's fighting skills met above the damaged Dennis III, making a deafening roar. The tall mass could no longer withstand the impact and was directly overturned and smashed into the sea. The power of the explosive flame slash was more concentrated, directly tearing the opponent's tsunami tide apart. Why is it so strong? Mondo widened his eyes and looked at the aftermath of the impact. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! A huge force hit his chest, and Mondo felt his heartbeat stopped at this moment. Then he felt that he was wrapped in a ball of fire and thrown into the sky, and then fell into the sea in a parabola. The shock wave of this attack was as surging as a storm and huge waves, tearing the hull and shaking Dennis III violently. The enemy knights, who had just jumped on the boat and had not yet stood firm, were all torn and thrown into the sea by the huge force. The fog produced by the impact of water and fire even covered the entire area of 100 meters. There were cries of pain, cries for help, and roars, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Ronan used the wind technique to blow away all the mist in front of him. The stern of Dennis III had been torn into pieces, and only the main body of the ship was still supported by the huge wood. Ronan jumped to the stern and looked at the sea. At this time, there were more than a dozen figures floating on the sea, most of whom were enemies. Under the impact just now, some people were directly stunned. Some were pierced by sharp wooden blocks, and some survivors were struggling to get on the ship. Mundo was floating on the sea at this time, with a scarlet color under his body. It was unknown whether he was dead or unconscious. Ronan didn't care so much. He quickly cast a wind blade and cut the opponent's throat, and blood immediately spurted 4 or 5 meters high. After doing all this, he looked up at the enemy ship more than 10 meters away, and the sailors on it were trembling with fear. "Quick! Turn the rudder! Turn the rudder!" the captain roared, and Ronan looked like a god of death in his eyes. Although they were on 2 ships, he didn't feel safe at all. After all, Mondo could jump a distance of 40 or 50 meters. So these 10 meters were not a problem for Ronan, who could kill Mondo. Woo! Just then, a low horn sounded on the sea. Another ship carrying a magic cannon was originally thinking about boarding the ship, but when they saw Mondo dead, they quickly chose to evacuate. In fact, destroying the dentist to this extent already foreshadowed the success of this assassination. After all, trapped in this sea without islands, they basically had no chance of escaping. "Want to leave?" Ronan sneered. "It's not that easy to come and go as you please. Knight Rhys, how brave are you? You don't have to doubt my courage." Rhys straightened his chest. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Ronan pointed at the stern ship. "Go. Take that ship. And I..." He squatted down, controlled the fighting spirit under his feet, and then kicked hard on the deck. The fighting spirit exploded with a huge thrust, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball. Chapter 304: Seizing the Ship. When Mondo jumped onto Dennis 3 and fought with Ronan, if there were also Golden Knights on the second pirate ship, they would definitely try to board the ship to support Mondo. But this did not happen in reality. They still used the magic cannon to bombard Rhys and others from a distance, and only wanted to board the ship when they saw that the magic cannon was ineffective. And the way to board the ship was not like Mondo jumping dozens of meters, but letting the ship slowly approach Dennis 3. So Ronan judged that there was no Golden Knight on this ship. So he boldly imitated Mondo and jumped directly to the enemy ship, flying in the air. This scene directly shocked the pirates on the evacuated enemy ship, and only their 2 leaders reacted. "Quick! Shoot!" In a panic, the archers put arrows on the strings and hurriedly aimed at Ronan. But at this moment, Ronan had already landed on the deck like a big bird. Stormblade, with a wave of the flame flow sword. More than a dozen wind blades covered the area ahead, directly injuring all the archers. "Quick! Attack together!" The knights on the ship drew their swords and rushed towards Ronan. "Kill! Kill!" The sound of fighting was endless. But Ronan was not panicked at all. "You are the one who used the magic cannon just now, right?" he sneered, forcefully tore through the crowd, and killed the user of the magic cannon. The opponent was just a bronze knight. After using 3 magic cannons, he had little fighting spirit left. Facing Ronan's attack, he raised his sword to block, but the sword in his hand was split into 2 by the opponent. A blood mark ran from his head to his chin, and he died on the spot. Ronan was not at all panicked in the face of the siege from front, back, left, and right. Relying on his agile body and quick sword, he not only perfectly took or dodged these attacks, but also took the lives of several besiegers when he fought back. There were only 2 bronze knights on this ship, not even a silver knight. It seemed that the frontal assassination this time was entirely the responsibility of the Golden Knight Mondo. In fact, Ronan guessed wrong. In addition to Mondo, there was another silver knight. It was just that the opponent had just landed on Dennis 3 and was blown away by the shock wave and fell into the sea. He hadn't climbed up yet. On the other side, Rhys saw such a brave Ronan. Perhaps it was because of his unwillingness to accept it. He quickly came to the stern, followed suit, and jumped directly onto another ship to start killing. Unfortunately, the knights here were basically in the sea. Before Rhys killed a few people, the rest all knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Go. Have your men control the speed of the ship and approach Dennis 3. Rhys's long sword was placed on the captain's neck, forcing him to manipulate the ship to slowly approach Dennis 3. Captain Wheatbrand and others who stayed on it quickly moved. "Knight Rhys, please support the Earl as soon as possible." Tom and David immediately made a request. Although they saw that Ronan seemed to be killing people everywhere, They still felt a little worried. Don't worry. We'll go there soon. After the two pirate ships approached, Reese, Tom, David and others jumped on one after another, and Ronan's battle was over. Except for the initial killing. The rest of the people saw that they could not defeat Ronan. So they all dropped their weapons, and lay on the ground begging for forgiveness. Ronan didn't pay much attention to it. He observed the ship. Since Ronan didn't use powerful fighting skills just after boarding the ship didn't suffer much damage, and was in good condition. When he saw Reese jumping on the ship, he couldn't help but smile and said, although the Dennis family lost a ship, we snatched two. Knight Reese, the one you snatched is yours. And this one is mine. Reese was about to ask if the other party was injured, but he was choked back. He didn't expect that the other party would say that he would divide the spoils as soon as he came up. However, Dennis number 3 was destroyed and suffered a great loss. It can be regarded as making up for the loss with a ship of similar size. Okay. Reese glanced at the magic cannon on the deck. We can survive this battle. All thanks to you. Except for the ship that the Dennis family took. The rest of the spoils are all yours. Ronan secretly gave a thumbs up. Although this guy's stern face makes people uncomfortable, he is still upright and really doesn't take anything that he shouldn't take. Tom, David, you and the knights of the Dennis family, tie up all these people and drive them to a ship. As he spoke, he slapped the captain's face with his long sword. What's your name? The captain spoke tremblingly. The double stimulation brought to him by the smell of blood, and the cold blade made him wet his crotch. Sir, my name is Vic. The desire to survive still made him beg for mercy. Sir, please don't kill me. I am familiar with this sea area and have many years of experience in sailing at sea. If you need anything, Vic is willing to serve you. A captain with rich sailing experience is a rare talent, and he can make a living in any city with a seaport. Although Ronan was somewhat tempted, he still sneered. I don't want to give my property to someone who wants to kill me. A ship is expensive to build. If it is managed by someone you don't trust, if it runs away one day, the loss will be too great. But then again, if the other party really surrenders, Ronan can consider giving him a chance. My lord, please believe in my loyalty. As long as you forgive my sins, from now on, I will be your loyal servant. Loyalty? For someone who casually talks about loyalty, the loyalty is worth considering. Okay, Vic, tell me your identities and the details of this matter now. Ronan put away the flame sword and whispered threateningly, if you perform well, I may consider sparing your life. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Vic was anxious, as if he was afraid that Ronan would take back his words. As long as I know, I will never hide anything. Next, the captain told his identity and the assassination. It turned out that the two ships came from the White Whale pirates active in the Screaming Sea and the North Sea, according to the additional explanation of Captain Wheatbrand of the Dennis family. This pirate group is very active, and many family merchant ships have been robbed. The Earl of Screaming Island also tried to encircle and suppress it, but unfortunately the cost was too high and it ended in failure. Originally, the White Whale pirates were not planning to go out to sea recently, but in the past 2 days, the pirate base welcomed the Golden Knight Mondo. It seems that it was the arrival of Mondo that caused the pirate leader to gather 2 ships of men and immediately head to the Howling Sea and head south to destroy the ship of the Dennis family. As for the assassination, as an ordinary person in the pirate group, Vic did not have access to relevant information. He only heard the knights mention it during the voyage. The target this time was Ronan, not the Knight Reese of the Dennis family. Several figures flashed through Ronan's mind. There were probably only a few people who had a grudge against him and wanted him dead. Sir, if you want to know, you may be able to find out from our deputy leader Calloway. Who is Calloway? Ronan looked around, and none of the captives kneeling on the ground responded. Vic explained, Deputy Leader Calloway is a Silver Knight. According to the plan, he will board the ship with Mondo. If he was not captured, he would have been beaten into the sea by your powerful force. Ronan's heart trembled. He didn't expect there was a Silver Knight. Knight Reese, take your men to fish out the few living people in the sea, and pay attention to the Silver Knight. Reese nodded. There were indeed a few living people in the sea. If the deputy leader of the White Whale pirates could be controlled, more information should be obtained. The revenge for this attack and assassination could not be let go easily. Chapter 305 Followers. Caraway, the deputy leader of the White Whale pirates, was tied up and questioned carefully by Ronan and Rhys. Unfortunately, although he was the deputy leader, he did not know the confidential information. He only knew that Mondo took the initiative to come to him. As for Mondo's identity, and who was behind the assassination of Ronan, Caraway did not know. Obviously, the deputy leader of the White Whale Pirates was just a nominal position. The key figure was still the leader of this group of pirates, but the other party generally did not take action personally. Although no useful information about the assassination was obtained, Ronan did have a certain understanding of the pirates of the Howling Sea. The White Whale Pirates were a relatively large group. In addition to it, there were Blood Sail and Ghost Tide, which were almost the same size. In the early kingdom, the fleet of the Earl of Howling Island had also encircled and suppressed them. However, the sea was so big, and robbery could quickly obtain huge profits, so the pirates could not be eliminated. However, they usually only target merchant ships, and will leave as long as they get the property that satisfies them. It is rare to see a ship ramming Dennis III at the cost of losing a ship like today. According to Kalam, the reason for choosing to ram the ship is that it is convenient for assassination. And on the other hand, when the royal family, Wushan Castle, and other nobles investigate, they can attribute it to the accidental incident of ramming the ship, instead of turning the spearhead to pirates. After all, the grandson of the Wushan family may become the king's son-in-law. Once it is found that he was assassinated at sea, it will definitely lead to revenge. If Ronan did not know magic, and if his strength had not reached the gold level, it would really be possible for the other party to succeed. The night sea breeze blew on Ronan standing at the bow, making him feel a little cold. In this situation, even if he spent the night in the sea, he might not be able to bear hypothermia even if he was a golden knight. Count Ronan. Knight Rhys came out of the cabin, although his expression still gave people a feeling of aloofness and indifference. His mood had changed fundamentally. In the evening naval battle, Ronan saved the lives of at least half of the people on Dennis III, including Rhys himself. Although the decisiveness, courage and strength he showed could not be said to have completely conquered Rhys, he had won the latter's respect. Rhys came over and leaned on the railing of the bow. Who do you think was responsible for this assassination? Ronan shook his head. He knew who wanted to kill him, but he couldn't be sure who was planning this assassination in conjunction with the White Whale Pirates. I guess it might be related to the Count of Screaming Island. Rhys expressed his guess. Count Alfonso is a famous 7th-level wizard in the kingdom, and the Fleming family calls themselves a magic family. They have the ability to create magic cannons, and they have always regarded my Dennis family as an enemy. Friction and conflict have never stopped over the years. Now seeing you and my strong rise, I realize that the situation in the Howling Sea may change in the future. They have the motivation to deal with us in order to protect the Fleming family's maritime interests. One action to eliminate 2 threatening people from the rival family is a huge benefit. Your guess makes sense, but we can't accuse people based on guesses alone. Not to mention that Captain Brand said that the White Whale Pirates robbed the ship of the Count's family on Howling Island. Even if the magic cannon is really the product of Alfonso, the Fleming family can be said to have been robbed by the White Whale Pirates. Ronan is going to meet His Majesty the King this time. If there is solid evidence, he can report it directly to the king and let him decide. But in the current situation, it is estimated that he can only suffer in silence. Assassinating a noble is a felony, and slandering a noble is also a felony, especially when the other party is the overlord of the Screaming Sea. And in Ronan's opinion, compared with the Fleming family, Orson and Jesus are more likely. Not to mention the origin of the Skull and Bones Society, where the assassin Mondo, who was just killed by Ronan, is likely to be in the territory of the Hyde family. Last time, even with the key figure Layson, no results were obtained. This time, I want to capture the noble through the captured Karam and others. It will be even more difficult to drag them into the water. Instead of wasting time on such fruitless things, it is better to promote the construction of ports and sea fleets. If it is proved in the future that this matter is really related to the Earl of Screaming Island, then Ronan can join forces with the Dennis family to attack Screaming Island from the north and south. Weak countries have no diplomacy, which can actually be put on the relationship between the dukedoms, marquisdoms, and earldoms in the kingdom of Alduin. No matter when, strength is the foundation. When we arrive at Oxhorn Bay, hand these people over to the royal family for custody and trial. Then you can write a letter to tell your father and Wushan Castle, and they will send someone to deal with it. Rhys nodded slightly. It was okay for him to fight with others, But he was not very interested in letting him deal with such troublesome things. He looked Ronan up and down. "It's time to talk about your business." "Earl." Ronan was stunned. A little confused. "My business? What is your current strength? Silver level? Or gold level?" Rhys asked, also. "You are a magician." "What level of magician?" "Although the number of magicians is much less than that of knights. They are not so rare that there is no chance to see them. At least when he was studying at the Royal Knight Academy. He had seen many magicians. Of course, most of them were junior, intermediate and advanced. And stronger great magicians were relatively rare. Rhys had witnessed magicians casting magic, and his intuition told him that the large-scale defensive spell that Ronan used just now that could resist arrows was definitely not the so-called third-level magic wind wall that the latter said. But for an 18-year-old fourth-level great magician, this sounded very ridiculous. "Want to know?" Ronan's mouth curled slightly, and he did not answer the other party's doubts, but said, "When you can defeat me, I will tell you." Rhys took a deep breath, and a sense of powerlessness and frustration flashed in his eyes. Before today, he still thought he might be able to defeat Ronan. But after today's naval battle, he knew that the possibility of defeating him was very small after seeing his opponent's strength. Rhys seemed to see the demeanor of Crown Prince Garrett in Ronan, and he was afraid that only the two of them could compete with each other in the future. Ronan noticed the powerlessness and frustration in his eyes, and wondered if today's battle had brought too much of a shock to Rhys, who refused to admit defeat. So he patted his shoulder and encouraged him. "No matter what insurmountable peak you encounter, you must keep a normal mentality. Face it with a smile. And come on." Rhys came back to his senses and pulled up the corners of his mouth. This time the fake smile seemed more sincere. "You said before that I would consider following you." Ronan was startled, and then showed a look of joy. "Why? Are you willing to follow me?" With the calmness, courage and strength you showed in the naval battle just now, it is indeed worthy of my following." Rhys said seriously, "I will go back and discuss this with my father. He is different from Ragna, the second son of Viscount Marvin. Rhys is the heir of the Dennis family. Whether he chooses to serve under Ronan for a period of time or really follows Ronan, this is not his own business, and he needs to discuss it with other people in the Dennis family." "Ha ha!" Ronan patted the soft armor on the other's shoulder heavily. "Yubaling welcomes you to join at any time. Knight Rhys. What he lacks now is a strong knight, and high level, bronze, and silver are all in short supply." He was eager to have talents like Rhys, who had potential, strong ability, and were adaptable to naval warfare. Chapter 306 Arrival at Neoju Bay. The two ships seized from the White Whale pirates had now been transformed, and the flags of the Dennis family and the Wushan family have been hung respectively, sailing side by side on the sea. The assassination was a loss for the Dennis family. After all, several sailors and accompanying guard knights died. But it was a gain for Ronan, not to mention the armor, leather armor, weapons, bows and arrows on the captives. The value of the 4th level ice cone magic cannon and the 30-meter level sailing ship alone is probably close to 40,000 gold coins. In the cabin, Ronan placed the magic cannon on the floor and looked at it carefully. Its caliber is about 80 centimeters, and its length reaches level 4. In terms of overall size, it is much smaller than the Fire Dragon devouring magic cannon that Ronan gave to Rydar. But its appearance is very similar: gun carriage, barrel and base. The gun carriage is made of forged iron, but the barrel and base should not only use wrought iron. If Ronan's guess is correct, there should be mithril in it, especially the base engraved with the magic array. This barrel is made without any gaps. It stands to reason that there should be gaps at the joints of the cylinder forged by the blacksmith. But Ronan did not find any gaps after careful observation, as if this barrel was born cylindrical. He couldn't help but wonder, can the blacksmiths in this world already achieve such precision? It's a pity that the manufacture of the magic cannon involves confidentiality. Even Wushan Castle does not have detailed instructions, and Ronan can't understand it in depth. This is like a precision machine tool being monopolized by someone. You can only buy their products, but cannot make them yourself. Perhaps disassembling the magic cannon can find some clues, but Ronan is reluctant to do so at present. It can be seen that the Count of Screaming Island, who can make the magic cannon, is indeed not an ordinary person. It seems that I should go to Wushan Supernormal College to ask Dean Miroslav when I have time to see if I can get some useful information from him. Ronan only knows this high-level magician, and I don't know if the other party can explain a thing or two for Lu Lanz's sake. He put the magic cannon back into the space ring and called out the attribute panel. 11 days have passed since the last promotion and point increase, and Ronan has accumulated 93 attribute points. Not to mention, after becoming a count, the accumulation speed of attribute points is much faster than before. Ronan invested all these attribute points in the 9th level, which directly increased its progress to the gold level, 1091/2500. Feeling the loosening of the blade wheel deep in the sea of chi, Luo Ning realized that his fighting spirit became stronger and his whole state was further improved. According to the total amount of attribute points obtained every month, it only takes 4 months for my knight's strength to reach the peak of the gold level. 4 months is actually a short time. However, if Luo Ning wants to improve the magician level, it will take longer. However, Luo Ning is confident that it will be no problem to cross the 6th level and enter the forest of real strong men within a year. He looked at the energy essence, and now he has accumulated 1470 points. Consuming it can completely bring the 3rd gold knight to Wubei territory. But Luo Ning needs to save it. When he breaks through the 6th level and enters the ranks of meteors and great wizards, the first thing to do is to raise Elrond's level to the level of a wizard in exchange for the possibility of curing Lilins. The best situation is that Elrond awakens the magic that can resist the soul-devouring surge by himself, without having to rely on Dean Miroslav to find it. Once Lilins can be cured and exert his strength normally, not only will Wushan territory be stabilized again, but Wubei territory in the rear will also usher in a stable development period. No words were spoken that night. The rising sun reflected the Red Sea surface. Although Luo Ning and his party experienced twists and turns and delayed some time, they still arrived at the Nyojiu Bay in the afternoon of the 19th. It is worthy of being a seaport facing Jinyu City. The prosperity here is several levels higher than that of Dinisport. What can be seen are the ships coming and going, their sails swaying in the sea breeze, making rustling sounds, playing music for the port of Nyojiao Bay. The closer to the dock, the more Ronan can hear the footsteps, shouts and collisions of the porters, ships, docks, porters, and the towering towers and solid stone walls on both sides of the harbor. Ronan can't help but imagine in his heart, if I can also have such a port, how great it would be. At this time, on the high building far away from the harbor, the officials of the Dennis family, who stayed in Nyoji Bay port, were waiting anxiously. The leading commercial officer Jolly frowned. According to the recent weather, Dennis number 3 should have arrived at the port yesterday evening. Even if it was a little later, it would arrive this morning. But now it will be dark in 2 hours, and they still haven't seen the figure of Dennis number 3. Jolly is very worried that something will happen to them at sea. Not only Master Reese, but also Count Wubbling were on Dennis 3. If something happened, it would cause a stir. He, the official who stayed in Nyoji Bay, didn't know whether he would be implicated. Master, look! That ship is flying the flag of the Dennis family. The assistant beside him pointed at the ship that was approaching the shore and shouted. Jolly immediately became alert and stood up to watch. But he was immediately disappointed after seeing it clearly. That's not Dennis 3. But it is flying the flag of the Dennis family. And you see? The ship next to it is flying the flag of the Wushan family. A flag as big as a sail is indeed conspicuous. And Jolly also noticed this situation. Damn, Stephen. Are you so confused that you can't even write a letter clearly now? Jolly cursed the political officer of the pointed city, quickly put on a gentleman's hat, and strode towards the dock. Hurry. Follow me to greet Master Reese and Count Ronan. The ships of the nobles were all docked in separate ports. After Ronan, Reese and others submitted their identity information and proof. The managers and guards of Nyoju Port expressed a warm welcome. At the same time, after hearing that there were pirates on the ship, they immediately called the harbor guards and controlled Caraway and others. When Jolly rushed over with his men, he saw the harbor guards running towards the ship flying the flag of the Dennis family. His heart skipped a beat, thinking something serious had happened. It was not until he saw Reese and Ronan standing there intact that he let go of his worries. Your Excellency, Master Reese, I will write to the Pointed Fort and Wushan Fort immediately to inform the Viscount and Marquis of your encounter at sea. Jolly said solemnly, assassinating nobles is intolerable, even if they are difficult pirates on the sea. Reese nodded. Take us to the hotel first, and you arrange someone to cooperate with the guards of Nyoju Bay Port to guard these pirates. Don't worry, young master, Jolly agreed with a smile, and then took Ronan to the hotel outside the port. It must be said that Viscount Vittorino is quite good at doing things. He has arranged special people to be responsible for travel, escort, reception and subsequent arrival at Ginyu City. Mr. Jolly, how long does it take to get from Nyoju Bay to Ginyu City? Don't worry about the time, Count. The two places are very close. We will ride fast horses tomorrow morning and arrive at Ginyu City in the evening. The business officer of the Sharp-Horn City has been doing business here all year round and is very familiar with the journey. Recently, there are many noble ships anchored in Nyoju Bay port. I guess they are all here to celebrate for Her Royal Highness Princess Blanche. Roning was a little surprised. Didn't you say that Her Royal Highness is unwelcome? Chapter 307, The Self-Doubting Princess. Blanche is a princess of the royal family, so her birth is naturally noble. Unfortunately, after the two grandsons of Grand Duke Fergus, who were to marry her, died of illness, rumors spread that whoever marries Blanche will die, which made her situation very embarrassing, especially later, after His Majesty Bruno wanted her to marry the third grandson of Grand Duke Fergus, but was rejected by the Grand Duke. Blanche became a joke among the nobles, so much so that when she turned 18 last year, not to mention getting married, there was no family that was interested in marrying her, which made the royal family a little embarrassed. In this situation, why are there still many people coming to celebrate Blanche's birthday? Nobles like to be lively, especially the banquets held by the royal family. They like to attend more, Jolly explained, but many of them are going to see the embarrassment of His Majesty the King. After all, Her Royal Highness will be 19 years old after this birthday, but she still has no marriage partner, which is not a good thing for the royal family. Ronan asked in surprise, You even know that Her Royal Highness can't get married? Ha ha ha. Jolly couldn't help laughing. You may not understand, Lord Earl. Discussing the royal family and the nobles is what we often do on weekdays. No matter where you go, there will always be people who eat melons, especially the melons of big people, which may become the topic of conversation after dinner. It is estimated that in the market, Blanche's situation is probably a bit like Wiggins, who still has his legs, and they are all jokes. However, she is a little wronged. Jolly couldn't help but sigh. I have seen Her Royal Highness from afar. She has a very outstanding appearance. It's a pity that she will bring disaster to her fiancé. The two grandsons of Grand Duke Vargas died in her hands. Even their father who presided over the marriage did not escape the bad luck. I'm afraid no one dares to marry such a person. Reese couldn't help but glance at Roning. Roning came to Ginyu City this time to thank Her Royal Highness for attending Lu Lan's birthday last year. But as the heir of the Dennis family, Reese knew what was going on. Facing Reese's expression of "Are you afraid?" Roning spread his hands to show that he was not afraid at all. He explained for Blanche, in fact, there are many misunderstandings about this matter. The two grandsons of Grand Duke Vargas are probably weak and sick. Marquis Johnson is not a patient. And it is said that the third grandson of the Grand Duke, Garno, fell seriously ill immediately after learning that he was going to marry the princess. He gradually recovered only after the Grand Duke declined. This must be because he was scared? Jolly obviously didn't know the purpose of Ronan's visit, so he just opened up and said whatever he wanted. If the marriage with Princess Blanche only lost some money, it would be fine. The Duke is not short of money, but after the marriage, it will cost lives. Who can bear it? Now some people say that if His Majesty the King doesn't like a family, he can just marry Princess Blanche to them. Ronan couldn't help but sigh. It seems that he really needs great courage to accept this marriage. But Lowlands hosted the marriage for Ronan's future. If it were now, the old man might also have this taboo, and would not agree to this matter. But anyway, since the two sides have already reached an agreement, the marriage must go ahead. Moreover, in Ronan's opinion, being able to marry into the royal family will help his future. As for rumors such as bad luck and curses, Ronan does not believe them. Well, although he did encounter several dangers after meeting Blanche, he was able to escape danger. The key is still to look at personal strength. Golden Feather Palace, the base camp of the Alduin family. It is not a palace, but a complex of dozens of palaces, thousands of courtyards, and houses. Such a building scale is not only the most prosperous and noble area in Golden Feather City, but no noble castle in the entire kingdom can compare with it. As the princess of the kingdom, Blanche's residence is located in a green garden, surrounded by high walls and sturdy towers to protect her safety and privacy. In the Golden Feather Palace, she didn't have many friends except the servants who served her. This might be caused by rumors. When she was in the Royal Magic Academy, many classmates tried to avoid contact with her as much as possible. Finally, at her request, the king agreed to hire a tutor for her and let her study in his palace. This environment is lonely, but at least it is more comfortable than seeing people deliberately avoiding her and hearing people talking about her at any time. Practicing, reading, strolling around the manor to appreciate various beautiful flowers and trees are her main activities on weekdays, which are very peaceful. However, as her 19th birthday approaches, her peaceful life will be broken. At the same time, she became anxious. She had learned from her father that Ronan would attend the birthday party. When she thought of Ronan's handsome appearance and the kiss she stole when they parted, she couldn't help but blush. Although she was a princess, the initiative was too abrupt. But she really wanted to get rid of the fate that was regarded as bad luck, which was also her effort for her life. I just don't know if this marriage can last. Your Highness, your friend Knight Missy is here. A maid came from outside to report. Oh! Blanche, who was painting in the garden, showed joy, immediately put down the pen in her hand, and didn't let the servant pass the message. She ran out to greet him in person. This was not only because Missy was her good friend, but also because the other party might bring the news she wanted. Today, Missy was not wearing armor and helmet, revealing her short golden hair. Compared with Blanche's gentle beauty, she looked like a tomboy. Blanche ran over and took the other person's hand, and asked expectantly, "How is it, Missy? Is he here? Look how anxious you are." Missy also laughed. "Just heard from the Ogio Bay port that he has arrived." Blanche's hanging heart finally let go. "How is Ronan? Did he have a smooth journey?" Hearing this, Missy frowned slightly and shook her head. "I heard that they were attacked by the white whale pirates at sea." "Ah?" Blanche was stunned, and a panic flashed in her eyes. How could this be? Is he injured? He is fine. But I heard that the Dennis family ship was destroyed, and the accompanying guards and crew also suffered a lot of casualties. Blanche breathed a sigh of relief. Although the panic on her face eased a little, she was still very sad and in a very low mood. She pulled Missy inside. "Tell me, will I bring bad luck to others? The rumors outside have been circulating for years, not to mention others. Even she herself sometimes doubts herself. If the answer is no, why do people who marry her die? Why do you think so?" Missy smiled sincerely and comforted. "I know you are a kind girl. How can those bad luck and curses have anything to do with you? But Ronan has been almost killed twice since he met me." Blanche shook her head in fear. She didn't dare to imagine what kind of life she would face after Ronan's death. "This is just an accident, my princess." "Is it really an accident?" Blanche's jade fingers moved in the void, drawing a spell pattern. When the spell pattern was completed, the dark light surged, forming a summoning array diagram. Then, a skull wearing a simple helmet slowly rose from the formation diagram. "This is the third-level magic skull summoning technique." Mrs. Eyes flashed. "Are you a senior magician?" Blanche nodded, stretched out her hand to press the skull back, without any joy on her face after the strength upgrade. She was wondering if she was good at dark elemental magic, which caused her to bring bad luck to others. As a friend of Her Royal Highness, Missy knew what the latter was thinking at the moment. You are not the only dark magician. Others will not bring bad luck, and neither will you. She looked at Blanche sincerely and said with a smile, instead of doubting yourself, "It is better for His Majesty the King to send troops to clear out the white whale pirates and vent his anger for Ronan." This sentence temporarily made Blanche get out of her self-doubt. She nodded. "You are right. I will go to my father now." Chapter 308 King Bruno. Golden Feather City and Oxhorn Bay are the two most important cities in the Kingdom of Alduin. Not only are the transportation here developed, but there are also dense carrier birds that transmit information between places. Especially when something important happens, carrier birds fly in groups in the sky. As soon as Ronan came out of the Oxhorn Bay port, his information was sent out. Missy, who was entrusted by Blanche to inquire, was just one of them. Of course, he didn't know this. Under the arrangement of the business officer Jolly, they moved into the Dennis family's manor in Oxhorn Bay, preparing to set off from here to Golden Feather City early the next morning. The palace? This magnificent and exquisitely crafted building is the palace of His Majesty the King. Even at night, it is still as bright as day. His Majesty Bruno, tall and burly, sat on the throne, listening to the knight's report on the nobles who came to the Oxhorn Bay port today. These guys. Bruno was so angry that he laughed. Although most of the nobles of the kingdom who were closer to Geneva City attended Blanche's birthday party. Those who attended were either one generation older than Blanche, or were engaged or married men, or were elders with their daughters. In any case, there was not a single man of the right age, as if they were afraid that the king would marry Blanche to them if he was happy. This Ronan is beyond my expectation. Bruno picked up Ronan's information, which recorded that Ronan commanded the noble coalition forces on behalf of Wushan Fort to wipe out the Bolant bandits, as well as the latest intelligence from Nyoju Bay today. At the beginning, he agreed to Lulin's request. On the one hand, because of his personal relationship with Lulin's. On the other hand, he saw that the old family of Wushan had never married into the royal family, and he also wanted to take the opportunity to arrange his own forces there. Of course, a small part of it was out of helplessness about Blanche's current situation. If it weren't for the fact that his daughter was almost 20 and still hadn't found a marriage, which would damage his political image, he would rather choose Breton than agree to Roning, who was deprived of the right of inheritance. Originally, he was thinking of adding some merits to Roning to improve his qualifications, but he didn't expect that the latter would be able to change from a baron of Shanlin Town to an earl of Wubei territory so quickly with his own strength. Although Roning's status cannot be compared with that of a kingdom earl, it is at least much higher than that of a young baron. Arsino, do you think our marquis deliberately concealed Roning's talent and deliberately let the outside world think that Roning was a waste who couldn't practice? It's very likely. Below, Minister of State Arsino nodded in agreement. When Grems died in battle, many people participated in it. Most of them did not want the Wushan family to have two meteor knights with outstanding talents. He added in his mind, Rollans probably knew this reason. So after Ronan showed his talent, he deliberately hid it. More than 30 years ago, Rollans himself was very talented, and his son Grems was even better than his father, which naturally aroused the jealousy of others. Everyone was happy to see the weakening of the family, including Alduin IV at the time, King Klinsmann, Bruno's father. It was just that they did not expect that the suppression was too harsh in the end. Not only Grems died, but also Rollans himself was abolished, which made Wushan territory in a turbulent period for the past 30 years. A failure is a lesson learned. It is entirely possible that Rollans hid Roning. He is letting Roning stand out now. Does he think the time is right? Bruno tapped the armrest. Roning's talent is undoubtedly very strong, even compared with his son Garrett. He is not weaker at all. From this point of view, he is worthy of the princess. But for Bruno, it would be better if Roning could inherit Wushan territory again, so that his political bargaining chips would be higher, and his rule would be more solid. Who do you think is behind the assassination of Roning and his party this time? Arsino glanced at the king, then shook his head. It's hard to say. He added, anyone is possible. Although he is a trusted minister, Arsino dare not speak lightly without evidence, as it is easy to offend people. Bruno rubbed his eyebrows. These guys are really a headache. The few nobles, except for Grand Duke Justana, are all guys who are unwilling to be ordinary. Bruno's performance in governing the country and strength is mediocre, to be honest. He was able to inherit the throne smoothly mainly because of his status as the eldest son. There will always be people who are dissatisfied. Although under the system of primogeniture, these nobles will not do things like rebellion and seizing the throne. It is still a common thing for them to compete with the kingdom in many fields such as economic interests. The assassination of Ronan may be for the purpose of disrupting Wushan territory, or it may be to weaken his authority as a king and make Blanche a joke to him. Your Majesty, the princess wants to see you. The guard came in to report. Bruno raised his eyebrows. His daughter rarely showed up in public. How could she have time to come to the palace today? Let her in. Soon. Blanche came in and offered a polite and respectful greeting. Blanche, my daughter, how come you have time to come to me? Blanche was a little embarrassed, but she still said, Father, I heard that Ronan was attacked by the white whale pirates at sea. Bruno smiled slightly. He knew what his daughter was worried about. Don't worry. He is not injured. He is resting in Nyoju Bay now. It is estimated that he will arrive at Jinyu City tomorrow night. After I summon him, I will arrange for you to meet. Blanche did not express too much opinion on this matter. After all, in front of outsiders, she could not act so impatient. It was Ronan who saved me last time in Wushan Castle. This time, When I came to my birthday party, I was attacked by pirates. This must be a premeditated assassination, she said. Please uphold justice for Ronan and send troops to wipe out the white whale pirates. I understand your anger for your friend's experience. But my daughter, you have to understand that pirates are like stink bugs. If you don't kill them, you will feel uncomfortable. But if you want to kill them, you are worried that they will fart and stink you. This is also the reason why Bruno doesn't want to eliminate pirates. In the past, when the pirates were making a lot of noise, he would ask the Earl's family of Screaming Island to send troops to clear them out. But the royal fleet was not often dispatched. At this point, he was moved and changed the subject. However, this time Ronan seems to have captured the deputy leader and captain of the pirate group. We may be able to find the base of the white whale pirates through them and clear them out. Arsenault agreed. We should indeed strike at this group of pirates. Otherwise, it will not only encourage their arrogance, but also make them mistakenly believe that the royal family is incapable of dealing with them. The they he mentioned is of course not just the pirates, but also those who cooperate with the pirates and even support the pirates. Blanche, you go down first. I will consider this matter for your friend. Yes, father. Blanche bowed slightly and left the hall. I plan to let Ronan do the work of clearing out the white whale pirates, Bruno said. As an assistant who has been following the king for more than 10 years, Arsenault guessed the other party's intention at once and couldn't help laughing. To be favored and actively supported by you. I can only say that Ronan is really lucky. He was right. Bruno really wanted to help Ronan become stronger. Because only in this way can Wuxian territory get out of decadence and have the opportunity to compete with several major forces in the east of the kingdom. Instead of just being a delicious dish on the menu like now, Ronan has become stronger. And it is beneficial for Bruno to let Ronan fight them. Ronan is now qualified to be supported by me. Bruno thought for a while and said, one white whale pirate group is not enough. Please help me find out if there is anything else that can be entrusted to him. Chapter 309 The King's Gift. 2 days later in the morning, Ronan brought Tom and David to Golden Feather City. The kingdom of Alduin was established in the 738th year of the imperial calendar, and more than 230 years have passed since then. Over the years, the capital Golden Feather City has undergone countless repairs and expansions to reach its current size. Ronan has visited Numa City, Wuxian City, and even took a quick glance at Nioju Bay yesterday. But they are all inferior to Golden Feather City. The city walls here are tall and strong, and there are many places from inside to outside, guarding the peace of the city and the capital. The city gates are open to welcome caravans and travelers from all directions. There are shops on both sides of the city, with jewelry, spices, medicinal materials, all kinds of goods. So spectacular, so prosperous. Tom and David kept looking around, and their expressions had long been lost in this prosperity. When will we have such a city in Wubei territory? Hearing this, Luo Ning's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Jinyu City is indeed prosperous. Judging from the bustling crowds on the streets, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people living here. If the population of the manors and towns outside the city is added, it is estimated that it can reach millions. If you want to build such a city in Wubei territory, population is a problem. After all, where can you build such a large-scale construction without people? But Luo Ning is very confident about the future. He believes that he can build a city that is more prosperous and cleaner than Jinyu City. The three of them walked and looked along the way, and soon they came to Jinyu Avenue. Jinyu Palace was lying at the end of the avenue. The closer you get, the more you can feel its hugeness, solemnity and majesty. Stop! When approaching the main gate of the Golden Feather Palace, a line of guards blocked Roning's way. They wore uniform silver-white armor and carried long swords, looking mighty and powerful. As the guards of the palace, they had enough quality and courtesy. Although they stopped the three people, they saluted and asked for their identity information. This is the eldest grandson of the Marquis of Wuxian Territory, Count Roning Wuxian of Wubei Territory, who came to pay a special visit to His Majesty the King and attend the birthday party of Her Royal Highness Princess Blanche. Tom introduced politely, and David showed the medal that had been prepared long ago, which recorded his identity and title information. Welcome, Count of Wubei Territory. One of the guards made a gesture of invitation. I will take you to the reception desk. Please follow me. The Golden Feather Palace is very large, and the outer security is not strict. Under the guidance of the guards, Roning met the reception official, who was a woman. My lord, His Majesty has said that if you arrive, you can go see him first. The receptionist's voice was very gentle. Do you want to rest first? Or go to see His Majesty the King first? Bruno had said so. So there was no need for Ronan to rest first. Then please lead the way. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Ronan walked through the huge golden feather palace. The further in, the stricter the guards, and the more knights he saw. After walking for a long time, he arrived outside a gorgeous palace. After further communication and reporting, Ronan walked into the palace alone. The red carpet in the hall extended nearly 100 meters inward. At the end of the red carpet was the meeting hall, and the throne was high in the hall. At this moment, in addition to His Majesty the King, there were 6 guard knights outside the meeting room. On the right side of the throne in the meeting room stood a familiar figure of Ronan, Brol Geller. This man was the deputy leader of the Griffin Knights. And it was this man who led the team to bring Blanche to Wushang Castle. While he was observing, Bruno above was also observing Ronan. He looks tall and handsome, and has a bit of the style of Roland's back then. Bruno secretly admired that whether it was the height ratio or the temperament, he was worthy of the princess. Ronan greets His Majesty. Coming closer, according to etiquette, Ronan knelt on one knee to greet the king, who is also his future father-in-law. Stand up, Ronan. Bruno raised his hand. I have heard about you leading the noble coalition to defeat the enemy. Today, I see that you do have good composure and style. Some noble children would be nervous when meeting the king alone for the first time. But he did not see any panic from Ronan. Your Majesty, you are too kind, Ronan responded politely, and at the same time took out Roland's handwritten letter from his arms and handed it to him. This is a letter from my grandfather to you. How is Roland's health? Bruno asked someone to take the letter, and while asking, he read it, and his smile became more intense. I don't know what was written on the letter. It's the same as always. I'm recovering now. Ronan exchanged some polite words with the king, neither mentioning Blanche nor talking about marriage. I heard that you encountered pirates at sea and killed a golden knight alone? Brawl interrupted, with a slightly curious tone. Are you silver or gold now? Ronan was not surprised that this matter reached the palace. After all, the members of the White Whale Pirates have been handed over to the relevant officials of Nyoju Bay for trial. Faced with this question, Ronan is not suitable to describe himself as too weak or too strong. He can only say that he has just become a silver knight. On the one hand, he can win because the opponent is not performing well. And on the other hand, he has a more powerful fighting skill. Ha! Brawl. Since you are so curious, then try the power of Ronan's fighting skill. Bruno put the letter away and said like fanning the flames. In fact, he also wanted to see what level Ronan was at. As you wish, Your Majesty. Brawl came to one side. Come! Attack me with all your strength. Ronan knew that this was a test from His Majesty the King. After all, such an occasion is like facing the girl's parents during a blind date. It is necessary to show some. Forgive me for offending you. Ronan drew out the flame flow sword from his waist, and activated his fighting spirit to light up the runes on the sword. In an instant, a huge flame sword shadow emerged, which suddenly raised the temperature of the entire hall. Bruno's eyes lit up. His cultivation talent was not very good, and he was only at the beginning of silver level. But he had a unique vision, and could feel the difference of Ronan's fighting skills. At the same time, he also noticed the long sword in Ronan's hand. It was obviously an enchanted extraordinary weapon, and the quality was very high. I didn't expect Lulins to have such a collection. With almost no doubt, he classified the fighting skills and the flame flow sword as Lulin's collection. I'm coming, Ronan reminded him. But he also knew that although the power of the explosive flame slash was not small, Brawl was a long-established meteor knight, and it was not a problem for him to take this attack. Come on, Ronan! As the flame stream sword fell, a huge flame sword shadow rushed towards Brawl, and the heat wave formed by the whistling wind swept across the entire hall. Brawl focused slightly, and the wind-attributed Do Chi formed an airtight barrier in front of him. The explosive flame slash hit the wind barrier, causing a violent impact and fluctuation. But in the end, it was taken safely. At the same time, in order to prevent the shock wave from causing damage to the hall, Brawl also wrapped the remaining energy with Do Chi and released it towards the hall door. The Meteor Knight is really good at using Do Chi, Ronan thought to himself. At this time, Brawl also applauded. Ronan's fighting skill compresses the fighting spirit and has an explosive characteristic when it comes into contact, further amplifying its power. With my level, it's a bit difficult to perform the 6th level fighting skill Wind Barrier, and ordinary Golden Knights really can't deal with it. Obviously, this is his humble statement. The process of taking the attack just now was very smooth and not difficult at all. Ronan smiled and said, although the power of explosive flame slash is not small, it also consumes a lot of fighting spirit of the knight itself. It is the limit to use it 2 or 3 times in a battle. Explosive flame slash. Bruno murmured the name. Ronan, I have a special hobby of collecting fighting skills, magic books and secret skills. For example, I have a copy of your grandfather's original secret skill Fire Dance Lightning Slash here. Fire Dance Lightning Slash? Ronan had never heard of it. And what was the secret technique? Brawl explained. This is a secret technique created by Rollans after he was promoted to the meteor level. It combines the 2 attributes of fire and thunder, and the power it exerts is much higher than ordinary fighting skills. I suspect that if your grandfather had not been sick and practiced normally, even if he was not Silver Moon now, even if he used this move, I am afraid that even the Silver Moon Knight would have to be cautious. Bruno added, secret techniques are generally something that only Meteor Knights are able to study, and they all have powerful power or characteristics. However, your silver level explosion flame slash actually has characteristics, which is rare. Ronan's heart moved. The other party just said that he likes to collect various fighting skills, magic books and secret techniques, and now he is praising his explosion flame slash. Although the other party did not say it clearly, Ronan could hear the meaning of the words. If your majesty likes it, I can make explosion flame slash into a book and dedicate it to you. Bruno's eyes flashed with satisfaction. He really likes to collect all kinds of secret books, and he has fire attributes, so the explosive flame slash fighting skill is suitable for him to practice. It's just that it's not appropriate to ask for it directly when he meets Ronan for the first time, and he can't lose face. Fortunately, Ronan is sensible enough to hear the hidden meaning of his words. I am very satisfied that you have this intention. Bruno smiled and said, well, don't say that I am taking advantage of you. A little Earl. I will let Blanche take you to my library tomorrow, and you can choose any 2 books at that time. As soon as these words came out, even the Meteor Knight Brawl next to him couldn't help but envy him. He has followed his majesty for so long, and only after becoming a Meteor Knight did he get the opportunity to go in and choose a 7th level fighting skill. Unexpectedly, Ronan had the opportunity to choose 2 books at the silver level, and he chose 2 books. Ronan was overjoyed. The number of fighting skills and magic books in Mulan's collection is limited, and after reaching level 7, there is only 1 fighting skill Fire Snake Dance suitable for Luo Ning to practice, and there is no fighting skill or magic of wind attribute. He was just worrying about where to get these rare and precious things, but he didn't expect that His Majesty the King would give him 2 great gifts right away. Chapter 310 Gift. Your Majesty, you are so generous. Watching Ronan walk out of the hall, Brawl couldn't help but envy him. Bruno put away the letter and stood up from the throne, his eyes still flickering with satisfaction with Ronan. You should know what an 18-year-old Silver Knight means. Brawl put away his envy and nodded slowly. Only His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can compare with such talent. In the future, Wushan territory may have a Meteor Knight under the age of 30. Bruno agreed with this very much. After a professional knight reaches the Meteor level, his strength will be greatly improved. A powerful Meteor Knight is completely likely to reverse the situation of a war. Not to mention that after the Meteor, there are Silver Moon and Prideful Sun. Although these 2 characters are rare, they can completely break the social class formed by the nobles with their own strength. It can be said that the Prideful Sun Knight is a noble himself and does not need to be canonized by anyone. Garrett has a great chance to reach the Prideful Sun level, but 1 Prideful Sun is not enough. If we want to annex the kingdom of Trisha, we need more high-end combat power. Bruno's cultivation talent is average, but his ambition is not small. Although Alduin and Trisha are in a truce, their desire to annex each other is not dead, and it is gradually growing stronger in the calm. And there will definitely be a war in the future. Bruno hopes that Alduin can defeat the opponent in that battle and rebuild a new empire on this continent. Alduin Empire. For this reason, he placed his hopes on his son Garrett. But Garrett alone is not enough. Bruno needs to recruit more helpers for him. Today, Ronan's performance made him brighten his eyes. His talent was not lower than Garrett's, and he knew how to act. In addition, He would soon be his son-in-law. When he grows up, he will definitely become a strong helper for Garrett. Father is still short-sighted. Bruno couldn't help thinking in his heart. If he had stopped the attack on the Wuxian family, the Wuxian family would be more helpful to Alduin now. But this can't be blamed on Klinsmann. At that time, the continent was in a chaotic and turbulent era, and the Alduin royal family did not have talented talents. Roland, who was already a genius, had a more talented son. Who wouldn't be on guard? I heard from Ivan that there are many young talents emerging in the kingdom of Trisha recently, and our old rival is also quietly accumulating strength. Ivan, the leader of the Royal Griffin Knights, the border earl of the kingdom, the Silver Moon Knight, and Bruno's son-in-law. Brol said, Your Majesty, don't worry too much. There have been many turmoils in the kingdom of Teresa in the past 2 years. In comparison, although there are conflicts here, it is relatively peaceful. As long as this status quo is maintained, we will have certain advantages if a war breaks out again in the future. Bruno nodded. He actually hoped that the turmoil on the other side would be more and more violent. It was just a pity that according to the latest news, the turmoil there was basically suppressed. Write a letter to Ibn and let him know more about the turmoil in Teresa, and see if he can help those who started the turmoil. Yes, Your Majesty. After leaving the palace, Ronan came to his own yard under the guidance of the receptionist. It is said that many nobles are settled here, all of whom are coming to attend the birthday party in a few days. Among these nobles, Ronan probably only knows Jesus, but the relationship between the two is still unnecessary to visit. In contrast, what he wants to do more is to find Blanche and ask her to take him to the library. But Bruno said it would be tomorrow, and he was embarrassed to go in advance. The next morning, when Ronan was still enjoying breakfast, a maid brought Blanche's order and asked him to go to the Moonshadow Palace, the manor of Her Royal Highness the Princess. Ronan quickly cleaned up the food, and told Tom and David pay attention to etiquette and rules when they were free, and then followed the maid to the Moonshadow Palace. Not long after, he appeared outside the palace and waited for notification according to the process. Compared with the magnificent palace of His Majesty the King, the princess's residence is more elegant. However, judging from its scale from the outside, it is probably not something that ordinary nobles can build. Not long after, a burst of brisk footsteps came. Ronan, you are finally here. A pleasant voice came. After seeing the newcomer, Ronan's eyes lit up, and his desire for fighting skills and magicians faded temporarily. Today, Blanche wore a long dress with a purple base, embroidered with fine gold thread patterns, like stars in the night sky. Her long golden brown hair was cleverly woven into an elegant bun, and the glittering gems on it were like stars falling to the earth. What Ronan noticed most was the exquisite ribbon waist. It not only made Blanche's waist curve extremely slender, as graceful as a willow, but also made the upper body present an elegant S-shaped curve, showing unparalleled charm. Long time no see, Blanche. Ronan went forward, and the two hugged politely. He praised, compared to last time, you seem to be more beautiful. Girls change a lot when they grow up. Blanche, 19 years old, has grown up. Your praise is the happiest thing I heard today. Blanche's cheeks blushed, and she looked at Ronan and praised, you are also stronger and more handsome than last time. The two greeted each other at the door, and then Blanche took Ronan's hand and entered the Moonshadow Palace. After going in for a while, Ronan thoroughly understood the vastness and luxury of this palace. He couldn't help but say, your palace is much more luxurious than my castle. If you marry me in the future, I'm afraid you will have a hard life. Blanche couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Although she hoped that this marriage would be successful, she was still embarrassed to be mentioned by Ronan. But she still replied in a voice that only she could hear clearly, I do. In fact, she lived here not for enjoyment, but because she didn't want to have more contact with the outside world. And living in a larger place would also help to relax. When she marries to Wubei territory in the future, she won't have to hide from people and can move around everywhere. It doesn't matter if the castle is big or not. It's best to be happy without worries. I heard from Missy that you encountered pirates at sea. If it wasn't against the rules, I would have come to find you in advance. She was still a little scared when she mentioned this matter. It's just some assassins who don't see the light. I can deal with them with my current strength. Don't worry. While speaking, he took out the birthday gift he had prepared, a light green silk shawl, which was woven by Leah using last year's cocoons and dyed. It is much better than the scarf given to Lou Lands. There is also a white mug with the names of Blanche and Ronan written on the bottom of the mug. This is what Jim fired according to Ronan's drawings. It took several kills to select such a fine color. For you? Ronan said with a smile. Blanche smiled sweetly, her eyes flashing like the brightest stars in the night sky, especially after seeing the words on the bottom of the cup. The surprise in her heart could not be described in words. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Ronan on the cheek. Thank you, Ronan. I like it very much. In fact, these two gifts are not valuable, at least compared with the gifts given by other nobles. They are very cheap. But this form is easier to make people happy, especially when the woman likes the man. It will add points to the gift. I like it. Ronan smiled and took the silk shawl. Come. I'll wrap it around you. Chapter 311 Selection. It is always easy to spend time with someone you like. After the two of them strolled leisurely in the garden, Blanche took Ronan to her study. Wait here for a while. She smiled mysteriously and walked into the inner room. Ronan took a look inside. It should be a library, with many bookcases. He couldn't help but sigh. You have more books than me. I will flip through them when I'm bored. I haven't read many books yet. As Blanche said. She opened the bookcase on the left-hand side, took out several books from it, and placed them on the desk outside. What is this? Ronan walked over curiously. Blanche explained. Last time when we were boating on Wushan Lake, didn't you say you wanted to know the history before the establishment of the empire? I went to collect some during my return, and only found these. Ronan remembered this incident, although he was looking for a topic to chat at the time. He was indeed very interested in the history before the empire. Books in this world are expensive. A 40-page parchment book costs 4 silver coins, and the content is very brief. Historical books are boring and unpopular, so they have no market value, which also leads to few people working hard to record history. The emergence of historical gaps is also reasonable. Ronan picked up a book and flipped through it casually. Thank you. Can I take these books back to read? Of course. Blanche smiled and said, I have read these 7 books, and the content recorded in them is not detailed and complete. There are 3 books that all mention words like demon and catastrophe. Demon. Catastrophe. Ronan chewed on these 2 words secretly, thinking of what happened in the strange valley, and those strange people who were pierced by long swords, but did not die. He felt that there should be a more glorious and extraordinary history before the empire. Could it be a catastrophe that restarted the world? Blanche opened one of the books, found the page with relevant records, and handed it to Ronan. Although these words are mentioned, the description is still very vague, and in my opinion, it is more like a fantasy night novel. Let me see. Ronan took the book and started reading. People generally have an illusion that time flies when they are with someone they like. Ronan and Blanche were like this now. It felt like they just walked around the garden a few times, and then chatted in the study for a few words before it was noon. I originally wanted to pick books in the morning, but now I can only wait until the afternoon. In the afternoon, Blanche acted as a receptionist and took the opportunity to take Ronan to the library to take a walk in the huge golden feather palace. Occasionally, when he saw other nobles who were also walking in the palace, he would stop and say hello. Ronan noticed that when Blanche introduced him as a friend, several ladies seemed to show sympathy in their eyes. Blanche seemed to notice it too, and her expression was a little unnatural, and her mood seemed to be affected. Ronan naturally comforted her considerately. Not long after, the two came to the outside of the library. Unlike the tall and magnificent building that Ronan imagined, the so-called library was just a one-story building covering an area of about 100 square meters. Unlike ordinary wooden and stone buildings, the outer wall of the library seems to be coated with special materials, and many spell patterns are engraved on it. According to Blanche, this library has been strengthened by the Bellora magician, and it is difficult to damage it with ordinary attack methods. If the magic circle inside is activated actively, its defense strength will be even greater. Ronan looked around. In addition to the strong defense of the library itself, there are no less than 10 knights guarding it around, so there is no need to worry about thieves. The tall knight at the entrance should have received instructions from His Majesty the King. Seeing Blanche bringing Ronan over, he took the initiative to greet them. After a few polite words, he let the two in. However, he also reminded Ronan that he could only pick 2 books and could not bring more out. The heavy door was pushed open, and the smell of parchment and Warcraft leather was exuding from inside, which was not very pleasant. Here is the list. Blanche had obviously been here before. She walked to the side, and picked up the book placed there, and handed it over. Ronan took it and looked at it, and couldn't help but admire Bruno's rich collection. From the elementary level, all the way to the 7th and 8th levels of magic and fighting skills are collected here. In addition, there are secret books for fighting spirit cultivation, as well as the secret skills mentioned yesterday, etc. You are worthy of your majesty the king. The value of this library is probably enough to buy my Wubei territory. Blanche smiled. You must choose carefully. Of course. Bruno only asked Ronan to choose 2 books. But he didn't specify which 2 books to choose, or limit the level of fighting skills and magic books. In order to maximize his benefits, Ronan skipped the current level 6 fighting skills and magic that suited him, and directly turned his target to level 7 and above. In the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce, it is difficult to buy level 6 magic, let alone level 7 and above. Level 7 Magic Wings of Wind allows magicians to break free from the constraints of the earth and soar in the sky like a bird. Level 7 Magic Fire of the Earth can generate high temperatures enough to melt iron into water. Level 7 Magic Earth Bear. The caster can summon a huge rock bear to crush everything. Level 8 Magic Weighting changes the gravity of a certain area, making it difficult for useless knights to move. This introduction is somewhat discriminatory against professional knights. After browsing, Ronan seemed to feel the powerful power behind their names. Although he only has wind and fire attributes, other attributes may be useful in the future. Water attribute, earth attribute, thunder attribute. Those extraordinary people with great potential in the territory may also be useful in the future. Unfortunately, he only has 2 places. Ronan blinked and looked at Blanche. What should I do if I want all of these? Ah, this. Blanche was stunned for a moment, then blinked, and asked hesitantly, how about I ask my father for a few more books? She suddenly blushed and said, or when you marry me, I will ask him to give you a few more as gifts. Ha ha ha. Okay. Ronan smiled, and put his eyes back on the list, and began to choose books that suited him. First of all, considering the power and rarity of secret skills, Ronan's first choice was secret skills. But I took the trouble to choose this thing, because there is only one scorching ray on the list. This secret skill requires the fusion and compression of the 2 attributes of wind and fire, and then shoots out in the form of a beam of rays. The rays brought by the secret skill have both super high temperature and extraordinary penetrating power. It is said that even heavy armor can be melted and penetrated. I chose it first. Blanche came over. Secret skills are only qualified to master the Meteor Knight. If you choose it now, I'm afraid it will take many years before you can use it. According to the rules set by Bruno, any books on fighting skills or magic taken out of here are not allowed to be passed on. If it is discovered that it is passed on, the disseminator will face a fine of up to 30 times, and the royal family will also suppress the disseminator's reputation, territory and other aspects. And the consequences are very serious. So in Blanche's view, although the secret skills selected by Ronan are extremely precious, they will not be used for a few years or even decades, which is a bit wasteful. It's okay. It's better than not having it when you need it. Seeing Ronan's insistence, Blanche said nothing more. Then I'll find it for you. Think about what to choose for the second one. As she said that, she went to help find it according to the location recorded on the list. What should I choose for the second one? Ronan frowned and thought. There are already 2 meteor-level fighting skills. The rest are the magics that need to be mastered when becoming a great magician. Wings of Wind, Piercing Wave, Terrain Fire, Summoning Fire Element. His eyes moved back and forth on these 4 magics. After a long time, he made a choice. It's you. Wings of Wind. Chapter 312 Unexpected Conflict. Generally speaking, only Silver Moon Knights can stay in the air for a short time and have a certain flying ability. But for wind magicians, after becoming a 7th level great magician, they can fly freely in the air with the magic of wind wings. Although Ronan has Carlos, he can also fly freely in the air. But this is after all with the help of external forces. And there are certain limitations in some occasions, which is far less free than mastering the ability to fly by oneself. Moreover, although the Wings of Wind is an auxiliary magic, it can bring air advantage to one side in battle, and choosing it has many benefits. In this way, after a search, Ronan left the library with Scorching Rays and Wings of Wind. Bruno listened to the knight's report, and after knowing that Ronan chose the secret technique and magic book, he couldn't help shaking his head and chuckled. This kid is only a silver knight. But he chose the secret skills that can only be learned by the meteor level. Brawl also laughed. Secret skills are in short supply outside. If it were me, I would probably make the same choice. I can understand that he didn't choose the most expensive one instead of the one that suits the current situation. Bruno couldn't help wondering, but why did he choose this 7th level magic? Ronan could become a silver knight at the age of 18. In their opinion, he definitely invested most of his time in the training of professional knights. A person's time is limited. If he invests more in the training of knights, he will invest less in the direction of magicians. Even if Ronan is a magician, his level will not be very high. According to statistics, the average age of 7th level great magicians is between 60 and 90. Ronan is only 18 years old. If he chooses the Wings of Wind, he may have to wait for decades before he can use it. In Bruno's opinion, Ronan was wasting his chance by choosing this magic book. He might as well choose a 6th level fighting skill. Sure enough, he is still too young. He is a little too arrogant. There is no value in keeping something that he can't use. And when he really becomes a great magician, is he afraid that he won't be able to get the magic book? Bruno shook his head. He just sighed, but didn't think of asking Ronan to choose again. How is the interrogation of the White Whale pirates in Nyoju Bay going? He asked instead. Minister of State Arsenault replied, at present, the pirates have explained what they should explain. For the rest, such as who is the mastermind behind the assassination, even if they are killed, they probably can't explain it. At this point, he added, oh, Your Majesty, there is a captain named Vic in the pirate group who is said to be recruited by Ronan. Do you agree with this? This group of pirates is Ronan's captive and should become Ronan's slaves. He has the right to decide how to deal with them. I understand. Arsenault nodded. It just so happens that this captain named Vic can lead the way in this siege of the White Whale pirates, which is a lot more convenient. Well, arrange the personnel. And after Blanche's birthday party is over, let Ronan lead the team to eliminate the White Whale pirates' base. Pointed Fort. This Count Vittorino read the letter sent by Jolly from Horn Bay. His face became more and more gloomy. Fleming! He said the last name viciously, obviously believing that the incident at sea was the work of the Count of Screaming Island. Although the main target of this assassination was Ronan, he had no doubt that his eldest son, Reese, was also on the opponent's must-kill list. The destruction of Dennis III was a small matter, but Vittorino was unwilling to accept that his son, who had high hopes for him, was buried in the sea. Rucci, you immediately take the 1st and 3rd night teams to Nyojiao Bay on Dennis 1 and 2, and pick up Reese and Ronan after Princess Blanche's birthday. He didn't want to take risks on the way back. Also, tell Reese that it's up to him to go to Wubei territory to serve Ronan, no matter what he chooses. I support him. Ronan is indeed worth having a good relationship with now. He added, but you should also tell Reese that the person our Dennis family will follow will only be the master of Wushan territory. As the eldest son of the Dennis family, he can serve under Ronan for a period of time. But he cannot follow Ronan. The heir of the family changed the lord he followed. If this matter spread, it would damage the reputation of the Dennis family. Vittorino didn't want this to happen. Yes, sir. The knight captain of the Pointed City, Lu Chi, bowed and responded. Vittorino frowned. After the assassination at sea, he felt more and more that it was necessary to build a port in Wubei territory, under the coordination of Count Jesus. The Fleming family had just signed a peace agreement with Point City, and then they attacked his son. It was obvious that there was no room for mediation between the Dennis and Fleming families. In the eyes of the other party, the peace agreement might be something that could be violated and torn up at any time. When the port of Wubei territory is successfully built, if there is a conflict with the Fleming family in the future, with 2 ports, the Dennis family will not be blocked, but will have the opportunity to surround the other party. On the other hand, Ronan, who had chosen the books well, was not in a hurry to go back to read. After all, his current strength was not enough, and he was not qualified to study. So under the leadership of Blanche, the two of them started to play in the Golden Feather Palace. This stroll lasted for an entire afternoon, and it was not until late in the morning that Ronan sent Blanche back to the Moon Shadow Palace. After a reluctant farewell, Ronan went straight to his residence. But when he was about to reach the courtyard, he was attracted by the crowd gathered on the road ahead. Faintly, he could hear the laughter of this group of people, and in the laughter, there seemed to be the voices of Tom and David. What's going on? Ronan frowned and walked forward quickly. He didn't even know this group of nobles, let alone Tom and David, who came from civilian families. But before he took a few steps, he heard shouts from the front. Get lost. 2 dull crashes followed, and Tom and David were kicked 7 or 8 meters away. Moss, Harmon, teach these 2 rude guys a lesson, and let them know what attitude to use when facing nobles. Yes! 2 loud voices rang out, and 2 tall knights broke away from the crowd and rushed towards Tom and David, who were lying on the ground and had not yet gotten up. Ronan's face darkened. Based on his understanding of the 2 followers, Tom and David would never offend other nobles easily. Not to mention that Ronan had specifically warned them when he left in the morning. Let's see who dares, he snorted coldly, and the whole person turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Tom and David. The 2 knights were stunned when they saw someone blocking them, but they did not stop their attack immediately. Instead, they rushed towards Ronan. Don't overestimate your ability. The Yenlu sword was unsheathed and swept across. The fighting spirit turned into a strong wind, and at the same time, it swept towards the 2 people with more than a dozen wind blades. This was the bronze-level wind attribute fighting skill Storm Blade. The 2 people who rushed up hurriedly responded, but were still scratched by the wind blades. They fell to the ground and wailed in pain, and blood flew. My lord! Tom and David shouted in surprise. Ronan looked back at the 2 people, and then turned his eyes to the group of people in front. Have you thought about the consequences of wantonly killing nobles in the Golden Feather Palace? Chapter 313 Rumors. Ronan's strong appearance pressed the end button for this one-sided bullying. He observed the opposite side. The 3 men and 2 women in the lead were dressed relatively gorgeously. They looked like children of nobles, but their specific identities were not easy to determine. Judging from the 7 or 8 knights in light armor around the 5 people, they should be of great origin. Ronan, you are so brave that you dare to hurt my servant. The man who spoke was handsome, and the more conspicuous thing was his hair color, which was darker than Rydar's hair color, more like a burning flame. Who are you? Ronan frowned slightly. The other party knew him, but he didn't know the other party. It seems that it is time to learn about the members of the major nobles in the kingdom. The red-haired man's face immediately sank when he heard this question. Those who can enter the Golden Feather Palace are basically nobles. Among these nobles, the Wushan family is conspicuous with silver hair. Similarly, there is only one red-haired noble family. As long as the family is determined, the identity of the other party can be roughly determined based on the other party's age. But at this moment, Ronan asked this question, which seemed to him to be deliberately pretending to be ignorant. Grandpa is right. The Wushan family is a family that does not know etiquette. It is entirely the gift of His Majesty Klinsmann that they can be among the Marquis. Someone echoed, I think His Majesty Klinsmann sympathized with the pain of Count Roland's being deposed and losing his son. So he gave the title of Marquis of Wushan. These 2 sentences immediately attracted laughter from everyone. They looked at Ronan like an aristocrat looking at a peasant who did not know etiquette. With full contempt. If sympathy can be exchanged for the title of Marquis, I suggest that the earls, viscounts, and barons of the Kingdom of Alduin don't have to fight on the battlefield. Give birth to more sons and daughters, and then perform a few sad dramas in front of His Majesty Bruno. And perhaps they can be promoted to the title. Ronan sneered and said sarcastically, as for whether the Wushan family is polite, I don't know. But those families who like to slander others behind their backs, their politeness is not much higher. The red-haired man's face changed. He didn't expect Ronan to respond like this, and even dragged His Majesty the King into it. In fact, no great nobles, especially those outside the Alduin family, have obtained their titles by gaining sympathy from others. All of them, without exception, have accumulated merits for generations to have such a status today. They used this incident to slander the Wushan family, which is indeed untenable. Luo Ning was too lazy to engage in verbal battles with the other party. So he turned and walked towards Tom and David. How are you 2? Tom and David stood up with their teeth bared. Although it was just a one-stroke fight, both of them were seriously injured. I feel 2 broken ribs. Me too. Then lie on the ground and don't stand up. Tom and David were stunned for a moment, then lay down again. It should be because of the injury. And the 2 groaned in pain. Tell me, what happened? When they mentioned this, anger flashed across their faces. They insulted you, saying that you... David wanted to say it anxiously, but he didn't dare to continue. What did they say about me? They said you were a waste. And you became the Earl entirely because of the support of Lord Liu Lands. Tom also added in a low voice. They also said that you had had relationships with many women in the early days, and were not worthy of Her Royal Highness. They also said that you were cruel and violent and forced Earl Orson's granddaughter to death. We went forward to stop their remarks. But we didn't expect to be insulted by them. The two of them talked back and forth, describing the whole thing. Ronan was still wondering where Tom and David had the courage to provoke the nobles. It turned out that it was for his reputation and dignity. This is indeed what followers should do. He smiled with relief and encouragement. You did a good job. Now lie on the ground and rest. He turned around. His face sank, and his cold eyes swept around. Those who injured my followers, stand up. At this moment, the two knights who had just been injured by Ronan had also returned to the other team, and his companions were simply treating their injuries. Compared to Tom and David's broken ribs, their skin injuries will heal faster. Why? Ronan Count wants to seek justice for your followers? The red-haired man emphasized the word Count, which made Ronan's title of Count seem very cheap and not worthy of their attention. Then he asked in a sarcastic tone, but our knights were also injured by you. Should I also seek justice for them? Let's duel. Ronan pulled out the flame-flow sword, stuck it into the ground, poured his fighting spirit into it, and the flames rose, completely changing the atmosphere of the verbal battle. You have the most words. So let's have a life and death duel between knights. No matter who wins or loses, this matter will be written off. He was not impulsive to stand up for his men. Although it is not known whether the other party had planned to injure Tom and David, they definitely did it on purpose to spread negative news about Ronan in the past. Although the marriage between Ronan and Blanche was not announced to the public, some great nobles had their own channels to obtain information, and the several linkages between the royal family and Washenbeo could explain some problems. But some people did not want the royal family to marry Washenbeo, because this not only increased the political weight of King Bruno, but also had considerable benefits for Washenbeo and Ronan himself. If this marriage could be destroyed, on the one hand, Blanche could continue to be unable to marry, so that the outside world would think that the king had problems in managing royal affairs, and arouse greater public pressure in society, affecting the king's authority, status, and even decision-making and actions. On the other hand, it also weakened the political status of Washenbeo and Ronan, and made it more convenient for Bruno to intervene in the affairs of Washenling. As for the ways to destroy the marriage, there are nothing more than diplomatic means, economic temptation, lobbying and persuasion, threats of force, and negative rumors. As for Bruno's plan to arrange a marriage for an older princess, the previous methods are unlikely to work. Only the last method has a chance of success. Use negative information to damage Ronan's reputation and status, so as to force the princess or the king to change his mind. Moreover, this method does not require much thought. They don't even need to make up rumors. They just need to bring up what Ronan did earlier. Apart from other things, the fact that he forced Selena to have a relationship and caused her to commit suicide is a huge black mark that Ronan can never erase. For Ronan, most of the things that happened in the past were facts that could not be changed, and there was no need to argue with the other party. All he could do was to use his current self to cover up the stains committed by his predecessor. The best way was to show his strength and let the outside world know him from a new perspective and events, rather than having a preconceived negative impression through these rumors. It was obviously a good choice to have a vigorous life and death duel with this group of troublemakers who did not look very strong. However, as he said this, the expressions on the faces of the people on the opposite side changed. They did not think highly of Ronan, and even doubted the rumor that the other party had silver strength. But this did not mean that they would risk their lives and go to the duel field because of a small dispute. Just kidding. Once you agree to a life and death duel, it is legal to be killed in the duel field. At that time, even if they have a family behind them, they can't use this as an excuse to attack the family of the winner. Are you crazy? Chapter 314 Siege. Are you crazy? The one who spoke was a pretty woman, wearing a sky-blue dress, and with long golden brown hair similar to Blanche. But Ronan was sure that besides the eldest Princess Sharon and the second Princess Julia, who had married, Bruno only had the little Princess Blanche. So the person in front of him was definitely not a princess. Ronan glanced at the other person and said, "Why? Can you only find your confidence from your weak knights?" He looked at the red-haired man. Either nod your head to agree or shake your head to refuse. Let a woman stand up for you. What kind of man are you? You? The red-haired man was obviously angered by Ronan's words. I want to see what you have to be so arrogant. As he said that, he flashed and rushed towards Ronan. He was covered with fighting armor from head to toe, and came to Ronan at a very fast speed. Fighting spirit rose, flames burst out, and he punched Luo Ning's face fiercely. He was quite strong. A trace of coldness flashed in Luo Ning's eyes. He did not dodge or use his sword, but rushed towards the red-haired man's fist. The two fists collided, making a dull sound. The red-haired man's face changed. He felt that his fist seemed to hit a mountain wall. Not only was it painful, but he was also shocked and retreated. On the other hand, Luo Ning stood there without moving. A trace of shock flashed in the red-haired man's eyes. He really didn't expect that the other party was really as powerful as the rumor said. At this moment, the people next to him were also stunned. They thought Ronan would pay the price for his arrogance, but they didn't expect that they were at a disadvantage as soon as they fought. It seems that I underestimated you. The red-haired man took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. His knight handed him a long sword. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. However, you are not qualified to be arrogant in front of the Vera family. Ronan's heart moved. This red-haired man turned out to be from the Vera Principality on the right side of Wushan territory. No wonder the other party mentioned his grandfather before. It was Andrea who provided false information that caused my uncle to die in the battle, and my grandfather to be seriously injured. Ronan sneered. Now you have injured my followers in the Golden Feather Palace and slandered my reputation. Uh-huh. You are worthy of being a grandfather and grandson. You are looking for death. This time the red-haired man was really angry. He waved his long sword and slashed out an overwhelming flame, as if to burn Ronan to ashes. This is the fighting skill instant burning that can only be used by silver knights. Ronan had a rough judgment of the opponent's strength. Andrea's grandson was still quite powerful. He used the same move, and the raging flames met in the air, making a deafening roar. The heat wave swept all around, blowing the surrounding landscape plants. What happened over there? Are there knights fighting? Impossible. This is the Golden Feather Palace. Who would be so presumptuous? Almost all the nobles and guests who came to the birthday party were arranged nearby. After hearing the roar and the rising flames, they all came out. At the same time, the knight squad of the palace had also quickly rushed over here. The flames of fighting spirits collided and devoured each other. But Ronan's moves were stronger. Not only did he suppress the opponent completely, but he also crushed him with the remaining power. Not good. The red-haired man cried out secretly, and quickly raised his sword to send out fighting spirit to resist. But the speed of the fighting skills was very fast, and before he was ready, it covered him completely. Fortunately, the fighting spirit armor worked and defended the remaining power. However, Ronan's punch hit the opponent's chest directly, and the huge force knocked the red-haired man out. Puff! The red-haired man fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. He could feel that several of his ribs were broken. He really didn't expect that he would fail in an instant. You should be glad that you didn't agree to a life-and-death duel just now. Otherwise, it was not my fist that hit you just now, but the long sword in my hand. The other party was the grandson of Grand Duke Vera. Although there was a conflict, it would be unwise for Ronan to kill the other party if the other party did not agree to a life-and-death duel, and there were no outsiders to witness it. On the contrary, it was still reasonable to just break two of the opponent's ribs. Can you tell me your name now? Forget it. Ronan interrupted the other party. There is no need to remember the person I defeated. You? The red-haired man was so angry that his face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ronan turned his attention to the rest. Who is the other person who injured my followers? The remaining 2 men and 2 women looked at each other evasively. They didn't expect Ronan to be so strong, and they didn't expect the other party to really dare to hit him hard. Grand Duke Vera's grandson was injured just like that. What a coward! Ronan sneered. If you don't dare to fight me, then apologize to my knights. In addition, given that they are seriously injured and can't stand up now, I need you to pay 5,000 gold coins for each person's treatment. Don't bother with him. Go together. The red-haired man shouted loudly. What chivalry! What noble face! Now he is only angry. Only by knocking Luo to the ground can he calm his anger. Go! The remaining few people did not hesitate. Immediately drew their long swords, and all rushed towards Ronan, and immediately formed a situation of 9 against 1. Ronan used a fire whirlwind to instantly blow 5 of them away. And only 4 people broke through this fighting skill and killed Ronan from 4 directions. Too weak. Although Ronan was not strong, he saw at a glance that the actions of these 4 people were all flaws. The long swords collided. Ronan relied on his strength, speed and skills to face the close siege of 4 people. He was able to handle it with ease. Seeing that the siege was ineffective, the 4 people joined forces to use fighting skills. Fighting skills such as Storm Blade and Flame Slash were all used against Ronan. At the same time, one of the women who did not participate in the battle was actually a magician. She cast a water arrow at Ronan. At this time, the guards of the Golden Feather Palace had arrived at the scene and saw such a spectacular scene as soon as they arrived. Which nobleman was actually fighting 5 alone? No. 6, 7, 8, 9? Vera, Fleming, Ajuin, Gregor, Wushan. The captain of the night team suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Quick! Stop this fight. He rushed forward first. Others did not dare to be careless either. They all burst out with fighting spirit and turned into firewalls to rush to the center of the battlefield at the fastest speed. Their speed was not slow. But how could it be as fast as fighting skills and magic? Facing such a siege, Ronan did not dare to be careless, let alone expect the knights who came to help him resist. At the same time, he needed to deal with it carefully, because using 2 strong moves, such as Explosive Flame Slash, might cause casualties to the opponent. Whirlwind Cross Slash. Boom boom. The attack of the Whirlwind Cross Slash is more concentrated, which is relatively stronger than the instant burning. Despite this, the joint attack of the 5 people is still stronger, crushing Ronan's fighting skills. Seeing that the Knights of the Golden Feather Palace had arrived, and seeing that the residual power of the other party's joint attack was not strong, Ronan simply gave up resistance and let the residual power hit him. Bang! He was shocked and still felt uncomfortable with the impact, and with a little push from the ground, he was thrown backwards and landed heavily on the ground. My lord! Tom and David crawled over in panic. They had never seen the lord injured so badly. Everyone, stop! The Knight Commander and others finally stopped in the middle, stopping the conflict that might have continued. Please stop! Ronan supported himself and sat on the ground. My lord Knight, you came at the right time. He coughed, as if he was seriously injured. If it was later, I'm afraid they would have killed me together. Chapter 315 Headache. Wally is very annoyed now. He originally thought that today would be a boring but leisurely day like usual. After all, in the Golden Feather Palace, there are not so many conflicts, assassins waiting for you to deal with, and most of the time it is just routine. But he didn't expect that so many noble children would gather together to make trouble today. It would be fine if they made trouble, but the key is that they were encountered by the patrol team led by him. If it were an ordinary person, he could let his knights control the troublemakers first. But these people in front of him are the young masters and young ladies of the top noble families in the kingdom, let alone controlling them. He even has to speak in a nice voice, so as not to offend any party for no reason and bring unwarranted disaster. Masters and ladies, please calm down. Wally wiped his sweat, ordered the knights to help everyone up, and said with a smile, Everyone, this is the Golden Feather Palace. Private fighting is not allowed. If you really have any conflicts, you can sit down and talk. If we really can't reach an agreement, we can also meet His Majesty and let His Majesty decide. Sir Knight, you saw it too. Ronan stood up with the help of the knights and spoke first. Angrily, these people not only relied on their strength, but also injured my 2 followers. While speaking, he stopped the knight next to him from helping David and Tom up. Sorry. My followers are seriously injured, and it is not suitable for them to stand up. So let them lie down. He said to Vala again. They also relied on their numbers to attack me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid I would have died under their fighting skills and magic. You're talking nonsense. The red-haired man of the Vera family was helped up. Hearing what Ronan said, he couldn't help cursing. Sir Vala, please don't be deceived by his words. It was his followers who were unreasonable to us first. His friends immediately joined the condemnation, and the scene became chaotic for a while. Ronan shouted, My knights have been beaten by them and can't stand up now. Sir Vala, please advocate justice for them. Forget about apologies. At least they can't lose a penny of the 5,000 gold coins for each person's medical treatment. 5,000 per person. Why don't you rob? Someone roared and questioned. The two women even began to accuse Ronan of not having noble qualities and being a rogue. Anyway, they say theirs. And Ronan says Ronan's. Oh, by the way, they just slandered my family and joined forces to kill me. On behalf of myself and the entire Wushan family, I demand 50,000 gold coins from you for reputation damage. The red-haired man and his companions were already very nervous when they heard that Ronan wanted 5,000 gold coins for medical treatment. Unexpectedly, the other party asked them to pay 50,000 gold coins for reputation damage. The anger in their hearts could not be suppressed at all. They immediately took the sword and were about to fight again. Fortunately, Vala was quick to stop the second wave of conflict that was about to break out. While they were arguing, more and more nobles came over after hearing the noise, although they had not figured out what was going on. After seeing the identities of these troublemakers, they knew that this must be a very exciting thing. Some people, with the attitude of watching the excitement, even asked their men to notify other nobles. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Wally's forehead was sweating more and more. He decided to separate the two parties quickly. Your Excellency, Master Cross, Master Falcon, Master Harrington, Miss Sally, Miss Melanie, please forgive me for not being able to handle this matter. Otherwise, please go back to your residence first. I will arrange for the court doctor to treat your injuries. At the same time, I will report this matter to His Majesty the King and ask him to make a decision. How about it? Wally's words seemed to be very effective, and the quarrel gradually subsided. However, the expressions of both parties were different. Cross and others originally only wanted to spread negative news about Ronan. They didn't think about fighting at all, let alone that it would come to His Majesty the King. The development of the matter has now exceeded their expectations. On the other hand, Ronan's expression was relatively relaxed. Sir Vala, I fully agree with your suggestion. Please send my men back for treatment and inform His Majesty of this matter. The attack on me and the slander against the Wushan family. This matter cannot be let go so easily, he said, looking at Cross and others fiercely. If this matter can be ignored, then will these people be able to slander anyone they want in the future? If the Marquis family cannot defend their own honor, then will other earls, viscounts, and barons in the kingdom dare not even breathe in front of them in the future? Vala didn't dare to say yes or no. He always felt that there was a trap in this sentence. He could only wipe the cold sweat and hum twice. Ronan didn't want to make useless arguments in public anymore. So he immediately asked the knights to help Tom and David up and walk to the yard not far away. Let's wait until we meet Bruno to start the quarrel. What should we do? Asked Facundo of Screaming Island in a low voice. Cross Vera looked at Ronan's departing back and clenched his fists in anger. But a little force caused the injury in his chest to move, making him gasp. Go back first, and talk later. Although both parties had dispersed, the onlookers did not leave immediately. Knight Vala gestured to everyone to disperse with a pleasant face. But a noblewoman asked him when he would report the matter to His Majesty, and hoped that Vala could notify them when His Majesty dealt with the matter. And they also wanted to listen. Vala had no choice but to vaguely agree, and then hurriedly left this place of right and wrong under the pretext of meeting His Majesty. Everyone left reluctantly. Soon, the conflict swept the entire Golden Feather Palace like a storm. Blanche was taking a bath while recalling the good times of this day. However, the news brought by the maid froze the sweet smile on her face. It had only been a short time since they had separated, but Ronan had been beaten up by a team of people. Driven by her worry, Blanche didn't care about her image anymore, and immediately asked someone to take her to Ronan's residence to see what was going on. Ronan didn't know anyone here, and Rhys hadn't entered the palace, so Blanche could introduce him to the identities of the other party after she came. It would have been fine if she hadn't introduced him. But once she did, Ronan felt that all his enemies had come. The eldest grandson of the Duke of Vera, the red-haired knight, Cross Vera, the eldest grandson of the Count of Screaming Island, Facundo Fleming, the second son of the Grand Duke of Farensburg, Harrington Gregor, and the eldest daughter, Melanie Gregor, the daughter of the Count of Moonlight Valley Jesus, Sally Odwin. I heard that cousin Melanie has already arranged marriage with Cross, and it is estimated that they will be married in the next 2 years. Blanche continued to introduce. In addition, cousin Sally is an intermediate magician, and Uncle Jesus wants her to marry the Fleming family, a magic family. It turned out that these 3 men and 2 women were not only friends, but their respective families were also in the process of marriage or about to marry. Ronan frowned as he listened to Blanche's introduction. Chapter 316 Power Analysis. There are 3 duchies under the kingdom of Alduin, namely, Farensburg, Gistana, and Vera. Among them, Grand Duke Farensburg is the younger brother of His Majesty the King. Perhaps to emphasize his independence, Farens changed his original surname of Alduin to the current Gregor. It is said that the new surname comes from Gregor, an important area in the Duchy of Farensburg. Although the duchies of Gistana and Vera are duchies of members of other surnames, the wives of the 2 duchies are from the Alduin family, and are the aunts of His Majesty Bruno of the kingdom. In fact, the 3 duchies are all considered to be our own people. But now, the duchies of Farensburg and Vera are intermarried, and the daughter of Duke Gistana is married to Jesus, and his granddaughter is now going to marry the family of the Count of Screaming Island. Although it is a bit complicated, it can be simply said that there is a new generation of marriage relationship between these 3 duchies and the Count of Screaming Sea, excluding King Bruno. If this situation happened in ancient Xia, Bruno, as the emperor, would definitely be very wary of the following forces, and even started to weaken their strength. I just don't know what King Bruno would think in this world. Perhaps the dukes and earls in this world system would not betray so easily. But speaking of it, His Majesty the King also has 3 daughters. According to Blanche, her eldest sister Princess Sharon married the leader of the Griffin Knights, the border earl of the kingdom, and the powerful Silver Moon Knight Ibn Trancy. His second sister Julia married the eldest son of Viscount Hyuan. Although they are a Viscount family, they have a special mineral material, Heyu. It is said that this material is used when forging weapons used by knights of the meteor level and above, and only members of the Black Jade family, who master the secret art of blood, have the ability to forge and process this material. Although Blanche's 2 sisters did not marry into the Duke's family, it cannot be said that there is anything wrong with the king's arrangement. After all, one of his 2 women is a powerful Silver Moon Knight, and the other is a family heir with special abilities. And according to Bruno's plan, he will marry his 3rd daughter to the Gistana family, which can be regarded as strengthening his relationship with other principalities. It's just that I didn't expect that there would be 2 consecutive accidents, which made the marriage end in vain. Compared with the 2 families of Talansi and Black Jade, the Wushan family that is now married to Blanche is not only a little weaker in overall strength, but also in a bad situation. There are conflicts between Wushan territory and Moonlight Valley and Vera Principality. The Viscount territory below also has disputes with the Earl of Screaming Island. There is also the sea in the north, and it seems to be trapped in it. If there is a war, it may be a 3-sided attack. In these years, Lowlands has been living in Wushan Castle, and has rarely come out. The neighbors around him may have regarded Wushan territory as a piece of cake. Even Moonlight Valley and Vera Principality have already taken action. As for Screaming Island, perhaps the Fleming family is behind the attack on Ronan at sea this time. Ronan acted more high profile this time, just to divert attention, and let everyone no longer focus on the shameful things done by his predecessor. But what he didn't expect was that the few people on the opposite side almost took over the main hostile forces of Wushan territory. In the hall, Knight Valor reported the conflict to His Majesty the King. Bruno couldn't help but rub his brows with a bitter smile. He didn't expect such a conflict to happen in the palace. And both parties were from the most noble families in the kingdom. Are you sure they joined forces to besiege Ronan alone? Knight Valor replied respectfully, yes, Your Majesty. His 2 followers. One is a mid-level knight, and the other is a junior knight. They were injured and lying on the ground at the beginning. When I arrived, Master Cross had been injured, and Count Ronan was slightly injured by the joint attack of the rest of the people. Bruno frowned. Ronan didn't use the explosive flame slash? Valis shook his head. He used the 5th level fighting skill of the wind attribute, the Whirlwind Cross Slash. Brawl on the side said, the power of the Whirlwind Cross Slash is not bad in the 5th level fighting skill, but it is definitely not as powerful as Ronan's explosive flame slash. It seems that he should not have. He used all his strength. I think this kid is afraid of hurting people, so he still has some sense of propriety. Bruno asked again, do you know the cause of the conflict? From what I have learned, it should be that Master Cross and his friends first said something bad about the Wushan family and Count Ronan, and then his 2 knights came forward to argue and were injured. And then, they were caught by Count Ronan. Wally scratched his head and said, but Master Cross said that it was Count Ronan's 2 followers who were impolite first. The Minister of State Arsenault added at the right time. Recently, there have been some unfriendly remarks about Ronan outside the palace. Hearing this, Bruno frowned. He naturally had some knowledge of Ronan's past, and was willing to marry because of many reasons. But if someone took Ronan's affairs to the Golden Feather Palace and put it in the open to stop the marriage, it would not be a good thing for him and Blanche. So, this is a deliberate conspiracy? Bruno pondered for a while, then waved his hand. You go and inform both parties. Let them come to me now, and let me handle this dispute before dinner. As for those nobles who like to watch the fun, let them go riding horses and shooting arrows. The Golden Feather Palace is so big, they don't need to come to join in the fun of the little guy's quarrels. Yes, Your Majesty. Bruno turned to Arsenault. What kind of bad remarks are they? The Minister of State bowed slightly, talking about the romantic past of Count Ronan in his early years, and being deprived of the right of inheritance, killing Count Orson's granddaughter and so on. Your Majesty, this matter may have an impact on the marriage between Her Royal Highness the Princess and Wuchang Castle. Bruno nodded slightly, but he was not very worried. If Ronan is still as useless as before, these remarks may affect the marriage between Alduin and Wuchang Fort. But Ronan is no longer useless now. In a series of recent events, he has shown enough strength and wisdom. Arsenault reminded, Your Majesty, when you don't have enough strength to conquer others, some rumors cannot be ignored. If Ronan is a meteor knight, the negative remarks will have less impact. If he is a silver moon knight, they can be completely ignored. But he is only a silver knight. Although he is young and has great potential, he has not grown up yet. Well, what you said makes sense. Bruno thought for a moment and said, Then let them get to know Ronan again. Those rumors are useless in the face of facts that they have seen with their own eyes. But Ronan's battle command and killing of the Golden Knight at sea are just rumors, and not many people have witnessed it. Arsenault said, If they get to know Ronan again, it would be best to have a spectacular battle in front of most people. You are worthy of being my right-hand man. You have the same idea as me. Bruno laughed. I will hold a martial arts competition at Blanche's birthday party this time. Chapter 317. Raise the Height. Kroll, what are you going to do when you meet His Majesty the King tomorrow? In the room, the 5 people who had a conflict with Ronan gathered together and were discussing the next countermeasures. After being treated by the court doctor, Cross, who had broken his ribs, had a significantly improved condition. But he was still lying in bed to rest, and did not get up. What are you afraid of? He was not worried at all. We didn't spread those rumors about Ronan out of thin air, and he couldn't sue us for slander. Besides, I am also the nephew of His Majesty the King. We all have the blood of the Alduin family in our bodies. Are you afraid that His Majesty will favor the son of a declining Marquis family? Facundo on the side touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. My Fleming family members don't have Alduin's blood in their bodies. Oh, what are you afraid of? The speaker was Sally, who had a close relationship with Facundo of Screaming Island. The Fleming family is a magic family, and your grandfather is a great magician, much more powerful than the Wuchang family. The Marquis is a great noble, but sometimes it is not because of the high title that others are afraid. Take the Fleming family of Screaming Island for example. Although they are a count family, their strength is not inferior to Wuchang Castle, so naturally there is no fear. You don't have to worry. Cross said, I have asked my knight to contact my Uncle Haman outside the palace. He will meet His Majesty with us tomorrow. Haha. I was injured, and I didn't even have time to ask for compensation. But that Ronan asked for 50,000 gold coins. How can there be such a good thing in the world? They all thought that His Majesty the King would summon them tomorrow. But they didn't expect Bruno to wait until tomorrow, and didn't even delay for a few hours. More than half an hour later, both parties gathered in the Alduin Hall. At this moment, Tom and David, who were carried in on soft chairs, were excited. This time, following the Lord on a trip, they not only saw the prosperous capital, but also had the honor of entering the Golden Feather Palace. And now they came to the Alduin Hall, which ordinary people could not enter. This is a glorious moment in their lives, even though they are injured. Okay, little guys, tell me your story. His Majesty Bruno sat on the throne, smiling and looking at the group of people below. They were all very young. His eyes fell on Cross, who was also lying on the soft chair at this moment. Cross, you go first. Cross respectfully saluted as a knight. Your Majesty, the story is very simple. My friends and I just said a few gossips about Ronan, and his 2 followers came forward to accuse and insult us. In order to protect the dignity of our family, we taught them a lesson. But I didn't expect Ronan to hurt my knight, and even broke 2 ribs for me. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. They lied. Tom and David were anxious, but they were a little excited in front of the king, and their words trembled. Such performance made several noble young masters and young ladies laugh secretly. They were indeed ignorant people who had never seen the world. Don't be anxious. Talk slowly, Ronan said. His voice was like a shot of carditonic, relieving the panic of the 2. Your Majesty, we just heard them insulting Lord Ronan as a waste and a disgrace to the nobles. We just wanted to stop them. But Cross and Facundo broke our ribs. Yes, Your Majesty, we didn't have the chance to accuse and insult these nobles and ladies. Cross, as the eldest grandson of the Principality of Vera, actually framed us, which really brought shame to the Vera family. You are also worthy of being framed by us? The speaker was Melanie, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Ferensburg. She was Bruno's niece, and she had a marriage relationship with Cross. We are noble nobles, with the blood of the royal family of Alduin flowing in our bodies, while you are humble and lowly commoners. In normal times, we would disdain to even look at you, let alone frame you. Yes, Your Majesty, I think these people are here to stir up trouble, and we did not deliberately spread rumors to slander Ronan. The things we said were all things he had done before. He forced a noble lady to go to bed, and caused her to commit suicide. Such a person is not worthy of being a noble at all. They said one thing after another, and a war of accusations and insults against Ronan started again. Ronan laughed in his heart. Although the nobles were polite and respectful on weekdays, once they were angered, they would also curse with spit flying. No different from the common people. It was hard for Tom and David, children from the mountains, who had never seen the world. They were insulted and accused by this group of nobles, and their faces turned red with anger. But they couldn't fart for a long time. The solemn Alduin Hall became extremely chaotic. Okay. Bruno finally spoke up to stop the farce after the argument lasted for a while. He looked at Ronan. Everyone has expressed their opinions. What about you? Ronan? What do you have to say? To be honest, if it was just such an accusation, his way of dealing with it would at most be to give both sides a slap on the wrist. He would neither help Cross nor deliberately favor Ronan. Ronan saluted Bruno, then turned to Cross. I only ask you 4 questions. First, who was the first to hurt my followers? Second, who was the one who killed my followers when they were powerless to resist? Third, who took the initiative to attack me? Fourth, who saw that he couldn't beat them, so he called a group of people to beat me up? When each of his questions came out, a picture appeared in Cross's mind. In the picture, the person was actually him, even if it was all me. So what? Cross sneered. If it wasn't your followers who started the trouble, then the things that happened later wouldn't have happened. Ronan also knew that such accusations and questions were a very troublesome thing. After all, there was neither a camera nor a recorder. He needed to raise the level of this conflict, and it would be best to drag the king, who was the referee, into the water. Your Majesty, I want to duel with Cross, but not only for me and the Wushan family, but also for you, Your Majesty, and the late Klinsmann. Bruno was stunned. How could a small conflict involve him? It would be fine if it involved him. But why did he also drag out his dead father? When Klinsmann died, the oldest of these guys was only 4 or 5 years old. Ronan, this is not a casual remark. Ronan explained. Cross said that the Wushan family was able to join the ranks of Marquis because His Majesty Klinsmann was moved by my grandfather's serious injury and the pain of losing his son. So he gave the title of Marquis. When they said this, they were questioning the fairness of the Alduin royal family. After all, any professional knight knows that the only way to become a noble is to rely on unwavering loyalty and fruitful military exploits. More importantly, their tone at that time revealed disdain and doubt for His Majesty Klinsmann. You are talking nonsense, Cross roared angrily. The people around him were also anxious. They didn't expect Ronan to say such a thing. For the love of God, they had no disdain or doubt for His Majesty Klinsmann at all. Cross, just tell me whether you said this, Ronan said lightly. Oh, by the way, I remember that the latter sentence was said by Lord Facundo of Screaming Island. But later you stood up for him. Bruno frowned and looked at Facundo. Do you really think so? Facundo was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. And he knelt on one knee. Your Majesty. He was about to deny it. But he seemed to have said this. And he was not sure if there were other outsiders present at the time. If he insisted that he had not said it now, and was exposed by others, it would be deceiving His Majesty the King, which would be different from the two followers who slandered Ronan. Your Majesty, I said this, but I never had any disdain or doubt about His Majesty Klinsmann. This is Ronan's slander. Ronan followed up, Your Majesty. There are many doubts about my past, such as Selena's suicide. I was unconscious after I got drunk that night. You know, that thing is useless for drunk men. Bruno glared at him, indicating that he didn't know. Blanche, who was sitting next to him, also understood, although she felt a little embarrassed. She still cared about this matter. After all, if this matter was true, she would still have regrets and grudges in her heart. In my opinion, it is more likely that some people want to use her death to prove my reputation as a waste, and then deprive my eldest grandson of the right to inherit the throne through a series of operations. Blanche tilted her head and thought about it. It seemed that this possibility was very high, and the regrets and grudges in her heart faded a lot. Bruno nodded secretly in his heart, but said, Ronan, we are talking about conflicts now, not your private affairs. It's not a glorious private matter, and it's not a good thing to talk about it too much. These two things are connected, Ronan explained. If there are too many rumors about me, people who hear them will think that I am just that kind of person, and no longer pay attention to the truth of the matter. Similarly, if Facundo's words are spread and widely circulated, the knights and even nobles of the kingdom may also believe that they can get the title as long as they play the victim to win the sympathy of His Majesty the King. Once this mentality spreads, how many knights and nobles will be destroyed to be loyal to His Majesty? Once people think this way, the kingdom of Alduin will lose a large number of knights who are good at fighting, and there will be many more people who play the victim and perform. At that time, how should we face the powerful enemy Trisha Kingdom? He said, looking at His Majesty the King. Don't think that they are just slandering the Wushon family, but in fact they are endangering Your Majesty's rule and the foundation of the kingdom. Ronan took a deep breath and said seriously, so, for the kingdom of Alduin, I must draw my sword against them and stop the spread of their remarks. Crota was speechless, and Facundo was sweating. Could the words they said casually really have such great power? Ronan's words were a bit far-fetched, and the power was not as serious as he described. But after careful analysis, it seemed to make some sense. Bruno had a thoughtful expression on his face. What he wanted to do most in his life was to destroy the kingdom of Trisha and establish the Alduin Empire. Therefore, he needed a lot of knights to serve him and fight for him. Although Ronan's words were exaggerated and suspected of dragging people into the water, he would pay more attention to them as long as there was a possibility. And he had intended to favor Ronan in this conflict. But there was no reasonable reason. Now, the reasonable reason came. Bruno looked at the Minister of Justice beside him. Texas, how do you think this matter should be handled? The Minister of Justice, who was called over, was a little embarrassed. At present, they were still in the stage of mutual accusation. It seemed that Ronan had won, but it was difficult for him to judge the children of the opposing families. Your Majesty, this conflict. No, I'm not talking about this conflict. Bruno interrupted the other party. I'm talking about the fact that they questioned the legality of the previous king's enthronement of the Wushon family as Marquis and spread false information. Chapter 318, The King's Disposal. There is a certain sophistry in Ronan's words, and there is nothing that can be done about it. After all, he is alone and weak in the huge golden feather palace, and the other party is the son of the kingdom's top noble family. If he doesn't use the tiger skin and the big flag, he might suffer a loss in this matter. Fortunately, he knew that His Majesty the King wanted to promote his marriage with Blanche. In this case, the other party would more or less lean towards him. However, King Bruno's words made the Alduin Hall quiet. Minister of Justice Texas was even more stunned. His mind was running fast, and he kept guessing about His Majesty the King's intentions. At the same time, he also searched the legal provisions in his mind quickly, and finally hesitantly said, Your Majesty, this, if it really has such serious consequences as Ronan said, endangering national security, the highest sentence can be hanging. Hanging? Facundo, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly widened his eyes, and then collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. He is the only one among them who does not have the blood of the Alduin family. Will he bear all the charges in the end? Sir Texas, are you wrong? Cross's face changed, but he was still able to remain calm. Just because of one sentence and Ronan's random analysis. You are going to sentence us to death? Yes. You are the Minister of Justice. You can't say anything careless. Gregor and his sister from Ferensburg and Sally from Moonlight Valley also protested. Although the charges will not be implemented before the trial. That is only the general situation. At this moment, they were facing the king, the kingdom's Minister of Justice. If these two people were initially convicted, this would greatly affect the subsequent trial process and results. No. No. No! Texas waved his hands quickly, interrupting the crowd's protest. You all misunderstood. I didn't say I would sentence you to death by hanging. I just said that if your speech really endangered the security of the kingdom and caused serious consequences, the maximum sentence would be death by hanging. At this moment, Facundo reacted, as if grasping a life-saving straw, and immediately said, but now there are no harmful consequences. Right? Yes. Texas nodded, and then looked at the king. In his opinion, this was an ordinary fight. How could His Majesty push things in a serious direction? Bruno laughed, easing the tense atmosphere in the hall a lot. Don't be nervous, kids. I just want to let you know that talking nonsense can sometimes bring extremely serious consequences. I won't kill you for this matter. If he really did that, wouldn't his aunts, sisters, and brothers go to the Golden Feather Palace to make trouble for him? He didn't want to have a day of rest in the future. However, the smile on his face was restrained a little. Facundo, do you realize your mistake? Facundo was just scared. And now he knows that his life is saved. In addition to being grateful, facing such questioning. How dare he quibble? Your Majesty, I know I was wrong. He quickly raised his hand to his chest and bowed his head. 7 gods. I will never say such words again in the future. What about you? Bruno looked at Cross and the others. Since Facundo had confessed, they couldn't keep talking, and they all lowered their heads and said something like admitting their mistakes. Bruno smiled secretly. It was still easier to deal with these young people in their 20s. Just scare them. If it was their father or any elder who came, they would probably still be arguing with saliva flying. Although I won't sentence you severely, you have spread rumors about the fairness of my father Alduin Ivy's title, and slandered the merits that the Wushan family has made for Alduin for generations, and deliberately slandered and spread rumors about Ronan. For these inappropriate words and deeds, I still have to punish you. Ronan's heart moved. Bruno had already calmly characterized the words Cross and others said about him as deliberate slander and rumors. He saw the expressions of Facundo, Cross and others, who seemed to be concerned about what punishment they would receive, but didn't care about the characterization of the remarks related to Ronan. Indeed, compared to smearing Ronan, the rumor about Alduin IV is more important. Fine. Imprisonment. You can choose one of the two, Bruno said. Facundo breathed a sigh of relief, stood up and discussed quietly with Cross and others. They would definitely not choose imprisonment. And the current discussion was also to make sure that all parties would pay a little. Your Majesty, we are willing to pay the fine. However, I hope Your Majesty will consider that we are first-time offenders, and please don't set too high an amount. Don't worry. I'm not like your business-loving Myron. Bruno smiled softly and told his plan. I plan to hold a tournament on Blanche's birthday in 4 days. All professional knights and magicians who are 25 years old or younger who attend the banquet can participate. In this tournament, the first place winner will be rewarded with 50,000 gold coins. The second place winner will be rewarded with 20,000 gold coins. And the third place winner will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins. A gleam of light flashed in Ronan's eyes. At the age of 25, the most talented extraordinary people can only enter the silver level or the great magician. With such strength, as long as Ronan performs normally, he will definitely win the championship. Bruno set such competition conditions and rewards, which is clearly a secret allocation to him. At this time, His Majesty the King said again, for your face, your 3 families will be responsible for the reward of 80,000 gold coins. At that time, I will not say it is a fine, but the enthusiastic sponsorship of Ferensburg, Moonlight Valley, and Screaming Island. What do you think? 80,000 gold coins. Facundo, Cross and others looked at each other. They originally thought that the fine would be tens or hundreds of thousands of gold coins. But unexpectedly it was only 80,000. After sharing, the average amount per family was less than 30,000 gold coins. They could fully accept such a fine. As you wish, Your Majesty. All five agreed. Bruno looked at Ronan again. Do you have any other opinions on the handling of this matter? Everyone looked over at the same time. Cross and others clearly remembered that Ronan had asked them for a total of 70,000 gold coins for medical treatment and mental damages. They could accept Bruno's punishment, but they were still very resistant to Ronan's request. Looking at the smiling expression of His Majesty the King, Ronan would not be stupid enough to continue to ask for compensation. On behalf of myself and the Wuxian family, Ronan would like to express my sincere gratitude to His Majesty. Ronan saluted and said, Your handling is very fair. And Ronan has no objection. He didn't even think about asking the other party to apologize verbally. Sally cursed in a low voice. You are sensible. Others also snorted coldly. Obviously they were still unconvinced by Ronan. Bruno nodded slightly. He had already done this. If Ronan continued to ask for the so-called medical expenses and reputation loss compensation, it would be a bit unwise. Okay. Since the dispute has been resolved, let's stop here. Bruno stood up from the throne. It's getting late. I have asked the kitchen to prepare a dinner. Everyone will come together to celebrate your return to harmony. Chapter 319 Generous Gift. Although everyone was reluctant to accept the invitation from His Majesty the King, except for the injured Cross, the others attended. However, they left very quickly. Soon, only Bruno, Blanche and Ronan were left in the huge restaurant. Bruno took the towel handed over by the servant and wiped his mouth elegantly. I thought you would continue to ask them for compensation after I punished them. Ronan smiled and said, Your Majesty has arranged it for me, so I will naturally not ask them for it again. Oh, so you are sure you can win the championship of the martial arts competition? I will try my best. Your Majesty. After Bruno's handling of this matter today was spread, the rumors about Ronan were labeled as untrustworthy. When Ronan wins the outstanding people of Jinyu City at the martial arts competition, his current reputation will completely cover up his past misdeeds. Blanche encouraged him, Ronan, I hope you can win the championship and then give me the wreath. After the knight wins the championship, he will give the wreath to a woman present. This is not only a way to celebrate the victory, but also a way to express respect or admiration to the woman. Of course, accepting the wreath represents accepting the respect or admiration of the other party, and it can also symbolize her charm. But it does not mean that she will become a lover with the knight or even get married. This is just a custom. Many young ladies from noble families have received wreaths, but Blanche is not. She has more or less regrets in her heart, so she chooses not to watch many martial arts competitions. I will, Your Highness, Ronan promised. Don't underestimate the genius of Golden Feather City. You will meet your rivals. Bruno laughed, but changed the subject, however. If you can win the championship, I will give you another gift. Ronan was curious, what gift? If His Majesty wants to give a gift, it must not be a simple thing. Bruno clapped his hands, but saw an attendant official walked in respectfully, handed over a scroll, and then retreated. Ronan hurried over to help open the 2-meter-long and 1-meter-wide scroll. It was not a painting, but a relatively complete map of the Orient continent. It not only marked the territories of nobles of all sizes in the kingdom, but also the islands on the sea and the whirlpool marks far from the coast. There is an isolated island in the sea near the Amethyst Earldom in the northwest of the Howling Sea. Bruno pointed to the location of the island. Rapids Island. Ronan looked over. Although this island is close to the Amethyst Earldom, it is already connected to the middle line of the north side of the Howling Sea. It is close to the Amethyst Earldom, but in fact it is not far from the Ubi territory. This island is not large, about the size of a viscountdom. It has always been a place where criminals are imprisoned. The kingdom of Alduin has been established for so long, and there are estimated to be tens of thousands of criminals and their descendants. And they have also established several forces on it. Ronan raised his eyebrows. This place sounds chaotic enough. Bruno continued, I heard from the people in charge of guarding there that several forces on it have been stirring recently, and they are very likely to be out of control. If you win the championship of this tournament, I will arrange for you to conquer these forces, and along the way, I will let you clear the base of the White Whale Pirates. Ronan knew that the kingdom would deal with the White Whale Pirates' attack on the nobles, but he didn't expect him to take the lead. But in comparison, Ronan was more curious about Rapids Island. Your Majesty, is there anything special about this island? Bruno smiled and said, There are some fruit specialties on it, and a batch is transported to the Golden Feather Palace every year. In addition, Rapids Island is rich with resources. Whether it is making furniture or building ships, it is very good. Although the resources are limited and there is nothing special, it is the territory of the kingdom after all. I don't want it to be out of control and out of order. At this point, His Majesty the King looked at Ronan. When you successfully clear the base of the pirates and restore order to Rapids Island, I will announce your marriage with Blanche. At the same time, in order to commend your honor and merits, I will confer you the title of Viscount of Rapids Island. Ronan's heart warmed up. Once he became a Viscount of the kingdom, it would be a solid step for him to become a Marquis in the future. This father-in-law is really good. He gave many good things. In addition, Ronan also noticed His Majesty the King would not give things directly. For example, asking him to go to the library to choose 2 fighting skills or magic books was an excuse to collect Ronan's explosive flame slash. Giving Ronan 50,000 gold coins for reputation loss plus medical expenses was a roundabout way to give it through the championship of the martial arts competition. And now the title was achieved by the merits of annihilating the White Whale Pirates, conquering the Rapids Island, and marrying Blanche. Every step has a reasonable reason. Thank you, His Majesty, for your trust. Ronan, he said gratefully. He looked at the Rapids Island, the location of which was very subtle. If, after the port of Wubei territory was built, Ronan's warships could bypass the North Sea and enter the Screaming Sea, approaching the Count of Screaming Island. If there was a Rapids Island in the future, it would be more convenient for him and the Dennis family to attack the Screaming Island. Ronan could even use the Rapids Island as an aircraft carrier. Rapids Island is not far from your Wubei territory. When Blanche gets married, I will give you a few more griffins, so that you can travel back and forth between the 2 places more conveniently. Ronan's smile never stopped. Griffins. This is a mount that many people dream of. At the beginning of the Shore City, Ronan had also thought about the Griffin Knights under Jesus, but later gave up. I didn't expect that His Majesty the King would be willing to give it now. It seems that there are too many benefits of marrying into the royal family. Ronan knelt on one knee. Thank you for your love, Your Majesty. It is my honor to marry Her Royal Highness the Princess. Blanche laughed and joked. Am I too cheap? My father paid a lot to marry me off. It was indeed a bit too much. However, Ronan did not think that Bruno did all this out of a father's love for his daughter. Ronan had the idea of curbing the Count of Screaming Island, and Bruno might not have it. According to his observation, Bruno was not a foolish and incompetent king who only sought pleasure. On the contrary, judging from the way he handled these things, he was more rigorous in doing things. So Ronan had reason to believe that Bruno was more or less worried when he saw the marriage between Ferensburg, Vera, Screaming Island, and Moonlight Valley. The granting of Rapids Island to Ronan was actually also borrowing the power of the Wushan family. As a neighbor of the Principality of Vera, Moonlight Valley and Screaming Island, this marquisate, if developed, can well disperse the pressure on the king. They are not your closest relatives, so how can there be love without reason? Chapter 320 Wushiling's New Meteor Night. The next day, the king will hold a martial arts competition at Princess Blanche's birthday party. This news swept through the entire Golden Feather City like the wind. In principle, only the children of nobles attending the banquet will be considered for this martial arts competition. However, perhaps in order to show his people-friendly side, Bruno specially gave several places to the Extraordinary Knight Academy in Golden Feather City and Nyoju Bay. And professional knights, who met the requirements in the Knight's Order, were also specially allowed to participate. The martial arts competition is always an opportunity for knights to show their style. The higher the standard of the martial arts competition, the more opportunities there may be for a knight who is of ordinary origin but not ordinary in strength. If he can get the favor of a big man in the martial arts competition, it may be an opportunity to change his fate. So, many people are preparing for this martial arts competition. In the morning, Cross Vera returned to their family's manor in Golden Feather City early, with a belly full of resentment. At this moment, Hammond had just finished breakfast and dressed to go to the palace, but he didn't expect his nephew to be helped back by someone. Oh, Cross, what happened to you? He asked in horror. Why are you injured in the palace? Cross was injured and didn't sleep well last night. Even as a silver knight, his face didn't look good. He asked for money as soon as he opened his mouth. Uncle Hammond, I need gold coins. Hammond's face changed. As the eldest grandson of the Duke, Cross had a lot of gold coins on him. It was no problem to take out thousands or tens of thousands of gold coins casually. But the other party asked him for it now. And it was obvious that he didn't need a small amount of money. What happened? Next, Cross told the whole story. Hammond frowned and cursed. The kid from Screaming Island is such a coward. He just needs to hold on and refuse to admit his guilt. Will His Majesty really put him in jail? Even if there is a public trial later. With you so seriously injured, we can not only not pay a single gold coin, but also have a chance to cause trouble for Ronan. Cross looked a little annoyed. When he came to his senses, he felt more and more unhappy. He always felt that he had suffered a loss. However, at this point, they have all pleaded guilty, and it is unlikely to overturn last night's decision. He said angrily, "It's just 30,000 gold coins. Just think of it as buying medicine for Ronan." After discussing last night, the 80,000 gold coins were contributed by Cross and Facundo, 30,000 each, and Gregor's brother and sister, and Sally, 10,000 each. 30,000 gold coins is a small matter. The four of them are old noble families that have been established for many years. This little money is nothing in their eyes. However, if we want to spread negative news about Ronan and affect the marriage between Bruno and Wuxian family, the possibility of success will be small. After such a commotion last night, there will definitely be news spread today, and it may be beneficial to Ronan. The actual situation is indeed as Hammond expected. Now the most popular thing outside is that the four major families sponsored the martial arts competition. Although the four major families asking for money was said to be sponsorship, the nobles who witnessed their conflict with Ronan yesterday had some guesses. After all, the martial arts competition was arranged temporarily, and the one who paid the money was the one who made trouble. Who would not have some associations? As for Ronan, once there were more things about him that people could discuss, people's focus would be dispersed. Although some people are still talking about his negative information, many people are praising him for his undefeated record of fighting a group of people alone. Some people even speculated that Ronan would be the champion of this martial arts competition. In this case, it would be of little use for Hammond and others to continue to make a fuss about Ronan's past romantic deeds and forcing Selena to death. Like Cross, Facundo and others also returned to their respective families' manors in Golden Feather City. Hearing his son's report, Melon snorted coldly, "What a fool. This is Bruno's little trick. Can't you understand it?" Facundo lowered his head and weakly defended himself. "I was afraid that His Majesty would sentence all the crimes to me, which would cause more trouble. So when I heard about the fine, I agreed." "You think a lot." Melon smiled, thinking that the people of the other three families were as stupid as his son. And his mood suddenly improved. "Forget it. It's just 30,000 gold coins. Just pay it." He didn't care about the money either. He cared more about Bruno's abnormal behavior. "It seems that our king wants to support the Wuxian family this time. But can this family that has been silent for 30 years still be supported?" He looked at the kingdom map hanging on the wall. Now many islands in the Howling Sea belong to the Fleming family. Even if the remaining small part is under the jurisdiction of the kingdom, his family has power distribution on it. Even if it is the Rapids Island where prisoners are imprisoned, they will now establish their own power on it. But there are only so many large islands in the Howling Sea, and after occupying them, we will eventually have to return to the vaster land. But now the kingdom's land pattern is basically fixed. In the absence of large-scale wars and insufficient merits, there is no other good way to obtain new land except to find ways to occupy it. Wuxian territory is vast and sparsely populated, and its owner is weak. Although the younger generation of the family has potential, they have not grown up. It is obviously a good choice. Wuxian Castle. "Master, Baron Malonica is here," Mo said respectfully. Lu Lance put down the letter in his hand and sat up straight. "Let him in." The tall and burly figure walked into the study quickly. "My lord, you are looking for me." Lu Lan smiled and motioned for the other party to sit down. "Congratulations, Malonica. After years of hard work, you finally broke through." Hearing this, Malonica also laughed. It has always been his dream to break through and become a meteor knight. However, in front of Lu Lan's, he still has a humble attitude. "I'm almost 50 years old, and I'm far behind you." He didn't exaggerate on purpose. 30 years ago, 45-year-old Lu Lancy was already a famous meteor knight, and he also created his own secret skills. Compared like this, The gap between the two is indeed quite large. Liu Lancy then asked about the other party's situation after the breakthrough, and then slowly explained the purpose of the summons. There are two main reasons for calling you here this time. He took out a heavy book from the drawer and handed it over. The first thing is to give you a gift. Malonica was stunned. Looking at the book, he had a guess in his mind, and his heart jumped. He took the book and opened the cover. The title page was written with the secret skill Fire Dance Lightning Slash created by Liu Lanz. Is this for me? Malonica was a little excited. Liu Lanz nodded. You have the same attributes as me, and you have shown good talent in learning fighting skills. You should be able to master this secret skill. Malonica closed the secret skill and then saluted respectfully. Thank you for your generous gift. He didn't really care about the pursuit of the title. On the contrary, he valued things that could improve his strength. Secret skills are not something that everyone can create, and such resources are often monopolized by great nobles and powerful forces. If you want to learn, you need to pay a lot. Even the Lord who has followed for a long time cannot give it to you at will. He was saved by Liu Lanz when he was young, and he received a lot of gifts along the way, and his heart was full of gratitude. The practice of secret skills cannot be accomplished in one day. It requires your patience and perseverance. You must grasp every link to succeed. When practicing, you must also prevent your fighting spirit from running wild and hurting yourself. I understand. Malonica really wants to go down and try it now. The second thing, I need you to go to Jinyu City. Perhaps it was because he had been away from the fighting for too long. Or perhaps Liu Lanz knew that Luo Ning had a dragon, so he was not worried that the latter would be in danger at sea. But he didn't expect Luo Ning to be assassinated on the way to Jinyu City. Luo Ning was assassinated at sea, and the gold-level assassin who led it was the one who assassinated Blanche in the Colosseum. Malonica was shocked. How is Luo Ning now? He's fine now, in the Golden Feather Palace. But just in case, I need you to protect him. No problem, Malonica said without hesitation. He knew how important Ronan was in the old man's heart. Yeah, Lulancy nodded. I've asked Vittorino's ship to wait for you. You can set off early tomorrow morning. No need to wait until tomorrow. Malonica smiled. My flame horse can still move like the wind at night. Lulancy nodded. Just make your decision. Malonica came quickly and left even faster. Lulancy thought of Golden Feather City. He hadn't set foot there for a long time. Even the liaison station of Wushenbao in Golden Feather City was abandoned. In fact, as the great nobles of the kingdom, basically all have liaison stations in Golden Feather City. On the one hand, they are responsible for contacting the royal family, and on the other hand, they also need to interact with other ministers and nobles, build relationships, and obtain intelligence. However, with the decline of Wushan Castle in recent years, Wiggins doesn't care much about the things in the capital, and it costs a huge amount of money every year to buy magic potions to suppress the soul eating. So Lulancy is powerless. Now that Wushan Castle has a rising star, it can indeed consider rebuilding the communication station. Forget it. Let Roning do this. Lulancy sighed. He probably won't need the communication station in his lifetime, and his son Wiggins doesn't need it even more. It's better to let Roning consider how to build it, and decide how to use it. Chapter 321 Disadvantages of Ordinary Origin. In the next few days, Luo Ning occasionally accompanied Blanche to take a walk in the Golden Feather Palace. The rest of the time was either making spell scrolls or reading history books from Blanche. Like Europe on Earth, there are no historians here, and the historical records are scattered and have not formed a system. Although he caught some words such as disasters and wars from the books, he could not verify them. It felt like reading a night novel. Time passed quickly, and it was September 25th, Blanche's birthday. According to the process arranged by the officials of the Golden Feather Palace, a martial arts competition will be held in the big square during the day, and a grand party will be held in the Golden Feather Hall at night. Although the temperature in Golden Feather City at the end of September has been quite cool, the slowly rising sun has brought warmth to the city. Sir, you need to make a set of armor for yourself. Tom and David were clumsily arranging clothes for Ronan. Although he was going to participate in the martial arts competition, Ronan still wore slightly tight clothes that were convenient for fighting. It's not that he didn't want to wear armor, but he had grown a lot during this period, and the original armor was no longer suitable. With our conditions, we have to tighten our belts to live. Where can we get the money to make armor? This was just a joke. He now has both iron mines and craftsman-level blacksmiths, so it is easy for him to make a set of armor for himself. It's just that he got Chishan town too soon and didn't have time to fight. Ronan put on the Yenlu sword and moved a little. Let's go. Don't keep the knights of the palace waiting for too long. Outside the residence, the palace has arranged a carriage, which will take Ronan and the other two to the competition square. Ronan lifted the curtain of the carriage embroidered with a golden griffin pattern and looked at the scenery along the way. Today's Golden Feather Palace is particularly lively. On the way to the competition square, luxurious carriages are coming one after another. Some are nobles like Ronan who live directly in the palace, and some are coming from their respective residences in Golden Feather City. Of course, in addition to the carriages, there are also knights riding mighty war horses, wearing shining armor, and guards standing on the roadside in high spirits. At this moment, the Golden Feather Palace gave Ronan a very powerful feeling. Soon, the carriage arrived at the venue. Under the leadership of the palace knight, Ronan came to the place where the Golden Mountain flag was flying. This was a seat specially prepared for him. Like him, other nobles also had seats, and flags of various colors surrounded the competition venue. Watching this group of people talking and laughing with each other, and then looking at his side, which was very cold, Ronan couldn't help but humming softly, "That year when I was 18, I stood like a minion at the martial arts competition. The Marquis family, which was obviously below the Duke, didn't even have a single person who came up to get close to him. Sir, look over there. Why is there no flag?" Tom pointed to the opposite corner and asked, where a dozen people were sitting, obviously belonging to an organization, but there was no flag representing their family. Ronan shook his head. How could he know this? Count Ronan. Just then, a familiar voice came, and it was Rhys Dennis who came over. This was the first time Ronan had seen the other party since they separated in Jinyu City. Ronan smiled and said, "I thought you couldn't come in." Rhys's expression was a little indifferent, but there was still a fake smile on the corner of his mouth, and he seemed to be in a good mood. "Use my family's emblem, report your name, and then add my identity as a student of the Royal Knight Academy, and you can still come in." He must have heard Tom's doubts just now. So he said, "There are teachers and students from the Royal Knight Academy and the Nujiawan Supernatural Academy. Since the two families are arranged together, there is no flag. Is that so?" He looked around, but he didn't see any civilians. Those who can enter the venue are probably those who have connections with the nobles. "Are you going to participate in today's tournament?" Rhys nodded without hesitation. "Of course." He glanced at Ronan. "Although I can't win the championship, it's my honor to participate in this tournament." Ronan gave a thumbs up. "I admire your chivalry." Rhys turned his gaze to the academy and said, "Please allow me to remind you that although you are strong, there is someone you need to be careful of in today's tournament." This sentence attracted Ronan's attention. "Who?" "The knight with lavender hair over there. Although he is from Nujiawan Academy, he has been a silver knight for more than 2 years at the age of 25. With the thunder attribute, his combat power is very strong." Ronan looked over and saw that the purple-haired knight introduced by Rhys was looking at the stands in front of him, as if looking for someone. He became a silver knight at the age of 23. How could such a talented person not join the Royal Knight Academy? He comes from an ordinary family. It is said that his parents are farmers. Although he has good talent, he cannot join the Royal Knight Academy without a recommendation. It is not that there are no commoners in the Royal Knight Academy, but if you want to enter, you must first have a letter of recommendation from a noble. Without this thing, he is like not having the key to open the door, and it is impossible for him to enter the room. "What's his name?" Luoning asked. "Karada." Rhys looked at Karada, who was looking around. "It is said that he has a crush on a noble lady, but with his ordinary identity, it is unlikely to have any results." Ronan smiled and said, "It is not difficult for an ordinary person like him who has strength and potential to change his fate." Rhys shook his head. "There is indeed a chance, but it takes time. After 10 or 8 years, the person you love will marry someone else. What will happen if you become an honorary knight at that time? What's more, he can't even join the Royal Knights until now." Ronan looked at Rhys suspiciously. The other party talked a lot today. Could it be that he was in a good mood after communicating with his classmates for a few days? However, he had to admit that what the other party said made sense. The Royal Knights also need a letter of recommendation. If you can't join the Knights, how can you talk about establishing merit? Ronan couldn't help asking, if he can't join the royal knights? He can choose to be loyal to other nobles. For an ordinary person with a simple background like him, there must be nobles willing to accept his loyalty. Before others said it, Ronan had already had the intention of recruiting him. Rhys, can you help me contact him? You want to recruit him? Rhys was a little surprised, but it was easy to understand after thinking about it. I advise you not to try. The person he has a crush on is in the royal knights. He can't be loyal to other nobles. Ronan. As the two were talking, a crisp voice came. Ronan turned around and saw a female knight with short golden hair, a heroic look, and wearing soft armor coming over. Are you Knight Missy? He stood up in surprise. If he didn't remember the other person's voice, he wouldn't recognize the other person. Missy nodded and smiled slightly. Her Royal Highness asked me to convey her blessings to you. I hope you can win a great victory today. Thank you. Ronan looked towards the stands and met Blanche's eyes. Today, Blanche was wearing a gorgeous outfit with green as the main color, which matched the green silk shawl that Ronan gave her very well. The two nodded to each other from a distance, and Ronan turned his gaze. Will Knight Missy also participate in today's competition? It's my honor. Missy nodded again, and then slowly left to prepare for the game. Rhys was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ronan to know Missy. He looked back at Karada, and sure enough, the other party was looking in their direction at this time. Chapter 322 Publicity Ambassador. The main stand has reserved a seat for His Majesty the King, and Blanche and many other noble ladies are also here. No matter what the nobles say about Blanche behind her back, today is the princess' birthday, and they all surround Blanche, offering their admiration and blessings for her beauty. Blanche responded politely. Every year on her birthday, she feels like a princess surrounded by stars. Your Highness, the shawl on your neck seems a little different. The noble ladies and young ladies have a unique vision. Not to mention that clothing is what they focus on in their daily lives. They have long noticed the difference in Blanche's shawl, because this shawl has a unique luster from the outside. And although their dresses are made of high-grade wool and fluff, they are relatively low in luster. Blanche looked down at the shawl, and two small dimples appeared on her face when she smiled. She introduced happily, "This is a birthday gift from Earl Ronan of Wushan territory. It is said that it is woven with special materials from Wubei territory." Oh! What material is so special? This immediately aroused their stronger curiosity. Enjoyment and beauty are their pursuits. When they heard something new, and it appeared on the princess, they naturally wanted it. I heard from Earl Ronan that it seems to be called silk. The fabric woven with silk was named silk by him. Silk. Silk. The ladies heard such a word for the first time. All of a sudden, many people began to ask about the difference between silk and silk. How could Blanche know what silk is? She had never seen it. As for silk, she could use a shawl as an example. In addition to its high glossiness, this fabric is also very soft and smooth to the touch, and its breathability is very good, making people feel cool and comfortable. This introduction brought the curiosity of the nobles to the peak. Your Highness, can I touch your silk shawl? Some people even made such a request. Blanche was stunned for a moment, then smiled and took the shawl off her body. Of course, she knew that this silk would probably become an economic product of Ronan's territory, so it would be beneficial for Ronan to take the initiative to introduce it. If it weren't for the white cup with her and Ronan's names engraved on it, it would be inappropriate to take it out now. She would have thought of taking out the porcelain to introduce it. You don't know until you touch it, and the feeling will be stronger once you touch it. It is indeed different from our current fabrics. Yes, yes, our shawls cannot be so silky. This cool and refreshing feeling is also very good. They kept exclaiming in admiration. Blanche was very happy to hear this. After all, this was a gift from Ronan. It was so popular that it showed Ronan's intentions and made her very proud. Your Highness, do you still have this kind of shawl? Finally, someone asked this question. Blanche took the shawl back and nodded with a smile. Yes. But Count Ronan did not bring it with him. According to him, he would use silk to make skirts, dresses, and other clothes. Everyone's eyes lit up. Then can you introduce it to us and see if we can buy silk clothing? Suddenly, the stand seemed to have turned into a sales counter. Blanche had never encountered so many people asking her so sincerely. She pointed in the direction of Ronan. He is preparing for the next martial arts competition. I can introduce him to everyone when the dinner starts in the evening. In an instant, more than a dozen ladies looked at Ronan in unison. My lord, they seem to be looking at you. David was startled by such a scene and reminded immediately. Ronan looked over and was also surprised. However, looking at the way these ladies smiled and greeted, it seemed that Blanche was introducing him. Based on the principle of politeness, Ronan stood up and nodded. This move made them happy for a while, as if they had already confirmed that they could get silk fabrics from Ronan. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after His Majesty the King arrived and made a brief opening speech and praised the generosity of the 4 major families, the tournament officially began. On the square, the cheers became intense. Although there are many types of knights tournaments, such as riding competitions, archery competitions, spear competitions, etc., today's event is close combat, which can be regarded as a sword competition, agility competition, and fighting competition. The list of contestants has long been written on small wooden sticks of the same length. The host of the tournament draws lots on the spot, and the people who draw the lots will go on stage to fight. The collision of long swords and the roar of fighting skills make the entire arena seem unusually noisy. But the more intense the battle, the stronger the cheers. Soon it was Ronan's turn to play for the first time. His opponent was a nobleman named Yar from the Principality of Farensburg, who was said to be studying at the Royal Knights Academy. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the cheers of the nobles of the Principality of Farensburg. Yar, beat him up. Harrington Gregor, who had a conflict with Ronan a few days ago, was cheering. Although he knew that Yar could not beat Ronan, he still hoped to leave a few scars on the latter. Compared with the cheers of his opponent, only Tom and David cheered for Ronan, and Rhys was like a mute. The ladies in the stands suddenly shouted, which made Ronan a little confused. Not only him, many nobles also didn't understand. Could this be Blanche's cheering group? It's unlikely. Blanche doesn't have such a strong appeal. Right? The battle started instantly. Everyone came back to their senses from their confusion and focused on the martial arts competition. Everyone has heard the rumors about Ronan's 1-on-10 fights in the past few days. They also wanted to see what kind of strength this young knight from the long-lost Wushon family had. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 knights began to accelerate towards each other, and their speed made a friction sound with the air. In the first move, they did not use fighting spirit, but just fought hand to hand. In the stands, Blanche's heart was in her throat. She clenched her hands and watched without blinking. Clang! The long swords collided, and a violent metal-sharp sound burst out. In the first fight, the knight named Yar was knocked away by the huge impact force and fell heavily to the ground. The long sword in his hand also flew out of his hand and fell far away. This was a crushing victory. Tom and David were so excited that they shouted wildly. Other spectators were no longer stingy when they saw such a scene and cheered. Yar stood up unsteadily and picked up the long sword. You won. Although he could still fight, there was no need. The gap in strength was too big. If he continued to fight, he would not only embarrass himself, but also be seriously injured. Instead of doing so, it would be better to admit defeat in a chic way. After all, it was not a shameful thing to lose in a martial arts competition. Ronan went on the field several more times, but basically won within 5 moves, including Facundo from Screaming Island. Although the opponent was bronze level and stronger than the other opponents, he lost his confidence before the battle started in front of Ronan and failed very smoothly. In addition to Ronan, there were also several people who won all the time. Among them were Missy and the ordinary-born Karada knight introduced before. As for Rhys, he was quite strong, but he was unlucky. He fought against Karada and was injured after a fight. He admitted defeat and left. The tournament continued, but fewer and fewer knights could go on stage. By the afternoon, there were only 4 people left who could go on stage: Ronan Wushon, Missy Cox, Franz Silva, and Karada. The top 3 were born from these 4 people. Chapter 323: The Genius of the Silva Family. The semi-finals began, and the first to play were Karada and Franz Silva. Ronan returned to his seat and asked Knight Rhys beside him, could this Franz be the descendant of the mage Barola Silva of the Amethyst Earldom? Rhys nodded. You guessed right. He is the great-great-grandson of the Honorable Mage Barola. When he mentioned this name, his eyes revealed admiration. Don't look at Franz. He is only 23 or 24 years old. But he is not only a bronze knight, but also the youngest great magician in the Magic Academy. Ronan's eyes could not help but focus on Franz. He didn't expect that the other party was actually practicing both magic and martial arts, and both professions had reached the 4th level. He couldn't help but praise, as expected of a descendant of a magician. I wonder if he can win this battle. It's a bit difficult. Reese said. Kurata is very fast. While the two were talking, the host had already announced the start of the fight. As the horn blew, the entire arena cheered. I've heard a long time ago that there is a genius magician in the Magic Academy. And today I finally saw his true face. Kurata did not attack immediately, but made a knight's salute to Franz. It's my honor to meet you on the field today. I've heard your name for a long time. Your Excellency the Knight. Franz's voice was very elegant. I need to cast magic. You can attack me. While speaking, he had already begun to outline the spell pattern. It's the third level wind attribute magic speed. Ronin immediately determined what kind of magic the opponent was using. Facing the super fast Kurata, it was very appropriate to use this magic. What surprised Ronin was that Kurata did not take the initiative to attack while the opponent was condensing magic. Instead, he quietly waited for Franz to finish casting the spell. If it was on the battlefield, the warrior would never wait for the mage to read the spell, and would definitely interrupt the opponent's casting before his spell was finished. However, this is not a battlefield of life and death, and the opponent is not an enemy, but a child of a noble family. It is rare for Kurata, an ordinary person from a civilian background, to participate in this martial arts competition. In this martial arts competition, while showing his own strength, he also needs to show a little grace. Even if he wins the game, he must try to avoid offending a noble. Know when to stop and be modest. Franz soon finished casting the spell. Under the blessing of the speed magic, his speed was greatly improved. Thank you for your modesty, Knight Kurata. Franz said. Now, we can start. As soon as the voice fell, the two of them moved almost at the same time. In the previous duel, Ronin had carefully observed Kurata's fighting. He rarely used offensive fighting skills, and the most used fighting skills were acceleration fighting skills. Kurata was covered with purple thunder fighting spirit all over his body. Reese introduced that this was the third level fighting skill of thunder attribute thunder speed, which could stimulate the knight's physical activity and greatly increase the knight's speed. Look! In just a blink of an eye, the opponent crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, and the speed was so fast that ordinary people could not keep up. However, Franz, who was blessed by magic, was not much slower in speed. With a loud clang, the two collided in the center of the arena. With the addition of speed, the force became heavier, and with the impact force formed by the fighting spirit, Franz's face suddenly changed, and the whole person stumbled and retreated rapidly to the back. On the other hand, Kurata only took 3 steps back. Pay attention. This time he did not wait, but rushed forward. Franz took advantage of the situation to distance himself from the opponent, so as to compete for time to cast the second magic. However, this time Kurata approached strongly, leaving him with no time to cast the spell. In desperation, he could only raise his sword to meet the enemy. When Ronin saw this, he knew that Kurata was going to win. Although Franz came from a famous family, he was talented in both fighting spirit and magic, and could reach the same speed as his opponent with magic. But the gap between his strength and Kurata was too big, and he could not compete in close combat at all. If he could be faster than Kurata, he could keep a distance and gain time to cast magic. For example, if the 4th level magic wind tentacles were used, he might be able to control the opponent and win the fight. But he didn't have time, so he was doomed to fail. This is also the disadvantage of the magician. On the battlefield, if the knight gets close to him, it will be very dangerous. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the magician is protected by the knight and will not let the enemy get close easily. Soon, after 2 or 3 rounds, Kurata knocked the opponent to the ground after a fight, and the long sword had already landed on the opponent's neck. If it is a life and death battle, just falling down can kill the opponent. I lost, Franz said helplessly, and then smiled again. You are worthy of being the youngest and most powerful knight in Yoju Bay. Kurata put away his sword and pulled the other party up. If I were the same age as me, I would not be your opponent. Give Franz 2 more years. It is indeed possible to win. The humility of the two attracted the praise of the host, and the whole audience also rang out warm cheers. Franz bowed gracefully to the audience and walked down the arena with Kurata. It's your turn, Reese said. Don't lose to a female knight. Ronin laughed, left his seat, and walked to the arena. In the other direction, a knight in silver armor and a helmet covering his face walked slowly onto the arena. As Missy entered the arena, the whole arena rang out the warmest cheers and applause. First, it was because Knight Missy was the only female knight in this round. Second, as a member of the Griffin Knights, Missy had a great reputation in Golden Feather City. Ronin couldn't help but be amazed at the cheers. No matter which world they were in, strong women would be sought after wherever they went. Kurata's eyes followed the figure closely. Listening to the cheers, he felt that the gap between the two was too big, and the pressure in his heart was huge. "Dear Miss Missy, I didn't expect that you and I would have a fight," Ronin greeted modestly. At that time, he was under some pressure to face the female knight who came on the Griffin in Wishon Castle. But now he feels more relaxed. Under the cold helmet, the female knight's voice came. "I didn't expect to have such an opportunity." The Honorable Count of Wubbling. Blanche in the stands looked at the two people nervously. One is her good friend. The other is her lover. She can only cheer for both. But listening carefully, she seems to call Ronin's name more. After a few simple words, the two have already made an attacking posture. In order to show respect for Missy and Blanche's friends, Ronin did not win quickly, but fought with the opponent for a few moves first. As a member of the Griffin Knights, Missy has a good basic skill, but in front of Ronin, her situation is the same as Franz. The power gap is too big. "I have fought with Missy for a long time. Isn't this Ronin as strong as the rumors say? 1 against 10. It's a bit too much." Some people watched the fight back and forth, and their comments were biased towards Missy. But some people saw clearly that Ronin obviously did not use his full strength. And even so, Missy was still suppressed everywhere. Finally, after a fight, Missy stepped back and did not continue to attack. "I lost." She surrendered neatly. "You are stronger than I thought." Missy thought her swordsmanship was not bad. But when facing Ronin, she found that the opponent's swordsmanship was very clever in both defense and offense. So she could not make any progress. As for strength and fighting skills, after several fights, there was no good effect. She could not find a huge flaw in Ronin. On the contrary, if the latter used all his strength, she might lose quickly. So she chose to admit defeat. Ronin smiled and praised, "So far, you are the strongest opponent I have met in today's fight. I wish you win the next one." Missy saluted gracefully, and then walked down the fighting field. Her eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Kurata in the audience on the left, and the latter nodded slightly. Obviously, the two knew each other. Chapter 324 Fierce Fight. 3,000 gold coins. I bet on Ronin to win. I bet on Kurata. He's faster. How can a commoner beat our nobles? I bet on Ronin. He's not allowed to lose. Ha ha ha. The strength of the nobles doesn't have to be reflected in every fight. I'm optimistic about Kurata's strength. His Majesty the King did not open a gambling game. But this did not prevent the nobles in the audience from opening a private bet. It was already the final championship match, and it was difficult to judge who was stronger and who was weaker based on the strength of the two opponents. It was the most appropriate time to open a bet. Who could win the bet depended on who had a better vision. Listening to these voices, Ronin secretly regretted that these were gambling circles in groups of 3 or 5, and he couldn't participate in them. Otherwise he could win a lot of gold coins. While everyone was opening the bet, his opponent walked onto the arena. Kurata was also very polite to Ronin, just like he was to other nobles. "I have heard of your story and watched your match just now. You are a strong opponent." Ronin returned the greeting and smiled and praised. "This is what I want to say to you. But I hope you will go all out in the battle later." What he wanted to do was to recruit Kurata to his own team. So he naturally had to show that he could be followed. If you want to conquer the opponent in terms of strength, it must be when both sides go all out. In order to win this battle, Ronin has consumed all the attribute points he has accumulated recently. And now his knight level has reached the gold level, 1196/2500. Close to the level of the middle gold. Even without the help of magic, he has the confidence to beat Kurata. "I will," Kurata said in a deep voice. A low horn sounded, and the final officially began. Kurata was still the same as before, with lightning and thunder on his body, attacking quickly. Only when you are in the battle can you clearly feel the opponent's speed. Thunder swiftness is worthy of being the fighting skill with the greatest speed increase, Ronin exclaimed. And the flame flow sword and the opponent's knight sword collided head-on for the first time. Kurata changed color slightly. He didn't expect that the two would be evenly matched in this collision. You must know that he didn't use his full strength in every game in today's competition, including now. Show some real skills. Karate. Ronin pressed his long sword forward, and the huge force forced the opponent to retreat. Seeing this scene, the nobles in the stands immediately cheered wildly, especially those nobles who bet on Ronin to win. Have begun to shout Ronin's name. You are stronger than I thought. Karate gritted his teeth and began to exert force, trying to overwhelm the opponent in strength. That's what Knight Missy said just now. Ronin kept his long sword pressed down. I heard that you want to join the Royal Knights, but you can't get in because you don't have a recommendation. Why don't you turn to other nobles? My Wubei territory needs talents like you. No one would have thought that Ronin would recruit talents during the fight. This was purely because Ronin was worried that after the fight, someone would extend an olive branch to the other party before him. His voice was drowned in the cheers, but Karada in front of him heard it clearly. You want to recruit me? His voice revealed surprise, but also mixed with bitterness and helplessness. You are probably not qualified yet. Ronin frowned slightly. He didn't expect that the other party would say such an impolite word, considering his humble attitude. Look down on him. The little Earl of Wubei territory? Whether you are qualified or not. Wait until you beat me before you tell me. Ronin stopped wrestling and slashed with his long sword, forcing the other party to retreat. At the same time, his fighting spirit was running fast, and brilliant flames appeared on the Yan-Lu sword. Huh? The dense fire cloud swept across, bringing the smell of gunpowder to the battle. Karada's pupils shrank slightly, and he felt the power of this attack. Thunder fight Kai, he shouted in a low voice, and the purple lightning fighting spirit surrounded his body, turning into a wall of thunder light, while resisting Ronin's fire cloud. Boom! The collision of fire and thunder burst out with dazzling light and strong shock waves, causing the arena to tremble slightly. The audience exclaimed in surprise. This is going to be a real fight. Today's martial arts competition is mainly about sword fighting, supplemented by fighting skills. I didn't expect that Ronin and Karada would start fighting skills after just one move. Whoosh! Karada didn't keep his speed. He turned into a shadow and circled behind Ronin, launching a strong attack. Ronin was in awe. He was confident that he could win, but he never underestimated his opponent. He turned around quickly, and the flame on the Yan-Lu sword went out, and the wind was flowing instead. Stormblade. In an instant, more than a dozen wind blades rushed towards the opponent, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Karada also felt the difference in Ronin. The latter used fighting skills faster than ordinary people. He quickly pulled away, and the thunder on the sword surged. Rainbow! A sword slashed out. Crackling thunder tore through the space, collided with more than a dozen wind blades in the air, and once again burst out dazzling light and huge shock waves. The strong wind swept the entire stand, and people exclaimed and became more interested in the game. This was not like a friendly match. If it was not controlled well, it might cause great damage or even death. Philemon, let the Doctor of Light be ready. King Bruno said to the guard knight beside him. Yes, Your Majesty. His eyes fell on the two people in the battle. He knew the young knight Karada. To be precise, he wanted to include him in the Royal Knights, but due to the request of the old minister, he did not make this decision in the end. However, as long as Karada could become a golden knight before the age of 28, he would absorb him at that time. And I believe his finance minister Luther Cox would not say anything. Karada still has more than 2 years to go. But judging from this battle, the opponent is close to the peak strength of silver, so there is more than enough time. However, this Ronin, who can fight with Karada for so long without relying on the explosive flame slash, surprised him a little. Father, will Ronin be injured? Blanche couldn't help but ask worriedly. Bruno laughed. Who can guarantee that they will never be injured in a sparring battle? With that, Blanche's worries in her heart became a little stronger. While talking, Ronin and Karada fought again several times. At this moment, Ronin was already immersed in the battle. He could feel that he had merged with the flame sword, and every attack was full of power. The same was true for Karada. His thunder fighting spirit continued to burst out, colliding with Ronin's wind and fire fighting skills, and the roar of the entire arena never stopped. But Karada was not feeling well. At the beginning, he could still compete with Ronin head-on, but the more the battle continued, the more the opponent's strength and fighting skills were greatly improved, and it was a bit difficult for him to deal with it. Even the speed he was proud of did not reach the level that the opponent could not keep up. The impact of another collision pulled the two apart, and Kurata breathed heavily. He moved his sword-holding hand, and the fierce collision caused a wound on the tiger's mouth, and blood flowed out. He looked at Ronin with a solemn expression. He didn't expect that he would be gradually suppressed after using all his strength. He heard that Ronin was only 18 years old. How could he be so strong? Ronin's breathing was also a little heavy. He hadn't experienced such a hardy battle for a long time. Very good, Ronin praised loudly, his eyes flashing with excitement. I am very satisfied with your strength. Kurata, can you consider my previous proposal now? The previous proposal? The audience was confused. They didn't hear what the two said. However, they were deeply shocked by this wonderful fight. How can this guy be so strong? In the stands, Facundo, Harrington and others, who had a grudge against Ronin, didn't look very good. At the beginning, they worked together to repel Ronin, and they thought that the opponent's strength was just like that. But now it seems that their combined tricks that day can really suppress Ronin. Kurata's face flashed with struggle and hesitation. But he still didn't answer Ronin's question directly, but took a long breath and said solemnly, "Next is my most powerful move. If I still can't defeat you, I will admit defeat in this fight." Ronin responded solemnly. Then, "Come on." Kurata exhaled slowly, and saw his long sword pointing to the sky. The thunder fighting spirit on his body burst out, quickly condensed and compressed in the air above the tip of the sword, forming a small thunder ball. But soon, the thunder ball expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a huge thunder and lightning sphere with a diameter of 1 meter, with a majestic power. Impossible. Many knowledgeable knights in the field exclaimed in shock. This is the 6th level fighting skill Thunder Flash. He is only silver level. How can he master it beyond the level? Ronin's eyes also showed a solemn look. Lu Lan's has the attribute of thunder, so the fighting skills he gave to Ronin include this fighting skill. Thunder Flash is not only a 6th level fighting skill, but also a fighting skill that is difficult to master and consumes a lot of fighting spirit among the 6th level fighting skills. Not to mention the Silver Knights. Even some of the Gold Knights find it difficult to master. Did this guy reach the gold level? Or did he master this fighting skill beyond his level? Chapter 325 Flame Knight. Generally speaking, no matter whether it is a knight or a magician, they will not use fighting skills or magic beyond their level. The reason is nothing more than that their mental strength is not up to standard, and they cannot provide the fighting spirit, magic power and mental strength required for high-level fighting skills or magic. But this is not absolute. For example, some knights have a lot of fighting spirit in their bodies. Their ability to control fighting spirit is high, and their ability to learn is strong. Under this situation, it is possible to master fighting skills beyond their level. At this moment, Kurata's whole person is like a source, and purple thunder fighting spirit gushes out of his body, condensing into a huge ball of lightning on the tip of the sword. The crackling arcs of electricity are running around in disorder, and some hit the ground, leaving spots of black spots. Brawl in the audience stand analyzed. Thunder flashes require a lot of fighting spirit and excellent controllability. Kurata did not concentrate all his strength, and the scattered arcs are the best proof. This shows that Kurata is not a golden knight. However, he changed the subject, but even if the lightning flash is not fully gathered, its power is not comparable to that of ordinary level 5 fighting skills. Luo Ning clenched the flame sword in his hand. He could feel that the opponent's attack had already posed a threat to him. However, he was ready to deal with it. Come on! Luo Ning shouted in a low voice. The flame fighting spirit became extremely surging through the enhancement of the flame sword. It was compressed and condensed on the long sword, forming a huge sword-shaped phantom, which was breathtaking. In an instant, the two brilliant colors of flame and thunder on the fighting field dimmed the surrounding scene. The strong sense of excitement made the audience exclaim again and again. It was rare to see a battle at the gold level. Today's young people's fighting competition was a feast for their eyes. Ronin. Come on! Kurata. Beat him! The audience waved their fists and shouted loudly. Their heartbeats were synchronized with the rhythm of the battle. Tense and excited, the two people in the battle moved almost at the same time. Kurata pressed down the long sword, and a ray of extremely brilliant light shot out from the inside of the thunder ball, as if it had pierced the thunder ball from the inside out, sweeping towards the opponent with a posture of destroying everything. Ronin's explosive flame slash was also swung out at almost the same time. and the sword-shaped flame phantom with explosive characteristics collided with the thunder flash. The two attribute energies stirred each other, and a deafening roar broke out. The thunder flash was amazingly powerful, and the power of thunder seemed to destroy everything. But Ronin's explosive flame slash was also not to be outdone. The flame sword shadow was like a burning meteor, carrying a destructive force to hit the opponent. The two forces met in the air, instantly triggering a strong energy fluctuation. Rumble. The entire arena was intertwined with flames and thunder at this moment, as if a magnificent natural wonder was being staged. The strong visual stimulation made it difficult for ordinary spectators to look directly at it, and one by one, they raised their hands to cover the strong light. Ronin. Will he be okay? Blanche's face turned slightly pale, and her heart was in her throat. On the other side of the viewing platform, Knight Missy watched everything in the battle calmly, but her hand holding the hilt of the sword still exposed her nervousness and worry at the moment. The air around the arena seemed to be torn apart by this force, forming a series of air vortexes. The two forces were deadlocked for a moment, and then Ronin's explosive flame slash suddenly expanded, as if a stronger force suddenly erupted, completely swallowing the thunder flash, and carrying the remaining power towards Kurata. So strong. Kurata's face changed. Although it was slow to say, it was only a matter of a moment from the use of fighting skills to the result of the confrontation. Kurata had no time to dodge, and was hit hard by the residual power of the explosive flame slash, and fell to the ground. He plowed dozens of meters, and hit the edge of the stand before stopping. Who? Kurata panted heavily, and the armor on his chest blocked part of the impact force. In addition, it was only the residual power of the explosive flame slash. Although he was embarrassed, he was not seriously injured. On the contrary, using fighting skills beyond his level consumed all the fighting spirit in his body, and the fatigue was far greater than the injury. Ronin's chest rose and fell slightly, and he slowly exhaled and stabilized his breath. Although the consumption of explosive flame slash was large, he was a golden knight, and the fighting spirit in his body had been liquefied, which was several times higher than that of Kurata. Even if he used explosive flame slash 5 or 6 more times, there would be no problem at all. There was a brief calm in the fighting arena. Kurata supported himself on the ground and slowly stood up. I lost this battle. Before using Thunder Flash, he said that if this attack could not defeat Ronin, he would voluntarily admit defeat. In fact, in his current state, even if he did not admit defeat, he could not continue to fight. Cheers suddenly exploded in the arena. Ronin! 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 The audience shouted Ronin's name enthusiastically, especially those who bet correctly, who stood up and stretched out their hands to their gamblers. Ha ha! Pay quickly! The faces of those who lost the bet were naturally not very good, and they could only turn their displeasure to blame the contestants. As expected, civilians don't deserve our trust, regardless of whether these people cheered for him or not. Ronin returned the greetings to the audience around him. And finally, under the leadership of the host, he came to Bruno's stand. His Majesty the King stood up with a smile. Although he had estimated that Ronin had a great chance of becoming the champion of today's tournament, he did not expect that this kid's performance would exceed his expectations. You conquered your opponent with your flames and attracted everyone's attention. I am honored to announce that you are the champion of today's tournament. He praised in a loud voice. At the same time, I will give you the title of Flame Knight. I hope you can use your flames to burn and conquer all opponents and provide warmth and protection for the kingdom of Alduin. The title of Knight is another vanity of the honorary knight. To express his gratitude and respect to Bruno, Ronin knelt on one knee. For your Majesty. For the kingdom of Alduin? Ha ha ha! Bruno laughed happily, raised his hand and shouted, Let's cheer for the Flame Knight Ronin Wuxian. Instantly, the entire arena was filled with unprecedented cheers. Even those nobles who were unhappy because they lost money in the bet responded to the king's call. Amid the cheers, Bruno took the laurel wreath held by the waiter and handed it to Ronin. Go, my Flame Knight. Go share this victory and honor with the person you think is the most beautiful today. Yes, your Majesty. Ronin took the laurel wreath. This is Ronin's honor, and a part of celebrating victory. He looked around, and then fixed his eyes on Blanche. Today is the birthday of Her Royal Highness the Princess, and she is about to marry him. And she has mentioned it before. So Ronin didn't need to think too much and walked slowly to Blanche. At this moment, in the eyes of the latter, Ronin seemed to be emitting charming brilliance. Princess, please allow me to present this laurel crown to you. Thank you, Flame Knight. It's my honor. Blanche blushed and her heart beat fast. She leaned forward imperceptibly and let Ronan put the laurel crown on her head. Suddenly, Blanche's name resounded throughout the venue. She didn't expect that one day she would be called like this. At this moment, she felt that the dark cloud covering her life had begun to dissipate. Thank you, Ronan, she said softly. Chapter 326, Winning Over. As Ronan put the laurel wreath on Blanche's head, the championship of the tournament ended, and King Bruno and some other nobles began to leave. But the tournament did not end there. Next, there was the competition between Franz and Missy for the third place, and some noble children's fights, which were equivalent to exhibition matches. The entire arena was still lively when Blanche invited a group of noble ladies to visit the Moon Shadow Palace. Ronan also got off the stands and walked towards the direction of the Extraordinary College in Yojio Bay. Count Ronan, Flame Knight. When the teachers and students of the Extraordinary College saw Ronan coming over, they greeted him one after another, and the dean also warmly welcomed him to visit the college. Ronan naturally agreed. He glanced around the crowd twice, but did not see Karada. Where did Knight Karada go? Here. Over there. Someone pointed to the periphery and said, Honorary Baron Philemon is talking to him. Someone enviously said, although Karada lost to you just now, his performance in the duel must have attracted many people's favor. He has always wanted to join the Royal Knights, and it seems that he should have a good chance this time. I'm so envious. Hearing what they said, Ronan's heart skipped a beat. No way. The person he just wanted to recruit was going to be taken by His Majesty the King first? This won't do. He nodded to the teachers and students of the Nyoji Bay Supernatural Academy, and then walked towards Karada and Philemon, who were talking outside the arena. The two of them noticed Ronan's approach and turned around. Philemon smiled. Why? Our Flame Knight is going to find the opponent to continue the exchange. Karada nodded slightly to Ronan. Sorry, I disturbed your conversation. Ronan smiled and walked up to the two of them. He looked at the king's personal guard, the leader of the Royal Knights. He heard that the other party was a Golden Knight who had 1 foot in the meteor level, and his strength should not be underestimated. Your Excellency is right. I am indeed here to find Karada. Philemon was very polite to the future king's son-in-law. In that case, I won't bother you, he said, and then said to Karada, come to me after you become a Golden Knight. After saying this, he left, looking at Philemon's back. Ronan said, should I congratulate you on your successful joining of the Royal Knights? It's too early. Karada denied it succinctly. Only if I become a Golden Knight first, I will be eligible to apply to the Royal Knights. Fortunately, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Philemon had already discussed it with Karada. The requirements of the Royal Knights are really strict. They even require Golden Knights to be eligible to apply. Then how many people are there in this group? Are all the members Golden Knights? All the Golden Knights form a group. Ronan dare not imagine its combat effectiveness. I'm afraid that the Meteor Knights will have to go around in front of such a knight group. Of course not. Karada spread his hands, and his tone revealed helplessness. This is just a specific condition set for me personally. He was talking about individuals, not ordinary people of this kind. It seems that Karada has not been able to join the Royal Knights, and there must be some reasons that Ronan does not know. Although the Royal Knights have extended an olive branch to you, I still want to ask. Ronan paused and looked directly into the other party's eyes. I wonder if I am qualified to recruit you to join my territory now. He values the other party's potential. If Karada can join Mubei territory, then this young knight in his 20s will be the one with the most development potential under Rydar. And his qualifications are definitely better than McKin. Although the current Wushan territory seems to have stabilized, there will definitely be conflicts and wars in the future. Local geopolitical conflicts may be resolved by relying on the 5 knights of Wushan Castle. But Ronan still needs his own strength to obtain the title of Marquis of the Kingdom. What's more, Ronan's goal is not just as simple as the Marquis. If you want to go further, it means that the situation on the continent will be turbulent. Only when a large-scale battlefield breaks out, the existing power structure will have a chance to reshuffle and rebuild. At that time, Ronan needs more knights, especially stronger knights. People like Karada are obviously the most suitable candidates. You misunderstood me, Karada explained. The qualifications I mentioned do not refer to the leading position in strength. After all, many nobles are not strong. Right? Oh! Ronan was surprised. If it is not personal strength, then it is the strength of the territory? Don't worry about this. Although my territory is in its infancy, it is very vast, and has great development potential. There will definitely be more opportunities for the knights who follow me. Considering that the other party was born a commoner, he might be more concerned about the remuneration. So Ronan said, Silver Knights get 336 gold coins per year from me, and Gold Knights get 1680 gold coins per year. In addition, there will be subsidies based on the position, and spoils of war are calculated separately. He said straight to the point, you don't have to worry that I can't afford the remuneration of my followers. My followers have gold and silver, and I have never owed them wages. The current remuneration and development prospects have been mentioned, and the other party should have a certain understanding. Kurata laughed, but still shook his head. I have never doubted your financial strength. He sighed and said directly, in fact, over the years, I have also thought about working for nobles outside the Royal Knights. But in the end, I did not succeed. Why? Kurata said helplessly, someone is obstructing me. Even if I want to follow you, you will change your mind because of him. Is there such a thing? This puzzled Ronan. Who would interfere with the decision of other nobles? The first person he thought of was the king. But it was unlikely after careful consideration. He immediately thought, could it be that the pursuer of Kurata's secret crush put pressure on other nobles, which led to such an outstanding young genius having nowhere to go? Who is obstructing you? Ronan asked. Kurata smiled mysteriously. I think he will find you soon. If you still want to recruit me after meeting him, I think we can talk at that time. For this civilian knight, what he wanted most was to cross the class. Originally, this matter was a difficult and easy thing for professional knights with great potential and strong strength. But it is an insurmountable mountain for Kurata. He has no chance to get close to the aristocratic circle, let alone enter this circle. In his eyes, although Ronan has background, strength and future, if it were in the past, such a person would definitely appear on the list of aristocrats he is willing to follow. But perhaps because he has been stood up too many times and has been regretted many times, Kurata does not think that Ronan will be special for such aristocrats who value interests more. Instead of this, he might as well choose the Royal Knights. After all, Knight Philemon has said that as long as he becomes a Golden Knight and then applies, he will have a great chance to join. Only by successfully following the nobles can you have the opportunity to establish merits, become an honorary knight, and then become a noble. Otherwise, before becoming a strong man that others have to look at him in the eye, he is at most a knight with some money and strength, but cannot cross the class. Ronan looked at the civilian knight's back as he left, and couldn't help asking, I heard that you have a crush on a noble. Can you tell me her identity? In his opinion, this humble and polite civilian knight who wanted to enter the noble circle was unlikely to offend a noble. So, there was probably only one reason for the nobles to target each other. Kurata paused, not expecting that Ronan, who had never been to Golden Feather City, also knew about this. She was your opponent today. Is it her? Ronan's mind immediately showed the figure of Knight Missy. She is a good friend of Her Royal Highness the Princess, a member of the royal family's top combat force, the Griffin Knights, a rare silver-level female knight, and a noble family. Compared with this, Kurata and Missy are indeed a bit mismatched. Chapter 327, Popularity at the Dinner. Lights, bonfires. The luxurious banquet hall was bright inside and out. The sound of chatter, laughter, musical instruments and songs were all connected. Tonight, the Golden Feather Palace held an unprecedentedly lively party for Blanche's birthday. The nobles gathered here to celebrate the birthday of Her Royal Highness the Princess, and also to chat with other nobles about feelings and cooperation. Those small nobles who were lucky enough to attend the banquet had the opportunity to meet the great nobles here, thereby expanding their own network of contacts. Ronan also met a lot of people at the banquet, but most of them were polite exchanges. After all, he didn't know what these nobles were like. Hi, Ronan. Can I have a drink with you? Franz, who changed into a dress, was more handsome and elegant, exuding an elegant temperament all over his body. He was the person that many noble ladies were happy to talk to tonight. Of course, it's my honor. Ronan raised his glass and gently clinked it with the other party. Franz Silva is one of the people Ronan wants to meet the most. If there is a chance, Ronan would like to visit his grandfather. This living century-old man must be a knowledgeable person, and he is also a magician. Ronan is likely to learn a lot from him. Franz drank a sip elegantly and praised with a smile. Gregorian wine is the most famous. Wine of this quality can only be drunk at the banquet of the Golden Feather Palace. The wine tonight is indeed much higher than that in Wushan Castle. Your Excellency likes wine very much? Uh-huh. What I like to do most after practicing is to drink a sip of good wine. Franz looked intoxicated. It felt like a traveler who was walking in the desert and dying of thirst suddenly drank a mouthful of sweet spring water. Roning didn't pay much attention to drinks like wine, and the plan to brew white wine had not been put on the agenda yet. So, he discussed the wine culture of this world with Franz, and understood the other party's demand for wine. Although this world has wine and beer, according to Franz, many knights will dislike the strength of the wine after intense training and fighting, given that the knight's consumption capacity is not bad. If Roning brews white wine, it will definitely have a certain market. Perhaps when Roning returns to the territory, he can call 2 winemakers to try it. After a long talk, the two became more familiar with each other, and Roning raised a more puzzling question. It's not uncommon to find people who practice both fighting spirit and magic, but it's very rare to find people like you who practice fighting spirit and magic to the same level. Why don't you focus on one direction and improve its level as much as possible? Franz sighed helplessly after hearing this. Compared to the disadvantage of magicians in close combat, I prefer the excitement of knights winning under the sword. It's just... He spread his hands. This is my great-grandfather's request. He asked me to practice both fighting spirit and magic to level 6 first, and then focus on one of them according to my own preferences. Ronan was shocked. Franz's great-grandfather was Mage Belwara. For such a person to make such a request to his grandson, there must be a basis, and it will bring benefits. What are the benefits of doing this? I don't know the specific benefits, but my great-grandfather told me that when I am lucky enough to become a Sun Knight or a great mage in the future, I will have a lot of benefits. He did not hide it, because there are very few people in the world who can practice both magic and martial arts like him, and not everyone can stick to this kind of practice. Ronan couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Perhaps this is the confidence of the strong family. Balola's expectations for the younger generation are no longer gold meteors, but directly up to the 9th level. Ronan even doubted whether this legendary mage had broken through to become a great mage without people knowing. This question is obviously not suitable to ask. Lord Belwara is the top magician on the Orient continent. What he said must be correct. Ronan's eyes flashed with reverence. I wonder if I had the opportunity to visit him in the Amethyst Earldom. Ha! The Silva family welcomes you to visit the Crystal Territory at any time. Franz welcomed warmly. However, my great-grandfather has not been seen for many years, and I can't guarantee whether he can see me. Ronan understood this very well. This kind of strongman who transcends the constraints of power does not need to give face to every noble. At the beginning, the other party was able to come to Wushan territory purely because he was attracted by the soul-devouring surge on Lu lands. Earl Ronan. A warm greeting, but a man Ronan did not know came over. He responded politely. Who is your excellency? This is the kingdom's finance minister. This Count Luther Cox. Franz introduced with a smile, then raised his glass and ended the conversation with Ronan. Cox. This man has the same last name as Knight Missy. Thinking back to the afternoon, Karada mentioned that someone would come to Ronan. Could it be that he was referring to this man in front of him? Are you Missy's father? Luther smiled and nodded. Missy is very strong-willed. She is a girl but always stuck in a group of men. She lacks the beauty that a girl should have. Everyone can hear that this is a humble statement. Heroic and valiant is also a kind of beauty. This word caused Luther to laugh. I have sent your championship reward to your residence and handed it to your 2 followers. I wonder if I can take up 2 minutes of the Honorable Flame Knight. I want to talk to you. Of course. It's my honor. Lord Viscount. Don't call me that. I'm just a Viscount. There's still a big gap between me and a real noble. As the two talked, they walked out of the hall and stopped by the exquisite pillars in the corridor outside. Ronan knew that the other party might be talking about Karada. I have a request, and I hope the Earl can agree to it, he said. Oh, please go ahead. Luther got straight to the point. I saw you met Karada alone in the afternoon, so I boldly guessed that you wanted to recruit him. I like to deal with people with potential. Ronan smiled. Although Karada comes from an ordinary background, I am very optimistic about him. I would be very happy if he could join my Wubei territory, but I hope you can give up recruiting him. Luther looked straight into Ronan's eyes. His expression was very serious. As a price for changing your mind, I will strive for cooperative projects for your territory, Hubei territory, and give up some benefits within the scope of authority. The Minister of Finance is in charge of the kingdom's finances. His words are definitely not empty talk. Ronan believes that since the other party has said it, he will definitely do it. No wonder no nobles need Kurata, who has such great potential. I'm afraid some small nobles dare not recruit him at all. And some big nobles will deal with Luther, and will definitely give him some face. In this case, it will be very difficult for Kurata to squeeze into the noble circle again. You may not know that even if I don't recruit him, he can join the Royal Knights when he becomes a Golden Knight. Maybe. Luther's tone is a little indifferent. Even if he joins the Royal Knights, it is still very difficult to become an honorary Knight of Your Majesty from a Knight. It seems that this Minister of Finance is determined to target Kurata. Can I know why you are targeting him so much? Ronan asked. From my 2 contacts, there is nothing wrong with him. It's very simple. I hate him. Then Luther said the reason why he hated him. It turned out that Kurata and Missy met at the exchange meeting between the Royal Knight Academy and the Nujiawan Extraordinary Academy and became friends. Seeing that the two were gradually developing into lovers, Luther, as a father, chose to intervene. In Luther's eyes, his daughter was very outstanding. And if she wanted to marry, she had to marry a real nobleman. Kurata, who was born in a commoner family, had to spend a lot of energy to obtain high-level fighting skills, and was not worthy of Missy at all. Kurata used to be very confident. He told me that with his strength, he would definitely become an honorary knight and squeeze into the aristocratic class before the age of 28. Luther smiled slightly, but his smile was a little cruel. But I want to tell him that this circle is not for everyone who wants to enter. Without connections, it is not enough to rely on just a little strength. Some people are born in the aristocratic circle and cannot understand how difficult it is for people outside the circle to enter. With Kurata's talent, he is expected to become a meteor knight. Ronan defended him. The meteor knight is indeed powerful, but he is the only one who is powerful. Obviously, Luther is not afraid of the meteor knight. It's not that he is so strong, but he feels that even the meteor knight cannot fight against the group of nobles. What if he can become a silver moon knight? Ronan asked with a smile. A silver moon level warrior does not need to be knighted. He is a noble being in himself. Then I can only wish him the best. Luther said, but even if he is better than Crown Prince Garrett, he is only a meteor knight now. I don't think Kurata will be better than the Crown Prince. Wait another 10 or 20 years. By then, Missy will have married. Ronan reminded, offending a silver moon level warrior does not seem to be a good choice for the Cox family. Thank you for your reminder, Earl Ronan. But this is only a theoretical possibility. Luther's expression was still calm. There are many people with great potential and good qualifications in this world. But how many of them can eventually grow up? We can't always worry about this, and that for what may happen in the future. Right? What's more, it's not that I didn't give him a chance. It's just that he hasn't even been able to squeeze into the circle of nobles in the past few years. At the age of 28, how can he become an honorary knight? From Luther's perspective, I have to say that these words do make sense. After all, there is no such thing as freedom of love and marriage in this era. Of course, even in modern society on Earth, parents still pay attention to the marriage of their children. However, Luther's practice of relying on his identity and power to cut off a person's future and upward path is not reasonable to Ronan. How is it? After saying so much, the Minister of Finance asked with a smile, what do you think, Lord Earl? Ronan pondered slightly. I wonder what cooperation projects you will provide to my Hubei territory. The kingdom can cooperate with nobles in many places every year, such as food procurement, weapons supply, material supply, clothing, tools, etc. Even if a small part of a project is handed over to your Hubei territory, it will be a huge profit for you and your territory. This is true. Even if it is subcontracted, you can make a lot of money. However, Luther did not come up with a practical and executable plan, which means a bit of writing a blank check. Ronan nodded slightly. I'll consider it. Luther raised his glass. I believe you will make the right choice. After all, a considerable amount of income can exchange for more silver knights and gold knights for your territory. The two clinked glasses, and then the Minister of Finance turned around and re-entered the venue to negotiate with his partners. Looking at the slightly fat figure, Ronan shook the last sip of wine in the glass with a half-smile on his face. He and the other party stood in different positions, had different perspectives, different future ambitions, and naturally looked at problems differently. Silver Knights and Gold Knights are easy to find, but Meteor Knights are hard to find, especially Meteor Knights who are loyal to him. If he still extends an olive branch to Kurata now, it will undoubtedly be a timely help. As for whether he will offend Finance Minister Luther if he insists on recruiting Kurata, Ronan doesn't care much. He is a feudal noble and the son-in-law of the future king. His identity and status are higher than the other party. The porcelain and silk in the future territory are all specialties of Wubei territory. Even if the other party really interferes, the impact will not be great. What's more, compared with several hostile forces in Wushan territory, Luther is nothing. Just as he was thinking about these questions, a burst of laughter interrupted his thoughts. He couldn't help but turn his head, but saw a group of noble children gathered in a corner of the open square, constantly making hilarious and mocking sounds. And the one surrounded by them was none other than Kurata. Interesting. Ronan shook the red wine glass and walked over. Not only him, but also many noble children who like to watch fun approach that side. Look at this commoner who wants to be a noble. The person who spoke was a little drunk, and his tone of sarcasm was extremely strong. Look at his clothes. Look at his manners. How dare he come to the princess's banquet? And the way he ate just now. Another person walked to the long table exaggeratedly, cut a large piece of monster meat, and stuffed it into his mouth, looking like a wolf eating, making the corners of his mouth and hands all greasy. With this way of eating, have you never seen monster meat since you were a child? He cut another piece and threw it on the table. Come on. Come on. Eat enough tonight. Ha ha ha. This also caused the onlookers to laugh secretly. Although Kurata's strength and talent are stronger than theirs, it is often more pleasurable to laugh at such people. Ronan observed the other party. Although Kurata's clothes at this moment are not very gorgeous, they are still decent. There is no oil on the corners of his mouth and hands. Obviously, he has never thought of the monster meat. At this time, Kurata just frowned and frowned. Although he was pointed at and ridiculed, he did not rush up to beat up the person who ridiculed him. He knew that as long as he took action, he would be severely punished regardless of whether it was reasonable or not. Because civilians beat nobles. This is an infringement of noble privileges and dignity. He did not want to send himself to prison on impulse. At this time, one of the mockers noticed that Ronan was also at the scene, and hurried over. Dignified Flame Knight, come and see your defeated opponent. He smiled and said, he is not worthy of standing on the same field with you, let alone appearing at the banquet tonight. Ronan did not know this person, and did not know his identity. But the other party used him to mock Kurata, which made him very unhappy. It is His Majesty the King's intention to have fun with the people. The appearance of Ronan made things interesting. Many people who had just laughed at Kurata immediately shut up. The nobleman who wanted to take advantage of Ronan's power froze, and he didn't know how to respond. Ronan came to the long table, cut off a piece of monster meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. The meat is tender and delicious, and tastes good. I have never eaten such delicious food since I was a child. What kind of monster meat is this? It's the meat of a level 3 water python. Kurata said, I have killed several of them in the Monster Mountain range, and have eaten them for more than half a month. Then you must have vomited this kind of meat. Yes, Earl Ronan. Kurata seemed to be recalling its taste, and couldn't help saying, maybe the monster meat in the palace has a special way of cooking, but I really don't want to eat it. After saying this, the faces of the few people who had just mocked Kurata turned pale. They obviously didn't expect that Ronan not only didn't mock the defeated general with them, but even made them lose face for him. But they didn't dare to mock and slander Ronan. In desperation, they could only leave quickly and dejectedly. Ronan said to Kurata, I think we can have a good talk. As you wish. Sir. Chapter 328 in easy order. Ronan and Kurata came to a corner of the lawn. Thank you for helping me out. The mock civilian knight was in a very peaceful mood, as if everything he had just experienced had not affected his mood. Who were those people just now? Ronan asked. It was Griffin Wylan, the eldest son of Viscount Maple Ridge. His family runs a clothing business, and has vast flax fields. Many noble dresses are produced by them. Kurata knew the other party's background very well. Viscount Luther is interested in him. Ronan curled his lips. He is not worthy of Knight Missy. I think so too. Kurata smiled, and looked at Ronan seriously for the first time. This young man who was younger than him had a personality and style that he could not understand. I just saw Viscount Luther looking for you. So what is your decision now? Ronan laughed. Compared to Luther's temporary value, I value the long term more. Kurata, my attitude towards you has not changed. I still hope you can join my territory. Wubei territory has what you need. Kurata took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have no objection to the conditions you offered before. But I hope to become an honorary knight before the age of 28. Of course, I will offer my loyalty and strength. No problem. Ronan agreed immediately. Let him set up a fiefdom in Wubei territory and confer titles on nobles. He needs to consider this matter. But conferring honorary knights is much simpler. As long as the people under his command have enough military merits, they can be conferred. Perhaps when Wubei territory wins a certain victory next time, he can consider a round of rewards for the knights under his command. After receiving Ronan's affirmative answer, Kurata finally knelt on one knee. In the past, he had no choice but to spend time in the Royal Knights, practicing hard while looking for opportunities to join. But he also knew that even if he joined the Royal Knights now, he might not be able to make enough contributions in more than 2 years to allow him to be promoted from a civilian to an honorary knight. But now, he has a better choice. Kurata said solemnly in a sonorous voice, Respected Earl of Wubei territory. I, Kurata, am willing to follow you. From now on, your will is my motivation. He had thought about such a scene since he was 20 years old. But he didn't expect that he would successfully follow a noble 5 years later. Hopefully, this is a good start. Ronan showed a bright smile on his face. And he stepped forward to help him up. Welcome to join Kurata. Wubei territory is more exciting with you. In the distance, Luther's face sank when he saw this scene. It stands to reason that a territory that needs to develop lacks gold coins the most. With gold coins, materials and population will be solved. He could never have imagined that Ronan would make such a choice. As expected, young people always act impulsively. Missy, who changed into a light dress, appeared beside Luther and whispered, Remember your promise. Father. Haha. Of course I will remember it. Luther was also very troubled by this daughter. If it was a daughter of an ordinary family, as a father, he could completely use orders to make the other party submit to his will and marry. But in order to disobey his arrangement, Missy practiced hard day and night. Not only was she quite strong, but she also successfully joined the Griffin Knights with the friendship of Her Royal Highness the Princess. In this case, even if he is the father, it is not easy to force him. Don't forget the family's training for you. Luther said angrily, I always think the Weiland family is more suitable. Missy sneered, Just look at his gloomy look just now. Father, are you old and confused? Luther did not comment. He did look down on Griffin, but he looked up to the Weiland family's property. Ronan and Kurata chatted for a while, mainly explaining the actions after the birthday party, so that the other party would be prepared to leave Jinyu City and Nyoju Bay. Then he returned to the banquet hall. As soon as he arrived, he was greeted by Blanche, who was dressed in a gorgeous outfit. I've been looking for you for a long time, and I thought you left early. I went out to do something. Ronan smiled and said, You are more confident and more beautiful tonight. Blanche's cheeks were slightly red. Thank you for your compliment. She walked up and took Ronan's arm. Come on, Champion Knight. I want to take you to meet a few people. Oh! Ronan walked over in confusion. Soon, the two entered a rest room. As soon as he entered the door, Ronan smelled the perfume, and quickly scanned around, only to find that the room was full of women. He was a little confused. What did Blanche bring him here for? Come on! Come on! Our flame knight is finally here. A noble lady saw Ronan coming and immediately shouted. All of a sudden, all the noble ladies in the room gathered around him, which scared him, and he subconsciously thought that Blanche had found a lot of women for him. The nobles introduced themselves one by one. They were either the wives of certain barons or viscounts, or the daughters of certain officials, etc. In short, they were all from the aristocratic circle. Do you need clothes made of silk? Ronan finally figured out the purpose of Blanche bringing him here. To be honest, he did want to promote silk products through Blanche, but he was worried that the effect of the shawl was not enough and would affect other people's first impression. But he didn't expect that Blanche would bring him an unexpected surprise. Yes, Lord Earl. I also want a shawl like this. If possible, I want a dress made of silk. Can you give me a few dresses and casual clothes that I wear on weekdays? The ladies and young ladies put forward their needs one by one. Ronan listened and smiled more and more. Of course. The silk produced by Wubei this year can fully meet your needs. It is now the end of September, and the silk cocoons in Zigua village have all been harvested. Leah and others should be busy reeling and weaving. 200,000 or 300,000 silk cocoons can make hundreds of clothes, which is enough to meet the needs of these ladies and young ladies in front of him. However, Ronan has not yet figured out how much a set of silk dresses and clothes will sell for. Scarcity makes things valuable, and these ladies had certain expectations in their hearts anyway. So he offered a silk dress starting at 50 gold coins, and the specific price would depend on the style of the dress. The ladies were not frightened by such a price at all, and they all wanted to order. So the lounge became an office. Luo Ning took a pen and paper and wrote down the needs of these people one by one, and promised to deliver them to Jinyu City before June next year. After these ladies left with satisfaction, Luo Ning looked at the list of 80 pieces of various clothes, and couldn't help but pull Blanche into his arms, and buried his head in a long kiss. He didn't separate until the woman in his arms collapsed. Her cheeks flushed. Blanche couldn't help looking out the door, and angrily said, "What if someone sees this?" "Don't worry. I have good hearing." Ronan smiled and said, "You're awesome. You got me such a big order in one go. If all the orders on paper are sold successfully, he will have at least 4,000 gold coins in his account. Don't look down on 4,000 gold coins just because Roning's championship reward is as high as 50,000 gold coins. After all, the former is accidental and unrepeatable, while the latter is not only sustainable, but also believes that through the trial and promotion of these ladies and young ladies, Roning's silk business will be more prosperous and smooth next year. For Ronan, the remaining thing to do is to let Horn actively expand the planting of mulberry seedlings, obtain more silk, and then arrange more textile workers, tailors, etc. to increase production capacity. Blanche boldly put her arms around Roning's neck and said with a smile, "I have helped you so much. You have to thank me." Okay. I will thank you right away." Ronan smiled evilly and lowered his head again. Chapter 329 Achievement. The kiss was a long one, but that was all they could do for now. First, the time and place did not allow for deeper contact. Second, taking the last step before the marriage was officially announced would not be good for the reputation of both Ronan and Blanche. Especially Blanche. As a princess, she was already criticized. If she did not behave properly, she would probably become a new laughing stock. After a brief moment of tenderness, the two walked out of the lounge and rejoined the lively dinner. The feast lasted for a long time until the bells rang in the early morning, and people left the scene one after another. "My lord, you are back." Tom and David hurried over to greet him. Ronan asked, "Has the Golden Feather Palace arranged for someone to deliver the championship reward?" "It has been delivered, sir," Tom replied. "There are 5 large boxes in total. We counted them and found that each box has 10,000 gold coins. Now they have all been moved to your study." "Did you count them?" David looked helpless. "Yes, sir. You know, Tom and I are not well educated. Counting these boxes of gold coins is even more difficult than killing 2 wild boars in the mountains." After hearing this, Ronan laughed. "It does take some time to count 50,000 gold coins. In addition, these 2 people are not good at math, so they are likely to make mistakes. Once they make a mistake, they will have to start all over again. Okay, it's getting late. If you have nothing to do, go and rest." Ronan went straight to the study, and the 5 large boxes were neatly placed in the center of the room. The 4 major families did not bargain, and the judgment made on His Majesty, the King, was quickly executed. It seems that Bruno's rule is still relatively stable. Although there were open and covert struggles, they were all between nobles. For the royal family, everyone was completely obedient and loyal, at least on the surface. Ronan walked forward and opened the boxes one by one. This scene reminded him of the experience of opening boxes in the shore city. That day he won 20,000 gold coins and completed the achievement of good fortune. And today he won 50,000 gold coins, according to the previous experience of 1, 3, and 5. I don't know if I can complete the achievement twice in a row this time. As the 5 boxes were quickly opened, under the illumination of the magic lamps, the whole room was dyed with a golden light. 50,000 gold coins are equivalent to the income of a baron for more than 10 years. Such rewards are very rare in previous night tournaments. At the same time, a line of text popped up in Luo Ning's vision. Fortune and prosperity achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 1000. Energy and spirit plus 2000. Then, the second line of text also popped up. Fortune and prosperity achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 2000. Energy and spirit plus 4000. Luo Ning smiled. Sure enough, 2 levels were completed at one time. He took a look at the panel, and the new Fortune and Prosperity achievement required a one-time earning of 100,000 gold coins. Today's 50,000 gold coins are equivalent to buying a lottery and winning the prize. It will be difficult to have such an opportunity in the future. So these 100,000 gold coins are definitely not easy to earn. Unless I can rob the treasure house of a great noble. Luo Ning thought while looking at the attribute panel. After these 2 levels of achievement rewards, his attribute points have reached 3,003 points. And his energy essence has increased to an unprecedented 7,560 points. With so much energy essence, once I become a meteor knight, can I upgrade Elren from a great wizard to an 8th level wizard in one go? Any magician, even a magician of light attribute, has a power that cannot be ignored. For Ronin, once Elren becomes a magician, it means that it is possible to eliminate the negative effects of the soul-devouring surge on Lilins. By then, the long-silent Wushan territory will usher in the return of the meteor-level strongmen of the past. This will be of great benefit to both Wushan territory and Ronin. However, 7,560 energy essences may be a little less. According to the current level progress, it takes 3,500 points to become a level 7 great magician from a level 6 magician. Then from level 7 to level 8 magician. The energy essence required is definitely more than 4,500 points. Therefore, if Ronin wants to upgrade Elren to a magician in one go, he needs to accumulate more energy essences. Fortunately, he still has some time to become a level 7 extraordinary person, and he can still accumulate a lot by signing in monthly. Moreover, after returning to Wubei territory, Giant Stone City, and Qishan Town, he still has a series of achievements to achieve. For example, the 2 items on the achievement panel are Population Prosperity and Conquest. As long as Roner delivers the personnel that Wiggins and Kabir promised to provide to Wubei territory, and as long as the new political officer Saran does a good job of population statistics in Giant Stone City and Qishan Town, he can obtain a large number of attribute points and energy essence. But after this wave of achievements is completed intensively, the following achievements will become more and more difficult to complete. Becoming a marquis, earning 100,000 gold coins at a time, killing an 8th level extraordinary unit. These achievements either require very high strength or take time to operate. It is almost impossible to complete a large number of achievements within a few months like now. However, he has already established himself among the strong. Ronin collected his thoughts before he set out to destroy the White Whale pirates and head to Rapids Island. He needed to consume all his attribute points first. After adding points, his knight level progressed to the gold level, 2500/2500. And with the consumption of the remaining attribute points, the magician level also reached the wizard, 1699/3500. Ronin closed his eyes and felt the changes brought about by the increase in strength. Deep in the sea of Qi, the wheel of the blade that the golden knight needed to break was now only a very faint shadow, like a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. For ordinary people, as long as this remaining shadow disappears, it means that the knight has broken the wheel of the blade and entered a new level. The meteor level. After checking the changes in the Sea of Qi, Ronin turned his attention to the mana space. With the improvement of the magician level progress, Ronin's mana space has been further expanded. At the same time, the seal wheel in the space was also impacted, and its brilliance dimmed by nearly half. To advance, you need 1801 attribute points. With the current 3-fold increase in monthly sign-in, even without those achievements, I only need 5 months. 5 months, long or short. I have gained a lot from coming to Jinyu City this time. Luo Ning opened his eyes and put the 5 boxes full of gold coins into the space ring with satisfaction. In just over 10 days, he not only seized a ship, made money, and negotiated a business, but also embraced a beauty, changed his reputation, and recruited 2 talents. The word quite fruitful is not enough to describe the gains of this trip. Next, it's the White Whale Pirates and Rapids Island. If everything goes well, Luo Ning will get a new title and territory soon. Chapter 330 The Strength of the Pirate Group. As the lively palace banquet ended, The nobles left one after another. In the morning, Ronan was summoned by His Majesty the King and led by the guards to the other party's study. Please sit down, Ronan. Bruno smiled and said, I heard that Karada chose to follow you last night. Listening to such an opening conversation, Ronan was embarrassed. Philemon is the leader of the Royal Knights. He expressed his willingness to Karada, which can basically be confirmed to be from His Majesty the King. Ronan recruited Karada and finally succeeded, which was more or less a kind of interception. At this time, facing Bruno's question, he chose to answer honestly. Yesterday when the tournament started, Knight Reese appointed City introduced Karada to me. When I learned that he did not follow any noble, I wanted to recruit him. Then in the championship, I asked him to recruit me, but he did not agree at that time. To be honest, Ronan was really afraid that Bruno would ask him to give up his love, and he really didn't know how to answer. After all, many of the gains from this trip to the capital were thanks to the care of His Majesty the King, and the things about Rapids Island later were all on Bruno's shoulders. In this case, if the other party asked him to give up Karada, Ronan would seem too ignorant of the ways of the world if he chose to refuse. Fortunately, Bruno did not say such a thing. He just laughed and scolded, You kid! You got ahead of me. I wanted to recruit him into the Royal Knights. Ronan's mood relaxed. He chuckled. I didn't know that Your Majesty was interested in Karada. Otherwise, you would never have said anything to recruit him in the arena. Bruno waved his hand. For him, Karada was just a knight with good potential. If he really valued him, he would not agree to Luther's request and not approve him to join the Royal Knights. Now that Karada followed Ronan, it has been known to many people. If he asked Ronan to give up, it would be a bit embarrassing. Maybe the outside world would think that he was using his identity and status to force Ronan to give up his followers. Since Karada followed you, I will no longer arrange strong knights for you in the two things of destroying the White Whale Pirates and the Rapids Island. Bruno thought for a while and said, Although the White Whale Pirates attacked you this time, they targeted my royal guests. When you leave, I will arrange for someone to bring several knights to accompany you to sea. For him, no matter who is the mastermind behind this matter, he needs to make his position clear and let these people know that anyone who targets the royal guests will have to pay a price. I wonder how strong the White Whale Pirates are. Although Ronan has obtained Reese's consent, and the knight squad from the Dennis family has come to accompany him to complete this task. So many days have passed since he landed, and Ronan is not clear about the interrogation results of the assassin. Although the strength of the Royal Knight squad is not low, Ronan is still a little worried. After all, they need to go to the White Whale Pirates' lair this time. If the enemy is too strong, the disadvantage of landing operations will be great, so as not to capsize in the gutter in the end. Bruno glanced at Philemon beside him, who understood and said, The interrogation results have been received from the Horned Bay. This group of pirates is hiding on a small island. It is said that their leader is a criminal wanted for killing a nobleman. Although his strength is not bad, he is only a gold knight. In addition, there is a silver knight, that is, the deputy leader Caraway, who was captured by us, as well as 3 bronze knights and a dozen knights below the senior level. The overall strength is not strong. Ronan was a little surprised. I heard that the White Whale Pirates are one of the most powerful forces in the Screaming Sea. How come the scale of the combat members is only at the level of a knight squad? Ronan originally thought that the other party had a large number of people, but he didn't expect that there were only so few people. Philemon smiled and said, These remarks are all from those merchant ships. For the great nobles, this level of pirate group can't make a difference at all. Ronan nodded slowly, and thought about it carefully. Pirates who are too strong generally mean that the politics of this area is very chaotic. While the Screaming Sea is on one side of the capital, and the Count of Screaming Island is in the middle, and the politics is relatively stable. Such a situation restricted the development and growth of pirates. At this time, Bruno smiled and said, So you don't have to worry. Pirates of this scale, as long as their base is determined, we can send 2 ships to destroy them at any time. Ronan stood up and saluted. Ronan thanks Your Majesty for your care. Brawl has arranged the accompanying knights. You will meet them later. Bruno waved his hand. Let's go when you are ready. Ronan bowed and left. And basically this trip to the capital was over. Nyoju Bay, a small courtyard near the main city. Those who can live here are not nobles, but they are not the lowest civilians. Over the years, Karada has been a mercenary, and has traveled through the Warcraft Mountains alone. He is also a minor at the Nyojubei Supernatural Academy, and has accumulated a certain amount of money. Although his parents are farmers, they can still buy a courtyard in a relatively prosperous area with his income. After returning from the capital, he told his parents about his plan. Whatever decision you make, your mother and I support you. Child. Kurata's father patted Kurata on the shoulder. In fact, they are satisfied with their son's current achievements. But they also know that their son has his own goals and cannot stay in Nyojubei forever. Your father and I are very happy to be a follower of the nobles. But the territory of Earl Ronin is too far away. Kurata's mother had tears in her eyes. A mother worries about her son when he is thousands of miles away. It is the same in any world. After you leave, we don't know when we can see you again. In this era of underdeveloped transportation, sometimes a separation may never see each other again in this life. Kurata comforted, don't worry. Father, mother, the Count told me that he will form a fleet, and I will come back to see when I have the chance. Also, when I have a foothold in Wubei in the future, as long as you are willing, I can also take you there to live. Hearing this, the two people's mood of parting was better. Go with peace of mind. Your mother and I are waiting for your glorious return. Kurata nodded heavily, put his bag on his shoulders, looked deeply at his parents, then turned around and walked out firmly. After wandering around Nyojubei and Jinyu City for 7 or 8 years, he finally chose to leave the city where he lived and start a new life. Hoped to return again. He really brought glory, as his father wished. Chapter 331, Reunion and Departure. On the avenue outside the Golden Feather Palace, Ronin and Blanche were saying their final goodbyes. After 5 or 6 days of getting along and having close contact, their feelings for each other quickly warmed up, and they were reluctant to part at this time. However, in public, the two could only say some farewell words, and did not make any overly intimate gestures. Not far away, Night Missy looked at the two people state, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Not long after, Ronin waved to Blanche, then turned around and got on the horse, leading a group of people to Nyojubei. I didn't expect that His Majesty the King would arrange for you to lead the team to go to sea with me. Ronin and Missy rode side by side. To be honest, when he heard that the Royal Knights were led by Missy, he was quite surprised by Bruno's arrangement. The other party made such an arrangement knowing the relationship between Kurata and Missy. Could it be that Bruno is still keen on matchmaking and doing the work of a matchmaker? I didn't expect it either. Missy's expression could not be seen under the armor mask. But I still have to thank you. Thank me for what? Ronin couldn't help but tease. Thank me for creating an opportunity for you and Kurata? Missy turned her head and glanced at Ronin. Although there was a warning in her eyes, she did not refute this sentence verbally. Sometimes, I hate the distinction between nobles and commoners. It makes my father only see the benefits, and not simply regard me as a daughter. At the same time, it also restricts my freedom, and allows me to do what I want. Your idea is very dangerous. Night Missy, Ronin reminded. Don't tell me that you want to overthrow the noble class. This kind of words Ronin dared not say easily. But today it was said by a woman. Overthrowing the aristocratic class is touching the cake of this class, and it will inevitably be condemned by all the nobles. Haha. You are really funny. Missy shook her head. I am just sighing. How can I have such ability? Because of Blanche and Kurata. She felt close to Ronin, so she expressed her sigh. What she has been doing is to strengthen herself and dominate her own orders. But she has never thought of overthrowing the aristocratic class. Ronin suggested, Night Missy, if you are with Kurata in the future, how about being loyal to me together? His Majesty the King promised to send me a few griffins, and then I will let you take charge. When a woman marries a man, she will generally live with the man. In other words, if Kurata and Missy can get together, Wubei will have a young silver female knight. And she is also a female knight with many years of flying experience. Missy's cheeks were slightly red under the mask. She ignored Ronin and walked forward a little faster. But in her heart, she was imagining the possibility of Ronin's words. When Ronin was still on the way to Nyojubei, Reese Dennis, who came earlier, had already joined the family team. On the deck of Dennis No. 1, he met the captain of the 1st Night Squadron of Pointed Horn City, Baron Lucci Boggs, who was also his childhood teacher. At this time, they had a dispute over something. Reese, please forgive me for being frank. Although we have a grudge against the White Whale Pirates, you should discuss this decision with your father, Lord Vittorino. Baron Lucy Boggs protested to Reese. His mission this time was to safely escort Reese back to Pointed City. This Count Vitorino never asked him to destroy the White Whale Pirates and land on Rapids Island. If it was just to destroy the White Whale Pirates, he could barely accept it. After all, the other party attacked the Dennis family at sea, and the two sides were enemies. But supporting Ronan to go to Rapids Island had nothing to do with Pointed City. Although he was the captain of the Night Squadron, he did not dare to act rashly without the official order of Viscount Vitorino. Even if the person who proposed the action was the future heir of Pointed City, it would not work, because once a huge loss occurs, he cannot afford it. Don't worry, teacher. I have written to inform my father, and I believe he will reply today or tomorrow. Reese did not have the right to directly command the Night Squadron. Accompanying Ronan to the sea requires Luce's cooperation. After some discussions, he finally convinced the other party. Okay, I agree with your arrangement for now. I will ask the crew to prepare the supplies for the voyage in Oxhorn Bay, which will take a day or two. Lucci sighed, but I still have to say that no matter how close you are to Ronan, nobles need to pay attention to their interests. In the matter of Rapids Island, we did not gain any benefits, but wasted our funds and put our knights at risk of their lives. Reese nodded. I understand. I will propose the conditions you just mentioned to Ronan. Lucci is loyal to Pointed Horn City, and he will definitely consider the interests of Pointed Horn City when doing things. So in the negotiation just now, he put forward 3 conditions according to the situation. First, Ronan needs to pay for all the expenses of the actions after the pirate group is eliminated, mainly the consumption of food and other materials. Second, if there are casualties in the battle, Ronan needs to pay the corresponding pension. Third, if more than one ship is damaged in the battle, then Ronan needs to compensate for the ship. These 3 conditions are not complicated, and each one is relatively reasonable. After all, although Ronan's surname is Wushan, he is not the feudal lord of the Pointed Horn City. Without the authorization of Wushan Castle, he has no right to issue a conscription order to the Pointed Horn City. In this case, if you want the other party to help, you need to pay the corresponding reward. Lucci put forward these 3 points, which is relatively euphemistic, especially the third one. The other party probably put forward the statement of more than one ship because Ronan won a ship for the Pointed Horn City in the previous naval battle. So, when Ronan came to the dock and heard these 3 proposals from Reese, he immediately nodded and agreed. I will be responsible for all 3. Ronan agreed. You can tell Lucci that in addition to the support of the Royal Knights, we also have the protection of Baron Malonica, so the overall danger is not very high. Reese nodded. He knew Malonica's combat power, and so did Lucci. However, only Ronan knew that this silent Baron was already a meteor knight. To be honest, when he heard the news from Roland's letter, he was stunned. I didn't expect that with Roland seriously ill and Orson abandoned, the third meteor knight would be born in Wushan territory. As a loyal minister of Wushan Castle, Malonica's promotion is obviously very beneficial. Moreover, if Roland can recover in the future, there will be 2 meteor knights standing on the side of Wushan Castle, and they are all good at fighting. If Ronan, Elrond and Retta are added, and even McKen, the number of level 7 transcendents in Wushan territory has reached an astonishing 6. No matter where they go, this is an astonishing fighting force. Chapter 332 Easily Destroyed. Golden Feather City. Fleming family's manor. Melon leaned on the soft animal leather sofa, tasting the latest delicious wine from Gregorian very comfortably. He is already over 50 years old, but his strength is improving very slowly. It is estimated that it will be difficult for him to break through the realm of the great magician in this life. Instead of meditating and practicing every day, it is better to enjoy this wonderful life. Sir, we have investigated the purpose of the royal warship leaving the port. His knights are reporting the latest intelligence to him. Tell me about it. It is said that His Majesty the King is very annoyed by the pirate group's attack on Earl Ronan. After interrogating the pirate captives, he determined the pirate group's base. This time, the dispatch is aimed at the White Whale pirate group. A cold light flashed in Melon's eyes, and then he quickly calmed down. Are you going to destroy the White Whale pirate group? Yes, sir. The knight hesitated for a moment and asked, do we need support? Melon pondered. After a while, he shook his head and rejected the proposal. Our King Bruno is also a man who cares about his reputation. He has sent people personally. If we attack his warships, The screaming sea will set off a storm to eliminate thieves again. I am not interested in responding to these boring calls. What do you mean? Send a message to Hurt immediately, and ask him to leave there with a few core members and property. Merlin took another sip of the wine. Those unimportant people will stay on the island, and vent the anger of His Majesty's people. Yes, sir. Merlin shook the wine glass in his hand. And he felt a little angry when he thought of the white whale pirates assassinating Ronan. He likes to do business. But he doesn't like to do business at a loss. This time, Moonlight Valley persuaded him to cooperate in killing Ronan, which was obviously a losing business. Not only did he lose 2 large ships and some knights, but even the white whale pirates had to change their base. Although it was not difficult to rebuild a pirate gang, this feeling made him unhappy. Jesus is really an unreliable guy. He promised me that it would be 100% successful, but he didn't expect this result. Merlin had a lot of opinions about the Count of Moonlight Valley. If he was to preside over the assassination, he would definitely not send only 1 golden knight. At least 2. He thought of the championship battle between Ronan and Karada at the tournament. If you want to kill Ronan like that, 2 golden knights should not be enough. At least 5. Right? It may not be convenient for Jesus to send out 5 golden knights at a time, but his son-in-law, Ramsay of the meteor level, can send them out. Killing such a potential person is completely worth the meteor knight's action. Fortunately, Ronan didn't know that I was involved in the assassination. Merlin secretly rejoiced. Not long after, a messenger bird from the Fleming family landed on an island. This island has no official name, but since the white whale pirates arrived, this nameless island has been renamed White Whale Island. Although it is called an island, the land area here is very small. It would take less than an hour for an ordinary person to run around the edge of the island. But such a small island has a very simple pier. At this time, in a wide wooden building on the island, the leader of the white whale pirates was reading a letter with only 1 extremely concise word on it: retreat. It might be hard for outsiders to understand, but the leader knew the meaning of this word. After a brief thought, he stood up suddenly and walked outside. On the vast sea, Captain Vic, who was requisitioned by Ronan, was driving the white whale named by Ronan, leading the way. Behind him followed 2 ships of the Dennis family and the royal warship. Ronan was on the royal warship. This warship was 40 meters long, a circle larger than Dennis No. 1. Ronan visited the ship inside and out, and was very envious. It is said that such a warship costs more than 50,000 gold coins, and it is not certain that you can buy it. At this moment, Ronan was leaning on the deck fence and blowing the sea breeze. They have been sailing on the sea for a day. According to Vic, it will take them more than half a day to reach their destination, White Whale Island. Why? You dare not go up and say hello to Missy? Ronan looked at Karada beside him and teased. When they met at the port yesterday, Karada was very excited when he saw that the person sent by the royal family was Knight Missy. It was just that after such a long time, they had only said a few words. Karada looked up at Knight Missy, who was feeding the griffin at the bow, and his eyes were filled with the desire to go up. But his feet did not move a step. It's better to keep a distance. Karada finally said this. Ever since Luther talked to him, he would deliberately keep a distance from Missy, so that the latter would suffer less gossip from the outside world. Ronan curled his lips. At first, he thought Karada had a one-sided love, but later he found that they both had a mutual admiration for each other. But the difference in class distanced them. He came to Karada's side and kicked him hard on the butt, sending him flying in the direction of Missy. He thought, if you don't seize such a good opportunity, how can my territory have more talents? Although dating is important, it is also important to let Wubei territory have a strong female knight who can train griffins. Karada fell to the deck with a bang, and the impact made Missy in front turn around. That? Karada stood up, looked back at Ronan, then scratched his head and said awkwardly, Xiaobai has grown up a little bit. Xiaobai is Missy's nickname for the griffin she rides. Xiaobai has grown up a long time ago and has stopped growing. Missy laughed. Ronan couldn't help shaking his head after hearing this. The opening remarks of the two were really amazing. He turned around and walked into the cabin. When he passed Melanica's room, he couldn't help but stop. This middle-aged uncle really spent most of his time practicing. From the start till now, he has hardly left the room. Last night, Luo Ning asked about it in order to maintain the relationship. He said he was studying the secret technique of fire dance and lightning slash given by Lu Lan's. and tried to practice it as soon as possible. Luo Ning was really worried that he would use this trick on the ship, so as not to dismantle the ship. Fortunately, he said he was just honing the attribute fusion skills, and would not create too powerful attacks. What a hard-working person. Luo Ning returned to the room. He spread out the monster leather, and began to draw the spell scroll. Time passed, and it was noon the next day in a blink of an eye. A small island appeared in the vast sea. As the ship approached, the outline of the island and the simple dock appeared in everyone's sight. This is the base of the White Whale Pirates. However, such a scene made Luo Ning frown. There were only 2 wooden boats as big as small boats around the simple dock, let alone a 10-meter-long sailboat. Not even a 5-meter one. Is this really the White Whale Pirates' base? Ronan was very suspicious. Could it be that Vic is dishonest and is deceiving us? Chapter 333 successfully landed on the island. On the simple dock of White Whale Island, 5 pirates were rowing a small wooden boat and catching sea fish in the waters near the shore. Although there were several farmlands on the island, they were basically mainly planted with vegetables. For the pirates living on White Whale Island, seafood is one of their main sources of food. As for food such as bread and wheat, they need to be regularly supplied from outside. They originally thought that today was also a day of paddling and fishing, but they didn't want to be interrupted by a sudden scene. Look! Look! A pirate pointed at the sea in the distance and shouted in panic. His partner looked over and saw 4 large ships on the sea breaking the waves towards White Whale Island. As pirates, in addition to boarding ships to fight, they are also very good at identifying noble flags. It's the royal warship, and the flags of the Wushan family and the Dennis family. The noble warships are here to wipe us out. The 5 people rowed the wooden boat towards the shore in panic, trying to reach the shore first and then find a place to hide. Unfortunately, they were a little far from the shore. When they landed completely, the noble ship was less than 100 meters away from them. At this moment, the White Griffin took off into the sky, and Missy landed from the air. Look carefully. Kurata was holding the claws of the griffin and landing in a strange way. Whoosh! The griffin quickly came above the 5 pirates, and then dropped rapidly. When it was only a dozen meters above the ground, Kurata let go of his hand, and the whole person fell from the air and landed steadily in front of the pirates. Thunder flashed on the knight's sword, and he didn't use any fighting skills. The ordinary thunder fighting spirit knocked down the pirates, who rushed in front. If you don't want to die, kneel down and surrender. The remaining 4 pirates knew they were no match for them, and immediately fled in all directions. But at this time, the griffins in the air circled down and passed over the pirates' heads at a very high speed. The strong wind that swept past quickly knocked the pirates to the ground. On the royal warship, Roning looked at the landing battle that was as simple as the dock, and sighed for a while. On the way here, he imagined the scene of landing on White Whale Island. For example, they would be attacked by fierce arrows from the pirates on the shore, and they might take the means of forcibly jumping ashore in order to break through the enemy's defense line. For this reason, Roning took out all the level 4 ice cone magic cannons he had robbed before, and combined with the level 6 magic cannons on the royal warship to minimize the difficulty of the landing operation. But he never thought that the landing battle would be so simple. He suspected that perhaps without the cooperation of Kurata and Missy, they would not encounter any resistance. As the 4 large ships approached the simple dock, Roning and others got off the ship one after another. At this time, Baron Malonica, who was obsessed with cultivation, showed up at the right time. When he came to the dangerous area, he started to work. Roning couldn't help laughing and said, "You finally came out of the room." Malonica was in a good mood. "I have gained a little. After things here are settled, I will find a place to practice." Roning thought to himself, "This is really a cultivation madman." He began to look around, focusing on the simple dock under his feet. Such a simple dock is made entirely of wood. It doesn't take much time to build. It's not difficult, and the construction cost will be relatively low. Perhaps before the official dock of Wubei territory is built, Roning can consider building such a simple dock as a transition. In this way, Wubei territory will have the conditions to train the navy, and it doesn't have to travel thousands of miles to borrow Dennis Port for training. Roning came to Kurata, and at this moment Knight Missy also drove the griffin down from the air. "Your cooperation is really tacit." Roning smiled and said, "Have you trained?" Missy didn't answer, and Kurata said awkwardly, "It's just a temporary idea." Next, Ronan and others interrogated several captured prisoners, and had a certain understanding of the situation on White Whale Island. It turned out that a day ago, the leader of the pirate group took several members on 3 large ships to leave White Whale Island, saying that there was a special operation, and the other members on the island didn't know when the leader would come back. After hearing this, Lucci of the Pointed Horn City could not help but say, "This is not a special operation. It is clearly abandoning the island and leaving." Ronan nodded. It is obvious that their leader has inside information and knows the actions of the royal family in advance. That is to say, there is someone behind the White Whale pirates. "Vic!" Ronan shouted. Captain Vic, who was waiting outside, heard the shout and immediately trotted over. He is now very respectful to Ronan. The captives captured in the Horn Bay are still in captivity. What awaits them is either being sent to the gallows or being sent to the exchange to be permanently labeled as slaves. Only Vic and 2 other experienced crew members escaped punishment unscathed. Vic knew that all this was the credit of the young noble in front of him. "Sir, Vic is happy to serve you." Ronan asked, "Does the White Whale pirates have other bases?" Vic shook his head. "I have been to sea many times in these years. In addition to hijacking ships, I have also gone to other island ports for supplies. And there is no second base." Ronan thought for a while and ordered, "Then please ask Baron Lucci to arrange some people to look after the ship. And the rest of the people will go to the pirates' living area and capture them all." Everyone had no objection to this arrangement. And soon, the capture of the remaining pirates was quickly launched. This is a troublesome but not dangerous job. The knights spent half a day to finally bring all the pirates and slaves on the island together. After interrogation, it was found that there were only 3 extraordinary knights left on White Whale Island. And they were all junior knights. And the rest were all ordinary people. David and Tom, led by Vic, searched several key wooden buildings. "Sir, we have searched these places. Apart from some scattered silver and copper coins, there is no trace of gold coins. In addition, we did find some wheat grains in the warehouse. I heard that the pirate leader moved a lot when he left, but he may not have enough time to load it all." Ronan nodded. The leader White Whale took away all the core members of the pirate group, ships and important property. It seems that he is ready to abandon this base. Ronan had planned to stay here for 2 days to wait for the opportunity. But now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. Go and collect the information of the captives to see if there are any useful talents, especially craftsmen, crew members, etc. Ronan said, "If there are, keep them and bring them back to Wubei territory." "Yes, sir." Wubei territory lacks people who are familiar with the sea. Although the people living on White Whale Island are islands, it is undeniable that they are more familiar with the ocean. Ronan can definitely bring them back to Wubei territory. Not to mention that they are of great use. At least they can provide some guidance experience for the knights, guards, and others in Wubei territory. As for whether they have spies from other nobles, Ronan doesn't care. As long as this group of people can't get in touch with the core position, it's fine. Chapter 334: The Value of White Whale Island. As night fell, everyone rested on White Whale Island. The island here has been completely controlled, and what awaits them will be escorted back to Neogeo Bay for trial. However, under the interrogation of David and Tom, 6 people stood out from the captives. They are all ordinary people. 2 of them are craftsmen who participated in the construction of the dock. Another has some experience in the preliminary inspection and basic maintenance of ships. And the remaining 3 are sailors with good water skills. After Ronan and Knight Missy communicated, these 6 people were removed from the list of captives. They will be taken back to Wubei territory to serve Ronan like Captain Vic. The magic lamps illuminated the room. Ronan took out the map that Blanche gave him and spread it on the table, marking the approximate location of White Whale Island on it. There are no mineral resources on this island. The only specialty may be the few coconut trees on the island. But White Whale Island also has its value. Its southwest offshore area is suitable for large ships to berth, which is probably the main reason why the White Whale pirates chose it as their base. The business value of this island is very small, but it can be used as a sea base. Ronan looked to the lower right of the location, where the Screaming Islands are located, and a little further to the upper left is the direction of the Rapids Island. If Ronan can get the right to use this White Whale Island, he may be able to use it as a springboard to quickly go south in the future. If I propose this to His Majesty the King, I wonder if he is willing to include this island and Rapids Island into my territory. Ronan decided to give it a try. If it didn't work, He could try to pay rent to obtain the operating rights of the island. This island, which has no development value, shouldn't cost much. Moreover, even if these two methods don't work, it doesn't matter. White Whale Island currently belongs to the kingdom. Unless it's a pirate, ordinary nobles will not think of developing here. I believe that there will be no new owner here for a long time in the future. As long as there is no new owner, Ronan has a chance. Boom! The huge roar shook the wooden building faintly. Ronan raised his head and saw a bright purple-red light not far away through the wooden window on the east side. This light lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds, just like a lightning that suddenly flashed across the sky during a thunderstorm, illuminating the entire earth. This is Malonica practicing the secret technique. Ronan put away the map and walked towards the area where Malonica practiced. On the empty beach, Malonica practiced the fire dance lightning slash with full concentration. After obtaining this secret technique from Lu Lands, he has been studying it for nearly 10 days. But it is still a bit difficult to master it. The fusion of the two attributes of Do Chi still requires more attempts. But the amount of Do Chi in his body and the energy consumed limit the number of times he can use it. One more time. Malonica raised his sword. One hand thunder, the other hand fire. The two attributes of Do Chi were controlled by him on the sword and could not rush out. And when they blended with each other, they seemed to devour each other. The purple and red light illuminated the beach, and Ronan could see the powerful energy surging behind the light. Suddenly, boom! The two energies controlled by the long sword seemed to be difficult to control. They rushed up into the sky, bursting with fierce light, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. Huff! Inhale! 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 Malonica panted heavily. She could only practice here tonight. My Lord Baron, I felt an unshakable power from the beam of light just now. Malonica put away the long sword. The moves that have not been practiced yet are not worth mentioning. In addition, you can call me by my name directly. Okay, Mr. Malonica. Ronan smiled and said, my grandfather said that you don't seem to be very interested in the title. Malonica turned her head and looked at the sea, which was pitch black. Compared to becoming a noble and managing and developing a territory, I prefer to pursue stronger power and enjoy the excitement brought by charging on the battlefield. There are many enemies in Wushan territory. It is indeed a place that suits you very well. Malonica's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. When I was young, there were wars everywhere. Bandits, rebels were burning, killing and looting everywhere. And my parents died in this chaos. It was Lord Lullans who saved me. And then I joined the night team of the Wushan family. He paused, turned his head and looked at Ronan. So compared to the pursuit of strength and fighting on the battlefield, repaying the Marquis for saving my life and cultivating me is the biggest reason for me to stay in Wushan territory. With his combat power, he has been secretly invited by other nobles many times. And there are many nobles who offer conditions that are several times better than Wushan Castle. The reason why he is willing to be an honorary knight all these years is that he is grateful. Ronan praised, some people outside say that you are aloof and indifferent. But in my opinion, you are a person with rich inner feelings. Having said that, Ronan also noticed the other party's hidden meaning and couldn't help asking, my grandfather's health is not very good. Miroslav said that he may only have 7 or 8 years left. I wonder what you plan to do after Grandpa dies. Malonica frowned. Perhaps because he was not in a good mood after hearing that Rollans didn't have much time. I will hand over the territory to my son Tylon. And the Taylor family will continue to be loyal to Wushan Castle, or the person designated by Lord Rollans. As for me, Malonica's eyes flashed with cold light. I will leave Wushan territory and become an assassin, so that the murderer who plotted against Lord Marquis will pay the price of his life. This answer was beyond Ronan's expectation. You want to assassinate Duke Vera? Ronan revealed. Blanche told me that Andrea seems to no longer be a meteor knight. Did he break through? Malonica asked in surprise. Ronan nodded. It is said that he broke through and became a Silver Moon Knight 2 years ago. But he has never publicly admitted or revealed his strength. So it is not certain. Malonica thought it was very possible. Andrea's qualifications are only slightly worse than the Marquis. And it is possible for him to become a Silver Moon Knight in his 70s. He sounded a little unwilling. Compared to the Meteor Knight, the Silver Moon Knight has further improved in physical strength, endurance, speed, and burst of power, and can also stay in the air for a short time. If he wants to assassinate Andrea, his current strength is completely insufficient. I think we will have a chance to cooperate in the future. Ronan said, "What the Principality of Vera has done to our Wushan family will eventually need to be repaid." Malonica heard that Ronan wanted to win him over. And he said lightly, "I follow Lord Lilins and am loyal to the Wushan family. I don't want the blood of the Marquis to hate each other or even kill each other after his death." "No. No. No. You misunderstood me." Ronan smiled and shook his head. "My enemy has never been Breton. And I believe Breton does not hate me. Besides, I am certain that I can get my grandfather out of the trouble of the disease." Malonica turned back suddenly. "Really? At present, I am 50% sure," Ronan said confidently. Malonica looked at Ronan carefully, as if to determine how credible this sentence was. After a while, he said solemnly, "If you can cure the Marquis, I will seriously consider cooperating with you." Chapter 335 Bustling Wubei Territory. Wubei Territory has been very busy recently. To be precise, after Ronan won the battle to wipe out the Bolant bandits and became the Earl of Wubei Territory, Wubei Territory gradually became busy. First, many free people knew about Wubei Territory and inquired about its population policy. In pursuit of a better life, many free people traveled a long distance to Swamp Town and applied to Wilson to join the territory. In response, Wilson, the head of government affairs, accepted all of them without missing a single one. Secondly, Roner has brought back all the 10,000 people from Brilliant City and the 25,000 people from Wiggins to Wubei Territory. Wilson brought several assistants and, in accordance with Ronan's previous instructions, distributed these people to Shanlin Town, Sanfang Town, and Haida Town in turn. When all are implemented, the population of the 4 towns in Wubei Territory will exceed 10,000 people. Third, in addition to the free people who came here and those brought back by Roner, there are quite a few professional knights who came here because of their reputation, although most of them are junior knights. Some people with clear backgrounds have been selected by Kurami. Up to now, the number of professional knights staying in Wubei Territory has increased from the original 7 to the current 22. In this regard, Chahar, who became the financial officer, kept complaining that if professional knights were recruited on such a large scale, Wubei Territory's finances would not be able to support it. However, he only talked about it and did not stop the expansion. Wubei Territory is an earldom. A standard earldom has at least 1 knight group. Ronan has not even gathered 2 knight teams now, which is still far from enough. In order to create more financial revenue, Chahar staffed several workshops while actively reporting to Elrin, who was in charge of Wubei Territory, hoping that the magic potion researched by the magician could be put into production earlier. Elrin was also a little helpless about this. He wanted to make some simple magic potions in large quantities, but he didn't have enough manpower. In addition to him, there were only 2 magicians, Ginny and Irene. In desperation, Elrin had to recruit a group of ordinary people with flexible minds, increase the research of herbal medicine, and first sell herbs such as disinfection, hemostasis, and fever to the outside world to make a profit. Chahar prepared in advance. Under the leadership of Ragna, he rented a shop in the trade zone of Muma City to prepare for the sale of herbs and even magic potions in the future. "Dear mage, someone outside wants to visit you. He wants to join Wubei Territory and serve the Lord." The guard knocked on the door of Elrin's study. As the second manager of Wubei Territory, Elrin's current position is very high. Even Wilson and Chahar are very respectful to him. Elrin is using a pen to prize several herbs on paper. He is using the yellow paper made by Ronan in the mountains. At first, he was a little uncomfortable, but after using a few sheets, he found that this kind of paper is simple and cheap. Every time he picked up this kind of paper, Elrin couldn't help but admire the Lord as a genius. "Leave this matter to Kurami. Don't come to me." Elrin didn't look up. "Kurami asked me to inform you." The guard said respectfully, "It is said that the person who came is Yusuf Levi, the eldest son of the Viscount of Lingchuan City. He is a senior magician." Elrin raised his head quickly, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. But then it was replaced by joy. The 3 Viscount territories of Wushan Territory are Muma City, Lingchuan City, and Jiujiu City. Viscount Marvin of Muma City sent his second son to serve Ronan, obviously optimistic about Ronan's future development. And now, Viscount Sandro Levi of Lingchuan City, who is also the leader of the 4th Knights of Wushan Castle, actually sent his eldest son to Wubei Territory to serve Ronan. What does this mean? It seems that the other party is also optimistic about the Lord. Sending his eldest son here is not only to adjust the relationship between the 2 sides, but also to make plans for the future like Viscount Marvin. Ronan is not only strong and has great potential, but also favored and supported by the Marquis. Many people who were watching before will make choices one after another. However, generally speaking, the second son is sent to Wubei territory. It is rare for Sandro to send the eldest son directly. Quick! Take me to see him. Elrond stood up. Yusuf's joining not only helps him a lot in the research and production of magic potions, but also means that Wubei territory's influence has been raised to a new level. In addition to the changes in personnel, several industries in Wubei territory have also entered a state of expansion. There are more and more people in the Ironwood workshop. The Ironwood armor produced every month is being shipped to the horse-riding city in batches, and sold through the business channels of the Ironhoof family. The paper-making workshop has also been built, and the workers are collecting fiber materials everywhere for refining. In addition, with the advent of the first loom, the craftsman Dean has successively made 2 new looms and brought in apprentices to expand the number of looms. With the help of the loom, Leah and others joined the work of reeling and making silk. In addition, the flax collected from Shanlin town will also be processed into hemp thread here, and then made into linen clothes. In a subtle way, Zigua village has the tendency to become a textile factory, which is also what Luo Ning expects. According to his plan, Wubei territory will rely on the advantages of the loom to collect more flax from the outside world for processing in the later stage, reducing the cost of making linen clothing. At that time, whether it is selling finished clothing to the outside world or OEM for other nobles, Wubei territory will have a considerable income. It is not impossible to exchange clothes for warships. In addition to these, the horse manure fertilizer processing plant has also been put on track, and the reclamation of paddy fields and cultivated land is also in full swing. On the other hand, in the south of Wushan territory, McKin and the political officer Salin have taken over the giant stone territory and Qishan town. Not only has the territory affairs gradually got on track, but McKin also took the opportunity to recruit several knights. At the iron mine in Qishan town, Kales and others from Wubei territory are setting up a blast furnace for iron smelting deep in the iron mine. With the help of the craftsman Fengs, I believe that this blast furnace will be put into production soon. Cheaper iron farm tools, and even iron weapons and armor will be produced. Leading the giant stone territory, Rydell, who is stationed in the shore city, has officially taken over the new 5th Knights of Wushan Fort. Although Ronan left the territory, the things he handed down can be carried out so orderly. Part of the reason is that the people in charge of these affairs are all people he brought up, without too many complicated backgrounds, and there is no competition or power struggle between them. In this way, they will use all their energy to concentrate on Ronan's goals and reach the level of twisting into a rope. Of course, the bigger reason is that the highest combat power in these places, Elrond, McKin and Rydell, are all 100% loyal to Ronan, with them in charge. Even if the territory develops into a complex big city in the future, Ronan's arrangements will be implemented. After all, military force is the basis for the stability of the territory. Chapter 336 Arrival at Rapids Island. After 2 days of rest at White Whale Island, Ronan and his party took more than 80 captives living on the island to Rapids Island. According to the experience of the captains of the 4 ships, this sea route takes about 3 days. It turns out that these 4 captains are still quite capable. 3 days later, the outline of an island appeared on the horizon in the morning. Look! There is Rapids Island. On the deck, everyone smiled. A long sea voyage is a boring and tedious thing. Every day, it's just a tiny place. The only scenery you can see is the blue sky and the sea. People who haven't seen the sea at first may feel fresh, but after watching it for a long time, they will feel bored, which is far less refreshing than being down to earth. However, not everyone feels bored. Under Ronan's arrangement, Tom and David are actively learning theoretical knowledge from the sailors on White Whale Island, and learning how to fight on warships from the night squad members of the Dennis family. I can't guarantee anything else, but at least the 2 are no longer seasick as they were on Dennis 3 before. As the ship approached Rapids Island, a port that was much more complex than White Whale Island gradually appeared in front of everyone. At this time, there were several ships docked in the port, the largest of which was a 20-meter sailboat used for training outside the island. The others were small paddle boats, probably used for offshore fishing. According to King Bruno, the specialty of Rapids Island is fruit, and with that can be used to make ships and furniture. in order to transport wood from the island to Nyoju Bay. A dock that can dock cargo ships is needed. Although this dock looks relatively simple, at least for a while, Ronan doesn't need to worry about building the dock. A low horn sounded, and 4 ships slowly approached the shore. On the dock, it was unknown whether it was the guards or the managers who took action, directing the crew to slowly approach the ship and moor it at the dock. At this moment, in a building not far from the port, Knight Wally Price, who was guarding the Rapids Island, heard the horn of the ship approaching the shore, and he immediately came to the window. From his position, he could see 4 ships parked at the port, and the largest one was flying the flag of the Alduin royal family. The support team is finally here. He smiled, took 2 steps at a time and quickly went downstairs, rushing towards the port. When Ronan and his party left the dock and came to the shore, Wally's hearty voice came. "Haha. Welcome to the distinguished guests from afar to the Rapids Island." He came to the crowd and bowed. "Wally Price greets you all." Ronan learned the information of the knight in front of him from Philemon. Although the other party was just a bronze knight, the knight team he led had been responsible for the defense of Rapids Island for more than 10 years. "Nice to meet you, Knight Wally." Ronan stepped forward. "I am the commander of this support operation, Ronan Wushan. I wonder what the specific situation on the island is now, Commander. And everyone, follow me to the island to rest first." Ronan took Karada, Tom, David, Missy, Reese, Lucci and Melonica and followed Wally to the port building. As they walked, Knight Wally told them the situation on the island. Although Rapids Island is an island for prisoners, after these years of evolution, it has become a small city with a population of more than 20,000. With more people, society is naturally more complicated. Today, Rapids Island is roughly divided into 3 forces. The first is the side of Wally Price, who represents the royal family. There are more than 5,000 people, basically living in the area near the port. The remaining 2 forces are called the Larn Society and the White Flower Society. The Larn Society is headed by the Knight Larn. They are relatively conservative in their behavior. They can complete the allocated amount of oak collected every month. It's just that in the past 2 years, the number of times they ask us for supplies has increased, and the amount has also increased. The White Flower Society is headed by the Knight Marcello. They have about 14,000 people, the largest force, and the most dishonest. Last month, when we urged for wood, a conflict broke out. My deputy Colin was injured by them, and is still lying in bed and can't get out. Ronan nodded. After the other party's introduction, he had a basic understanding of the situation on Rapids Island. "I heard from you that there are no large-scale food crops planted on Rapids Island, and the islanders' food problem basically depends on the ships from Nyoju Bay to transport wood. The White Flower Society is so blatantly against you. Aren't they afraid that you will cut off their food supply?" In response, Wally shook his head helplessly. "I'm not sure. To be precise, my people haven't conducted in-depth investigations on the White Flower Society's territory for a long time. Perhaps they have reclaimed their own arable land and can produce enough food. This is the current embarrassment. Originally, the role of Wally and his night team was to monitor the criminals on the island. But now, as a monitor, a prison guard-like existence, they dare not even approach the living area of the criminals. No wonder His Majesty Bruno said that this place seemed to be out of control. What is the overall combat effectiveness of the White Flower Society?" Wally shook his head, not sure. At this time, Lucci on the side couldn't help but say, "They are just a bunch of descendants of criminals. They don't have enough weapons and protective gear, and they haven't received formal training. Even if the leading knights are a little powerful, it's not difficult for us to kill them." Ronan nodded. He now has 2 knight teams under his command, in addition to a 4th-level magic beast griffin. As for the high-level combat power, in addition to him, there is also the Meteor Knight Melonica to back him up, together with Wally's knight team. This force to wipe out the White Flower Society is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. There is no need to consider any tactics or strategies at all. Just a frontal advance. For Ronan, all these restless people and forces on Rapids Island must be attacked, including the so-called more conservative Lane Society. If they are left, Ronan will have a lot of trouble taking over Rapids Island in the future. Let's take a good rest today. Tomorrow, Knight Valet, Knight Lucci and Knight Missy will each lead 2/3 of the people to take down the White Flower Society first. You, Reese, will be responsible for guarding the port to prevent the people of the Lane Society from taking the opportunity to occupy the port and steal the ships. Everyone nodded after pondering. This arrangement of both offense and defense is more appropriate. Even Vala couldn't help but look up to this arrangement. Earlier, in order to suppress the White Flower Society, he had taken the entire night team out. If he hadn't been notified and returned in time, the port would have fallen into the hands of the Lane Society. Since then, Vala didn't dare to send the whole team out. "Oh, Night Vala," Ronan asked. "The leader of the Larn Society is Larn. So why is the leader of the White Flower Society not White Flower? How did it get this name?" Chapter 337 An Unexpected Surprise. The White Flower in the White Flower Society is not a person's name, but a special flower on the Rapids Island. According to Night Vala's description, this is a kind of elegant white flower with delicate and soft petals, but no obvious fragrance. This seemingly ordinary flower has a relatively thick stem, and under the stem grows rough, ugly, and irregular roots. When Ronan heard this, his mind was immediately attracted. "Is this kind of flower only found in the White Flower Society's territory?" he asked. Wally shook his head. "That's not the case. In the past, there were also some at the port. But there was a period of time when the island was short of food. Some prisoners were so hungry that they dug out its roots and ate them. Soon they became dizzy, vomited, and eventually died. We cleaned up this poisonous thing." He paused and said, "But it may still be found in the woods outside the port. But it is October now, and the white flowers are basically withering and dying. It doesn't look very good." Wally subconsciously thought that Ronan was interested in flowers. After all, many nobles like to grow flowers. Even if he is a man. Ronan nodded and stopped talking about the white flowers. Instead, he talked with everyone about what to pay attention to in tomorrow's battle. First, they need to enter the territory of the White Flower Society and consider whether the other party will set traps in advance, occupy the terrain, ambush and attack them, and cause them a large number of casualties. Second, this operation must completely solve the future troubles, and cannot let the core members of the White Flower Society run away. So when necessary, they need to rely on the Griffin of Night, Missy, to hunt them down. After some discussion, it was almost noon. At the invitation of Night Valley, everyone had lunch together. In the afternoon, Ronan took Tom and David out of the port and walked into the forest outside. According to Night Valley's description, the three began to look for small white flowers. Perhaps because the port residents cleaned up the poison more thoroughly. They walked a long distance without finding it, until David found a few small white flowers that were about to wither beside a pond in the forest. "Sir, is this it?" Ronan walked over. He had never seen this style of flower, and could not judge whether what Valley described was what he remembered. "Dig out the root block underneath it for me to see." Tom and David hurriedly dug, and soon the ugly, irregular root block underneath was taken out. "What is this?" David looked at it curiously. The surface of the root block was bumpy, and it really didn't look beautiful at all. Sure enough, it looks like it's poisonous. Tom also expressed his opinion. "Are you going to take it back to make poison for the great Dr. Elrond?" "This is not poison." Ronan took the root from Tom's hand, and the more he looked at it, the more he couldn't let it go. "Don't look at its ugly appearance. But it can be said that it is a gift from Mother Earth. A food that can bring vitality." Now it was Tom and David's turn to be confused. "Sir, Night Vala said that eating it will cause vomiting, dizziness, and eventually death. But you said it is a food that can bring vitality?" "Yes. Can this thing be eaten?" Ronan smiled mysteriously and said with certainty, "It can be eaten. Of course it can be eaten." The thing in his hand was nothing but potatoes, which people often call potatoes. This thing is not only delicious, but also rich in starch, vitamins and minerals, and is an important source of energy for the human body. In the cold winter, a bowl of fragrant potato shreds can always bring endless warmth and satisfaction to people. The most important thing is that potatoes have a short growth cycle and high yield, and are a major food crop. Historically, it is said that the widespread planting of potatoes contributed at least a quarter of the population growth. Hubei territory now has wheat and rice. If potatoes are also planted quickly, and the food problem is completely solved, Luo Ning believes that the population of Hubei territory will enter a stage of sustained growth. We can call this white flower root potato. The person who ate it, I guess, should have eaten sprouted and green potatoes. And he was already in a state of hunger and his physical condition was very poor. So he eventually died. As long as someone dies from eating it, others will not only not try it again, but will even pass on the fact that potatoes are poisonous. Over time, it has become a highly toxic substance. He took out a dagger from his space ring, peeled off the skin of the potato in no time, and then cut it into slices. After washing it in the water pool next to him, Luo Ning summoned a small flame above his palm and demonstrated how to roast potatoes on the spot. If we use normal mature potatoes, we don't have to worry about poisoning after roasting them at high temperature. As he spoke, the potatoes in his hand were quickly roasted. Although some parts were a little burnt due to uneven heating, a unique fragrance still wafted out. Ronin took out a piece and ate it. Although there was no seasoning, he still felt familiar, as if he had returned to Earth. Tom and David were a little worried and didn't dare to try it. But after seeing Ronin eat it, they also ate a piece boldly. Their eyes suddenly lit up. It smells good. Unprecedented feeling. They admired Ronin more and more. Sir, you know a lot. It's just that you've seen a lot. Ronin distributed the remaining potato slices to the two. He thought of the White Flower Society. They were not worried about falling out with Vala and cutting off their food supply. Did they find the right way to eat potatoes? You should go back first. Don't mention the way to eat potatoes to outsiders for the time being, Ronin said. If outsiders ask, just say that I'm relaxing in the forest alone. As he spoke, he called out in his heart. And Sue? Carlos landed in the forest. But under the distorted light, his figure was not clear enough. Master, have you encountered any trouble? The dragon asked with some concern. During this period, Carlos followed Ronin. When he was hungry, he went to the sea to hunt. And when he was tired, he found an island or reef to rest. For him, life was still as free and unrestrained as ever. But compared to living on the sea, Carlos preferred to live in Wubei territory, where food was abundant. No trouble. Ronin smiled and jumped on the dragon's back. After such a long time, Carlos's level progress reached 30/12500. Although it was a little higher, facing such a large base, it was almost the same as no increase. Let's go. Take me to the island for a stroll. And be careful to hide. Okay. Carlos flapped his wings and flew up to the sky in the blink of an eye. The overall outline of Rapids Island appeared in Ronin's vision. Rapids Island is not small. The terrain on it is undulating like a hilly area, and most of the area is covered by green trees. Although humans have lived on this island for a long time, the scope of development is still very small. Let's go there first. Ronin pointed to the area with more houses. According to his guess, that should be the territory of the White Flower Society mentioned by Wally. Carlos's speed was very fast. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he arrived above the White Flower Society's territory. Ronin saw that a large area of land had been reclaimed here, and many people were busy on the fields at this time. He asked Carlos to descend a little bit, and it was easy to see what the farmers were working on digging potatoes. Obviously, the people of the White Flower Society would eat potatoes. Huh? Ronin looked towards the east in surprise, and he actually saw the second pier on Rapids Island. Chapter 338 Attack. Carlos slowly descended and landed near the newly discovered dock. Compared with the dock of Night Vala in front of him, the scale of the dock in front of him was very small and very simple. It was probably only able to dock a ship of 20 to 30 meters long. Not far from the dock, a simple wooden shed was built, and a lot of wood of similar length could be seen piled up in the shed. Generally speaking, the goods from Rapids Island will be transported to Vala's port and then shipped away. The wood here, combined with what Night Vala said before, it has become increasingly difficult to demand the wood from the White Flower Society recently. Ronin guessed that the White Flower Society had privately built this dock and had their own channels for external communication to smuggle wood. In this way, relying on the supplies brought by the smuggling ship and the potatoes grown, they no longer needed Vala to provide food for survival, and they were free from the shackles and became independent. But they didn't know that the matter of Rapids Island was reported to the upper levels so quickly, and His Majesty the King personally sent people to deal with the matter. After investigating the dock, Ronin flew into the air on Carlos and continued to investigate the residents of the White Flower Society. Perhaps the ancestors of the White Flower Society were all criminals who were detained in a centralized manner. Or perhaps they needed to work in a centralized manner. So the houses here are relatively concentrated. Although the further north you go, the more traces of logging you can find. But compared to the forest on the entire Rapids Island, the area logged by humans only occupies a small area. There are still sufficient oak resources on this island. After investigating the White Flower Society, Ronan flew around the residential area of the Larn Society. In comparison, the Larn Society was more honest. Not only did they not see any signs of eating potatoes, but they also did not see any signs of smuggling wood. They negotiated with Valet, perhaps more for the purpose of eating more and asking for more. After investigating all this, Ronan returned to the port. While Ronan was investigating, Lucci, Missy and Valet had already started to arrange tomorrow's attack and defense, relying on the advantage of the port's protective wall. Even if the Larn Society came to seize the port, with Knight Reese leading the defense, there should be no problem. Early the next morning, a team of nearly 100 people gathered outside the port. If I had so many people, I would have arrested those troublemakers of the White Flower Society long ago. Vala looked at so many people and was full of confidence for a while. In the past, when he went there, he could only bring 30 people, which was already very limited. In that case, the other side had more people, and he did not dare to go deep. Now there are not only more people on his side, but also several Silver Knights and Royal Griffins. It is almost difficult for the other side to deal with any one of them. Ronan smiled and said, "This time, we only target the leader of the White Flower Society. As for the others, as long as they don't participate in the resistance, we don't have to raise our swords against them." Wally nodded. "I understand. After all, someone needs to do the work of cutting oak trees later. Killing one more person means one less laborer, and the kingdom will lose a piece of wood." Ronan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. It seems that Knight Vala has learned how to exploit labor after so many years of management. Perhaps compared to the White Flower Society and the Ron Society, the descendants of prisoners directly managed by Vala have a harder life. After all, someone has to make up for the timber that the White Flower Society owes. The Lane Society has a certain degree of autonomy and can bargain, but those who are directly controlled by Vala can only work hard. There are no war horses, and except for Missy, everyone else walks on land. Fortunately, although it is a mountain road, a road has been trampled out for transporting timber over the years, and it is still convenient to walk. The crowd walked towards the White Flower Society's territory in a swaggering and dignified manner. When passing under a hillside, Missy in the air saw someone on the top of the mountain quickly running towards the inside. It seems that it should be the person arranged by the White Flower Society to stand guard here. With the speed of the griffin, it is not difficult to chase this person as long as she is willing. But according to Ronan's plan, even if the other party has a sentry, let the sentry go back to report the news, so that the other party can gather all the rebels, and save him from interrogating and screening them one by one later. Not long after, in the mountain village of the White Flower Society. "Sir, Knight Valet is coming with his men." The sentry brought back the information. "This time they have more people. I estimate there are hundreds of people." At this time, there were two people sitting above. One of them was Marcello, the leader of the White Flower Society, who was strong and had a scar on his face. There was also a bearded man sitting next to him. The two looked at each other, and Marcello smiled and said, "Vala actually transferred most of the personnel stationed at the port at once. It seems that our neighbor is really anxious. He did not get the information from the port, and did not know that 4 ships came to Rapid Island yesterday. So he thought Vala came with all the guards." The bearded man smiled and said, "He's probably afraid that he won't deliver enough goods for many times in a row, which will cause dissatisfaction from the higher-ups." Marcello nodded in agreement. Wally has been guarding this godforsaken place for 7 or 8 years. He only needs to hold on for another 2 years to complete his mission and leave Rapids Island. If he fails to deliver enough within the last 2 years and makes the nobles above unhappy, all his hard work over the years will be in vain. Stationed on Rapids Island, Valley's status is a bit like the warden of an open-air prison. After completing 10 years of guarding, he can get enough merit and remuneration. If he performs outstandingly, he may even become a baron. We can't push him too hard. If he is too tough this time, we will promise him to transport some wood to him." Marcello nodded. A not-so-powerful defender of Rapids Island is beneficial to them. "Let's go. Call everyone, and we'll go meet them." The White Flower Society mobilized quickly. 2 knights shouted from a high place, and a group of people gathered in a black crowd. Most of them wore coarse linen clothes. which were tattered. They were not holding regular weapons, but machetes and axes for cutting trees. Only the first 20 or so people were wearing iron armor or leather armor, which looked like they were real. These 20 or so people were armed by Marcelo recently with the weapons and equipment provided by Clifford. We are still lacking in core combat power. Marcelo couldn't help but worry. If we confront them head-on, I don't know if we can compete with Vala's Knight team. Don't worry. They can't beat us. Bearded Clifford vowed. I can tear his Knight squad to pieces by myself. Hearing this, Marcelo's worries were relieved. Yes, Val is just a bronze knight. He can act arrogantly in front of us. But facing a golden knight like you, he can only kneel down and beg for mercy. The two parties walked towards each other, and soon met in a small valley. But when they approached and saw the newcomers, both Marcelo and the golden knight Clifford were dumbfounded. The other party was tall and strong, and all of them were wearing standard armor. The stuff was obviously higher end than theirs. No, that's not right. Marcelo was a little panicked. This is not Vala's Knight squad. What's going on? Clifford asked in surprise. On the other hand, Ronan drew out the flame flow sword, and the anger on it swept. Attack! Chapter 339 Collapse at the first touch. Over the years, Marcelo has had plenty of experience negotiating with Vala. According to the previous process, they should set up their positions and greet each other, then state their respective needs, and finally conduct a long and friendly negotiation. But he didn't expect that this time, he didn't even have a chance to talk. The leading knight waved a flaming sword and attacked them. Suddenly, the sound of fighting rang out in the wilderness. For Ronan, although Rapids Island is not his yet, with Bruno's promise, the future will definitely belong to him. It's better to have more obedient people in his territory. These troublemakers should be punished. Even if they want to talk, they should wait until they have fought them head-on. The knights waved their swords and charged at the group of rebels. Some of them are from the Royal Knights. Some are from the Knight Squad of the Pointed City. And some are from the team stationed on the Rapids Island all year round. Each team has received professional training and has a natural advantage in facing this group of rebels. With the two Silver Knights Karada and Lucci taking the lead, the two sides almost showed a one-sided attitude as soon as they came into contact. Puff! Clifford slashed the knight, who rushed towards him with a sword, and kicked the two who rushed over, with a flash of panic in his eyes. No. Staying here will only lead to death. He no longer hesitated and fled quickly to the back. At this moment, a quick wind sounded, and a shadow quickly pounced down, with the griffin's claws aimed at his shoulder. Clifford was a golden knight after all, and had certain combat experience. Although he did not turn his head, he reacted subconsciously and rolled to the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack. Griffin. Clifford was so scared that his soul was about to burst. Although some nobles also had griffins, the appearance of this creature would generally remind people of the royal family of Alduin. If Rapids Island was a place that must be fought for, or a place that could bring a lot of economic benefits, once there was trouble, the nobles would quickly look over. But this is a place where prisoners are held. Although there are good timber resources, the annual output is just SOSO. For the kingdom, this income is like a drop in the bucket, and it can be made up from many places. He couldn't understand why the royal family sent people just when there was a little trouble on Rapids Island. And they were very valuable Griffin Knights. This is equivalent to playing poker. You just played a 3, and the opponent directly threw down a king bomb. How can you play this? Run. He must run. But how can the speed of a person compare with the speed of a griffin? Moreover, just as Clifford was running away, a figure with extreme speed magic flashed in quickly, and the flame sword stabbed at the opponent. In a panic, Clifford raised his sword to meet it. Under the huge impact of the force, Clifford could not bear the power, and the long sword in his hand was broken. Roning's figure blocked in front of the opponent. I haven't heard that there was a knight as powerful as you in the White Flower Society. Tell me who you are. Just now, the opponent was able to repel the siege of many knights including Vala with one strike, which means that the opponent has a strength beyond the bronze level. At least the silver level. But according to Vala's introduction on the way, the highest combat power of the White Flower Society is only the Bronze Knight Marcelo. And it is impossible for a Silver Knight to emerge in such a short time. The series of embarrassments made Clifford feel desperate. He released all his fighting spirit to form a frenzy like an endless tsunami, and rushed towards Roning with unstoppable power. He wanted to use this attack to repel Roning, and at the same time break through the blockade and escape from this place of trouble. Even if he had to go into the mountains, it would be better than being captured. Malonica, who was roaming the battle array not far away, looked moved. This is the 6th level water attribute fighting skill title Frenzy. This guy is a golden knight. Roning is in danger. Lu lands arranged for him to come to protect Roning, and he would not interfere with the latter's general battle. However, once there is danger, he must protect Roning from harm in the first place. But just as he was about to act, Roning's Tianlu's sword burst out with a compressed flame, which penetrated the opponent's surging frenzy like a flash of light and bombarded the opponent's armor. Malonica's eyes flashed, and her heart was quite shocked. Ronin actually used the 6th level fighting skill Fire Flash. Is he able to use it beyond his level like Karada? Or is he already a golden knight? I can't imagine that the eldest grandson of the Marquis, who was not favored by everyone at the beginning, has grown to this level now. In a moment, Clifford was hit hard and flew away. And then he broke several trees on the roadside before he collapsed under the tree, with a few mouthfuls of blood spurting out of his mouth. He had lost the power to resist. Ronin put away the flame flow sword and turned his eyes from the opponent to the battlefield. At this time, the battle was nearing its end. In the previous round of charge, more than half of the people of the White Flower Society were killed or injured, and the smell of blood filled the mountain forest road. With Clifford and Marcello captured, the remaining people no longer had the courage to continue fighting. They put down their weapons and knelt on the ground begging for forgiveness. The knights and infantrymen put their swords on the necks of these people and controlled them in place. Although there was no suspense in winning this one-sided battle, there were also some casualties on this side, most of whom were Vala's subordinates, and some were members of the knight team of the Pointed City. As for the dozen professional knights led by Missy, there were no casualties. Vala asked his men to take Marcello to Ronin. He looked at the thorn who had fought with him for several years kneeling on the ground, and he couldn't help feeling happy. Marcello, the person standing in front of you is Ronin Wuxian, the Count of Wubei territory, who came to exterminate you under the order of His Majesty the King. Haha. Now you know how vulnerable the group of people you have gathered are. Right? Marcello raised his head, looked at Ronin with difficulty, and snorted in dissatisfaction. Kill if you want to. Don't show this disgusting face in front of me. Knight Vala wanted to curse a few words to vent his anger, but Ronin raised his hand to stop him. You are brave, but don't worry. We won't kill you. The purpose of his coming to Rapid Island this time was to get some merits, so that Bruno would have a reason to confer him a title. Prisoners are the best proof of merit. He will take Marcello and other key personnel back to Jinyu City to report to His Majesty the King. Ronin signaled Tom and David to carry the unconscious Clifford over. Before interrogating you, I really want to know who this person is. At this time, everyone turned their eyes to the people carried by Tom and David. In the previous battle, not everyone noticed Clifford. Marcello's eyes evaded a little, and after a brief silence, he said, like me, he is just the descendant of a criminal imprisoned on Rapids Island. Ronin looked at Knight Wally. In other words, your information is wrong. Among the natives of the White Flower Society of Rapids Island, there is also a golden knight hidden. Impossible. The White Flower Society cannot have a golden knight. Wally was very sure. If they had a golden knight? No. As long as they had a silver knight. The last time I came to collect wood, this group of people dared to kill me and occupy the Rapids Island dock. He looked at Clifford, who was still unconscious, and frowned deeply. This person's skin does not have the yellowish color unique to Rapids Island. I think he is definitely not from Rapids Island. Wally put the long sword on Marcello's neck. Tell me, who is he? Marcello snorted coldly. Still did not answer. In that case, we should first detain them and interrogate them after they wake up. Luoming said, before that, we can search the White Flower Society's territory to see if there are any suspicious places. Chapter 340 Not So Good Population Situation. Although there are many people in the White Flower Society, after Marcello, the leader, was captured, the remaining people were all a mob. They could neither form an organized resistance nor escape, so they could only hide in dilapidated houses and pray to get away with it. Soon, this group of people who had almost no resistance were centralized and controlled by the knights. With so many people, Ronin could not bring them all back to Jinyu City. First, the ship could not fit them. And second, there was no need. What's more, These people who stayed on the Rapids Island would become his people and serve him in the future. So he stood on the high slope and loudly announced the purpose of his coming to the Rapids Island, and at the same time stated that this operation would only capture Marcelo and his accomplices. As long as the others obeyed orders and completed the tasks of Night Valley in a law-abiding manner, they would continue to live on this land without any danger. After this round of announcements, the tense atmosphere was slightly relieved. Ronan took the opportunity to simply inspect these people, and he found some not-so-good phenomena. There are many disabled people among these people, and some are mentally retarded. For example, some people have poor eyesight. Some move like a cripple. Some should be in their teens, but have bodies of several dozen years old. And some are in their 20s, but have IQs of only 5 or 6 years old. According to Wally, many of them are born this way. It is very good that these people can survive, understand human language, and do some work. Many of them died within a few days of birth. This is the punishment of the 7 gods for the sins committed by their ancestors. Ronan had his own guesses about this. The White Flower Society had no normal social order, and their reproduction was bound to be more chaotic than the outside world. The inbreeding between nobles would produce offspring with congenital deformities, not to mention the more chaotic social relations in the White Flower Society. When he took over Rapids Island in the future, he might need to formulate a set of marriage standards. He couldn't just pick a woman and a man to pair up. He needed to avoid inbreeding as much as possible to produce congenitally deformed children. While the group was controlling the personnel, the search was also going on simultaneously. Soon, the dock that Ronan had discovered in advance was found. Valet was furious as he looked at the scene in front of him. He was responsible for supervising the entire Rapids Island. It was fine that these people on the island were becoming more and more out of control, but he didn't expect that the other party would privately build a dock and contact the outside world. He looked at the wood stored around him and knew that Marcelo was smuggling with the outside world. If he was held accountable for this kind of thing, he would inevitably be held accountable. This bunch of damned criminals. Wally cursed in a low voice, in front of Ronan and the members of the Royal Griffin Knights. He had no chance of escaping this crime. Nor did he have the face to let these nobles conceal this information for him. Mr. Count, what are you going to do next? Ronan pondered for a while and said, this dock is obviously used by the White Flower Society for smuggling. Next, please preside over the interrogation of Marcelo and others, and try to find out who they are cooperating with to smuggle wood. How long this cooperation lasted, how much wood was transported, etc. Wally's thoughts were pulled back by Ronan's words, and he quickly responded, don't worry. I will definitely get the result of the interrogation. Remember not to harm their lives. Ronan warned, whether to kill them or not is up to His Majesty the King. Our mission is to send them alive to Golden Feather City, in order to prevent the other party from being reckless. He arranged for Tom and a knight under Missy to assist. Fortunately, this group of people's mouths were not as tight as imagined, especially Clifford, who was defeated by Ronan. Wally simply threatened him for an afternoon, and the other party honestly confessed everything. According to Clifford's description, he came from the largest blood sale pirate group in the Screaming Sea, and he was the third leader of the group. In order to help Marcelo fight Wally, and also to take the White Flower Society for himself to seek greater wealth. Clifford often lived in Rapids Island. He thought that such a remote area would not attract the attention of big people, at least not so quickly. Clifford never expected that the people above would come so quickly and so fiercely, without giving him a little buffer time. Ronan, do you believe what Clifford said? Missy asked. As the leader of the royal team, Missy represents His Majesty to some extent. When she returns to Golden Feather City, she will also report to Bruno what she saw along the way. In response to her inquiry, Ronan nodded after pondering, but then shook his head. I recognize his origins, and the Bloodsail pirates may indeed do such a thing. But I am skeptical about whether there are other forces involved in this matter besides the Bloodsail pirates. During the afternoon search, Ronan found a lot of well-made logging tools, machetes, axes, etc. This shows that Clifford and others want to make a big move on Rapids Island, and they already have a stable sales channel. With this whole process from logging to loading, transportation to sales, it seems unlikely that there is no cooperation. Who will be the object of cooperation? Ronan naturally thought of the nobles on both sides of the Screaming Sea, among which the most prominent is the Fleming family of the Earl of Screaming Sea. However, these are just his guesses, and there is no actual evidence to identify them. He will not tell Missy. After all, it will be troublesome if other nobles accuse you of framing and slander. Ronan is just a little worried. Now that he has cut off the financial resources of the blood sale pirates, he wonders if the other party will want to retaliate and invade here after he takes over Rapids Island in the future. The island isolated overseas is not as safe as Wubei territory. If it is not handled well, a heavy blow will cause him to suffer huge losses. Before Wubei territory does not have enough maritime power. Perhaps shelving disputes and win-win cooperation will be an option. Ronan and his party rested in the mountain village of the White Flower Society for one night. The next morning, Knight Vala left a few knights and a group of infantry to continue managing the place. And the rest of the people, together with Ronan, escorted Marcelo and Clifford back to the port of Rapids Island. Now the only restless force on Rapids Island is the Larn Society. The White Flower Society was easily dealt with by them, and the weaker Larn Society was even easier. On the morning of the third day, Ronan led the team to set off again. The information communication on Rapids Island was obviously very unsmooth. When the large group of people came to the outside of the Larn Society's territory, their leader Knight Larn was awakened from his sleep and learned that the leader of the White Flower Society had been captured. In this situation, he surrendered without any resistance. The crowd quickly controlled the place without much fighting. So far, the two rebel forces on Rapids Island were suppressed without making any waves. Next, Ronan only needed to escort Marcelo and his group to Nyoju Bay, and this merit-making trip would be successfully completed. In the quiet evening, Ronan stood by the window of the room overlooking the port of Nyojiao Bay. Dong dong dong, the door knocked, and Kurata walked in. "Sir, we have brought the person you want to see. Bring him in." Tom and David, one on the left and one on the right, escorted a bald man with shackles into the study. Chapter 341. Welcome. The bald man carried in by Tom and David is the leader of the Larn Society. Although he was not injured in the morning capture, after being escorted back to the port and interrogated by Knight Vala, he not only looked very depressed, but also had a lot of blood on his body. It was obvious that he was whipped. Ronan walked to the chair in front and sat down, looking him up and down. Although this bald man is a bronze knight, and his strength can be ranked among the top few on Rapids Island, his courage is not commendable. Seeing the noble Ronan at this moment, Lane's knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. "Sir, spare me. Sir, spare me." All this was encouraged by Marcelo. He said that we have a large number of people, and we don't have to be afraid of Knight Valley and his team. I believed his lies for a while. So I kept negotiating with Knight Valley and asking for more supplies. Imagine how much impact a bald man would have when he cried in front of you. I know Marcelo's crimes, and he may be hanged. Ronan said, "As for you, sir, spare me. Sir, spare me." Lane was anxious. "I just asked Knight Valley for more food and tools. I didn't think of killing him. And I didn't smuggle with outsiders. Besides, the wood of the Larn Society has basically been handed over. I didn't delay it on purpose. Sir, please don't send me to the gallows. Please save me." Most people on Rapids Island live a hard life. But as the leader, Larn still lives a life of luxury. This kind of person is very careful about his life. And he doesn't want to die yet. Ronan smiled faintly. Although this Lane is also a troublemaker, he is just greedy for money, and has not done anything like colluding with outsiders or smuggling wood. Although he is guilty, he is not sentenced to death. In Ronan's opinion, it is easier to control such a cowardly person. He only needs to show his absolute strength to the other party, and even be able to decide the other party's life or death with a word. Lane will definitely be honest and dare not act rashly for a long time in the future. "I can indeed save you," Ronan said. As the commander of this operation, he does have the power to decide who to arrest and who to release to a certain extent. Moreover, Bruno only asked him to solve the troubles of Rapid Island, but did not make many regulations on the specific methods and means. Appeasing these troublemakers and letting them continue to serve the kingdom as before is also one of the ways to solve the troubles. Lane was shocked after hearing this. He looked up at the young noble sitting in front of him, and an expression of excitement and surprise appeared on his face, as if he had grabbed the last straw. "Sir, as long as you can save me, my life will belong to you. If you let me go up the mountain, I will never go down to the sea. If you let me go east, I will never go west." Ronan nodded. He is very short of manpower now, and he can't spare anyone to manage the Rapids Island. As a native of this place, Lane knows the situation here very well, and it is very suitable to let such a person work for him. As for the other party's character and personal morality, the most important thing at the moment is to manage and operate this place well and create value for Wubei territory. As long as Lane can do his job and doesn't do anything too outrageous, it's fine. Next, Ronan gave the other party a few more words, and then asked Tom and David to take him away again. After all, he is not the master of Rapids Island yet. In order to avoid giving people a chance to talk, Night Valley is still in charge of the affairs here. So before that, Larn will still be locked up in the dungeon of the port. At this point, the trip to Rapids Island is a complete success. For Ronan, in addition to brushing some records, the most gratifying harvest is crops such as potatoes. He has already put a lot of them in the space ring, and is ready to take them back to Wubei territory for planting. It only takes 1 year for this high-yield food to become popular in his territory. In the next 2 days, Ronan asked people to cooperate with Night Valley to control the 2 territories of Larn Society and Baiwa Society. On the other hand, he also briefly recorded the process of this action, and sent it back to Jinyu Palace by the messenger bird of Rapids Island. 2 days later, as the order on Rapids Island gradually recovered, Ronan set sail with Marcelo, Clifford and other captives, and set off to return to Nyoju Bay, Golden Feather Palace. Ronan's letter was soon delivered to King Bruno. In his eyes, there was no difficulty in destroying the White Whale pirates and calming the chaos on Rapids Island. He was not surprised at all that Ronan could do it successfully. However, he did not expect that the residents of Rapids Island had contacted the outside world, and also involved another pirate organization, Blood Sail, in the Screaming Sea. Such large pirate gangs have their own cooperation channels. As far as he knows, the Blood Sail pirates are behind the Screaming Earl family. He is a qualified businessman. He will run over for any small profit. That being said, Bruno knew that a few ships of timber would not satisfy the other party's appetite. The ultimate goal is to occupy the Rapids Island, vigorously mine timber, and expand profits. Bruno pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, it seems that it is even more necessary to introduce new forces to the Howling Sea. He looked at the intelligence officer Mel beside him. Ronan's ship should be able to return to Oxhorn Bay in a few days. Before that, you should spread the merits of his operation this time. The king paused and said in more detail, let's say that he destroyed the White Whale pirate's lair, cleared the sea, provided higher security for merchant ships, and also quelled the unrest on the Rapids Island for the Alduin royal family, and captured the 3 leaders of the Bloodsail pirates, the Golden Knight Clifford. Mel bowed slightly. As you wish, Your Majesty. He knew that the purpose of the king's doing this was nothing more than to build momentum for Ronan, so as to confer the title naturally. Not to mention, with Ronan being a member of the Wushan family and a champion knight, plus the achievements Bruno just mentioned, as long as the description is a little exaggerated, Ronan's reputation will indeed be greatly boosted. Mel already had a lot of ideas in his mind. 5 days later, the warship flying the flag of the royal family of Alduin sailed into the port of Horn Bay. Before landing, Ronan saw many people gathered at the port to welcome him. They waved the flags of the royal family and the Wushan family and shouted Ronan's name. What's going on? Not to mention that everyone else on the ship was shocked by such a scene. Even Ronan was shocked. He knew at his heart that such a scene might be arranged by Bruno, but it was too exaggerated. Right? Helplessly, he could only straighten his chest, put on a smile on his face, and send sincere and friendly greetings to his fake fans while getting off the ship. Chapter 342: The Baron of Rapids. Pa! The exquisite crystal cup was thrown to the ground with great force and shattered. Myron Fleming's face was gloomy. This Ronan ruined my good deeds again. Now he has no interest in cultivation, and his favorite thing to do is to expand the territory of the Fleming family. Even if the land does not belong to Screaming Island in name, he still likes to support or manage a force loyal to him and bring him benefits. Rapids Island, a place with development value, but His Majesty the King rarely pays attention to it, is where Myron has recently valued. In order to clear his suspicion, he arranged for the Bloodsail pirates to infiltrate Rapids Island. In the past 2 years, the effect has been good. Last month, the leader of the Bloodsail pirates also reported to him that the 3 leaders had basically mastered the White Flower Society, the largest force on Rapids Island. But in a blink of an eye, The 3 leaders, and the White Flower Society were all wiped out. It would be difficult for him to enter Rapids Island again. Before, Jesus from Moonlight Valley told me that Ronan was an unstable factor. At that time, I thought that it would take at least 10 years for an 18-year-old young man to ruin my business. I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Ronan first betrayed his son Facundo, then destroyed the White Whale Island base, and then eliminated his forces on Rapids Island. The more Melon thought about it, the angrier he became. He snorted coldly. This Ronan has successfully angered me. My lord, should we deal with him? Beside him, Knight Jose made a gesture of wiping his neck. Melon pondered for a while, and finally shook his head. Doesn't Jesus love to fight with Wushan? Just leave this matter to him. There aren't many disputes between my Howling Island, Wushan Castle, and Ronan's Wubei territory, so there's no need to deal with Ronan. The White Whale Pirates' failed assassination caused him losses, but these can be taken back from Jesus. As for the White Whale Island, there are many similar islands in the Howling Sea, so just find another one. The loss on the Rapids Island did make him a little sad, but it was still not enough to send someone to assassinate the other party. What's more, the other party was accompanied by the Night Squad of the Pointed Horn City and Malonica, who had reached the peak of the gold level. Assassination is not such an easy thing. Ronan's deeds fermented in Jinyu City and Nyoju Bay for a few days, and gradually spread to the territories of other nobles. 2 days later, Ronan came to the outside of the Goldfish Palace. As soon as he got off the car, he saw Blanche waiting in front with the guards. Welcome to the Triumph, the brave Flame Knight. Ronan stepped forward, saluted respectfully, and then went to the Hall of Alduin under the leadership of Blanche. I didn't expect you, a princess, to come out to greet me. The two chatted as they walked. You not only eliminated the White Whale Pirates, but also quelled the unrest on Rapids Island for the kingdom. Isn't it reasonable for me to come and greet you? Ronan curled his lips. You know how difficult this operation is. Why are you exaggerating like the people outside? Blanche laughed. Now she has lost her early melancholy and has become more cheerful and bright. If more people talk about it, things will turn out as they say. Soon, the two arrived at the Hall of Alduin. At this time, in addition to King Bruno, there were also the deputy leader of the Griffin Knights, Brawl, the leader of the Royal Knights, Philemon, several ministers of the kingdom, and Knight Missy, who acted on behalf of the royal family this time. Ronan greets His Majesty the King. Ronan greeted Bruno first, then nodded to the others present. I have heard the main process of this operation from Missy. Bruno smiled and praised Ronan. Your performance this time is very good. Ronan bowed slightly. Your Majesty, thank you for your praise. I was able to complete this operation so smoothly, thanks to the assistance of Missy and other knights and your care. Bruno's eyes flashed with satisfaction. This kid speaks very well. You don't have to be modest, he said. I heard from Missy that you dealt with Clifford, the third leader of the Bloodsail Pirates, alone. You can defeat the Golden Knight alone. It seems that your strength was not fully exerted in the night tournament. Your Majesty has excellent vision. I did not use my full strength in the tournament. Bruno didn't expect Ronan to admit it so directly, and couldn't help laughing. He stood up, drew out the long sword held by the knight beside him, and strode down the steps. Come on, Ronan. Kneel down. Everyone had different expressions. Those who knew the inside story, such as Brawl and Philemon, had natural expressions. Those who didn't know the inside story, such as Finance Minister Luther, were obviously a little surprised. The king's posture clearly indicated that he was going to confer a title. What was he conferring on Ronan? Honorary knight? Or a title? Ronan knelt on one knee respectfully, lowering his head. Bruno placed the long sword on Ronan's shoulder. The pirates on the Screaming Sea are rampant. Previously, the White Whale Pirates assassinated nobles, and now the Bloodsail Pirates are encroaching on the kingdom's property. In view of your heroic performance on the Howling Sea, the Flame Knight Ronan Wushan. He paused, and his tone became more serious. Alduin v. Bruno Alduin officially confers upon you, the Flame Knight Ronan Wushan, the Baron of the Howling Sea. I hope you will use your powerful strength and heroic courage to create a peaceful Howling Sea for the kingdom of Alduin. Ronan slapped his chest firmly with his hand. I, Ronan Wushan, solemnly swear that I will defend the peace of the Howling Sea and the interests of the kingdom of Alduin with my strength and courage as the Baron of the Howling Sea. Several ministers of the kingdom, who were unaware of the situation, felt a jolt in their hearts. They did not expect that His Majesty the King would directly confer Ronan as the Baron of the Howling Sea, although it was just a small island. From now on, in addition to the Earl of the Howling Sea, there was another nobleman on the Howling Sea. Everyone could not help but guess that the King, His Majesty's intention, used Ronan to check and balance the Fleming family? In recent years, the Fleming family's industry has indeed grown a lot, and it is close to several great nobles such as Moonlight Valley. So it really needs to be checked and balanced. Will it work if we just introduce this young man? Although the person standing behind him is the Thunder Marquis of Wushan territory. How can a marquisate that is about to collapse fight against a thriving earl? Under the mask, Knight Missy couldn't help but sigh. Ronan, who was originally an earl in the marquisate, has been canonized as a baron of the kingdom not long ago. It is indeed how easy it is for people with channels and backgrounds to become nobles. Unlike Kurata, such an excellent person, let alone becoming a feudal noble, even becoming an honorary knight, has experienced so many setbacks and difficulties, and has not succeeded yet. Blanche also had some feelings when she heard that the man she wanted to marry was a baron from the deep mountains and old forests. She felt a little resistant. But after meeting Ronan and experiencing some things, those resistances disappeared. And now, the other party has not only gotten rid of the identity of the baron from the deep mountains and old forests, but also become the Earl of the Marquisate and the Baron of the Kingdom, in terms of status and position alone. Although Ronan is still a little short, no one will object to the marriage between the two parties from the perspective of status. But in fact, Blanche felt that she was not worthy of the other party. After all, her reputation had not been washed away. Stand up, Baron Ronan. Bruno handed the long sword back to the knight beside him, and patted Ronan's shoulder heavily. The waiter on the side held an exquisite box, which contained the golden medal of the Baron of the Kingdom, and the beautifully sealed appointment letter. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ronan stood up and took the box in his hand. From now on, he has two identities. He is both the Earl of Wubei, who is loyal to Wushan Castle, and the Baron of Rapid Island, who is loyal to Bruno, as long as Wushan Castle does not become an enemy of the royal family. His two identities will not conflict. Chapter 343, talking about cooperation. Pa! A newly replaced exquisite crystal cup was thrown to the ground and shattered by Myron again. What does our king mean by making Ronan the Lord of the Rapids Island? Myron had to get angry. As the overlord of the Screaming Sea, the Fleming family has long regarded this sea area as their own territory. Sometimes, even the royal fleet is considered a guest. Now, the Screaming Sea has a second noble. Outsiders can see that it is His Majesty the King who is balancing the Screaming Island. Myron can also see it, but he is unwilling to admit it in his heart. No, Ronan cannot grow up. Myron was angry for a while, and finally made a decision. Joss asked, "Are you ready to take action against Ronan?" Merlin still shook his head. Ronan is now a favorite of Bruno, so we shouldn't take action directly. He pondered for a moment. Let Bloodsail and White Whale become stronger. In the future, if Rapids Island wants to transport wood out or transport supplies in, grab them. What Merlin wanted to do was to prevent Ronan from managing Rapids Island. A deserted island was no threat to him. My lord, this Ronan is still the Earl of Wubei territory, Joss reminded. If Wubei territory has a port in the future, he will no longer have to depart from Port Dennis, but can directly enter the Howling Sea from the north and reach Rapids Island. Merlin frowned. If Ronan was just a baron of Rapids Island, he would have a way to destroy him. But the key is that he still has such a large Wubei territory as his territory. We don't care about things on land. We only care about things on the sea. Tell them to keep an eye on the waters near Rapids Island, and rob any ships flying the flag of the Wushan family. An island baron who doesn't even have a few ships. If he is given time, he can't compete with us on the sea. Dong dong dong. While the two were talking, there was a knock on the door outside. Master, a knight named Tom outside sent a visiting card, saying that their master, Baron Ronan of Rapids Island, wants to visit you. In the room, Myron and Joss looked at each other. They were discussing how to deal with Ronan, but they didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to visit. I want to see what he wants to do. Myron smiled and said, take the visiting card and say that I am here to wait for his arrival. That afternoon, Ronan sat in a carriage and drove towards the Fleming family's manor in Golden Feather City. Although he had several conflicts with Screaming Island, and the other party might even have participated in the assassination of him, but he had to admit that he had no way to compete with the other party on the sea in a short time. Rapids Island needs to develop, and its main source of income is the sale of wood. Ronan learned from Night Vala that the wood from Rapids Island is generally transported back to Nyojio Bay. In addition to some furniture manufacturers, the largest sales target is the Fleming family, the bed merchant. If the other party does not buy the wood from Rapids Island, Ronan will need to pay for the 20,000 people on the island, which is a huge investment. This is not what Ronan is most worried about. What he was most worried about was that the Fleming family would use their status as the overlord of the Screaming Sea to blockade the Rapids Island, especially those pirates. If they specifically targeted the merchant ships of the Rapids Island and the Wubei territory, it would be a troublesome matter. Although Ronan was not afraid of pirates, he could not follow the ship, just like the attack by the White Whale pirates a while ago. If he had not been there, Reese and others would probably have been buried in the sea. So this time he submitted a visiting card to Melon, mainly to transport the wood from the Rapids Island smoothly through business. Even if he did not make money, at least he would not lose money. Sir, we have arrived at the Fleming family's manor. Okay. Ronan got off the carriage and entered the manor under the guidance of the servant at the door. The Fleming family's manor is very large, with everything from landscape to decoration, which is several levels higher than the Swamp Castle. Maybe someday, I will also need to set up an office for the Wubei territory in Jinyu City or Nyoju Bay. After the silk, porcelain and other businesses are launched. In the living room, Ronan waited for a while, and then a brisk figure walked in. This man was wearing gorgeous clothes and had thick brown curly hair. His eyes were deep and bright, revealing a shrewd and alert light, as if he could see through the value of everything in the world. In addition, Ronan also felt the fluctuation of magic from the other party. It is said that the eldest son of the Fleming family is a great magician. Melon smiled. Haha. It is my honor to have the Honorable Flame Knight and the Baron of Rapids Island visit me. Ronan also said, it is also my honor to have the honor to meet Lord Melon today. The two of them shook hands enthusiastically like good friends, who had not seen each other for many years, and exchanged greetings for several times before sitting down separately. There was no contradiction at all. Next, Ronan repeatedly praised the strength of the Fleming family, and showed his admiration for the Magic family. Melon smiled and responded on the surface, and from time to time, he recalled the past with the Wushan family. But in his heart, he was thinking about the purpose of Ronan's visit. After a round of greetings, he didn't want to continue to compliment each other, so he couldn't help asking, I wonder why the Baron suddenly visited today. Ronan slightly restrained his expression, and became more formal. Your Excellency also knows that the only thing that Rapids Island can show is wood, as far as I know. Among the buyers of wood in previous years, the Fleming family is one of the largest customers. Now that I have become the master of Rapids Island, one of the purposes of coming here is to consolidate the cooperation with you. Melon smiled secretly in his heart, and he really came to discuss business. However, although the quality of the wood from Rapids Island is among the best, how could he continue to buy wood from the latter in order to curb the rise of Ronan? Did Screaming Island buy a lot of wood from Rapids Island in previous years? Merlin said with a fake smile. Sorry, Baron. The procurement affairs are usually handled by my retainers, and I don't pay much attention to it. But as far as I know, there are several sources of wood for Screaming Island. His meaning is direct. There is not much more from Rapids Island, and there is not much less from Rapids Island. And the idea of continuing to do business is not strong. Lord Myron has a lot of things to do every day, so naturally he will not invest too much energy in these small things. Ronan did not expose the truth and followed the other party's words and said, if your lord is interested, you can ask your retainer to talk to me, and I can make concessions. Oh! Merlin raised his eyebrows. How much are you going to make concessions? I can have someone tell my business officer. Vala told Ronan that the price of wood on Rapids Island was basically 7 to 9 gold coins per cubic meter in the past, which was not a low price. Ronan looked painful. I am willing to sell it at a price of 6 gold coins per cubic meter. Merlin was secretly happy in his heart, but his face was still deep. I still have some understanding of the price of wood. As far as I know, the price of 6 gold coins per cubic meter is still a bit high. Right? Not high, my lord, Ronan explained. The oak quality of Rapids Island is top-notch. And such a low price is purely to enhance the friendship between the Wuxian family and the Fleming family. Friendship is friendship. And business is business. When it comes to business, Myron became more involved. If he could buy goods from Rapids Island at a low price, then it seemed unnecessary for him to support forces on Rapids Island. He raised his right hand and spread his 5 fingers, 5 gold coins. If you, Baron, are willing to sell it to me at the price of 5 gold coins, then I will contract all the wood on Rapids Island. As much as you can get. Ronin cursed in his heart. His face was in a dilemma. 5 gold coins. It's a bit difficult. If the other party lowered the price to 4 gold coins, Ronin would not make any money. But if it was set at 5 gold coins, 3 ships per month, there would be 300 gold coins in the account. The other party quoted such a price at once. Obviously, he had a deep understanding of the wood on Rapids Island. 5 gold coins are already very good, Merlin said with a smile. Although you have wiped out the white whale pirates, the Screaming Sea is still not peaceful. But as long as you use the banner of the Fleming family, the overlord of the Screaming Sea, it is equivalent to having invisible protection. And those pirates dare not provoke us. This sounds very ordinary. But in fact it reveals a threat. In other words, if Ronin does not cooperate with the other party, the pirates on the Screaming Sea will attack the ships of the Rapids Island. What I am looking at is the influence of the Fleming family on the Screaming Sea, Ronin said unabashedly. Well, I can consider the price of 5 gold coins, but I want to buy 2 cargo ships and a warship from you at a preferential price. Ha ha ha. The ships of the Screaming Island are the best among the major shipbuilders along the coast. And the price is also the most fair. The more Ronin looked at him, the more he liked him. Buying from me is your wisest choice. Chapter 344. Want both. The negotiation between Ronin and Lord Melon lasted for a long time. Perhaps because they had a good chat. The other party enthusiastically invited Ronin to stay for a dinner. When the night was deep, Ronin left in a carriage and went to the hotel where the nobles were staying. Both purposes of this visit were achieved. The first was to find buyers for the wood from Rapids Island. Although the price of 5 gold coins per cubic meter was not very profitable, it was the best way when the strength was weak. If he did not cooperate with Melon, once those pirates attacked his ships, causing damage to the ships and deaths of crew members, Ronin would be unable to bear the loss. It is necessary to keep a low profile at sea. When Ronin's strength rises, he will come to talk to the other party again. Perhaps, at that time, he can not only negotiate the price, but also choose the partner he wants to cooperate with. Not just the Earl's family of Screaming Island. The second is to buy 2 20-meter-long cargo ships and a warship of the same length. On the market, such a warship is priced at 5,000 gold coins. Although the cargo ship is cheaper, each ship still costs 3,000 gold coins. After some bargaining, Myron also made concessions. The warship is priced at 4,500 gold coins, and the 2 cargo ships only charge 5,000 gold coins, making a total of 1,500 gold coins. Fortunately, Ronin has money now. If it were in the past, he would not be able to afford to pay nearly 10,000 gold coins at one time. In addition, Ronin asked the other party to deliver the goods to his door and successfully dock at the port of Gilia Island. He planned to train the navy on Gilia Island first, and then simultaneously build a simple dock in Wubei territory to initially connect Gilia Island with Wubei territory. As for the navy of Rapids Island, Ronin is going to let Karada take charge. Karada, who was born in a port city and served as a teacher at the Supernormal Academy, has certain theoretical knowledge in this regard. As for Reese, after Vittorino agrees to let him join the Wubei territory for training, Ronin will arrange him in the port of Wubei territory and train the navy together with Karada. After the leadership is determined, the remaining is the recruitment of professional knights, soldiers, captains and sailors. Vic can be responsible for the captains and sailors, and there will be suitable personnel in the appointed city. The key is professional knights and soldiers. When Ronin becomes the lord of Rapids Island, the knight valet stationed on the island will naturally leave. At that time, in addition to Karada, there will only be Larn and his 4 professional knights, who were recruited not long ago. So in the past 2 days, Ronin asked Karada to use his connections to summon his students and friends to join Rapids Island, the Fleming family's manor. Before Ronin came, Myron and Joss agreed to have the pirates surround Gilia Island and attack the other party's merchant ships. But they didn't expect that the two sides would now have a cooperative relationship. Sir, you and Ronan are now in a cooperative relationship. So do we need to suspend what we discussed before? Of course we need to suspend it. Myron smiled unconsciously. Such a deal is almost the same as us controlling Gilia Island ourselves. And it also saves the trouble of management. He pondered for a while. But changed the subject, however. The scale of the pirates still needs to be expanded. And they need to wander more on the route from Gilia Island to Wubei territory. Once Ronan's ships are found, they should be attacked and harassed. Joss was stunned for a moment. Then showed a sinister smile. I understand. You only protect the trade ships between Ronan and Screaming Island. Merlin nodded. He also expected this cheap but high quality would to bring him greater benefits. So he naturally had to protect the safety of Ronan's ships to Screaming Island. However, Ronan's transportation from Wubei territory to Gilia Island still fell within his scope of attack and suppression. Cooperation is cooperation. And containment is containment. These are two different things. For the Screaming Sea, it is enough for Fleming to dominate. Don't tamper with the quality of the ships purchased by Ronan. Just follow the normal transaction. Merlin reminded him that he would not use the Fleming family's business reputation to cheat. But we have to destroy his ships regularly every 2 years, so that he can take out the money he earned. Joss couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the lord he followed was really good at doing business. The idea of the young Baron Ronan to make money and develop from the Fleming family was probably going to be shattered. The next morning, Kurata found Ronan. Sir, according to your instructions, I have recruited a total of 15 people this time. This is their list. Ronan took the parchment, which clearly listed the names and strengths of these people. Among them, there is 1 bronze knight, 2 senior knights, 3 intermediate knights, and 9 junior knights. He couldn't help but praise, well done. I didn't expect you to have such a wide network of contacts. I have experienced many twists and turns over the years, and the people I know are also complicated. Kurata smiled. Among these people, there are partners I have worked with, such as Lucen and Eden. Some are students I have guided, and some are my classmates during my time at the Extraordinary Academy. All from ordinary families. Ronan noticed that Lucen was the only bronze knight, and Eden was a senior knight. Kurata paused and continued, they have all heard of your reputation, are impressed by your strength, and are willing to become your followers. But there are a lot of them. Please see which ones are more suitable. Stay all. I want them all, Ronan said without any hesitation. The people on Rapids Island are either criminals or descendants of criminals, and the personnel composition is very complicated. In addition, there is the threat of pirates outside, so I feel more at ease with more people. With Kadala's group and Lawrence people, Rapids Island will have 21 professional knights. In terms of the number of professional knights alone, it can be compared with Ronan's subordinates. The only disadvantage is that the top combat power is only Kurata, who is comparable to gold. Kurata. Ronan looked at the talented knight who had just followed him recently. Although the other party was born in a humble family, his character was not a problem. After getting along with each other for this period of time, he trusted him more. Now that he has brought so many people who know him well to become his followers, it can be said that he has made a great contribution. Sir, please give me your orders. Ronan smiled, and then said solemnly, I am going to appoint you as the governor of Rapids Island, responsible for the island's security, defense and transportation. Kurata was stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. From an ordinary follower to the governor, this is a very big step, and it is one step closer to his ideal. He knelt on one knee. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. Ronan helped him up. Next, he asked about the political affairs of Rapids Island. Potatoes must be planted on a large scale, but attention should be paid to crop rotation to prevent late blight. In addition to potatoes, coconuts and cherries, the specialty of Rapids Island, also need to be expanded. Of course, these political affairs are only temporarily held by Kurata. When there is an opportunity, Ronan will let Wilson's political assistant go to Rapids Island to preside over political affairs. Kurata's main task is still to focus on military affairs. Ronan himself would also regularly go to Rapids Island for inspection and guidance. After all, for him, with Carlos around, the distance was not a problem. Chapter 345 Frankness. In Moon Shadow Palace, Ronan bid farewell to Blanche. This time, they stayed in the capital Jinyu City for more than 10 days, and their feelings quickly heated up. Especially Blanche. whose past experiences made her care more about Ronan. Every time Ronan participated in dangerous activities or tasks, she was very worried, fearing that he would suddenly encounter a personal accident. After this separation, I am afraid we will have to wait until June next year to meet again, Blanche said reluctantly, but with some expectation. Next year is the 970th year of the imperial calendar. As the self-proclaimed legitimate heirs of the empire, the Kingdom of Alduin and the Kingdom of Trisha will hold grand events every 10 years. According to His Majesty Bruno, at the grand event next year, he will announce the marriage of Ronan and Blanche. Time will pass quickly. Ronan smiled and said something like, if the love is long-lasting, why should we be together day and night? Which immediately moved Her Royal Highness the Princess. Ronan, I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I decided to tell you before the official announcement. Ronan looked at him in surprise. What's the matter? Why are you so serious? Blanche was still a little hesitant. Actually, I'm a high-level magician with dark attributes. That's it? Ronan didn't understand. Isn't this great? A high-level magician at the age of 19. You have a very good talent for magic. Practice well. Maybe there will be another great magician in my Wubei territory in the future. He hoped that his partner would have a good talent for practice, so that he could accompany her for a longer time. Blanche shook her head. The Amethyst Count has checked for me. My dark attribute is quite special. I have the qualifications to become a necromancer, she said, casting a magic. As the space vibrated, a skeleton warrior walked out of the summoning circle formed by the spell pattern. Ronan was immediately surprised. Is this skeleton summoning? This is the undead summoning magic, Blanche explained. After I learned this magic, my consciousness will enter a space of undeads, where there are many skeleton warriors. This is the one I transformed, and its strength is equivalent to that of an ordinary senior knight. Great. Ronan gave a thumbs up and looked at the skeleton knight, holding a long sword and shield, and wearing simple armor. A senior magician and a senior knight. Such a combination has extraordinary combat power. Necromancer. A bit special. You still don't understand. Blanche was bitter and worried. Others say that I can curse the people who marry me and make them die miserably. And I do master the second-level magic curse of the undead. Ronan interrupted her. So you suspect that it is your magic talent that has brought you misfortune? Blanche nodded. Yes, I think so. So, I have never dared to declare myself a magician, especially a dark attribute. Undead magician? She looked at Ronan. If you also have this concern, I can ask my father to explain and cancel our marriage. At first, she did desire the marriage, but as they got along, she didn't want to harm the handsome man in front of her. Ronan couldn't help laughing. Silly boy. I don't believe in these things. Besides, a second-level magic curse can't kill me. He hugged her into his arms. If you really have that kind of cursed physique, I will also use my love and sunshine to dispel it. Her eyes flashed with the light of emotion, and this sentence completely melted the person in her arms. She raised her head and leaned forward, whispering, Ronan, you are so nice. After a short kiss, Ronan left the Moon Shadow Palace and officially returned. This time he went back. He acted separately. Kurata took the 15 people he recruited on the ship driven by Vic, carrying food and some daily necessities to the Rapids Island. This time, there was still a royal worship led by Missy accompanying them. She was mainly responsible for the handover task and took back Night Vala and others. It was with Missy's company that Ronan dared to act separately, and he took Tom and David and went south on Dennis No. 1 in the Pointed City. 4 days later, on the morning of the last day of October, Ronan and his party returned to Port Dennis. Welcome to your triumphant return. The latest Knight of Flame, the Baron of the Kingdom of Rapids Island. I am flattered that the Viscount came to greet you personally. The two shook hands. Ronan was a little surprised that Vittorino came to greet him personally. However, he also knew that the other party's gesture should be very interested in his previous proposal. Then, Vittorino greeted the Baron Malonica of Wushan Town. He gave full respect to the current top combat force of Wushan territory. After some greetings, everyone came to the Pointed Fortress. After the lively lunch, it was time for negotiation. Do you really want to go to Wubei territory for training? Faced with the request made by his eldest son, Vittorino was a little surprised, but felt that it made sense. Yes, father. Reese glanced at Ronan beside him. They had experienced a lot during this period of time. following each other. Life should be more challenging than an appointed fortress. Vittorino looked at Ronan and said jokingly, I only know that you have kidnapped the heart of Her Royal Highness the Princess. But I didn't expect you to not let go of my son. He just asked Reese to escort him. But he didn't expect to send his son to Wubei territory. Ronan touched his nose awkwardly. Don't say this casually. I don't have any interest in men. Reese pulled the corner of his mouth after hearing this, and felt uncomfortable for a while, and couldn't even smile fakely. Vittorino laughed and said, I don't object. To be honest, this Count Marvin is not the only one who sent his son to Wubei territory for training. Didn't Sandro of Lingchuan City also make such a choice? Oh! Ronan was surprised and said, Sandro's son is Yusuf. Right. Why didn't I know he went to Wubei territory? What happened after you left? It is said that Yusuf is learning magic potions from your magician named Elrin. Ronan was delighted. Yusuf is a senior magician. His joining not only strengthens the strength of Wubei territory, but also, as the eldest son of Viscount Lingchuan City, he works for Wubei territory, which means that Ronan has the support of Viscount Sandro. In this way, Ronan has not yet recovered his inheritance rights. But among the several great nobles in Wishan territory, except for Earl Orson, the remaining 3 viscounts have chosen to support him, although there is little possibility of a war over the right of succession in the future. This situation has given Ronan a high prestige in Wubei territory, which is estimated to be far higher than Wiggins. I don't have any objection. Vittorino said, I'm just curious about what arrangements you will make for Reese. The port of Wubei territory must be built. Ronan's tone was very certain. Before that, I plan to build a simple dock for ships from Rapids Island to Wubei territory to dock. He looked at Reese. I have given the training of the Navy of Rapids Island to my knight Karada. If Reese can serve me for a period of time, I plan to let him train the Navy of Wubei territory. Vittorino nodded, and he agreed with this arrangement. Then, Earl of Wubei territory. I think we can continue to talk about the topic that was not finished that day. Ronan smiled and said, I think so too. I need the help of Pointed City. Chapter 346 Cooperation and Support. Although Baron Hammett, who went to Wubei territory for an investigation, has not returned yet, the cooperation between Ronan and Vittorino can be finalized in advance. Vittorino was skeptical about Ronan's previous proposal, but now the other party has transformed into the Lord of Rapids Island, and the location of Rapids Island is very good. After all, he has been the Lord of Pointed City for many years, and still has some knowledge. He vaguely guessed whether His Majesty the King wanted to use the Wushan family to balance the Screaming Island. As this speculation sprouted, Vittorino naturally became more and more interested in cooperating with Ronan. This may be an opportunity for the Dennis family to grow, and he must seize it. After a discussion, the content of the cooperation between the two parties was summarized into 3 main points. First, he needs the Dennis family to provide him with enough craftsmen and professionals to build a simple dock and a formal port in the future. Secondly, he needs the Dennis family to train him and provide him with experienced captains, sailors, and other related personnel. Finally, Ronan needed the Dennis family to build a dock on the Rapids Island. He didn't want to keep buying warships and cargo ships from the Earl's family on the Screaming Island. The Dennis family was quite good at these aspects, and Viscount Vittorino had no objection to the 3 points of cooperation. It was just the way of cooperation that the two disagreed. Ronan originally wanted to use the form of buyout, such as paying the other party a certain amount of gold coins to let the other party complete these things for him. But the other party's offer moved him. The construction of the port requires 300,000 gold coins, and the construction of the dock and the transfer and training of shipbuilding technology require 800,000 gold coins. In addition, Ronan also needs to pay the workers and provide food and accommodation. Although the other party also said that only a deposit of 300,000 yuan is required in the early stage, and the interest will be calculated later and repaid in installments. But Ronan still hesitates to pay such high fees. Fortunately, there is a second way of cooperation. Vittorino can provide all of the above for free, and Ronan only needs to provide food and accommodation for the workers. The condition is that after the port and dock of Wubei territory are built, Sharp Corner City can participate in the subsequent management and permanently obtain 50% of the profits. Ronan can accept this method. After all, the investment can be shared with others, and he is also completely ignorant of the management of the port, and needs to introduce professional personnel. However, he has a lot of opinions on the share of the profit. The help and support of Sharp Corner City is certainly important. But these are all based on the conditions created by Ronin. Whether it is Wubei territory or Jilia Island, this is his territory. Moreover, he was very confident about the prosperity of the Wubei port. In that case, Vittorino wanted to take 50% of the profits permanently, which was too much. In the next 2 days, several rounds of negotiations, the two sides reached a consensus with difficulty. Ronin could give 30% of the profits of the port. Ronin only gave 10% of the profits of the shipyard and shipbuilding on Jilia Island. At the same time, it was agreed that Ronin had absolute control over all matters, which was often called a veto. Vittorino was obviously not satisfied with this result. However, he saw that Ronin had a posture of, if you don't support me, I will do it myself. So in order not to miss this opportunity, he could only agree. Fortunately, although the investment is large, the return after success should not be low. If it is really possible to suppress the Screaming Island in the future as Ronin said, so that the ships in Port Dinis will not be harmed, such an investment is completely acceptable to the Pointed Horn City. As for the veto power mentioned by Ronin, Vittorino didn't care much. After all, the port and the dock are in other people's territory. It is difficult for him to control it. Instead of wasting energy, it is better to make money. After the cooperation was finalized and the contract was signed, Vittorino immediately took action. The surveyors have been sent to Wubei territory, and the next step is to recruit workers. And Ronin also needs to organize people to build a place for workers to eat and live after determining the location of the port construction. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be a new city there in the future. After leaving the Pointed Horn City, Ronin and the other two came to Wushan Castle under the escort of Milanica. This bodyguard uncle has successfully completed his task and can concentrate on adapting to the strength of the meteor level. Lolans was very pleased with his grandson's achievements. In addition to his concern, he also asked about the construction of the Rapids Island. Ronin did not hide anything and told Viscount Vittorino about the cooperation. Cooperation with Pointed City is indeed a wise move. It was November again, and the temperature was gradually dropping. Compared with last winter, Lolland seemed to be more afraid of the cold this winter, and had wrapped himself in a blanket early. Cooperation can lead to win-win results. Ronin smiled and said, if I develop everything by myself, I will start from scratch. And maybe I will succeed in the end. But it will take longer. Attracting others to invest in my Wubei territory will yield faster returns. Lu Lanzi nodded and reminded, win-win cooperation is good. But don't take it lightly, and let others sideline you. I understand. Lu Lanzi looked at his eldest grandson, and couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that the help I can provide for the Screaming Sea is limited. How to deal with a Fleming family depends on your ability. Giving the 5th Knights to Ronin is probably the greatest combat help he can provide. The rest, he can only provide very limited. Perhaps after he dies, the huge amount of gold coins invested in alleviating the pain caused by the soul-devouring surge will be released every year, and Wushan Castle should be able to form more knights. It's just that Wiggins will inherit the title of Marquis by then, and the other party may not support Ronin like he does. Perhaps I need to transfer more resources to Ronin before I die. Roland thought so in his heart. But he did not forget to remind him. I want to remind you that the ancestors of the Fleming family had magicians. As a magic family, they have a deep foundation, and are not short of magic cannons and magic weapons. Don't easily start a conflict before you are absolutely sure. Ronin nodded solemnly. He deeply agreed with this. Fortunately, he is now taking the route of keeping a low profile. And there will be no open conflicts at present. Leave these to me. Grandpa, you just need to rest assured and take care of your health. There is still a long time in the future. Hearing this, Lu Lanz laughed. He knew that he didn't have much time. Didn't you just mention that you would develop a city near the port? Do you have a plan? Ronin scratched his head. It's just a concept for now. There is no specific plan. However, I am very confident in the development of Wubei territory. In the future, this city will at least reach the level of Nyoji Bay. That's a big city. Lolans also looked forward to Ronin having such a new city. The planning of a big city must be careful. When the time comes, I will ask your father to provide you with a group of urban planners to assist you. Thank you, Grandpa, Ronin said gratefully. Although Ronin didn't know much about urban planning, he also had his own ideas, not to mention being on par with modern cities. At least there should be new breakthroughs in details such as spatial layout and land use. drainage design and sewage treatment, so that the city looks new. However, this is a long thing, which needs to be discussed and practiced step by step. After a short stay in Wishon Fort, Ronan came to the back mountain and rode Carlos directly to Wubei territory, and handed the cloud horse to Tom and David to take back. This departure took nearly 2 months, and returning to the territory again should also have a lot of gains. Chapter 347 Explosive Potion developed successfully. A huge dragon is flying high in the sky. As a dragon species, Carlos has a very long growth period, but its strength cannot be simply judged by its level. Since leaving the cave where it was imprisoned, Carlos has spent half a year living freely, in an environment where he is well fed and sleeps well every night. His level progress is not much, but his body size has grown a little. Now, including the tail, it is estimated to be about 10 meters. It is unknown how much this creature will grow. From Wushanbao to Swamp Town, Carlos has flown several times, flying at full speed, and landed in Swampbao in just over an hour, as the most convenient town for Wubei territory to connect with the outside world. Swampbao has now become a hub connecting the outside world with Shanlin Town, Sanfang Town, and Black Soil Town in the rear. Elrin, who is in charge of Wubei territory, lives in Swampbao, and others, such as Wilson, Chahar, Gallon and Bella, have moved here. Compared to the last time he came back, Ronan found that there were more people in the swamp castle. He saw many new servants busy in the yard. Some were taking care of the landscape plants in the yard. Some were renovating the roof. And some were cleaning the drainage ditches, etc. Gallon. Since Chahar became the financial officer, the position of castle steward has been taken by the former personal servant Gallon. He has learned and consulted a lot with Chahar in the past few months, and has gradually mastered what a steward should do. What makes him a little regretful is that the Lord is always away from home, making his life more or less boring. Hearing this familiar voice, Garen trembled all over, then turned around suddenly, and saw the tall figure walking towards him. "Master, you are finally back." The surprised voice made the busy servants around stop their work. They all looked at Ronan at the same time, as servants who joined the castle. It was the first time for them to see the owner of Wubei territory, and they were a little timid in their hearts. "Why are you standing there stupidly? Why don't you say hello to the master?" Garen shouted. Everyone woke up as if from a dream and immediately greeted respectfully. Ronan smiled and greeted. "What are you doing?" Garen smiled and said, "The swamp castle has not been repaired for a long time. I thought you should be back at the end of the year, so I arranged for them to do a major repair on the castle. I didn't expect that you would come back before it was completed." Ronan nodded. As the only castle he could show off in Wubei territory, it really needs to be repaired. "Everyone, get busy. Be careful," Ronan said. "Gallon, go and inform Elrin, Wilson, Chahar and others, and ask them to come see me." "Okay, sir." Ronan went straight back to his study. Although it took so long, the study was still very clean, and it was obviously cleaned every day. With the return of the Lord, the servants of the castle seemed to have a backbone, and the atmosphere was much more lively than before. Since Elrin was in the castle, he was the first to come to the study. By the light. "Sir, you are finally back. Long time no see. My great doctor, your strength has improved a lot." Elrin's cultivation progress at this time has reached the magician, 2090/3500. If it were not limited by Ronan's level, he could have used energy essence to break through. Next, Elrin reported on the recent research on magic potions and herbal medicine. Since he had recently reached cooperation with external suppliers, many materials could be purchased, so the progress of these two things was good. "My lord, this is the burst potion I successfully made recently. Hee. In order to buy the blood of the 6th level monster, it took a lot of energy and gold coins." Ronan's eyes lit up. When he first entered the Stone City, Elrin wanted to make this potion. It's a pity that Carlos's blood is too strong to be neutralized, and the most critical material is missing, which has led to the inability to make it. Ronan looked at the brown pill in his hand. "Drinking it can make the knight burst out an extra 50% of his strength?" "Yes, my lord. I have asked Reg Hodge to try it, and the effect is very good." Elrin is very satisfied with the results of this research, although its side effects are very large. Bursting out strength at a critical moment can save lives. "Reg Hodge?" Ronan asked in surprise. This is a name he is not familiar with. He is a bronze knight who recently came to Wubei to join you. It is said that his ancestors were honorary knights, but later fell into decline. Elrin explained, the explosive potion has requirements for the strength of the user. At least the bronze knight can use it. Otherwise the body will explode and die. Rydar, McKen and others are not here, so I can only ask Rig to try. Ronan smiled and said, I thought that Yusuf's joining was already good, but I didn't expect there would be a bronze knight. Let them all come to see me when the meeting is held in 2 days. They also hope to see you. Elrin smiled and said, in addition to Yusuf and Rig, there are 10 professional knights who I have approved to join, including a senior knight named Damon. They all came here because of his reputation. After the last battle, Ronan's reputation spread, and it was normal for people to come to him. Now, if the news of him becoming a baron of the kingdom and marrying Blanche spreads, more people will come to him. Ronan asked briefly. And then, the topic returned to the burst potion. How many of these do you have? Elrin stretched out a palm, including the one in your hand. I still have 5 in total. Only 5. Ronan was a little regretful. It's mainly because the blood of the 6th level monster is limited, and the failure rate is not low, which limits the number. Elrin explained, but I plan to sell each for 300 gold coins, and I can still earn 300 or 400 gold coins. Ronan nodded. If this thing doesn't have too many side effects, it can be sold at a higher price. Give me 4 first. Ronan asked for these 4 for himself. Reda, McKen, and Karada. Yes, but, Elrin chuckled and said, I don't have enough funds. If you don't let me sell, I have to sponsor you first. Although Elrin has made some money from spell scrolls and selling herbs in the horse-herding city in the past 2 months, the investment in magic potions is too large, and the funds on hand are not enough. Ha ha ha. Ronan laughed. I think the main purpose of your meeting me today is to attract investment. Right? Elrin laughed awkwardly. He did have such a plan. Ronan was not vague, and immediately allocated 3,000 gold coins. We must quickly set up the sales of magic potions. Our territory will have a lot of expenses in the future. Don't worry. Sir, now I have 2 senior magicians, Jenny and Yusuf, under my command, which is much more convenient. In another half a year, we will definitely be able to make a profit. Ronan nodded. Perhaps find an opportunity to announce Elrin's identity as a wizard and potion master. A magician of this level has the same appeal as him, and may attract more magicians to join, just like he can now attract civilians and knights to join Wubei territory. Perhaps I can consider building a magic school in Wubei territory. Chapter 348 Huge Harvest. After Elrin left, the second person to come over was Chahar. Master, you are finally back. Chahar ran over from nowhere and was panting. Ronan looked him up and down. His former steward, now the financial officer of Wubei territory, had improved his attire. Although Chahar's original clothes were decent, they were far less gorgeous than now. The fabric should be made of high-quality woolen cloth. I haven't seen you for 2 months. You are much more energetic. Hee hee. Chahar looked at himself and said helplessly, there is no way. Going out to do business represents Wubei territory. It would be embarrassing to dress too shabby. Ronan signaled Bella to pour some tea for Chahar. After the latter took a sip, he said, Master, if you don't come back, I will be worried about the funds in the territory. What? The money is gone? When he left last time, he left thousands of gold coins in the territory, so it shouldn't be used up. That's not the case. But we have spent a lot of money on purchasing and renting shops in the horse-herding city in the past 2 months. Chahar quickly explained. And you may not know that the number of extraordinary people in Wubei territory has reached 24. According to the standard you set, the monthly salary needs to be paid nearly 280 gold coins. Plus the servants, caravans, village heads, team leaders, assistants. Faced with such a large expense, Chahar always thought about it when he went to bed. If the Lord did not come back in time, how would he explain the unpaid wages to these people? It's easy to say for people like village heads and team leaders, but he doesn't have enough confidence in front of those extraordinary people. In fact, Ronan is really spending a lot on territory personnel now. After all, in addition to Wubei territory, there are also Giant Stone City and Rapids Island. The personnel in these places combined, the salary alone costs more than 500 gold coins per month. I will give you another 3,000 gold coins as reserve funds. Ronan said, but you also have to manage the financial income of the territory. You have to quickly establish sales channels such as ironwood workshops, papermaking workshops, porcelain, cattle, sheep, fish and shrimp. I understand, Chahar reported. 2 batches of ironwood weapons and equipment have been sold to the outside world, and the gross profit has been more than 500. The other items you mentioned are still stabilizing production, and it is expected that they will take effect in more than half a year. The nobles in the capital need more than 70 sets of silk dresses. This is their order. Ronan handed the order to Chahar. Go back and let someone notify Zigua village to make it according to the style, and strive to complete it before June next year. In addition, Okay. I'll let someone notify them now. Since Chahar became the financial officer, he has been particularly sensitive to gold coins. At this time, looking at the order worth 3,000 or 4,000 gold coins in his hand, his eyes lit up. The last person to come was Wilson, the Minister of State. It was said that he was in charge of the reclamation of paddy fields in the fields. He could see that the Lord valued rice. In order not to affect the spring plowing next year, he paid special attention to these experimental fields. Sir, this is the population situation of the territory. The population register that Wilson handed to Ronan was recorded on the new paper produced in Shanlin town. When he used this kind of paper, he felt convenient and did not feel sad. If this information is recorded on parchment, it would cost an unknown amount of money. According to Chahar, such paper will definitely sell well in the market. The Lord is really a genius. During this period, Ronan brought back 25,000 people from your father, Earl Wiggins, and 10,000 people from Brilliant City. There are also 2 batches of slaves brought by Anthony and free people who came here on their own. Now the population of Wubei territory has reached more than 55,000 people. Not bad. Ronan was very satisfied with the population growth. Wiggins brought him 25,000 people at once, which was quite impressive. However, more than 55,000 people may seem a lot, but it is still too few in such a large earldom. Wilson continued. These people have been assigned according to your instructions. Now the populations of Shanlin Town, Sanfong Town, Haita Town, and Swamp Town have all exceeded 10,000. As soon as Luoning got it, 4 lines of text appeared in front of him. Prosperous population achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 300. Energy essence plus 600. Prosperous population achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 600. Energy essence plus 1,200. Siege achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 400. Energy essence plus 800. Siege achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 600. Energy essence plus 1,200. He smiled happily. He got 1,900 attribute points at one time, which was enough for him to break through and become a 7th level extraordinary person. Luo Ning called out the achievement interface and checked the new content of these 2 achievements. Prosperous population. The registered population of the territory reaches 100,000. Reward. Attribute points plus 1,500. Energy essence plus 3,000. With the population of Boulder City, Red Mountain Town, and Rapids Island. I wonder if this achievement can be completed. He looked at the next achievement. Attack and conquer. Own 5 towns with a population of more than 10,000 at the same time. Rewards. Attribute points plus 1,000. Energy essence plus 2,000. The population of the 4 towns in Wubei territory exceeds 10,000. Plus Red Mountain Town and Boulder City. This achievement can be completed. By then, Ronan's total energy essence will rise to a high level, which should be enough to support Elrin to become an 8th level magician. If he is a magician, the attraction to the outside world will be greater, and perhaps many magicians will join Wubei territory. You did a good job on this matter. Ronan was in a very good mood. Now that the population of Wubei territory has increased dramatically, the construction team should hurry up to build temporary residential houses in the territory. In addition, there is another important thing. You have to organize people to prepare for the construction of docks and ports next. Wilson's heart moved, and he thought of the visitor from Pointed City a while ago. Knights Cromie, Jowett, and Sim are accompanying Baron Hammett and his party to find a suitable location for building a port. Now that nearly a month has passed, I wonder if there is any result. There should be a result soon. Ronan ordered. In a short time, Pointed City will send a group of craftsmen and experienced workers. When the survey results come out, you have people build residences and store food near the construction site in advance. I am already doing it. Wilson has been thinking about these things since he met Baron Hammett. He has already made relevant plans, which can be regarded as a certain amount of advanced preparation. Ronan briefly described the details of the cooperation with Pointed City, so that the Minister of State would have a general idea. There is a new variety of food called potatoes placed in the corridor outside, which will be planted in March or April next year. The planting process is similar to that of wheat, but potatoes need soft and breathable soil to grow, and they also need to keep moisture. This batch of potatoes is similar to the rice Ronan collected before, and they all exist as seeds. After 1 or 2 years of planting and cultivation, it is possible to promote them on a large scale. Wilson was still unsure about rice planting, and he didn't expect that there was a new crop. He suddenly felt a lot of pressure, and he was afraid that he would lose the seeds. However, he couldn't complain to the Lord. After all, these things were entrusted to him, which was a trust in him. After thinking about it, he could only record all the precautions Ronan said, and then plan a few more experimental fields for sowing separately, so that eggs cannot be put in one basket. After meeting Elrin, Chahar and Wilson, Ronan announced that he would hold a meeting of the Wubei leaders in the fortress hall of the Swamp Castle in 3 days. This is not only a public meeting with the newly joined extraordinary people, but he also takes the opportunity to formulate the next development plan for the Wubei territory. Chapter 349 Breakthrough. After dealing with the affairs in the territory, Luo Ning finally had time to improve himself. He opened the attribute panel, and the information on it made him feel happy. Level 6 Golden Knight, 2500/2500. 6 Mage, 1699/3500. Attribute points, 2458 Energy Essence, 11,825. The 4 achievements completed in a row brought him very considerable attribute points and energy essence. Finally, I can upgrade Meteor Knight, Great Mage. These are all figures in the forest of true strong men, and they can change the situation on the battlefield. Luo Ning did not stop and added all 1410 attribute points to the mage level. As the progress was complete, he only felt that there seemed to be some shackles in his body that were forcefully broken. Upon careful observation, the wheel in the Sea of Qi was forcefully broken and completely disappeared. At this moment, Ronan's Qi Sea doubled in size, and the liquid dough Qi stored in the Qi Sea began to churn, as if some kind of change in nature had occurred. Just like a magician can enhance the power of ordinary spells, Ronan feels that when he uses ordinary fighting skills, his power will also be enhanced. This should be the power of conquest possessed by the Meteor Knight. Right? Amicus, who was promoted on the spot, made Ronan and several others feel difficult to deal with together. This kind of conquest power is indeed not to be underestimated. At the same time, the seal wheel of the mana space was also washed away, and he could feel that his mana space had been greatly improved. For a great magician, he can leave some low-level magic spell patterns in the mana space, and directly activate them when they need to be used, without having to draw them on the spot. In other words, the great mage can cast low-level magic instantly, and as the magician's mental power increases, the level of magic that can be cast instantly will become higher and higher. This ability strengthens the magician's operability in battle to a certain extent, even when facing a close-range situation with a knight, as long as the opponent is not too strong. There is room for operation. Ronan looked at the attribute panel to understand the level progress of the 7th level knight and magician. Level 7 Meteor Knight, 0/4000. 7 Great Mage, 0/6000. Attribute points, 1048 Energy Essence, 11,825. It takes 6,000 points to become a mage from a great mage. Bella, the maid waiting outside the door, pushed the door open and entered. Master, what do you want? Go and ask Elrin to come over. With his current energy essence of more than 10,000, it should be enough for Elrin, who is still a mage, to be promoted directly to a mage. He really wanted to know what unexpected surprises Elrin's promotion would bring him. While waiting, Ronan added all the remaining 1048 attribute points to the knight's progress. The Meteor Knight cultivates the body wheel, which is located in the heart of the knight and is similar to the acupoint. Strengthening it can further improve the knight's physique. It is said that the Silver Moon Knight is not only invulnerable in physical strength, endurance, speed, and power burst, but also has a physical strength that even arrows and other objects cannot cause damage. If the Meteor Knight can change the situation of the battle, Then the Silver Moon Knight can control the situation of the battle. Ronan took a deep breath. The rapid increase in strength made him feel uneasy. He couldn't help but stand up and perform some punches and kicks. Now I can at least face the siege of 3 Golden Knights at the same time. This is only for close combat. If Ronan mastered the 7th level fighting skills and the secret skills he got from King Bruno, the number of Golden Knights he could fight at the same time would increase significantly. Not long after, Elrin knocked on the door and came in. "My lord, are you looking for me?" He secretly guessed in his heart. Could it be that the lord had forgotten to tell him something just now? So he called him over again. "Elrin, I want to improve your strength." Ronan smiled. "Guess what level I can improve you to this time?" Elrin was stunned. He, Rydar, and McKen are all Ronan's contracted followers, and they are absolutely loyal to the latter. But they also have their own pursuits. Take Elrin for example. The improvement in strength and the attainments in magic potions are what he pursues. Therefore, the 3 of them value Ronan's ability to improve his strength. At this time, hearing Ronan's words, Elrin was happy. "Your Excellency wants me to become a great wizard directly." As soon as he said this guess, he immediately realized that if that was the case, the Lord would not ask this question. Elrin's eyes widened. "You won't let me become a wizard directly, right?" Ronan snapped his fingers. "Yes." Elrin was excited. But then he seemed to think of something, and the excitement on his face dimmed. "But my Excellency, I only have the 7th level qualification." Recently, Elrin has felt that the limitation of his qualifications has made it no longer as easy for him to improve his strength as before. Under normal circumstances, level 7 is the highest realm he can reach. Ronan was startled. And then he remembered that when he summoned Elrin, he did introduce that the latter only had the qualifications to become a level 7 great wizard. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he could not be promoted after reaching level 7? Then all his plans would be disrupted. "Let's try it first." Ronan frowned slightly, feeling uneasy. He wanted to help Lilens get rid of the invasion of the soul-devouring surge. So he could only think of a way from the light magician Elrin. Ronan summoned the other party's attribute panel. Elrin FAO, Wizard Light, 2090/3500, plus he first invested 1410 energy essence to promote the other party to a great wizard, and then continued to invest 6000 energy essence, preparing to promote him from a great wizard to a mage. But the pleasant light did not light up on Elrin, which meant that the other party could not be promoted again. Ronan's mood sank. Could it be that he really couldn't do it? Elrin was happy and nervous at the same time. He was happy because his strength had been raised to a level that he had never reached in his previous life. He was nervous because he saw Ronan's somewhat heavy expression. "My lord, did you fail?" he asked awkwardly. Ronan did not answer, but continued to look at the other party's attribute panel. Elrin fail. Great Mage Light, 6000/6000, plus although there is no direct upgrade after the progress is full, there is a plus sign after the progress, which means that it can still add points for the other party. Ronan checked it with his mind, and got the feedback that consumed 4500 energy essence points to upgrade his qualifications to the mage level. Seeing this column, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although it requires a lot of energy essence, at least it doesn't block his way. He looked at his attribute panel. After continuous large-scale consumption, he only had 4415 energy essence points left at this moment, and he still needed 85 points to be promoted. "I didn't fail, but I'm still a little short of letting you break through and become a mage." Ronan felt a little regretful that he didn't get it right at once, but he felt relieved when he thought that he didn't miss much. Seeing Elrin's depressed look, he couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, I can upgrade you in a few days." Elrin turned from worry to joy and said excitedly, "Really?" "Of course." Ronan sat down again. "Tell me, what new gains did you get from this upgrade?" Elrin's mood gradually calmed down. "I have gains," he said, "after becoming a great mage. A magic potion called Assisted Enhancement appeared in my mind." Assisted Enhancement? Ronan heard this name, and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. What is its function? Chapter 350 Auxiliary Enhancement Potion. Ronan didn't care about the 85 energy essences that were temporarily missing. Today was the 6th, and he would have enough by signing in for another 8 days. Ronan was more concerned about the role of the Auxiliary Enhancement Potion that Elrin obtained after his promotion. This is a magic potion that can enhance the strength of the knight. Elrin introduced, "I can dilute this magic potion for knights of gold level and below." Ronan's eyes lit up. Knights can generally only improve their strength through their own practice. So far, he has not seen any knights improve their strength by taking drugs or Krypton gold. Elrond's auxiliary enhancement potion may allow Wu Bei to have a group of masters. How much can this potion help people advance from intermediate to advanced? It's hard to say. Elrond shook his head slightly. It depends on each person's absorption capacity and drug resistance. Generally speaking, it is most appropriate to use it when you are about to break through. He paused, perhaps because the description was inaccurate. And he added, of course it can be used at ordinary times. But if you use it too much, the effect will gradually weaken. Ronan nodded. I understand. His dream of breaking through after taking a few potions was shattered. But this potion is still very precious. Many people will be stuck in a realm for their entire lives and cannot break through their own practice. Auxiliary potions give them more possibilities. Are the materials used to make this potion very precious? Ronan asked. Yes. Elrond nodded without hesitation. It requires rage grass, dream dew flowers, magic crystal dust and pure water essence. The rage grass can make the knight's fighting spirit surge and his breath violent. And the Monroe flower can just neutralize this effect. Use these two materials with magic crystal dust made from magic crystal stone, and pure water essence purified by high-level water magicians. And then use certain techniques and steps to combine these four materials to stimulate the knight's potential and enhance his strength. Ronan frowned after hearing this. The magic crystal dust and pure water essence are easy to deal with. The former can be bought, and the latter can be completed by giving it to Jenny. But he has never heard of the two materials of rage grass and Monroe flower. It seems that the materials that can be used to make such high-level potions should not be common. Take the time to organize the materials needed for magic potions into a book. Remember that you only need to introduce their appearance, characteristics and suitable growth areas and other basic information, without involving the specific pharmaceutical process. Ronan said, in this way, we can also help you find it. Elrond and others should focus more on research. And finding materials can be left to Pearson and others. He suddenly thought of Miroslav. As the manager of the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce in Wishan territory, he must have more information than those people in the Muma City branch. It is almost the end of the year, and it will be Lulin's birthday. If Ronan can meet him in Wishan Castle, he may be able to consult him. Next, Ronan asked about Elrond's magic and memory. After becoming a great magician, Elrond mastered the magic of light explosion, which is an advanced version of light binding. Simply put, he can form a solid binding chain with light elements to trap the enemy, and then cause considerable explosive damage to the enemy by detonating these chains. This also strengthens Elrond's combat power. Coupled with the instantaneous flash spell and punishment spell, Elrond is no longer a person who can be easily controlled by a knight. As for memory recovery, Ronan always felt that Elrond and the other two were related to this world. So he always wanted to get more information through the memory awakening of the three. Unfortunately, he has not been able to do so until now. However, it is not without any gains. At least this time a specific place name appeared in the memory. The Flame Canyon. After a conversation, Elrond left the room. Ronan leaned back in the soft chair. With Elrond, the magician, magic potions will become a major industry in the Wu Bei territory in the future, and may even make more money than silk and porcelain. However, building a production line for magic potions requires too many professionals, which is much more difficult than silk and porcelain. After thinking about the potion, Ronan's attention returned to the matter of upgrading Elrond. Although the system can improve their qualifications, the consumption of energy and spirit has also increased. It takes an additional 4,500 energy essences to upgrade a magician's qualification from level 7 to level 8. For a knight, according to the 1.5 times rule, it should take 3,000 points. But Macin's qualification is only level 6. In other words, if Ronan wants Macin to become a Silver Moon Knight, he needs to upgrade his qualification twice. Although the energy essences consumed for these two upgrades may be almost the same as Elrond's one upgrade, it is still 4,000 to 5,000 points. If all these energy essences are invested in Rydar, the benefits will undoubtedly be greater. After all, Reda is a 9th level Scorching Sun, and he has no extra consumption. After some thought, Ronan adjusted the priority of improving the strength of these three followers. After Elrond becomes a mage, most of the energy and spirit will be invested in Reda first. As for Macin, the first knight to follow him, Ronan plans to increase his strength to the meteor level. Silver and gold levels are still not good enough. Only when they reach the meteor level can they shock one side. By then, there will be 4 extraordinary people above the 7th level in Wubei territory, which is a very terrifying top combat power. Ronin believes that as long as the combat power of the middle and low levels is made up, his great cause will be promising. Dong. There were 2 knocks on the door, and Bella walked in from outside. Master, Yusuf wants to see you. Let him in. Ronin smiled and stood up to welcome. Yusuf is not only a high-level magician with good talent, but also has Viscount Sandro of Lingchuan City behind him. It is more rare for such a person to follow him than for Viscount Marvin to send his second son Roner. Soon, Yusuf, wearing a magician's robe and elegant, walked in. I just heard from Teacher Elrin that you are back, so I came to see you. Yusuf bowed slightly. Meetings? Lord Earl, it is my honor that Wubei territory can attract talents like you to join. Ronin smiled. Have you become Elrin's disciple? From Teacher Elrin, I learned many skills that I have never mastered in the Magic Academy. Yusuf seemed to be full of piety in his research on potions. I am very glad that my family made the decision to let me come to Wubei territory. Otherwise, I would have missed these knowledge. From this sentence, it can be heard that Yusuf's coming to Wubei territory was not his own decision, but a joint decision of the Levi family. It is estimated that many people in Wushan territory now believe that Ronin will be the future lord of Wushan territory. This is a letter from my father to you. Yusuf handed over a letter. Ronin took it and read it carefully. Sandro's letter was not long. The first half of the letter was full of compliments, such as young and promising, heroic and so on. In the middle, Yusuf was briefly introduced so that Ronin could train him well. At the end, it was emphasized that if Wubei territory lacked food for development, Lingchuan City could provide it at a low price. This is a very friendly letter. Ronin folded it, put it back in the envelope, and said to Yusuf with a smile, Thank you, Viscount Sandro, for your trust in me. I will cherish this friendship from the Wushan family and the Levi family, and I hope you can gain the knowledge and power you want in Wubei territory. Chapter 351 Chaos in the Territory. With more people in the territory, public security has indeed become a problem. On the road, Ronin rode his warhorse and came to Sanfang town accompanied by Wilson. This town, which was formed by the merger of the original Qingzhou village, Zigua village and Huitu village, now has more than 12,000 people, of which the outside population accounts for nearly 92%. Nighthorn was originally focused on sericulture affairs, but faced with conflicts that broke out one after another, he had to lead the team to deal with them. Later, when Master Elrin found out, he asked Knight Rig to lead people to garrison in Huitu village. Ronin frowned slightly. Faced with the soaring population, the number of guards in the territory did not keep up in time, and it was normal for chaos to occur for a period of time. However, these chaos were limited to the lower levels. Not to mention Ronin, a noble. Even ordinary professional knights like Zuwait were unlikely to be affected. Why did they clash? Ronin asked. For food? For shelter? Many small conflicts are like this, Wilson introduced. But there was a big conflict involving hundreds of people because 2 groups formed gangs and fought for territory. Ronin found it difficult to understand. The entire Wubei territory belongs to him. What territory are these people fighting for? And they organized a big conflict involving hundreds of people. So there must be bloodshed. He became interested. Give me a detailed description of this conflict. After Wilson's introduction, Ronin understood what happened before and after. First of all, this group of people are from Wiggins Napo. After interrogation, it was found that the leader of the riot was a criminal serving a sentence in prison. After arriving in Wubei territory, they saw that the officials here were easy to talk to. As long as the work was completed, they didn't care much. So they began to recruit younger brothers. As they had more subordinates, they used threats and intimidation to get more comfortable and spacious accommodation, and even occupied women. In the end, the 2 groups couldn't stand each other, and a conflict broke out, which made Horn and others react. Although this kind of thing was quickly suppressed, Elrin did not execute the leader of the trouble. Instead, after being whipped, he separated them and assigned them to other towns for key supervision. You are worthy of being a great doctor of light attribute. Ronin sighed. Elrin is still too kind. During your absence, Master Elrin saved a lot of people. There were people who were injured and dying during the land reclamation, and there were women who had difficulty giving birth. Everyone loved him very much. Saving people is a good thing. But kindness to evil people is cruelty to those ordinary people who are law-abiding. As they talked, they came to the square of Grey Earth Village, and they could see a group of people training from a distance. As the location of the kaolin mine, this place has the most labor in Sanfon town. So the defense is also the most important. Sir, that is Knight Reg Hodge. He and Sim are training the guards of Grey Earth Village together. Wilson pointed to a middle-aged man with short brown hair, tall and burly, and a somewhat vicissitudes of life. It is said that the other party's ancestors were honorary knights who were canonized. But now they are down and out. Ronan dismounted and walked over. As one of the few bronze knights in the territory, he came here to see him. Reg Hodge. The sudden shout interrupted people's training. The vicissitudes of the middle-aged knight turned his head, a little confused about who was calling his name. But when he saw Ronan, he didn't recognize this face. At this moment, Sim excitedly shouted, "My lord, you are back." At this time, Rig noticed Ronan's hair color, and he was a little excited. But he came up very stiffly. "My lord, please give me your orders." He came to Wubei territory because he heard that there was a shortage of people here, and he thought there was an opportunity to serve the glory of his family. But he was down and out in middle age, and when he faced the nobles, he was not as calm as Reese and Yusuf. Ronan glanced at the 30 or 40 guards next to him. "How is the training going?" "According to Sim's suggestion, we are training the discipline of these guards in the way you used. And now the progress is not bad." Sim added, "We practice discipline in the morning, and practice close combat and sword fighting in the afternoon." Ronan nodded and motioned for the two to lead the team to demonstrate. Being inspected by the Lord, not only Rig and Sim, but everyone was nervous. And it was normal to make mistakes when nervous. Ronan did not pursue it, but just encouraged him. Then he tested Rig's strength again. How should I put it? Although he was a bronze knight, his combat level was not high, at least much weaker than Gallo. "Don't fall behind in your own cultivation while training," Ronan reminded him. Rig felt a little bitter. In the previous battle, he did not fully exert his strength. On the one hand, he was cautious in front of the Lord, and on the other hand, he was afraid of hurting the Lord. But he did not expect that Ronan would easily crush him. It turned out that the rumors outside were true and not exaggerated at all. Ronan did not know this, but only encouraged him a few words. And then said, "I heard from Wilson that the leader of the last riot is still under surveillance in the Grey Soil village." "Yes, sir. They are now arranged to mine in the mining area. We will monitor them every day. If there is any unusual movement, we will definitely find it at the first time. Let's go. Take me to see." Under the leadership of Rig and Sim, Ronan came to the kaolin mine. Nowadays, there are many people working here. After all, there are many links in making porcelain. The first two processes of mining and refining mud are very time-consuming and laborious. At this time, most people in the mine were working, and only a small number of people were sitting and resting. Ronan did not exploit workers like the Polish bandits. He emphasized continuity and did not exhaust the pond to fish. As long as these workers can ensure that they can complete the workload for a day, they are allowed to take a proper rest. Perhaps it was unfortunate or just the right time. The two groups of people who were resting in groups of 3 or 5 were pushing each other, attracting a lot of onlookers. However, they had more or less heard of the name and origin of the troublemaker, and no one stepped forward to stop him. Rig and Sim, who had rushed over, saw this scene, and their faces turned pale with anger. They had just promised that nothing would go wrong, but they didn't expect that something would happen so soon. And they were bumped into by the Lord himself. "Jerem! More!" Rig shouted loudly, waving a battle shock wave, directly dispersing the two groups of people. "What are you doing?" The dispersed people got up in a panic, trembling, without any arrogance. They had two different faces when facing ordinary people, and when facing knights or officials in the territory. "My lord!" Rig and Sim looked at Ronan with difficulty, but did not see much anger on the latter's face. Ronan sneered. "This is what is called a dog that can't change its eating habits. Elring gave you a chance to reform, but you didn't take it." Jerem and more quietly looked up at the young man in front of them. They didn't know Ronan, but from what they heard and from Rig's attitude, they knew that the young man's status was not ordinary. Wilson on the side had heard what Ronan meant. "Sir, are you going to kill them?" Organizing and gathering a crowd to fight, and causing many people to die of bloodshed, is convicted of intentional homicide. This kind of serious crime will punish the organizer and the main participants with the death penalty, Ronan said lightly, then shook his head and left the mine with a little regret. It's not easy to deal with too many people. Mr. Wilson. What do you mean? Rigg looked at Ronan's back as he left. He hadn't killed anyone since he joined Wu-Bei territory, and he was a little worried about these things. The Lord has made it very clear that the two people who led the riot and caused many people to die should be executed. He glanced at Jerome and Muir. The two did not seize the opportunity given by the Master Mage. Good. Rigg took a deep breath. Only then did he understand that this young lord, who looked very kind, was actually a man who would kill without making a sound. He drew his sword and walked towards Jerome and Muir. The two realized that death was approaching and knelt on the ground in a hurry to beg for forgiveness. Just like last time. It was a pity that this time the punishment was set by the Lord himself, and no one else could do it. Chapter 352 Territory Changes. Jerem and Moore were eventually beheaded under the gaze of many miners. The scene of blood spraying made those who were bullied by the two feel both happy and afraid. In the future, this incident will surely spread throughout Huetu village and even the entire Wu-Bei territory, playing a certain deterrent role. But what Ronan considered was the problem exposed behind this incident. Wu-Bei territory does not have perfect legal provisions. Therefore, in the face of such riots, there will be different results due to different people dealing with them. In fact, not only Wu-Bei territory, Wushan territory, and even many noble territories in the kingdom do not have perfect legal provisions. When punishing criminals, if the criminal is an ordinary person, it is generally based on the experience passed down by legal personnel or the decision made by the noble lord. If the criminal is a noble, a fine will be enough for minor matters, and serious matters will be discussed and decided by the nobles in the territory. When voting, the nobles will have more say. As for the specific legal provisions, to be honest, parchment is so expensive. How much paper and money does it cost to write down the detailed provisions? To put it another way, even if the legal provisions are really written down, they may not be used. The literacy rate in this world is too low. Even many professional knights, and even small nobles cannot recognize all the words, let alone ordinary legal personnel. Asking them to enforce the law with legal provisions is probably the same as holding a heavenly book. Wilson, how is your literacy rate? Sir, I know a lot of words. Wilson's face showed a smug look. Among all the ordinary people in Wu-Bei territory, most of them are illiterate. Being literate is indeed one of his strengths. Well, you will first draft a simple legal provision for Wu-Bei territory for reference in daily management. Wilson felt heavy in his heart. Although he could read, he didn't know much about professional matters such as law. In addition, he did have a lot of things to do, such as accompanying the inspection of the territory today, which was squeezed out temporarily. Seeing the other party's hesitant look, Ronan couldn't help asking, why? Is it difficult? Wilson was a little embarrassed, but he still plucked up the courage to express his concerns. Sir, this may be a long-term thing. If I am alone, I may not be very thoughtful. What he said makes sense. The law involves all aspects. Even if the modern law that Ronan has lived in is so perfect, when it comes to a certain case, he may not find the corresponding one even if he searches through the regulations. It's a bit difficult for Wilson to handle this matter alone. It's okay. This is just a temporary regulation. You can write some common conflicts in daily life, such as how to deal with ordinary fights, how to deal with bloody fights, how to deal with deaths, etc. After you finish writing, you can show it to me or Elrin, Ginny and others. Ronan thought for a while and added, the temporary regulations don't need to be long or complete at one time. They can be supplemented gradually according to the security situation in the territory. While you are writing, you can also recruit relevant talents from the outside world. Wu-Bei territory needs a legal officer and a group of legal talents. After saying this, Wilson felt a little more relaxed. Now that Wu-Bei territory has a channel for external communication, caravans from outside will come in, and it is not difficult to release some recruitment information. Besides, Anthony's cooperation with Wu-Bei territory is still continuing, so it is very appropriate to ask him to help pass on some news. Relying on the influence of the Lord, it is not a problem to attract these people to join. When the two inspected, a vigorous black shadow rushed over quickly. This is a huge 2-meter-long monster. The momentum it exuded made the war horses under Ronan and Wilson feel uneasy. The two tightened the reins to control it. It's Miss Irene who came. Wilson said with a smile. Many people in Wubei territory knew that there was such a monster in the territory. Although they were a little afraid when they saw it, they did not panic and run for their lives. My lord, you are back. Irene and Heihu stopped in front of Ronin. One greeted enthusiastically, and the other hummed, as if wanting to be touched. Ronin smiled, jumped off the horse, and touched Black Tiger's head. Where are you going? My mother asked me to send something to my father. Now I'm going to the swamp castle. Erin's eyes stayed on Ronin, hiding her admiration. But since she came back last time, she talked with her mother and realized that if she wanted to stay with the Lord for a long time, her own value was very important. Although she couldn't compare with the princess, she had a good magic talent. In the future, she would become a powerful magician like teacher Erin, and she could stand beside brother Ronin confidently and calmly. Ronin touched Erin's hair again. Come with me to find your father. Irene shook her head. No. The teacher only gave me more than a day. I still have things to learn when I go back. Ronin spread his hands. Be careful on the road. Irene patted the Black Tiger and said confidently, Don't worry. I am now an intermediate magician, and the Black Tiger is already a second-level magic beast. There is no danger in Wubei territory. The two said a few words and then separated. Looking at the backs of Irene and the Black Tiger, Ronin couldn't help but smile. This little girl seemed to have regained her former liveliness. Wilson, go back and remind Erin to let him and Ginny pay attention to the estrus period of the Black Tiger. Ronin said, when the time comes, I will see if I can catch the storm wolf to mate. If that doesn't work, I can find some ferocious male dogs. My lord, do you want Wubei territory to have more storm wolf mounts? Ronin nodded. The endurance of the storm wolf is no worse than that of a horse, with the Black Tiger as the mother, even if it mates with a dog and gives birth to offspring. The physical fitness is not comparable to that of a dog. If a wolf cavalry team can be built, the combat power of Wubei territory will be stronger. Huetu village is not far from Zigua village. Ronin arrived quickly accompanied by Wilson. Now it seems that there is a trend of becoming a textile base. Leah is weaving silk with people, and Horn is responsible for expanding the mulberry land so that there will be more mulberry leaves to feed silkworms next year, thereby producing more silk. And the craftsman Dan is constantly optimizing the loom based on the feedback from Leah and others. According to him, he and his apprentices are already transforming the loom suitable for flax and wool weaving. After success, the efficiency will be greatly improved. Ronin had already told Chahar that they could collect flax and wool from the outside world to weave, and then sell them to the outside world, which could bring in a considerable profit. Next, Ronin inspected the other two towns. He felt that there were more people in the territory, and the fields and woods were full of busy figures. The wooden houses built by the construction team were also in rows and groups, and the overall trend was thriving. People's mental outlook was much better than when he first arrived in Shanlin town. After all, Ronin brought them more food and cheap supplies. They had food, shelter, and clothes. Free people could earn wages, and even slaves would be rewarded for their hard work. No matter which world people are in, they never lack yearning for a better life. They were grateful to Elrin for curing their diseases and relieving their pain. They were even more grateful to Lord Ronin for providing them with a soil for living and working in peace and contentment. Chapter 353 returned to Boulder City. Time passed quickly, and it was 3 days later. Ronin summoned all the extraordinary people headed by Elrin, as well as officials and clerks headed by Wilson and Chahar, to gather at the Swamp Castle Fortress. When he was in Shanlin town before, Ronin had very few people under him, and there was enough space in the small fortress hall for people to sit. But now, the fortress hall of Swamp Castle is full, and even many professional knights, political assistants, etc. are unfamiliar faces he has never seen. These knights who have just joined the territory have been very excited these 2 days. After all, they will appear in front of the Lord. At this moment, they are looking at the Lord sitting on the throne with vigor and listening carefully to the Lord's words. Ronin first said some words of welcome to join, so that they can feel the Lord's enthusiasm. Then, he told his experience in Jinyu City. The news in Wubei territory is still a bit closed. Until now, the news that Ronin became the Baron of the kingdom has not been spread here. So when the followers heard the news, they immediately became excited. The stronger the Lord, the brighter their future will be. Ragna and Yusuf were even more so. They didn't expect that the younger man in front of them would receive such treatment after just going to the capital. Of course, They didn't know that this matter was more due to the cooperation between Wushan Castle and His Majesty the King. Ronin didn't say it clearly. He just needed to let his followers know that Wubei territory had a bright future. After some encouragement, Ronin began to talk about the next plan for Wubei territory. The formation of the Night Squad and guards of the territory will continue. A standard Earl should have a night group. And Ronin is still far from this standard. In addition, Ronin also emphasized the planning of the territory's housing construction, road construction, agricultural development, and commercial development, especially for business. Facing the growing expenses, Wubei territory needs to make more money in the future so that it can feed more people and maintain more infrastructure. The most important infrastructure is the construction of Wubei Port and Wubei New City, and sufficient manpower must be prepared in advance. At the same time, Ronin is also preparing to recruit adult men with good water skills in Swamp Town to join the army as sailors and recruit more professional knights to serve as naval forces. It is best to wait for the Reese Knights of the Pointed City to come and start training. After a series of plans, whether it is the new members who have a vague understanding of Wubei territory, or the old members who are too busy to think, they have a clearer understanding of the future of Wubei territory. Only when the goal is clear can there be more efficient construction in the future. The meeting lasted from the afternoon to the evening, and Ronin was generous and held a dinner party for these people in the Swamp Castle. The former butler Chahar might feel sorry for the food and drinks of the castle when facing a dinner party with so many people. But now he is the financial officer. He just eats and drinks with an open belly. And these things are left to the new butler Galen to worry about. The stars are sparse at night, and the knights who have spent a happy time are leaving one after another. Those who have homes in the Swamp Town return to their respective homes, and those who don't have homes spend the night in the town's inn. As good friends, Rig and Damon, who joined the Wubei territory together, were walking side by side to the inn. One of them was a bronze knight, who was arranged in the Huetu village of Sanfon town. The other was a senior knight, who was arranged in the relatively peaceful Shanlin town. Very special. Rig thought for a long time, and said these three words. Damon agreed with this statement very much. I thought that the life of noble lords was to enjoy the service of servants leisurely, in addition to practicing every day. What they thought most about was how to exploit the residents and slaves in the territory. But today our young lord refreshed my cognition. At the meeting, Ronin did not mention how to exploit farmers to increase taxes. On the contrary, he gave many benefits to ordinary people in many policies. What Damon admired most was those long-term, but clear plans. Ronin gave him the feeling of a real nobleman. In front of him, he was as humble as dust. This is our opportunity, Damon. Rig took a deep breath. The night wind was very cold, but his mood was hot. Wubei territory needs manpower everywhere. As long as we actively serve the Lord, we will definitely achieve achievements that we could not imagine before. I think so too. Damon once again agreed. In fact, it was not just him. Everyone present today was impressed by Ronin's plan and believed that Wubei territory would get better and better. Ronin didn't know what the people below thought. He just built the territory step by step according to his plan. Anyone who could keep up with his pace would naturally be reused, and those who couldn't would be gradually eliminated. After breakfast the next day, Ronin summoned Carlos to the empty helipad in the backyard. The dragon looked him up and down, and said in a muffled voice, I feel a stronger sense of oppression from the master. And your strength seems to have become stronger. Ronin jumped on the other's back and said with a smile, Now I am a meteor knight and a great wizard. Carlos, who soared into the air, couldn't help but exhale a long breath. The strength of his master increased too quickly, giving people an unreal feeling. One man and one dragon. They flew towards the direction of the Boulder City. On the way, Ronin told Carlos to go to the Wushan Monster Mountain Range when he had time to see if he could find the storm wolf. If he could, he would catch 2 male wolves in advance and wait until the black tiger was in heat. Swamp Castle was far away from Boulder City, but with Carlos's speed, he arrived above Boulder Castle in more than 2 hours. The former owner of this castle, Corin Hansen, the leader of the 5th Knights of Wushan Castle, has been tried after being captured. If he is lucky, he is already several months old. And this giant stone castle with a corner of the wall blown up has now become Ronin's possession. Corin Hansen is many times richer than Rezin, and the giant stone castle is naturally more gorgeous than the swamp castle. If possible, Ronin really wants to move this castle back to Wubei territory. so that it will be more worthy of his current status. Carlos slowly landed in front of the gate of the giant stone castle, and Ronan jumped down and walked towards the gate. Stop! The two unfamiliar guards at the door shouted immediately. Faced with Ronan, who suddenly crossed the suspension bridge, they just thought it was negligence that they didn't notice it in advance. Ronan smiled and didn't argue with the guard. Where is Mackin? Let him come out to see me. The two guards looked at each other. Mackin is the current manager of Boulder City. What is the background of this young man? He came up and called him by name. What do you want to do with Lord Mackin? Ronan was about to explain, but saw a familiar figure coming out. It was Knight Dandy who followed him. Dandy originally wanted to see what happened here, but he didn't expect the Lord to suddenly appear. My lord, why are you here? Dandy hurriedly stepped forward and shouted loudly, This is Lord Ronan, the Earl of Wubei Territory, the owner of Boulder City. You two guys, can't you even remember the appearance of the Lord? The two guards trembled immediately. They were all ordinary people, and didn't know much about the nobles. They didn't think much when they saw Ronan's silver hair for the first time. After being scolded by Dandy, the two men immediately knelt on one knee and apologized. They were afraid of offending the Lord and being punished. This is your duty. I see your seriousness and dedication. Ronan smiled and motioned for the two men to stand up. As guards guarding the gate, the performance of these two men was qualified. Where is Mackin? Is he in the castle? Dandy shook his head and asked Ronan to enter the castle while explaining. It is said that a caravan was making trouble in this city. Lord Mackin brought a night team over and left me to guard the castle. Night team? Ronan raised his eyebrows. Where did Mackin get the night team? If he remembered correctly, when he arranged it, Mackin only brought Walton and Dandy. Oh, if Saran is included, it will be 3 people. Dandy explained with a smile. They were all recruited by Lord Mackin in Boulder City. Now, including Lord Mackin, we have a total of 12 professional knights. Just enough to form a knight team. Hearing this, Ronan couldn't help laughing. At the beginning, he allowed Mackin to recruit his own team, but he didn't expect that the other party would directly form a knight team. You go and inform Mackin, and ask him to come to see me after he finishes his business. Ronan said, Oh, by the way, let Salen come as well. Chapter 354 Resources of Boulder City. After Corium was defeated, although the wealth in Boulder Castle was almost plundered, some industries were still left. For example, the bird-carrying management station in the west. No one would be bored to roast the bird-carrying birds with only a few ounces of meat. Now Boulder City, Chishan Town, Onbian City and Wushan Castle can all communicate through bird-carrying birds, which allows Mackin and Rydell to communicate at the first time. At the same time, if there is an emergency, they can contact Wobbling through Wushan Castle. This transfer method is still a bit troublesome. Ronan plans to let the bird-carrying bird administrator of Boulder Castle spend some energy to build a bird path between Swamp Castle and Boulder Castle. Not long after, Mackin rode back on a warhorse, followed by Dandy and the political officer Saran. My lord, you are finally here. Mackin and Saran quickly turned over and dismounted, saluting Ronan. Ronan looked up and down at the two people. After several months, he saw more independence in them. I think both of them have grown a lot in handling the affairs of Boulder City alone during this period of time. You are now big shots on your own. You have done a good job. Mackin smiled honestly. You are too kind. Selen also bowed slightly. I can achieve what I have today, all thanks to your trust and support. He used to work for Baron Layson in Swamp Town. After the latter's death, he was not only not despised by Ronan, but was reused and arranged to serve as a political official in Boulder City. Now that everything in Boulder City is stable, Saren has entered the core circle, which is something he never dreamed of. The more so, the more he cherished this opportunity. Okay, don't talk about it outside. The three chatted for a while, and then entered the Giant Stone Castle. After becoming the Lord of Giant Stone City, although Ronan had never been to this castle, his exclusive residence had been kept. In the living room, Mackin and Saran reported the main situation of Giant Stone City. After experiencing the initial panic, the city has now generally settled down, although there are still some violent conflicts from time to time. Since Mackin formed a night team, such things have become less and less. The overall strength of the night team in Giant Stone City is not strong. In addition to me, there is only 1 senior knight and 2 intermediate knights, and the remaining 6 are all primary. Mackin said, But these people, together with archers, infantry and cavalry, are completely sufficient to maintain the law and order inside and outside Giant Stone City. Although a knight team is not large in number, only 118 people, they have an absolute advantage over ordinary people. There are no violent incidents involving a large number of people. So many people are enough to suppress them. Luo Ning said, one knight squad is not enough. You can expand it according to the situation. According to the configuration of 10 knight squads in a knight group, Luo Ning plans to place 3 in Wubei territory, 2 in Jilia Island, and 5 in Boulder City and Qishan Town. A knight group of Wushan Fort has been deployed in Onbian City. With his 5 knight squads, the defense force in the southwest of Wushan territory will become very strong. However, it is not easy to form so many knight squads. Even though Luo Ning now has his own iron mine, blacksmiths, and Tiamulan to provide weapons and equipment, the war horses needed by the cavalry, as well as the remuneration and food for the logistics personnel, are all issues that need to be coordinated. Blind expansion in one go will also bring about considerable problems. Next, Ronan and McKen discussed seriously about recruiting soldiers in the Giant Stone territory and decided to train the infantry first, and slow down the deployment of cavalry and professional knights. The two decided to equip these 5 knight squads within 2 years and initially form combat power. This is the initial plan. Sir, this is the list of Giant Stone City and Qishan Town and the resources here. The returning Sailing came over with a few simply bound books. These were the papers he brought when he left Swamp Town. And now they are almost used up. The lack of food, paper and other resources in Giant Stone City and Qishan Town can be applied to Wilson and Chahar. But they must be recorded, Ronan said as he took the book. Although these wealth are essentially his, he does not manage all the accounts. Therefore, the flow of resources between several territories still requires a detailed list of details. I understand, Selen answered respectfully. The transport team of the Ragna Society will return to Wubei territory and Giant Stone City. We usually send anything we need through him. As soon as he got the list, a line of text appeared in front of Roning's eyes. Siege achievement achieved. Attribute points plus 1,000. Energy and spirit plus 2,000. This indicates that Roning's towns, with a population of over 10,000, have met the 5 required by the achievement. Roning looked at the achievement interface. He originally wanted to see how many cities were needed for the next stage, but found that the description of the achievement of Siege had changed. Siege, own a large city with a population of more than 100,000 people. Reward, attribute points plus 2,000. Energy and spirit plus 4,000. The reward is very considerable, but the requirements are also demanding. A population of 100,000 is not even comparable to that of an ordinary small county in modern times. But it is not everywhere in this world. One of the main reasons is the insufficient production of grain, which limits the growth of population. In addition, poor medical and health conditions and frequent wars are also the main reasons. Roning is still very confident in achieving this achievement. The population of the 4 towns in Wubei territory has reached 55,000. In the future, Wubei City will be built near the port, and these 4 towns will be included in it. The distance from 100,000 is only more than 40,000. Not to mention the continued introduction of population, relying on the current policy of stimulating fertility, coupled with the increase in surplus grain in the hands of farmers. The population of Wubei territory will also increase. It is only a matter of time to reach 100,000. Coming back to his senses, Roning flipped through the notebook where Salen recorded the resources of the Stone City. Compared with Wubei territory, the richness of resources here is relatively less. Salen surveyed the situation of the cultivated land in the Stone City. The annual grain output of the cultivated land in the mountains can barely meet self-sufficiency, but it is far from enough to support the grain consumption of Qishan Town. However, the towns of Sari and Kasir near the Altai River produce more grain, and their lords are Philip and Thorstein, who have fought with Ronan. It should be no problem to buy from them. In addition to grain, the most abundant thing in the Stone City is stone mines. It's a pity that people here like to build houses with wood. After all, it is convenient to mine, so the stone mines don't seem to have much value in use. Ronan looked through it carefully. The stone mines here are all non-metallic ores. In addition to the common granite, there are also limestone, quartz, colored ores, etc. The big Stone City will still be very valuable in the future. Stones may become one of the sources of income for the big Stone City in the future. I don't know if there is phosphate rock here. If there is, we can consider making phosphate fertilizer in the future to further increase the grain output of the territory. Although Hubei territory now has organic fertilizers and swamp fertilizers, the effect is still not as good as that of chemical fertilizers. It's a pity that making chemical fertilizers is a complex chemical industrial process that requires precise control. Perhaps in the long years to come, he will be able to reproduce chemical fertilizers in this world. But for a long time before that, composting will be the mainstream. Roding closed the resource booklet and said to Salen, "Let Jim, the potter from Huetu village, come to Big Stone City to investigate when he has time. There should be mineral materials that can make glaze here." Salen's eyes lit up. Porcelain? Glaze? He heard Wilson say that this is a specialty of Hubei territory and a money-making thing. If the stones in Big Stone City can help make porcelain, then there will definitely be more financial income here in the future. Chapter 355 Heat Treatment Technology. In the next 2 days, Roning, accompanied by McKen and Selen, completed a tour of the giant stone city. During this process, Roning saw with his own eyes the diverse stone mines in the giant stone city. If large-scale infrastructure is to be built in the future, this will undoubtedly be an excellent stone mine base. In addition to inspecting the resources, Roning also met with the people of the giant stone city. Since the last turmoil, many people are still worried. After all, the Lord is not coming, and they don't know what the future of the giant stone city will be like. And Roning's official appearance is a shot in the arm for them, letting them know that their Lord has come here and is paying attention to this place. 2 days later, Roning left the giant stone city and came to Chishan town. Although the defense and government affairs of this town are led by McKen and Selen, matters involving the iron mines in Chishan town are handled by the craftsman-level blacksmith Feng Si. For more than 3 months, the iron mines in Chishan town have been mined day and night. And in the depths of the iron mine, the blacksmith Kales and others transferred from Hubei territory have built a blast furnace for iron smelting. "Sir, after many experiments, we can now directly cast ordinary farm tools." Feng Si took Roning to visit their production base. At this time, the blast furnace was smelting iron ore, and some workers poured red molten iron into a clay mold, cooling it to form the shape of a hoe. To be honest, Feng Si was stunned when he first came into contact with this production method. When he learned that this method came from the Lord, he had an unprecedented respect for Roning in his heart. However, when using the hoe cast in this way, he also found disadvantages. "Sir, your method is indeed fast and convenient, but the cast hoe is relatively inferior in hardness, and is prone to cracking or even breaking during use. The forged hoe has high hardness and long service life, but the forging takes too long and the cost is too high. The cast hoe has a relatively short service life and is easy to break, but the production time is short and the cost is relatively low." In Feng Si's opinion, these two methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. It is impossible to say which one is better or worse. The key is to choose. Luo Ning listened to Feng Si's report and nodded. Casting does have disadvantages in this regard, but the severity of the disadvantages can be reduced by other methods. "Oh!" Feng Si's eyes lit up, flashing with the desire for iron-making technology. Luo Ning smiled and said, "That is heat treatment." He walked to the shelf beside him, picked up a cast hoe, and threw it into the boiler. By using heat treatment methods such as quenching and tempering, the stress generated during the casting process can be eliminated. The grains can be refined, and its hardness and strength can be improved. Feng Si looked puzzled. Although he was a craftsman, he had never heard of these new words that Roning said. Roning asked Kales to bring a bucket of water, waited for the hoe in the boiler to burn red for a while, took it out, and quickly put it into the bucket filled with water. With a sizzling sound, a large amount of water mist rose immediately, heating it to a suitable temperature and maintaining it for a period of time, and then cooling it quickly. This is quenching. This method can greatly improve hardness, wear resistance, etc. After doing this, Ronan threw the quenched hoe into the boiler, heated it, and took it out to cool it down gradually. This is tempering, which can eliminate the stress generated during quenching, prevent deformation and cracking, and adjust the hardness and strength again. Fons, Carls and others thought they had some skills, but when they heard the words Ronan said, they felt like 3-year-old children learning words, and couldn't understand them at all. "I just demonstrated the effect," The actual quenching and tempering require very high temperature control, and it takes continuous experience to master it. Ronan said to Fonz and others, how to adjust the strength of ironware through heat treatment is left to you. Everyone nodded solemnly. They thought that blast furnace iron making was all the Lord knew. But they didn't expect that the Lord knew more. However, facing Ronan's instructions, they were all eager to try. After all, everyone wanted to be the first to try it. Then Ronan stayed in Chishan town for 2 days. On the one hand, he checked the mining records of the iron mine during this period. And on the other hand, he also needed to understand the situation in Chishan town. During this period, Philip and Thorstein, the lords of Kasir town and Surrey town, learned about Ronan's visit through merchants in Chishan town. As vassals of Wushan Castle and friendly neighbors of Ronan, a genius, they naturally extended an invitation. Ronan did not refuse. After all, they were neighbors, and it was necessary to maintain a good relationship. He chose Kasir town as the venue for the party and met the two barons. Under Philip's warm hospitality, the three of them ate and drank to their heart's content. During the dinner, Philip and Thorstein both asked to buy production tools from Ronan. The town of Kasir was fine, but the town of Surrey, which had been abandoned for many years, had a relatively large demand for agricultural tools. Ronan would naturally not refuse such a business that came to his door. He sold iron ore at a relatively low price. Of course, if the two wanted to buy finished products, Ronan could also provide them. When they learned that Ronan's finished products were 30% lower than the market price, they rushed to see the finished products. If possible, they would definitely buy a large number of them. This is the benefit of blast furnace iron making and casting, which reduces production costs a lot. Ronan can take advantage of this advantage to impact the existing market at a lower price and snatch their business. However, he did not agree to deliver the goods immediately, but set the time before the beginning of next spring. During this period, Fongs and others can study heat treatment technology to improve the strength of cast agricultural tools to meet the needs of daily farming. In fact, Philip and Thorstein also have their own calculations. They originally just wanted to buy iron or farm tools at a friendly price, but they didn't expect that the price of Ronan's finished products would be so low. The two discussed privately and agreed that if Ronan's low-priced goods were indeed of good quality, they could buy a large batch of goods and then sell them to various places at a price slightly lower than the market price. Although in this way, Kasir town and Surrey town have the potential to become channel dealers of Chishan town. As long as they can make money, they don't mind. Ronan saw that the two had such plans, and he didn't mind this behavior either. For him, as long as he made enough money, it was completely acceptable to give others a little benefit. Once Philip and Thorstein tasted the sweetness, they could not only open up the market for him, but also actively protect his interests. And Ronan also saved a lot of costs for selling outside. Win-win cooperation is also a way to make money. Chapter 356 The Unwilling Jesus. After staying in Chishan town for a few days, Ronan did not return directly to Hubei territory, but chose to go south to Shore City. He did not dare to come here at first because he was afraid that Jesus would send someone to assassinate him. But now, he is a dual attribute level 7 transcendent, and it is almost impossible to assassinate him. In addition to this reason, Ronan is the leader of the 5th Knights appointed by Lowlands. Although the 5th Knights have been handed over to Rydar for command for such a long time, he has not paid attention to it. But he has to show up occasionally. With Carlos's speed, Ronan quickly landed in the castle of Shore City. Since there is no lord in this city, the officials assigned by Wushan Castle and many knights in the Knights have used this castle as their residence. Fortunately, Shore Castle is not small and can accommodate them. Ronan met Rydar and others on the parade ground of the castle. They were both surprised and delighted by the arrival of the Lord. I learned from Riedel that he arranged 3 knight teams around the castle, and the remaining 5 were scattered throughout the city. The West Street, which was crowded and the most chaotic, was the one he focused on. The last 2 were arranged by him in the southernmost village of Shore City, which was the only way from Moonlight Valley to Shore City. Since taking over Shore City, several large-scale conflicts have broken out here. After careful investigation, they are all families or forces that have worked closely with the Polish thieves group. Fortunately, we have enough people and can't cause too much trouble. Riedel and Ronan were talking in the living room, and Ronan also learned about the recent situation of the city, occupied by the bandit gang for so many years. The public security must be poor. Only by fighting violence with violence can we achieve superficial peace in a short period of time. Is there any movement in Moonlight Valley? Rydar shook his head. That's not the case. But according to my observation, there is still a lot of business between Shore City and Moonlight Valley. Especially food. Shore City's food production cannot keep up with consumption, and it relies heavily on that side. The officials said by Wushan Fort have no intention of cutting off the trade route. Ronan nodded. Shore City is not his territory, so it is not his turn to worry about it. However, this is the territory of Wushanbao after all. In order to prevent chaos, Ronan reminded them, remember to remind those officials to deal with the food problem. If there is an accident in Moonlight Valley, they need to have a response to avoid riots here due to food shortages. I have actually reminded you of this. Rydal smiled and said. Political officer Sandro said he would report the situation to Wushanbao and stockpile food in advance. In addition, he is also actively promoting farming in Shore City. Shore City is a plain city with abundant grasslands. During the rule of the Polish bandits, the focus was on promoting animal husbandry. So there are more cattle and sheep here. Amicus mainly relies on animal husbandry to trade with Moonlight Valley. Of course, Ronan thinks that this approach was arranged by Jesus to use Shore City to make up for the disadvantages of Moonlight Valley. You are more thoughtful, and I am very relieved to leave things here to you. After all, Rydal is the commander, and his talent is unquestionable. Luo Ning summoned the opponent's attribute panel. The opponent relied on self-cultivation, and his current cultivation progress was at the gold level, 87/2500. Reda's progress is much faster than Elrin and McKinn. After a few days of signing in, Ronan's energy essence reached 6,550 points, leaving 4,500 points for Elrin. He used all the extra 2050 points on Reda. My lord, what is this? Reda felt his cultivation level increase sharply, and after a brief surprise, he understood. But according to the previous statement, shouldn't Elrin's strength be improved first? Elrin is already a mage. He looked at Ronan in surprise, and then he felt a faint pressure from the other party. Reda's heart was shocked. It was obvious that the Lord had made a breakthrough. Soon, Ronan laughed and said, it's safer to be stationed in a border city like Shore City with a stronger force. Thank you, sir. Rydar saluted with a knight salute. There is one more thing I need to report to you. You say, Rydar smiled and said, when counting the major forces in Shore City, I absorbed 12 junior and intermediate knights and asked Joffrey to try to form a knight team belonging to Wubei territory. The 5th knights are the assets of Wushan Castle after all, and he would have some reservations if he wanted to use them. But it would be much more convenient to form a knight team of Wubei territory, he added. In addition, Joffrey has good qualifications. He successfully broke through to become a bronze knight a month ago. Ronan's eyes lit up. He had chosen Joffrey because of his qualifications, and now he was not disappointed. This is a good thing. Wubei territory needs more knight teams, Ronan said with great satisfaction. When Joffrey comes back, ask him to come and see me. I'm afraid he doesn't have a good Dochi secret book yet. In addition, you can arrange for the 5th knights to meet me. It may take 2 or 3 days to gather them here. It's okay. I'm just in Shore City. That night, Ronan summoned Joffrey and gave him the secret book of Wushan Duki while encouraging him. In the next 2 days, he walked around accompanied by the political officer Sandro. Not to mention, although Shore City is in chaos, the population here is not small. According to Sandro's estimate, there should be no less than 70,000 people. It's a pity that the other party is not the political officer of Wubei territory. Otherwise Ronan would definitely ask him to do a census. The next morning, when Reda summoned the 5th knights to gather, the news that Ronan came to Shore City had already spread to the castle of Jesus in Moonlight Valley. After all, he has been operating in Shore City for many years. Although the Polani Thieves group is gone, the forces hidden in the city cannot be eliminated in such a short time. This Ronan actually dared to come to Shore City. To be honest, the series of defeats made Jesus, who was arrogant, very unhappy. Especially when facing the weirdness of Melon of the Fleming family, which made his inner anger rise. He wanted to prove himself with a successful assassination. Ramsay, you went to Shore City last time and missed it, allowing Ronan to escape. This time, he will definitely not be able to escape. As the leader of the First Knights of Moonlight Valley and Jesus' son-in-law, Ramsay knew that his father-in-law had a very stubborn personality. He frowned slightly. I heard that Ronan summoned the 5th Knights. I'm afraid that if I go there, there will be many knights gathered there. Will you be afraid of them? Jesus sneered. It seems that the 5th Knights only have 1 gold knight, Retta, and the other 2 silver knights, who have never been heard of, are probably pulled over from some corner by Rollons to make up the numbers. With such a level, you will have no problem confronting them head-on, Ramsay defended. It's not that I'm afraid of them joining forces. I'm just worried that my identity will be exposed and cause trouble for Moonlight Valley. After all, you also know that Ronan is now the favorite of Rollons, and has been canonized by His Majesty the King. If something happens so soon, not only Rollons will investigate, but His Majesty the King will also investigate. Then you wear a mask. Jesus thought for a while and said, although there are few meteor knights, there are some. You should act secretly at night and fight quickly. The possibility of them discovering you is extremely low. Ramsay thought for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll go back and prepare now. Looking at the back of his son-in-law leaving, Jesus curled his lips slightly and revealed a sneer. Wuxan territory, which should have been loose and even chaotic, showed signs of cohesion due to Luo Ning's sudden rise. If Luo Ning is killed tonight, Wuxan territory should soon be in chaos. Right? Chapter 357 Assassination. The sky was dark, and 2 black spots flew in the sky in the distance, slowly landing in a woodland in the shore city. These were 2 griffins of similar size. Ramsay jumped off the griffin's back and said to Angus, the leader of the 3rd Knights, you can wait for me here with the griffin. Do we really not need to get closer? Viscount Ramsay? Angus looked at the city not far away. This place was still a certain distance away from the castle in the shore city. No need. If we get closer, there will be more people, and it will be easy to expose our whereabouts. He came here to assassinate, and in addition to covering his face, he also had to hide his whereabouts. Griffins are not common things. If a griffin appears in the shore city, the first person people think of is Jesus Ajuin of Moonlight Valley. In this way, Moonlight Valley cannot get rid of the suspicion of assassinating Ronan. Ramsay let the griffin stop here for the sake of safety. He changed into a black coarse linen shirt, put the package containing the mask on his back, and then walked out of the woods and headed towards the shore fort. Night fell. After Ronan, Rydar and others finished dinner, he returned to his yard. After becoming a meteor knight, he had the ability to learn the secret skill Scorching Ray. On the way back from Jinyu City, he asked Malonica about the training process of the secret skill. For the secret skill formed by the fusion of 2 attributes, whether it can be mastered depends on 2 key points. The first is the attribute affinity, which is the difficulty of mastering the attribute power in Malonica's words. The lower the affinity, the higher the possibility of learning the secret technique. Ronan's affinity is super in both systems, so there is no problem. The second is the knight's perseverance and perseverance. Learning secret techniques is a process of continuous attempts and failures. If you give up after a few failures, lose confidence, and ultimately fail to master them. During this period, Ronan followed the experience taught by Malonica and tried to merge and compress the 2 types of fighting spirit. Perhaps because he is a great magician with super high mental power, he has a very high control over the 2 different attributes of fighting spirit. Now he has merged the 2 fighting spirits in his palm and compressed them into a sphere. Although the ball looks harmless on the surface, the pressure inside is very high, and once it explodes, its power cannot be underestimated. The next step is to control it to shoot outward with extremely fine holes to form extremely fast, ultra-high temperature rays. Ronan looked at the ball formed by the fusion of wind and fire in his hand, and his mind diverged. The scorching ray attacks people from a distance. If I compress this wind and fire in my palm and control the fighting spirit inside to rotate at high speed, can I attack the enemy at close range? Ronan decided to give it a try. In a trance, the night wind became stronger. Ronan frowned slightly. His mental power is very high now, and ordinary wind and grass movements can't be hidden from his perception. Just now, he seemed to have sensed that there was something wrong in the wind. Shouldn't it be? Ronan quickly released the magic of wind detection, and his vision switched immediately. In the sensory world of the wind element, he sensed a figure falling into his small courtyard. Although Ronan did not bring Tom or David with him this time, Rydar still asked Joffrey to arrange 2 guards to guard the courtyard gate, and there were guards patrolling nearby. This person quietly entered his yard without being informed. In addition to his ill intentions, he must have strong strength. In his perception, this person went upstairs with ease, as if he was very familiar with this building. It seems that he is very familiar with the shore fort. Is he the remnant of the Polish thieves group? Ronin dispersed his vision of the wind of exploration and looked at the door. At this time, the person had already arrived outside the door. The person outside the door. Since you are here, there is no need to hide. Come in. Ramsey, who was outside the door, wanted to quietly see if there was anyone in the room, but suddenly heard something that made him stunned. He walked all the way, relying on the cover of the moonlight and his superb skills, bypassing all the guards. How come he was discovered by the people inside when he arrived at the door? This Ronin? Does he have some perception ability? Although Ramsey was puzzled, he was skilled and bold, and stepped in front of the door. Ronin's eyebrows jumped. The man was tall, but he was wearing black coarse linen and a black dog head mask on his face. It was hard to tell who he was. How did you find me? The slightly hoarse voice was completely different from Ramsey's original voice. My hearing is extremely sharp. I can even hear the crawling of a bedbug clearly. Ronin stood up. Who are you? Ramsey sneered. He was very confident in his footsteps. The other party would never find him because of his sharp hearing. I think he used some other means. You are calm enough. I have to admire you. But don't try to delay time by talking. Whoosh. Ramsey's voice disappeared instantly. And at such a fast speed. The floor where he stood cracked. I'm here to kill you. The next moment, he appeared beside Ronin and slashed at Ronin's neck with a long sword. So fast. Ronin was in awe. The move used by the opponent should be the 7th level wind attribute fighting skill wind flash step, which burst out at such a fast speed. The flame flow sword was held in his hand, and he resisted in horror. Ramsey sneered in his heart. Although the outside world said that Ronin could kill the president of the Skull and Bone Society. That is, the Golden Knight Mondo, who met on the Screaming Sea. No matter whether he could or not, he had no power to resist in front of the Meteor Knight. The sword approached the opponent's neck, and Ramsey seemed to have seen the scene of blood gushing and the body and head being separated. But only a sharp sound broke his expected picture. Clang! The collision of the long swords made a sharp explosion sound, and Ramsey was horrified to find that his sword was actually blocked. Impossible. His face changed drastically, although he did not use his full strength in this attack. Even if the Golden Knight came, he could not resist it. Why did Ronin say so? Surprised? Ronin turned his sword and picked up the opponent's long sword, and went straight to his face, trying to take off the opponent's mask and see the face of the other party clearly. Let me see. Who are you? Delusion. Ramsey was firing at full power, and the whole person was like boiling water in a pot. The fighting spirit emanating from his whole body alone blew a strong wind in the room, blowing the tables, chairs, sofas and furniture to the ground, making a clanging sound. The 2 guards at the gate of the courtyard heard this sound and turned back to look at the 2nd floor in surprise. One of the guards speculated, what happened? Is there a woman in the Earl's room? Don't talk nonsense. Which eye did you see the Earl bring a woman in? And, would it make such a big noise to bring a woman in? The other immediately denied, in my opinion. The Earl should be practicing sword in the room. The 2 agreed with this view and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. As nobles, they practiced sword in the room without worrying about damaging the expensive furniture. But soon, they realized something was wrong. They heard a series of sword strikes, and the residual power of the collision of fighting spirits tore the windows, and the whole building shook a little. No. That's not right. The guards widened their eyes. The Earl is fighting. They quickly drew their swords and rushed into the yard. But at this moment, boom! The sharp flames directly broke through the roof and walls of the 2nd floor, rushed into the night sky, and illuminated the night. The strong wind brought by the remaining power blew the 2 people, who were about to rush into the building away, and hit the courtyard wall. The 2 people were full of shock. They knew that this was no longer a level that they, the intermediate knights, could touch. Quick! Go and inform Lord Rydar. Chapter 358. Ronin is inferior in skills. In the deep night, 2 powerful meteor knights stood in a dilapidated attic and confronted each other. Ronin exuded a hot breath, and the flame armor on his body was like a bright lamp that illuminated the surrounding space. Just after a few rounds of fighting, he was evenly matched in strength, but the opponent relied on the extreme speed to suppress him to a certain extent. Fortunately, Ronin's senses were sharp. So he was able to cope with it. Since I left Washinbao and became independent, assassinations have continued. From bronze to gold. And now to the Meteor Knight. I am very curious. Who is trying so hard to kill me? While speaking, he called out the panel and added all 1159 attribute points to the Knight registration. On the other hand, Ramsey's stunned mood has not been relieved at this moment. He was very sure that the person in front of him was Ronin. But why was he a meteor? An 18-year-old meteor? What a joke. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. It was precisely because Ronin had a talent that Washinbao was afraid that someone would harm him before he grew up. So he pretended to be a waste. Lulansi. Such a deep calculation. We were all deceived by him. He looked at Ronin, his eyes full of cold murderous intent. Even Crown Prince Garrett couldn't match such a talent. If he didn't take this opportunity to get rid of the other party today, he might not be able to suppress him in another year or two. You must die today, he roared, and his body rushed forward, sweeping out a sword with a sword. And the sword mark formed by the fighting spirit spread in the air. Puff! Bang! All the tables, chairs and walls touched by the sword marks were cut. As fragile as paper. Ronin remained calm. And the flame-flow sword rose violently with his swing. As the instant burning came out, the temperature in the room suddenly rose. And the floor slightly closer was even scorched. The attacks of the two met in the air, bursting out amazing energy fluctuations. The flame impact and the sword marks collided and melted with each other, making a sizzling sound. The residual power of the explosion further destroyed the wooden building, which was mainly made of wood. However, this was just the beginning of the battle. Ronin and Ramsey did not stop because of this attack collision. Their figures shuttled and collided in the chaos. When the long swords collided again, Ramsey felt his arms sink. What's going on? Why does his strength feel stronger? Unexpected? Ronin chuckled, changed the situation of being suppressed before, and took the initiative to attack. The sharp sword light formed by the fighting spirit splashed everywhere with each wave of collision. Puff! With a sharp tearing sound, Ramsey's dochi armor was torn, and a long cut was exposed on his clothes and flesh. And blood oozed out, staining the area red. Swish! In the confrontation, the opponent stabbed straight with a sword, penetrating Ronin's dochi armor. Although he dodged in time, he was also scratched by the sharp blade. The opponent is worthy of being a Meteor Knight. In addition to strong strength, he is also very experienced in combat. Ronin's sword skills that he has practiced for a long time from Lidar and McKin did not benefit much. Although he has an advantage in strength, the opponent can immediately fight with speed and loss of strength, continuing to fight with the power of the knights. It should take some time. Ronin was not in a hurry. But Ramsey, who was wearing a dog head mask, was anxious. He wanted to kill Ronin with one blow at first. And after finding out that Ronin was a Meteor Knight, he wanted to fight quickly. But now that the building has collapsed, he can't gain the upper hand for the time being. And the opponent has not left a fatal flaw. If he continues to drag it out, he will be in danger when he is surrounded by the 5th Knights of Shore City. One chance. If you can't win again, then retreat. Ramsey's eyes became extremely sharp, and the breath around him suddenly became extremely cold. He tapped the ground with his toes and pulled back. Are you going to escape? Ronin was a little surprised, but he keenly sensed that the fluctuations on the opponent's body began to become violent. No. It's time to use a big move. His mind was trembling. He had not mastered the strongest move, the Scorching Ray. At present, his best move was the 7th level fighting skill, which was also the Fire Snake Dance passed to him by Lu Lans. Without hesitation, he immediately used his fighting skills. On the other side, Ramsey's body was filled with Blue Water Fighting Spirit, mixed with Cyan Wind Fighting Spirit, forming a Cyan and Blue Water Wave Tornado. Feng Shui Tornado. Ramsey shouted fiercely, his body spinning wildly, and the dual attribute fighting spirit around him instantly formed a strong whirlwind, lifting him up into the air. The Feng Shui Tornado became stronger and stronger, and wherever it passed, whether it was the roof, the floor or the hard rocks on the ground, they were all easily torn apart. Ramsey in the air controlled the Feng Shui Tornado to sweep towards Ronin. The flame fighting spirit on the Yenlu sword was like surging magma. As Ronin swung it, a huge fire snake of more than 10 or 20 meters flew out from the long sword and coiled on the Feng Shui Tornado at a very fast speed. Oh my god! What a horrible battle. The patrolling guards had already rushed over. But they were all shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. There were 2 people who dared to rush up. But they were forced back by the surging wind before they approached the core area of the battle. Everyone also understood that this was not something they could intervene in. Rydell and Joffrey also rushed over. This is... Joffrey looked stunned. Rydell was very clear. This is a battle between meteor knights. The adults are in danger. He flashed in. Although he was a late-stage gold-level knight, and could not compete with a meteor knight who had the power of attack. He was the strongest among the people present. And he was the only one who had the qualifications to go up and help. At this moment, the huge fire snake bound the feng shui tornado like a rope, and then tightened, as if the feng shui tornado was a prey and wanted to strangle it to death. Ramsay in the feng shui tornado clearly felt the power of being trapped. He shouted in a deep voice, and the burst of power tore the flaming fire snake into pieces. The exploding flames splashed everywhere like a fire meteor in the sky, causing a raging fire. The feng shui tornado is indeed a secret skill, and its power is higher than the wild dance of the fire snake. However, although it broke free from the restraints and broke Ronan's attack, its own power was greatly reduced. Ramsay fell from the air with the remaining power, and aimed his long sword at Ronan, who was hit, and retreated violently. Die! This move was as powerful as a meteor, and it was going to kill the opponent. At this time, the power of wind and fire gathered in front of Ronan. In front of him, 4 kinds of magic: small flame, fireball, wind blade, and wind shield, instantly condensed. The first 3 rushed towards the opponent, and the last one protected Ronan's body. This was the instantaneous magic of the great magician. With Ronan's current strength, he could only cast 1 or 2 levels instantly, and there was a time interval between the same kind of magic. A look of doubt flashed in Ramsay's eyes. Why did 4 spells suddenly appear in front of Ronan? He didn't see the other party use spell scrolls or cast spells. What can a 1 or 2 level spell do? Ramsay chopped down with a sword, and the fighting skill Whirlwind Cross Sword crushed these magics sharply. Ronan took advantage of this gap to barely stabilize his body, and cast the instant burning fighting skill. However, he was obviously at a disadvantage, because he was behind. The collision was relatively close to him, and the shockwave hit Ronan's body fiercely, causing his internal organs to churn and fly backwards, hitting the ground heavily. Ramsay was also shocked by the shockwave, but landed steadily on the ground. Although you used magic to interfere with me, you still can't escape the fate of death. The wind flash step was activated, and he turned into a residual image and killed Ronan. But at this moment, Rydar's figure blocked Ronan and raised his sword to meet the enemy. Get out of the way! Ramsay shouted. When the 2 swords collided, Rydar only felt his arm numb. His knuckles cracked, and blood splashed out. The huge impact force also knocked him away. The disadvantage of the late gold in front of the Meteor Knight is very obvious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows broke through the air and shot towards Ramsay. Protect the Lord. Protect the captain. The knights who came over responded one after another, and the captains of several knight teams began to attack from a distance in an attempt to interfere with the enemy's movements. A bunch of rats. Ramsay could ignore these arrows, but he still had to deal with the dozens of fighting skills bombarding him. This bought Ronan time again. He stood up after falling down, and he didn't expect that a defeat in a fighting skill would bring him so much trouble. The secret skill of the Scorching Ray must be mastered as soon as possible. He took a deep breath, and looking at the assassin who avoided the attack and still came towards him, he quickly cast the 3rd level magic speed. Ronan only felt that his whole body became lighter, which was much more effective than the light body technique. Kill! Swish! He turned into a residual image and rushed towards the opponent. Ramsay frowned. Ronan's speed has also increased. Level 3 speed magic? After another confrontation, both of them were more tired than before, and fell into a situation of equal strength. No, we can't stay any longer. Ramsay took advantage of the impact and turned around, stepped on the wind step, jumped out of the battlefield with a few flashes, and ran quickly towards the shore fort. For him, although the assassination failed, he had figured out Ronan's background, so tonight's action could still be considered a success. Chase! The Knights of the Night shouted loudly. No need to chase. Ronan shouted loudly. Although Ramsay was also injured, Rydar was not a match for the other party in one move. Letting this group of people chase him would be tantamount to seeking death. He had communicated with Carlos and asked him to come as quickly as possible. Joffrey, you take the people to clean up here, and the others guard the castle to prevent anyone with ulterior motives from entering or leaving. Rydell, you follow me. Yes. Ronan took Rydell and quickly chased after Ramsay in the direction he left. He didn't want to let this man leave. Chapter 359 Desperate Ramsay. Ronan rushed out of the castle with Retta. My lord, we can't catch up with him. It doesn't matter. He is still in my perception. As we all know, magicians can enhance the power of magic, and the enhancement of great magicians is even further. The perception range of the wind of detection that Ronan casts now is nearly 2,000 meters. The assassin did not continue to use the wind step after leaving the castle, although there were alleys and streets between them. He did not leave Ronan's perception range. I will now increase your strength to the meteor level. Ronan called Retta to prevent accidents. He summoned the opponent's attribute panel and invested 363 points of energy essence in it. Retta's whole body was shocked, and the pain he had just left on his body seemed to be relieved. His chi was further widened, and the surging do chi in it also produced changes in nature. Just entering the meteor level, Retta may not be the opponent of the assassin, but at least he will not be crushed in one move. Ronan currently has 4,137 energy essences left. Although it is impossible to make Elrond break through to the mage immediately, it will be enough by the 21st of next month. At that time, if Elrond can really solve Lillian's problem after the breakthrough, it will not delay Ronan from giving him a surprise at the old man's birthday party on the 28th. What's more, the Shore City is too dangerous. If there is an accident without giving Rydell some protection, Ronan will regret it too late. Whoosh! The wind pressure suddenly came, and a black shadow fell not far in front of the two. Master, you called me. Carlos was sleeping on a hilltop, but was awakened by Ronan's repeated calls. Based on his understanding of his master, he would not have come to him so late if he was not in a hurry. Ronan climbed onto the dragon's back with Rydell. In the sky at night, he could sense the direction of the assassin, and Carlos could see it directly. The city was obviously not a good place to fight. This would not only cause innocent casualties, but also make the dragon known to the world. So Ronan followed all the way until he saw the assassin enter the woods. In his perception, there were 3 other strong and powerful life fluctuations. It seemed that the assassin was not alone. In the woods, Angus saw Ramsay coming back with blood all over his body, and he was immediately surprised and uneasy. How did you get hurt? He went up to help him, and asked speculatively, is Ronan guarded by a meteor knight? Or does he have a powerful spell scroll or magic cannon? Angus could only think of these 2 possibilities. Ramsay refused to be helped, as his injuries were not severe enough to make him unable to walk. The assassination failed. That Ronan is a meteor knight. Angus nodded and said to himself, it seems that Rulon thinks too highly of Ronan, and even arranged for a meteor knight to be his guard. But as soon as he finished speaking, he froze, and then his eyes widened. What did you say? Ronan is a meteor knight. Are you sure? Ramsay panted. When he left the shore fort, he still felt that the other party was following him, but he could no longer sense it after running for a distance, and he managed to get rid of the pursuit without any danger. You don't have to doubt it. I was more shocked than you at that time. He took off his mask and looked at the scars on his arms and thighs with a tired face. The injuries on my body were caused by him. This is too scary. Angus couldn't believe it. If my information is correct, Ronan is only 18 years old. A meteor knight of this age. Is he the reincarnation of Emperor Orlant? Don't say it. It's really possible. Ramsay was a little helpless and mocking. He finally knew why the previous assassinations failed. Let's not stay here. Let's go back and tell the Earl about this matter and see how he handles it. They have always wanted to annex Wushan territory, but they didn't expect Wushan Castle to raise such a monster. How to act later needs to be carefully considered. The 2 immediately climbed onto the griffin, soared into the air, and quickly left the forest under the cover of night. The moment Ronan saw the griffin, he knew the other party's identity. Ramsay. It's you? When Ronan approached the meteor knight of Shore City, the first person he thought of was Ramsay from Moonlight Valley. They had griffins, so they also had time to come from Moonlight Valley to assassinate them. Carlos, go into the sky and chase them. Ronan commanded. We will do it when we reach the wilderness. Okay, Master. Carlos flapped his wings and quickly took off. His speed was faster than that of the griffin, so he was not afraid of losing him. Master, let me deal with the two little birds later. Just as a midnight snack for me. That won't work. Ronan laughed and scolded. These two griffins cannot be killed. It's better to capture them alive. I can use them. Although Bruno promised to give a few griffins when they got married. Ronan didn't think too much of this stuff. Although he couldn't use it. His knights could. Rydar, your mount has been found. Hearing this, Rydar smiled. Which knight doesn't want to have a flying mount? They dare not think about the Lord's dragon. But they are very eager for flying magic beasts, such as griffins and dragon eagles. The speed of flying magic beasts is very fast. They soon left the scope of the shore city. After passing the village in the south, they came to the sky above a wilderness. Ronan drew a very complex spell pattern, which not only had curves, but also accompanied by a lot of waveforms. Whoosh! The wind element surged behind Ronan, and a pair of light and dreamy wings appeared. This is the 7th level magic wind wings. Rydar looked at the thin wings. His lord not only had a dragon mount, but also mastered flying magic. This made him envious. Okay, let's get started. Ronan shouted in a deep voice. Carlos, dive down. Okay. Carlos folded his wings, and the huge dragon body swooped down. Awoo! The loud dragon roar shocked the night sky, and all the birds and beasts in the mountains trembled. What's that sound? Angus, who was on the back of the griffin, felt his scalp tingling and goosebumps all over his body. He had never heard such an unsettling sound. Ramsay's heart tightened, and he always felt uneasy. Just then, a violent wind whistled. It's up there. He looked up suddenly, and his pupils shrank violently. Ah! What kind of monster is this? Looking at the ferocious dragon head getting closer and closer, the two men were scared to death, and the griffin under them screamed and fell down. Griffins are said to have the blood of dragons. In front of real dragons, the dragons might affect their actions. Ramsay and Angus have been the masters of the griffin for many years. The two tried their best to comfort it, and it barely maintained its flying posture. Are you surprised? Ronan flew away from the dragon, and his light wings allowed him to move flexibly in the air. The flame-stream sword pierced out, and Angus was pierced through before he could react. No! He roared in fear, but was kicked away by Ronan and fell from a height of hundreds of meters. It's you, Ronan! Ramsay's voice was panicked and fearful. What happened tonight has continuously broken his psychological cognition. Looking at the thin wings on the other's back at this moment. This is clearly the wind wing magic that can only be used by a great magician. Could it be that the young man in front of him is not only a meteor knight, but also a 7th level great wizard? Also, what is that huge monster flying in the air? This is too scary. We must leave quickly. At this moment, Ramsay no longer thought about how to deal with Ronan, or care about Angus's life or death. He controlled the griffin and tried to escape from here as quickly as possible. Carlos, leave it to you. Ronan's flying speed is not as fast as the griffin. He did not catch up, but landed on the back of the griffin ridden by Angus and tried to control the other party. No, the speed in the air is not as fast as this monster. Ramsay's griffin is more advanced than Angus's griffin, but it is still no match for the dragon. In desperation, he could only fall from the clouds, jump off the griffin's back, and dive into the forest in an attempt to escape. Rydal also jumped off the dragon's back and chased after him. While running, he quickly swung out a dochi, trying to interfere with the opponent's actions. Looking for death, Ramsay was extremely angry. Forget Ronan. Where did this golden knight get the courage to chase him? Since Ronan values you, I will kill you first and make him suffer. Perhaps he was forced to hurry and angry by a series of mistakes. Ramsay turned back, dispersed the dochi impact, and then killed Rydal. There was a loud clang, and the two swords collided. The one-sided situation that Ramsay expected did not appear. If you want to kill me, you have to see if you still have the strength now. Rydal launched an extremely fierce attack, and his sword was faster than Ronan's sword. Ramsay responded hastily, but he was shouting in his heart, who can tell me what's going on? The Golden Knight, who was knocked away by him a moment ago and had no power to fight back, could suppress him in the blink of an eye. Ramsay only felt that this world seemed a little absurd. At this time, Ronan handed the two griffins to Carlos to deal with, and came to the vicinity of the battlefield, watching Retta and Ramsay fighting together. After being promoted to meteor, Retta's swordsmanship has become more extraordinary. The swordsmanship is exquisite. And the key is to control the rhythm of the attack and capture the details. Ronan still needs to learn a lot from Retta. I'll give you a little gift to cheer you up. Ronan cast the wind tentacle magic. The wind elements around Ramsey obeyed Ronan's call, condensed into 4 wind tentacles, and entangled the opponent's limbs. Damn it! Ramsey was startled and quickly broke it with force. But the movement of his hand was a little slow. In a battle between strong men, as long as the opponent can seize the opportunity, this slight delay is very dangerous. Rydar accurately captured this opportunity, picked up the opponent's long sword, broke the opponent's fighting spirit armor, and stabbed into the opponent's shoulder blade. Ramsey let out a scream and was knocked back to the ground by the huge force of the sword. The flowing blood dyed half of his body red. When he wanted to stand up again, the cold sword blade was already against his throat. Chapter 360 Coward. Before the action, Ramsey never thought that he would fail. Even if he failed to assassinate, he would never fall to the point of being captured. His strength of meteor class was the reason why he dared to enter the shore castle where the 5th Knights gathered alone. But he never expected that Ronan would bring him a series of unbelievable scenes. We were all deceived by you. Ramsey, whose throat was pressed by the tip of the sword, tilted his head and looked at Ronan standing not far away like a bereaved mother. Such a scene was like a dream to him. I have never lied to you. The time of the wings of wind has come. And the light and dreamy wings slowly dissipated, and Ronan came to the other side. You have always set your sights on Wushan territory and me. If I guess correctly, Jesus is behind the Polani Thieves, the Black Gold Brotherhood, and the Skull and Bone Society. A killer organization. Right? Ramsey remained silent. You can remain silent. And I can also choose to end your life here. Ronan threatened. Ramsey came back to his senses after hearing this. Ronan, I am a nobleman, the son-in-law of Count Jesus. According to the laws of the kingdom, nobles should be pardoned. I kindly remind you that killing me is not a wise choice. In other words, only you can kill me, and I can't kill you. Ronan took out the flame flow sword and pierced the opponent's calf with one sword, causing the opponent to scream. Wake up, Ramsey. Your life is in my hands now. In this wilderness, who can prove that I killed you? Ramsey began to panic. As the strongest fighter in Moonlight Valley, he has a very high status. In the future, he is likely to gain higher power and status. He doesn't want to die like this. What do you want me to do to let me go? Ronan laughed. I want to know the content of the cooperation between Jesus, the Fleming family, the Principality of Vera and Count Orson. They do have cooperation, but the specific content of the cooperation is only known to their lords or clan leaders. You don't know? Yes. Although I am Jesus' son-in-law, I was not allowed to participate in their conversation. Ramsey looked at Ronan and changed the subject, but I know the content of the cooperation with Orson at the beginning of the year. They wanted to make Roland's injury break out in the name of sparring, and even die from serious injuries in the battle. Then wait for Viking. Let Jesus inherit the title of Marquis, and let Orson's grandson, your half-brother, take the position of heir. You don't need to tell us. We can guess it. Ronan was not interested in this information. Switch to a valuable piece of information. Jesus' daughter Sally will marry Facundo of the Count's family of Screaming Island. The time. Ronan interrupted the other party. Don't test my patience. I want valuable information. Don't fool me with these things that everyone knows. Ramsey's mind turned quickly. He knew a lot of things. But if some things were said, his future, and even the future of his family would be gone. So he could only choose some information that was not painful or itchy. I'm sorry, Lord Ronan. If you know all these things, I have nothing to offer you. Ramsey's tone was as if he had seen through life and death. But I can promise you that as long as you let me go, I will let Jesus and my family provide you with enough money and supplies. His mouth was quite tight. Ronan pondered about how to deal with Ramsey. As direct evidence of Jesus' assassination of him, Ronan could use Ramsey to ask His Majesty the King to do justice, and even use this as an excuse for Wushan territory to attack Moonlight Valley. But Jesus is a member of the royal family after all, and has close relations with great nobles such as Ferensberg. In the end, I am afraid that at most he will only give Ronan a certain amount of financial compensation, and the possibility of execution is extremely low. And when Ramsey presents evidence, he will definitely reveal his strength and the dragon. Ronan does not want to step forward in one fell swoop. Wubei territory does not have that strength yet. After years of decline and years of war, Wushan territory needs proper recuperation even if Lu Lands recovers. And it is not suitable to use troops against Moonlight Valley immediately. As for asking Jesus and Ramsey's families to pay a high ransom, there would also be the risk of leaking Ronan's intelligence. Keeping them here is a threat and a scourge. Ronan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Bang! Bang! At this moment, 2 griffins were thrown down by Carlos. They were covered in blood, and could no longer flap their wings after falling to the ground. Ronan's heart tightened. Would this giant dragon kill the 2 griffins without any care? Carlos, what did you do to them? The huge body of the dragon fell, crushing the surrounding trees into several pieces. Don't worry, Master. I just pinched their wings, and made them temporarily unable to fly. They can recover. Ramsey finally saw the appearance of this huge creature. Is this a dragon? A huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Ronan actually has a dragon as a warcraft mount. He was sweating coldly when he recalled the experience in the air just now. I'm afraid only those high-level griffins have the ability to resist. And ordinary griffins are like lambs to be slaughtered. Ramsey thought to himself that he must spread this news after he left. At that time, there will definitely be countless people on the continent who want to find Ronan to see this legendary creature. If we had known you were so strong and had dragons and monsters, we would never have attacked you. Ramsey regretted. Ronan, let me go. Maybe we can cooperate in many ways. For example, I can help you deal with Count Orson, the Principality of Vera, and even my father-in-law Count Jesus. Ronan showed an interested look. Are you willing to betray Jesus for me? With a dragon and outstanding talent, you may unify this continent like Emperor Orland in the future. There will be more room and possibilities for following you. This is a kind of flattery. And it is indeed possible. But Ronan has not thought about the unification of the continent in detail. If Ramsey spreads this matter, it will inevitably arouse suspicion from major forces. And Bruno may be wary of him. After all, many people did not want to let the Wushan family have 2 geniuses, which led to the death of Grams. Ronan is much stronger than Grams now. You said that? I am a little tempted. Ronan smiled slightly. But the smile was a little cold, but for the sake of safety, I still think it is safer to kill you here. Ronan raised his sword and stabbed the other's heart. Slow. Ramsey was completely panicked and shouted, we have cooperation with Pointed City. Ronan stopped. This Count Vittorino? He is cooperating with Pointed City now. And Vittorino has not shown the side of betraying Wushan territory. Yes. This Count Vittorino. Ramsey's tone was a little anxious. When you led the team to encircle and suppress the Polish bandits, we promised Vittorino that we could coordinate the other party to sign a free navigation treaty with Screaming Island. So Vittorino did not lead the team to help you. Ronan suddenly realized. That time, Vittorino's excuse was that a monster threatening the ship appeared in Dennis Port, and they were injured when they killed the monster. I didn't expect that Jesus was behind this. However, if it was just this, it could only be called an exchange of interests. Not a complete betrayal. At least in the following few things. Vittorino showed a more friendly side. And his son Reese is now working for Ronan. I know about this. Ronan raised his sword and stabbed again. Slow down. Ramsey was so anxious that he kept saying the word slow down. The Screaming Island wants to annex the Pointed City. And also wants to share some of the land of the Wushan territory. You'd better say more. The tip of the flame sword touched the other party's skin. Ramsey's face turned pale. Both the Principality of Vera and Ferensburg are not very satisfied with His Majesty the King. And they are in close contact in private. Grand Duke Vera is already a Silver Moon Knight. Ronan's sword tip pierced the opponent's skin. And fighting spirit poured in. Also, Jesus has contact with the Kingdom of Teresa. The Kingdom of Teresa has not been very peaceful recently. It is said that there have been several riots there. After Ramsey spit out a lot of information, accompanied by a puff, Ronan's long sword pierced his heart. Ah! The Meteor Knight wailed in pain. He didn't expect that the other party would actually kill him. Ronan, Jesus will not let you go. I won't let him go either, Ronan said indifferently. And the surging fighting spirit poured into the other party's body, destroying the other party's heart and completely cutting off his life. Meteor Knight is also a coward. Chapter 361 Analysis of the Situation. In the Nameless Wilderness. The Meteor Knight, who was in the Forest of the Strong, died just like that. When Mullins and Orson were dueling, Ramsey stood in front of everyone and prevented them from interfering in the duel. What a heroic scene that was. He never thought that he would die at the hands of such a junior. Right? Ronan sighed as he picked up the long sword that Ramsay had thrown beside him. This is an enchanted extraordinary weapon. He used the wind attribute to stimulate it. And there was a good wind element flowing on it. Using wind attribute fighting skills can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It's a pity that you are a fire attribute. Otherwise this sword can be used by you. Rydar, who was checking whether Ramsay had any valuables, stopped his action. My lord, don't worry about me. My long sword is already an enchanted extraordinary weapon. Oh! Ronan took the other's long sword with some surprise. He didn't pay much attention to Rydar's weapon. Under the fire attribute fighting spirit, he could feel the power of the sword becoming heavier and the temperature around him rising rapidly. Rydar introduced, this is the Earth Core Fire. When it is fully activated, it can not only increase the power of my fighting skills, but its extremely high temperature can even melt ordinary iron. The complex patterns on Ronan's blade. The Earth Core Fire is a 7th level fire attribute magic. But the patterns on Rydar's long sword are obviously not limited to this magic. This is a composite spell pattern, and he plans to take this spell pattern back to study it carefully. I didn't expect that the weapon you brought with you is still enchanted. I wonder if McKinn's sword and Elrin's staff are also enchanted. All of them. But mine is more advanced. After counting, Ramsay didn't have anything valuable on him. Ronan activated Reda's sword, and the extremely high temperature melted Ramsay's body directly. Then, they found Angus, who fell from the sky and died, and used the same method to deal with him. This time, Jesus lost 2 captains at once, including a meteor knight. This was a huge blow to Moonlight Valley, and it really proved the saying that stealing a chicken will lose the rice. Sir, according to the intelligence I have recently investigated, Moonlight Valley has 4 knight groups, and the combat effectiveness of each knight group is very good. Rydar reported the information he learned. Except Ramsay, the Meteor Knight. The remaining captains and deputy captains are said to be Gold Knights. Angus, who was just killed by you, is said to be in the late gold stage. Jesus is worthy of being born in the royal family. One earldom can support 4 knight groups, which shows that the other party has extraordinary financial resources. Except Ramsay. I wonder if Jesus has any Meteor Knights under his command. Rydar shook his head. From the current intelligence, it seems that there is no. But the possibility of the other party's hidden strength cannot be ruled out. Ronan pondered for a while. With the strength of him and Rydar, plus Carlos, it is possible to kill Jesus. But after all, he is in his old nest, and his castle defense must be extraordinary. Maybe there is also a high-level magic cannon. Ronan was unwilling to act rashly like Jesus underestimated the opponent's strength, so he gave up the idea of assassination. From what I can see so far, Moonlight Valley, the Principality of Vera, Screaming Island, and Ferensburg all have some issues with Bruno. I wonder if this will lead to a coup. From his point of view, His Majesty the King is a decent person. Why does he attract so much hostility? Moreover, Jesus of Moonlight Valley and Ferens Jerry, who changed his name to Ferens Jerry, are both brothers of Bruno. Under the system of nobility, they should generally support the king's rule. If the kingdom is in turmoil, then the geographical location of Wushan territory will be very dangerous. Be vigilant against Moonlight Valley. Ronan warned, although Jesus is unlikely to send out the knights to openly invade the shore city. We must also prevent the other party from jumping off the wall. If there is any accident, it is important to save your life. Although he said so, Rydar is now a Meteor Knight, and it is generally difficult to threaten his life. The two discussed the establishment of the Wubei Territory Knight team in the woods. Jesus has 4 knights, so Ronan should also match this number. Rydar, McKinn and Wubei Territory all need to form more knight teams. After discussing these things, the two turned their attention to the 2 griffins that were trembling on the ground under Carlos' control. Ramsay's griffin looks stronger, so I'll give it to you, Ronan said. Ask the political officer Sandro to circle a hill in the shore city for you. I'll ask Carlos to help you tame this griffin in the next 2 days. Ramsay's griffins have already been tamed and are not wild. They are not creatures that only recognize one master for their entire lives. So it shouldn't be difficult to recognize a new master. Thank you, sir. Rydar's eyes were full of eagerness to try. But he was also a little worried. Sir, if we openly use the griffin, will Jesus send troops to attack the shore city, or even the Wushan territory? Ronan pondered for a moment. Although Ramsay's death was his own fault, He was Jesus' son-in-law after all. And the latter might indeed send troops for revenge. Although sometimes you only need an excuse to start a war. And you don't even need to care about the truth behind the excuse. But you still have to find an excuse. The kingdom's ruling power is still there. And Jesus' excuse needs to be convincing no matter how you say it. In the name of revenge for his son-in-law? Ramsay died in a failed assassination. If he used this name, Jesus himself would probably be at a disadvantage. In the name of getting the griffin back? The griffin can't speak. And there is no mark on it that is exclusive to Ramsay or Moonlight Valley. How to prove that he lost it, and how he lost it are all problems. You can't say that it was lost in a failed assassination. Right? Of course. These are not the key points. The most important thing is that Moonlight Valley lost a top fighter, while Shore City hides a strongman who can kill Meteor Knight. With one side gaining strength, while the other side losing strength. Would Jesus dare to use his troops rashly? Ronan used the griffin openly. And I am afraid that the other side can only stare blankly. And then worry day and night whether there will be assassins to assassinate him. As long as Jesus is still rational, he will not openly deal with us. As for privately, his actions against Wushan territory have never stopped. Ronan thought for a while and said, I will give the remaining griffin to McKen. When his strength is improved in the future. You two can also have a care in the south. After discussing these things, Carlos grabbed 2 griffins and carried Ronan and Rydell back to the Shore City. In the next few days, under Carlos's threats and coercion, Ramsay's griffin surrendered smoothly. After its wings recovered, Rydell could ride it to train its flying skills. On the other hand, Jesus of Moonlight Castle was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. On the first day, he didn't see Ramsay and Angus come back. But he didn't panic. He just thought that the two were delayed because of something. But as time went by, 3 days, 5 days, and 7 days passed, and there was still no news from the 2 people who went to the Shore City to assassinate. No matter how slow Jesus was to react, he already had a bad premonition in his heart. The only reason he didn't dare to admit this premonition was that Melonica or others were not with Ronan. And no one in the Shore City should be able to threaten Ramsay. Sir, the leader of the Second Knights, Idrissa, came in. Ronan had met him once in the Shore Castle. Jesus hurriedly asked, What's going on? Did they find out anything in Shore City? Idrissa's face was not very good. It is said that Ronan's subordinate, Rydell, rode a white griffin. You said, have Ramsay and Angus been killed? Jesus' face changed drastically. His bad premonition was finally confirmed. Impossible. Ramsay is a meteor-level knight. How can they kill him? Jesus' eyes were red and bloodthirsty, which was a manifestation of extreme anger. Go. Notify all the knights in the territory to gather together. I want to attack Shore City and find Ramsay. Idrissa was shocked. Sir, this is a direct declaration of war against Wushan Castle. Are you sure? Jesus gasped and fell silent. Idrissa continued to persuade. It is said that Melonica is suspected to be a meteor star. If Ramsay was killed, it is estimated that he is related. That is to say, Melonica is now in the Shore City. In their opinion, the only suspected meteor star that can move in Wushan territory is Melonica. Although we have 4 knights. Even if we finally surround and kill Melonica, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. And at that time, Wushan Castle still has 4 knights. And we will be at a disadvantage. Jesus glanced at Idrissa. Then what do you say? What should we do? Ramsay died like this? I think we should strengthen our defense. At least we can't let the people on the opposite side assassinate you. This was like a revelation, directly pulling Jesus back from his anger. Yes, he is now without Ramsay's protection, and his safety is greatly reduced. What should he do if the enemy's Meteor Knight also comes to assassinate him? Quick! Gather all the Golden Knights to the Moonlight Castle and strengthen the defense. All the magic cannons and magic arrows are put into use. Jesus cherishes his life. He stood up and paced back and forth anxiously. No. Go and call those 3 people to me. I want to talk to them. Chapter 362 Holy Storm. In the magnificent hall of Moonlight Castle, 3 distinguished guests came at Jesus' invitation. 2 of these 3 people were tall and mighty knights wrapped in black armor. They were serious and cold, and the 2-meter-long giant sword on their backs exuded a dangerous aura all the time. The remaining one was a little different. His skin was as pale as snow, and his slender, thin figure was completely shrouded in a black wizard robe. The whole person looked particularly strange against the background of his long red hair. Wait a moment. The three of you. The Earl will be here soon. Idrissa, who was in charge of the reception, arranged for servants to serve while notifying the Earl of Moonlight Valley. The strange man looked around. His mouth curled up slightly. The last meteor knight was called Ramsey. Right? I don't seem to smell his breath here. Idrissa was in awe. For some reason, he was very reluctant to contact these three people. The other party always gave him an inexplicable weird feeling. Ramsey is not in Moonlight Castle. The news of Ramsey's possible death has not been announced to the public yet, and he naturally won't mention it to outsiders. Soon Jesus walked into the hall. Idrissa bowed, and then left the hall with all the servants. 3. I haven't seen you for many days. How is the environment of Moonlight Forest? The strange man who was sitting stood up and showed a smile that looked a little evil. The scenery of your territory is indeed very beautiful. Black Hang. Madman and I are addicted to it. If you hadn't sent someone to notify us, we might have stayed there for a long time. Jesus sat on the chair, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he directly stated the purpose of inviting the other party over. I agree to cooperate with you. He paused. But I have an additional request. You must prioritize my safety. The strange man's heart moved, and he heard some clues from this sentence. Could it be that something happened in Moonlight Valley and Jesus' life was threatened? Thinking of the absent meteor knight, he had reason to suspect that something happened to Ramsey. However, he did not ask more, but showed a sincere and friendly smile and bowed gracefully. Mephisto, on behalf of Lord Yenny, welcomes you to officially join the Holy Storm. From now on, you are our agent in the Kingdom of Alduin, and as an ally, your safety will naturally be protected by us. The Holy Storm, a powerful organization that rose in the Kingdom of Trisha. Jesus had heard of it a long time ago. It is said that the recent major riots in the Kingdom of Trisha were planned and implemented by this organization. Just like the Polani Thieves group occupied a piece of land as their territory. The only difference is that the Polani Thieves were wiped out. But the Holy Storm was not wiped out, but was recognized as legitimate by the Trisha Kingdom. The reason for all this, according to Mephisto, is that the leader of the Holy Storm, Lord Yenny, has the power of the peak of the Silver Moon level, and can even be on par with the Sun Knight when he explodes. Jesus believed this statement, but he doubted Yenyi's strength. Sun Knight? I haven't seen one in many years. Who dares to say that he is on par with the Sun Knight? But he had to admit that the three people in front of him had strong strength. The leader of the three, Mephisto, is a rare great wizard. The remaining two, the darker-skinned Black Scar is a meteor knight, and the madman is a golden knight. Wherever this powerful trio goes, they will attract special attention. Under normal circumstances, Jesus is very happy for such a strong man to come to seek cooperation. But the purpose of this Holy Storm organization is not simple. They want to emulate the former Emperor Orlan to end the situation of the two kingdoms competing with each other and rebuild a new empire. The Holy Storm Empire. Although Jesus laughed at the other party's big dream in his heart, he also saw an opportunity in it. He has always felt that he should not be just a small earl, but should have higher power and status, as well as a wider territory. For this reason, he has always wanted to invade Wushan territory, but under the order of the existing kingdom. He cannot do it openly. The purpose of the three people of the Holy Storm organization to come to the Kingdom of Alduin is to muddy the water here and create a chaotic situation. In the case of chaos, Jesus will not have so many concerns about invading Wushan territory again. Moreover, the other party also promised him that once the empire was established, Jesus, as an agent, would become the Grand Duke of the Holy Storm Empire. Whether he was a Grand Duke or not was a matter far in the future, and Jesus could not care too much. What he valued was the introduction of the Holy Storm and the opportunities it brought him. But in this way, he would be equivalent to betraying Alduin. So he had been hesitating during this period. It was not until yesterday, after suspecting the news of Ramsey and Angus's death, that Jesus felt that his life was threatened, and he made up his mind. Being not sentenced to Alduin is a matter for a long time to come. What he needs to do now is to ensure that his life is not threatened, and he can survive safely. Next, the two sides determine the content of the cooperation. First, Jesus needs to provide Mephisto with a small town and allocate at least 30,000 people as the base of the Holy Storm in the Kingdom of Alduin. Secondly, Jesus needs to arrange a knight group to be led by Black Scar to guard the base. In return, Mephisto will let Black Scar follow Jesus to ensure the latter's safety. At the same time, to a certain extent, he will listen to Jesus' arrangements and solve some troubles for him. If you want to create chaos, I hope you will choose Wushan territory as your first target, Jesus said coldly. The main purpose of the Holy Storm coming here is to create chaos and create opportunities. In this case, it is more appropriate to choose Wushan territory, which is turning from weak to normal. Jesus can take this opportunity to avenge Ramsey and Angus, and to vent his anger for himself, and at the same time create the possibility of expansion to the north. My lord, I need you to provide us with detailed information about Wushan territory, Jesus said without hesitation. That's not a problem. Next, he told all the information about Wushan territory, even the possibility that Ramsey and Angus might be killed. Wushan territory is indeed a good target, but assassinating directly is not the best choice. Mephisto's eyes flashed. What we need is greater chaos, to get more people involved. Oh! Jesus' heart trembled. The thin man in front of him was very dangerous, but he was looking forward to it. What are you going to do? We must first strengthen ourselves. Mephisto smiled mysteriously. I wonder if you, Lord Count, want to become stronger? Jesus frowned. The other party just said that he wanted to get more people involved. But the next second he changed the subject and asked him if he wanted to become stronger. What is the connection between the two? Although he was puzzled, he still answered, any knight wants to become stronger, and I am no exception. Mephisto stretched out his hand, and a black bead appeared in his palm. I have a way to make you a golden knight within a day. Do you want to try it? Jesus' eyes widened. What do you mean? It means literally. Mephisto spread his hands, and the black bead on his palm emitted a black light. He gave a look to the two knights beside him. Black Wound and Madman. Whoosh, whoosh. The two moved at the same time, and before Jesus could react, they controlled each other on the left and right. At the same time, Mephisto raised his hand and set up a barrier, so that the sound in the house could not be transmitted. What are you doing? Jesus roared in horror. He knew the other party's strength, but the two sides had a cooperative and mutually beneficial relationship, and the other party had no benefit at all against him. Before, with Ramsey by your side, we didn't dare to do anything blatantly, but now that he is gone, our way of cooperation must naturally change. As the voice fell, the black bead in his hand emitted a strong black light. Don't worry. It's your honor to join us. Mephisto's voice was full of temptation. We won't harm you. Chapter 363 Transformation. The black light like ink invaded Jesus' whole body. He felt like thousands of ants were running through his flesh and blood. The intense pain made him tremble all over, and the blue veins on his body were exposed one by one. Born into a royal family, Jesus, who had lived a life of luxury since childhood, never thought that he would suffer such inhuman torture one day. I don't know how long it took. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe half an hour, until Mephisto showed fatigue, until the light of the beads in his hand gradually dimmed and finally dissipated completely. Jesus sat on the ground like a puddle of mud. He panted tiredly, but there was no fear in his eyes, but more piety. Mephisto laughed and dispersed the soundproof barrier. He glanced at the bead in his hand without any luster, and sighed, this time for Jesus. The energy of the bead has been almost consumed. He Shan's voice was very cold. After all, it is the highest level of nether abyss transformation, so the consumption will naturally be greater, he said, looking at the madman beside him. The other party is different from Jesus. He belongs to the frost level transformation, which is considered medium. The difference between the two is that the nether abyss level retains all memories and even habits, but the soul is distorted, and the frost level only retains some memories to varying degrees, without the agility of the nether abyss level. And it takes some time to cultivate complex thinking consciousness. As the spokesperson of the Holy Storm in the kingdom of Alduin, they naturally won't let Jesus look very unnatural. Mephisto smiled and stretched out his hand to Jesus, who was sitting on the ground. Jesus, welcome to officially join us and become a member of the Holy Storm. Jesus' mouth curled up slightly. Although he was a little tired, he felt good. It's my honor. He stretched out his hand and was pulled up by the other party. Now Jesus can no longer tell whether he is still Alduin, and he doesn't even know whether he is dead or alive. However, none of this matters. Next, let's start for Moonlight Valley and pry this kingdom, Mephisto said with a smile. But before that, We need enough men. Although the energy of the beads in his hand has been consumed a lot, it is still enough for the frost-level transformation. The knight who just went out seems to be quite strong. Jesus' mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that looks a little cruel. It's his honor to be a member of the Holy Storm. He took a deep breath, walked slowly to the door, and pushed it open. Not far from the door, Idrissa, the leader of the Second Knights, was standing and looking up at the sky with some boredom. He was very curious about what the Lord was talking about with the three people inside for so long. Idrissa, hearing this shout, Idrissa came back to his senses. My lord, what do you want? I have something for you to do. Come in. Jesus behaved as usual, and there was nothing wrong. Idrissa had no doubts at all, and hurriedly trotted into the hall. In order to prevent Jesus from doing anything crazy, Ronan stayed in the shore city for a long time. But to his surprise, Moonlight Valley was always quiet, not to mention sending people to search and negotiate with Ronan. Even the merchants who traveled between the two places had not heard of the death of Ramsay and Angus. It was as if the two people Ronan killed were unknown little people. But in fact, even Angus was very important in Moonlight Valley. This made Ronan start to speculate. Could it be that Jesus' previous arrogance was due to Ramsay? Now that Ramsay is dead, he can only keep his tail between his legs and dare not provoke Ronan again? Ronan didn't know why this happened, and the merchants from Shore City to Moonlight Valley did not bring any valuable information. However, let's be calm. It will save some trouble. Time passed quickly, and it was December 20th in a blink of an eye. Swish! Sharp pale flame shot out and bombarded the mountain wall in front. The solid stone mountain was as fragile as tofu at this moment, and was directly pierced by the bombardment of the scorching rays. Ronan looked at the effect in front of him with great satisfaction. After repeated practice during this period of time, he has been able to use the secret skill of scorching rays 100%. In addition, his combat level has also improved a lot in the competition with Rydell. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of flapping wings came closer and closer, and soon two griffins landed in front of Ronan. The ones who jumped down were Rydell and Macken. With the help of Carlos, they have successfully subdued Ramsay and Angus's mounts, and now they can ride griffins to and from various places. In this way, whether there is something wrong in Shore City, Boulder City, or Red Mountain Town, Rydell and Macken can quickly get in touch and provide support. The only pity is that Macken is only a Silver Knight now. If he is also a Meteor Knight, Ronan's concerns about this side will be greatly reduced. Fortunately, after the early morning of today, his energy essence will be enough to allow Elrond to be promoted, and then Macken's strength will be improved. I will return to Wubei territory tomorrow to prepare for the Marquis birthday party. Ronan explained some things to Retta and Macken. Time flies so fast, and a year has passed in a blink of an eye. During this year, Ronan and his followers not only walked out of Shanlin town, but also dispersed to garrison everywhere. The territory has expanded, and there are more people. However, although the original knights have dispersed, some things still need to continue, such as the knight tournament that was previously scheduled to be held at the end of each year. This kind of activity that can increase competitiveness and increase a sense of belonging, cohesion and combat effectiveness to a certain extent is still necessary to continue. Wubei territory, Boulder City, and Shore City are held separately. For this reason, Ronan allocated a total of 5,000 gold coins to Retta and Macken. Of course, the event rewards are only a small part, and the bulk is still used to maintain their daily remuneration and recruit more professional knights. In addition, Ronan also made appointments for the arrangements in the Giant Stone territory. In short, Rydell can inquire and participate in all matters here, including the newly formed Knight Squad in Giant Stone City. His status is equivalent to that of a frontier official, and Macken is mainly responsible for the military affairs of Giant Stone City and Chishan Town. If there are any questions that are undecided, you can ask Rydell nearby. Although everything seems normal in Moonlight Valley, don't let your guard down. The 5th Knights and our own Knight Squad must strengthen training, Ronan warned. Don't worry, sir. We will always be vigilant about Moonlight Valley, Rydell said. I have told Sandro to check the people who come and go in Moonlight Valley carefully. At the same time, we are also checking the remnants of Moonlight Valley left in Shore City. If there is any information, I will inform you as soon as possible. Ronan had just arrived in Shore City when Ramsay came to assassinate him. No one would believe that no one had informed him. However, Removing the spies in Moonlight Valley is a complicated and long process. The next morning, Ronan took Carlos to Wubei territory. Before leaving, he invested the extra 72 energy essences in McKin, which increased the latter's level to silver level 590/1500. When you are away from home, you can be stronger, and you can protect yourself. Before noon, Ronan returned to Swamp Castle. At this moment, the end of your night tournament was being held in the parade ground next to the castle. It was the off-season, and many free people, and even passing caravans gathered to watch. With last year's experience, this year's Wubei territory tournament went very smoothly. Ronan watched from a distance for a while, and then asked Galen to inform Elrin that Wubei territory's first level 8 extraordinary person was about to be born. Chapter 364 Elliot. In Ronan's study, he used all 4,500 energy essences on Elrin. This great physician of Wubei seemed to have broken some shackles, and he exuded a dazzling brilliance, which made people feel admiration. The moment the magician broke through the empty wheel, his mental power was greatly improved, and his whole temperament would be sublimated involuntarily. When ordinary people see the magician, they will feel the powerful aura of the other party from the spirit, thus generating fear or admiration. Ronan looked at the other party's simple attribute panel, Elrin FAO, Magician, 0/9000. To become a 9th level magician from an 8th level magician, you need to fill the progress with 9,000 energy essences first, and then use an unknown number of energy essences to upgrade the qualification level. It is not difficult to guess that if Ronan wants Elrin to become a great magician, he needs to invest more than 15,000 energy essences. This is a bit massive. He did not disturb Elrin's perception, but sat aside and waited quietly. After a long time, Elrin opened his eyes, and the whole room was bright. "How is it?" Ronan asked. "It feels very good." Elrin's eyebrows were full of smiles, and now his strength has surpassed his previous life. As he spoke, a history book on Ronan's desk slowly floated up, and the leaping mental power was enough for the magician to control it remotely. This is just one of the magician's abilities. In addition, he can also make the spell pattern change dynamically, thereby issuing variable magic. For example, the spherical fireball can now be transformed into a rabbit-shaped or tiger-shaped fireball. Magic has more cloaks in the hands of the magician. Elrin put down his eager mood and looked at Ronan and said solemnly, "My lord, after becoming a magician, I mastered the magic of evil purification, which has a very strong purification ability. It can not only dispel the dark power, but also purify the evil power." Ronan couldn't help but pounding his heart. "What about my grandfather's injury? It can be purified." Elrin's tone was very sure. Ronan's hanging heart finally let go and showed joy. He was finally able to solve the pain for Lu Lands, which was worthy of the care he had always given him. And at the same time, it was also a matter of his heart. At this time, Elrin said again, "If my guess is correct, the energy of the soul-eating surge on Lord Lu Lands' body should be called Witch Soul Power." Witch Soul Power. Ronan's heart moved, and he couldn't help but think of the mysterious canyon in the north of Wubei territory. At the beginning, Natalia used the so-called Witch Soul Power to activate the magic circle and tried to refine Carlos. How could Lulan's injury be related to this power? What kind of power is this? Luo Ning was puzzled. When we dealt with Natalia at the beginning, we didn't feel how strong it was. It is similar to the power of wind, fire, water, earth and other elements. It is also a kind of energy between heaven and earth. But it seems difficult for humans to master it. Elrin explained, "It should be a magic attack that hurt the Marquis. And Natalia is a knight, so she naturally can't do it. What's more, she is only level 6. Ronan nodded. "You seem to know a lot about the power of the witch soul. Have you awakened more memories?" "Yes, sir. Now I can completely remember the memory of my previous life." Elrin's eyes flashed with reminiscence. Recalling the memory of his previous life made him unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. "In my memory, I followed the Flame Expeditionary Army, which was a 10,000-man army led by Retta, and traveled a long distance to kill a creature that threatened all humans. It's a pity that I didn't even see the face of that creature in the end. And I was buried in the Flame Canyon with Retta, McKen and others." Ronan was shocked when he heard this. 10,000-man army. Retta is worthy of being the commander of the Flame Expeditionary Army, and he can lead such a large-scale team. The most important thing is the strength of the enemy. What kind of enemy is this? It actually destroyed you directly? You have heard the name of the enemy commander. Her name is Elliot. Ronan was stunned. Natalia, who also came from the mysterious valley, said that their master was Elliot. Unexpectedly, after many twists and turns, this person would appear in Elrond's memory. Obviously, they were from the same period. Elliot led the Witch Soul clan we met in the valley in the north. It is difficult to kill them with weapons alone. We can only defeat them by injecting extraordinary power into them to disintegrate their Witch Soul bodies. Elrond continued to share with Ronan while recalling. Although Retta's long sword finally pierced Elliot's heart and successfully killed him, he, like us, was eroded too much by the Witch Soul power and died in the Flame Valley. He sighed a little when he said this. Why would someone who had died once live a second life? Ronan didn't know the reason either. He could only wait until he became stronger to see if there was a way to find out the reason. I think you can record your memories, Ronan suggested. I think this must be the most detailed and reliable history book about the earlier world. In the library of the royal family of Alduin, he didn't find any history before the Orlan Empire. Now, Elrond standing in front of him is a living history book. Although the other party's memory fragments are still incomplete, and he only remembers the memory of the final battle, Ronan believes that if he breaks through again, he should get more historical information. In addition, Rydar and Makin are estimated to be the same. When the memories of the three are combined, it is very likely that the history of the earlier years of this world will be pieced together. I will, Elrond said, by the way. Sir, in addition to magic and memory, I have also awakened a new magic potion. I guess you will be very interested. Oh! Ronan showed curiosity. What magic potion? Awakening potion. Elrond said mysteriously, it can make people have a certain probability of awakening their fighting spirit seeds and become professional knights. Ronan's pupils contracted, and he was obviously shocked by the effect of this potion. He couldn't help but sigh. You are worthy of being a magician in ancient times. You know a lot of things. The last time he broke through, Elrond was able to make auxiliary enhancement potions, and now he can make awakening potions. Is this the rhythm of providing one-stop service for cultivation? After saying this, he was stunned. There were ways to make these potions during the Elrond period. Why had they been lost until now? He felt that there was a certain degree of gap between the Elrond period and the Orlan Empire period. However, thinking of the difficulty of making auxiliary enhancement potions, Ronan's joy on his face was restrained a lot. Is it also difficult to obtain materials for this awakening potion? Elrond nodded. The materials for making awakening potions are not only more than those required for auxiliary enhancement potions, but also the rarity of the materials is not less than that. It is probably impossible to make it in a short time. Write down the materials you need, and I will help you find them later. Rulon's birthday is coming soon, and Ronan can ask Miroslav about this matter in person. If both potions can be made, the impact will be too great. Elrond, go back and prepare. I will take you to Wishan Castle in 2 days. Chapter 365, Evil Purification. Before leaving for Wishan Fort, Ronan wanted to bring gifts with him. This time he did not prepare silk fabrics. Not because he did not have enough time, but because the silk produced this year could only fulfill the orders of the noble ladies in the capital, and Ronan did not dare to use more. This time he brought porcelain. 100 high-footed cups with black leaf patterns. According to Jim, this black leaf pattern is made by firing black oil made from iron powder. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try, but he did not expect that the white crystal cup body, plus the black pattern, would have a good visual effect, which was affirmed by Ronan on the spot. At the banquet in Jinyu City, Syl took a step outward. At the next banquet in Wishan Fort, Ronan planned to let his porcelain go out to see the world. Of course, firing cups, tableware, etc. is not all about porcelain. Ronan also planned to let Jim and others fire porcelain sculptures. For example, to restore a giant dragon porcelain sculpture 1-to-1, this may be too difficult. Let's start with the black tiger. Ronan asked the porcelain workshop to make a porcelain sculpture based on the storm wolf. If it has 50% or 60% of the charm, it will be worth collecting. After all, it is a rare item that can show one's status. My lord, Miss Kurami, and the others are back. They are waiting in the hall with Baron Hammett of Thorn Town. As soon as he returned to the Swamp Castle, Galen came up to report. Ronan's eyes lit up. After nearly 3 months of investigation, it is estimated that there is a result. He hurried to the hall and saw the dusty and exhausted group of people, especially Kurami, who survived in the wild for 3 months. Even though she was an intermediate knight, her face was much more haggard. Hammett was very concerned about this matter. Firstly, this was Viscount Vittorino's instruction. If it succeeded, he would represent the Dennis family to preside over the port construction work in the later stage. Secondly, the thorns, a specialty of his territory, were purchased in large quantities by Elrin, which would solve his economic problems to a certain extent. Regardless of the circumstances, Hammett hoped that the construction of the port in Wubei territory would start as soon as possible. Fortunately, this survey had a good harvest. According to surveyor Eamon Dawson, there are 3 places in Wubei territory where ports can be built. The first is a little bit northeast of Swamp Town. The second is almost in the middle and upper part of the Wubei territory coastline. And the third is in the north of Wubei territory, because there are a lot of stones that need to be cleared at the corners of the north. There are only 2 suitable places. Based on this information, Ronan took Kurami to see it in person privately. It is not easy to build in the swamp, mainly because before the transformation, the living and transportation here are very difficult. The location in the middle and upper part of the coastline is not bad. The terrain is relatively flat to the west, and there is a large basin in the middle, which is just right for building a city. Moreover, this location is not far from the mysterious valley. It seems to be a good choice to use the magic circle to fish in the future. So after comprehensive consideration, the construction location of the port was selected in the middle and upper part of the east coastline of Wubei territory. With this decision, Wilson needs to mobilize the construction team to build a temporary construction site there as soon as possible for the workers of Wubei territory and Pointed City to live. And Hammett also has to go back to lead the craftsmen of Pointed City. After a delay in the reception, Ronan and Elrin set off for Wushan Castle on the 26th. Every year at this time of year, there are many guests in Wushan Castle. Even if many nobles are unable to attend in person due to some matters, they will ask their sons or knights to come to Wushan Castle with generous gifts and taxes to be paid. Speaking of which, Ronan has not paid taxes to Wushan Castle in the past 2 years since he became the lord. Wushan Castle does not seem to have asked him for taxes, and even the tax collector has not been sent to Wubei territory. Carlos roared down, and Ronan and Elrin came down from the back mountain. The dragon is so fast. Elrin was very impressed. When he was first summoned, it took him several days to reach Shanlin town, not to mention the travel on the way. Now, it only took less than 2 hours for them to get from Wubei territory to Wushan Castle. My lord, when the griffin said by His Majesty the King arrives, you must give me one. Ronan looked helpless. Ever since Elrin learned from him that both Retta and Macken had griffins, his envy was beyond words. My lord mage, you have repeated this sentence many times on the road. Ronan smiled and said, don't worry. Even if His Majesty the King breaks his promise and refuses to give it to me, I will snatch one for you. The two chatted and laughed as they walked down the mountain road. Perhaps it was because of the rain. The air in the mountains was very humid, and in the whistling cold wind, Elrin felt a little chill. Ronan was familiar with the road and came to Roland's yard. As the guards announced, the old butler most came out to greet him. Master, you are finally back. The master has been asking if you have arrived these days. Something has delayed me. Ronan pointed to Elrin beside him. This is the magician of my territory. I am going to take him to see my grandfather. That's no problem. Most led the two of them in. It just so happens that Miss McKinney and Lord Kabir are here too. You can have a chat with them. As soon as he entered Roland's room, Ronan felt the temperature coming towards him, just like walking into an extremely hot air-conditioned room in winter. And his breathing suddenly became a little difficult. Ronan, you're here. McKinney hurriedly came up and gave him a warm hug. Kabir also came up. I heard that you are already the Baron of the Kingdom of Rapids Island. Congratulations. Ronan smiled and greeted the two of them, then walked into the room. Roland leaned back on the bed, and his expression was much more haggard than the last time they met. The colder it is in winter, the stronger the erosion, and the weaker his body will be. This is also the reason why the temperature in the room is so high. Grandpa, how do you feel? Ronan asked. Lalancy slightly opened his eyes. He had not slept much since December. The invasion of cold air and physical torture had already exhausted him. Perhaps the previous estimate that he could live for another 7 or 8 years seemed a bit too optimistic. It's the same as before. Don't worry. Lalancy forced a smile, and then glanced at Kabir and McKinney in the room. You two should go out first. I have something to talk to Ronan alone. Kabir and McKinney looked at each other, then nodded and left the room. At this time, Lelancy spoke. Tell me about the two griffins in the shore city? What did Moonlight Valley do to you? Ronan was not surprised that the old man knew about the griffins. After all, Sandro, the political officer of the shore city, was from Wishon Fort. He could report to Wishon Fort if there was any situation there. Some small things. Ronan sat on the bed. Compared to Moonlight Valley, I have a more important thing to do now. He pointed at Elrin and said, This is my follower, the magician of light attribute Elrin Fao. Lelancy nodded. I remember he seemed to be a senior magician. Right? He was a little confused. Why did Ronan introduce a senior magician specifically? No. He is not a senior magician. Ronan smiled mysteriously. Let me introduce him solemnly. He is the first 8th level magician in my Wubei territory. Lelance's pupils shrank slightly, and shock appeared on his calm face. Are you sure you are a magician? Magicians are rare in the entire Alduin kingdom, and the few that exist are all extraordinary nobles or great figures. How could such a person follow Ronan and condescend to the Ubi territory? May the light protect you. Respected Marquis. Elrin saluted respectfully. Lord Ronan brought me here this time because of your illness. Boom. This sentence sounded like a thunder in Lillian's ears, and the whole person was stunned for a moment. He has been tortured by the soul-devouring surge for half his life, and has tried countless methods, but has never been cured. Seeing that his life is about to come to an end, hope unexpectedly comes? He was a little bit unconvinced. After all, Silva was helpless. But suddenly, he thought of Elrin's attributes. A magician with light attributes. It seemed really possible? Is this true? Lillian's voice couldn't help but tremble. Who would want to die so aggrievedly if they could live well? Of course. Ronan signaled Elrin that he could start. The light magician raised his hands, and under the influence of mental power and magic power, the whole person exuded a holy light. Complex and profound spell patterns condensed in the air in front of his fingertips. The closer the spell patterns were to completion, the more intense the light in the room became. Lillian's pupils trembled slightly, and he felt a comfortable breath. As the spell pattern succeeded, the light soared. In an instant, a milky white light column enveloped Lillian's body, and he was bathed in it, and there was black air rising from his body. This is the effect of the 8th level magic evil purification. It's really dissipating. Lillian's heart was trembling. He could feel that the dark energy rooted in every corner of his body was dissipating rapidly. He had tried light-attributed healing and purification spells, but none of them worked like this. This shows that Elrin's magic is effective. Lillian's eyes were a little wet. He had dreamed of seeing this scene, but he didn't expect that there would be a day when his dream would come true. The beam of light lasted for a long time, until there was no more black air emanating from Lillian's body, and Elrin stopped casting the spell. How is it? Ronan asked. Lillian was closing his eyes at this moment, and he was carefully feeling the changes in his body. Flesh, meridians, bones, every part appeared in his perception, and there was no dark energy in every part. The soul-devouring surge disappeared. Ha ha! Lillian laughed heartily, and the laughter puzzled the people outside the door. In all these years, they had never heard the Marquis laugh. McKinney looked back at the room. It seems that now only my brother can bring happy times to Grandpa. Kabir agreed. The current Ronan is indeed extraordinary. I am already inferior to him in terms of experience, and what he has done. He thought of his son. If Martin was as old as Ronan, Reese or Youssef, I would also send him to Ronan to train. McKinney rolled his eyes. Martin is only 5 years old, and I am Ronan's sister. With this relationship, can Martin be like Ronan and the others? Kabir laughed. That's right. In the room, Ronan could feel that Lillian's momentum was rising steadily. Soon, the person in front of him was no longer an old man in his twilight years, but a powerful meteor-level knight. Suddenly, Lillian was shocked. The fighting spirit on his body dissipated, and a look of astonishment and horror appeared on his face. What's wrong? Grandpa? Ronan's heart tightened. Will there be any changes? Chapter 366 Weird Black Energy. Lelancy opened his eyes, and his cloudy eyes regained some brilliance. However, his expression was somewhat doubtful and solemn. Although my skin, meridians, and bones do not have the strange energy of the soul-devouring surge, there is still a ball of black energy in my chi. He frowned, I can sense the existence of this energy, but it is difficult for me to control it. There is such a thing? Ronin looked at Elrin worriedly. Is there any sequelae? Elrin shook his head. The power of the witch soul in Lelancey's body should be considered relatively high. But even so, he has more than one memory of successfully dispelling it. This situation has not happened now. I'll try again. Elrin immediately performed the evil purification again, and the brilliant light beams were all concentrated on the position of Lelancey's abdominal chi-si. But no matter how Elrin tried and worked hard, the dark energy in the chi-si always existed, and there was no sign of dissipation. Lu Lance hesitated for a moment, and then couldn't help but touch the energy with his own do chi. If he did this in the past, he would feel a piercing pain. So at this moment, he felt a little cautious. But as the black energy came into contact with the do chi, it was like a burning candle suddenly put into an oxygen tank and burst into flames. The black energy suddenly increased in size, as if it had swallowed and absorbed the do chi it had just touched. The familiar pain did not appear, and the enlarged black energy quietly lived in the sea of chi. At this moment, Lolans was surprised to find that he could mobilize this energy. Please stop, Master Mage. Lolan stopped Elrin's third attempt. This dark energy should not be eliminated. But it seems that it no longer hurts me, and it can be controlled by me. The old man made up his mind and fed the other party a big mouthful of do chi, which made the black energy grow a circle. As he mobilized, this energy appeared on his palm, forming a sharp palm knife. Is this equivalent to adding another attribute? Ronin was surprised. Lolans's attributes are fire and thunder. What is this now? An additional dark attribute? But a person's attributes cannot be changed. This energy. Elrin went forward to check it out. It seems to be somewhat similar to the power of the witch soul, but it doesn't seem to be so heavy and not corrosive. In other words, it is impossible to replicate the move used on Earl Orson? That day, Loland used the power of the witch soul to directly kill Orson. Now, the old man can use this energy at will. If he can still do it like before, can he destroy anyone he wants? The three of them tested it, and found that it was indeed the case. If the witch soul power in Lu Lance's body was a mad dog before, then the witch soul power in his body after the transformation is equivalent to a docile sheep. Just think of it as a gift from the seven gods after being with me for a long time. Lu Lance comforted himself, and no longer worried about the extra power in his body. He just thought of it as an extra attribute. He turned over and got out of bed. Although the weakness caused by the long-term erosion had not yet dissipated, his whole body and mind were very relaxed. As the fighting spirit was mobilized, the surging thunder and flames intertwined, covering him and condensing into an almost materialized armor. The powerful aura and pressure rushed towards him, which frightened Luo Ning. The old man? I'm afraid he is not an ordinary meteor knight. At least his aura is much stronger than his. Ha! Feeling the pleasure of mobilizing fighting spirit at will, Lu Lance couldn't help laughing. After all these years of silence, he finally got his reward. Luo Ning couldn't help asking, Grandpa, what level of strength have you reached now? In his opinion, after so many years of suffering, his strength should have declined. I had entered the meteor level for many years before I was killed, and my strength can be regarded as the peak level. Lu Lance was a little emotional. The word strength level has hardly appeared in his mind in these years. Although I have been suppressed by the so-called witch soul power for these years, I have been competing with it. Although the body wheel at the heart has no chance to break open. The sea of chi and meridians have been strengthened through repeated destruction and reconstruction. If fighting spirit is compared to rain, then Lu Lance's body is like dry land now. He can now receive a lot of rain. With more accumulated rain, the sea of chi and meridians will definitely become stronger after recovery. He clenched his fist suddenly. The fighting spirit armor on his body dissipated, and the wind blew in the room. If I wait until all my body functions are restored, my strength should be further improved. The old man's eyes that used to look down on the world are gradually recovering. By then, it should not be difficult for me to be promoted to Silver Moon Knight. Ronin's face showed joy. Wushan territory has a Silver Moon Knight, plus Malonica, a meteor star. Even if the people of Wubei territory are not counted, it is enough. If Ronin, Reda, and Elrin are counted, there are 5 strong men in the breaking wheel limit stage in the entire Wushan territory. Such a Wushan territory will probably make people around unable to sleep. Right, child? I can survive. Thanks to you. Lelancey turned around, his words full of gratitude and doting. It is an honor for the Wushan family to have such an outstanding offspring like you. Ronan laughed. This is not my credit. It was Elrin who helped you out of the predicament. Elrin leaned forward. He wanted to say that all this was a gift from Ronan. But when he thought that saying this might expose the secret that Ronan could improve their strength, he had to keep silent. Lulanzi laughed. He could actually see that the root of all this was Ronan. He had inquired about it before. He didn't think that Elrin was hiding his strength from being an intermediate magician to a senior magician and now a mage. Lolans guessed that the other party's ability to improve so quickly should be related to Ronan. You are the Lord of Wubei territory. They are your followers. And the credit is naturally attributed to you. This is how military merit works. The Great Lord rewards the small lord with land and money according to his military merit. And the small lord rewards his followers according to his situation. Tell me, Ronan, my child, what should I give you to express my gratitude to you? Ronan shook his head slightly after hearing this. The reason why he helped Lolans was to repay the other party's previous care for him. And he didn't think about asking for anything else. We are all family. And I am most happy to see you recover. Lu Lanz was very pleased and patted Luo Ning on the shoulder. Good boy. He pondered slightly. I heard that your Wubei territory is building a port, which should require a lot of labor and money. So I will give you these. It's a pity that the title of Marquis is not given to anyone I want. Otherwise, I can give it to you directly. For him who has experienced ups and downs in life, the title is a little less important. It's not a bad thing to give this thing to outstanding descendants. But the laws of the kingdom stipulate that the title cannot be passed on to future generations until the person who holds the title dies. Lu Ning squinted his eyes and smiled. Grandpa, how many people and money are you going to give me? Uh-huh. Didn't you just say you don't need it? Lu Ning spread his hands. I didn't say that. People and money are strategic materials. Since the old man mentioned it, he won't be polite. If it's people, I'll have someone make a plan. As for the money, how much do you want? Ronan asked tentatively. How about giving me 100,000 gold coins? The number of 100,000 gold coins is the requirement for the fortune and prosperity achievement. If Lu Lanz can come up with so much money to help him complete this achievement, then he can get 8,000 energy essences in one go. At that time, not only can McKen be promoted to meteor level, but even Rydar can go directly to Silver Moon. A Mark 8. 2 Silver Moon Knights. This is really the rhythm of rising. After hearing this, Lu Lanz raised his beard and laughed and scolded. You kid. You know that I have 100,000 gold coins in my hand. Right? Chapter 367 Strong Backing. The income of the Marquis 8 is actually not small. The annual income of the large iron mine alone is very large. And this does not include taxes from various places, etc. Although he earns a lot, he also spends a lot. In addition to supporting 5 night orders and paying salaries to many officials and servants in various places, Lolans himself needs to spend a lot of gold coins every year to buy magic potions to relieve pain from the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce. This item alone requires an investment of more than 100,000 gold coins every year. The 100,000 gold coins mentioned by Ronan now are the money that Lolans is going to pay to Miroslav to buy potions next year. But he didn't expect that the soul-devouring surge would be completely cured by Elrin. And this huge expense was completely saved. 100,000 gold coins is easy to say. Lolans waved his hand. Tonight, I will let Monster carry those boxes of gold coins to your room. He did not hesitate for a moment. For him, compared with recovering his health and no longer suffering, these 100,000 gold coins are nothing at all. Moreover, this is not only to thank the grandson, but also to help the grandson. If he had not considered buying potions before, he would not have been so stingy in the previous support. Luo Ning thanked his generous grandfather, and the two had a detailed conversation about the matter of the witch soul's surge. Luo Ning wanted to know who cast this poison, but this matter was quite unexpected, and Lu Lanz could not figure out where the other party got the black scroll from. He guessed that perhaps, just like he picked up the contract scroll that year, the other party's black scroll was also obtained by chance. As they chatted, the topic gradually returned to the 2 griffins in the shore city. Ronan did not hide it. After all, now that Lolans has recovered, the old Marquis needs to know the geographical situation around Wushan territory. So he directly told the story of Ramsay stabbing into the castle and being killed by him. Wait! Lolans quickly raised his hand to stop Ronan. You mean, you killed Ramsay? He is a meteor knight, And you are also a meteor knight? The old man widened his eyes. And your follower, Rydar, is also a meteor knight? Ronan nodded slightly. Yes. To be precise, I am not only a meteor knight, but also a great magician. Facing Lilins, there is no need to hide. And as Ronan's strength becomes stronger and stronger, the need to deliberately hide his strength becomes less and less. Hiss. Lilins, who had figured out Ronan's strength, took a breath of cold air. Both professions were level 7. How did he do that? In a trance? He remembered that when he asked about this matter last time, Ronan said something like, just think of it as a divine weapon hidden in my body. Lilins thought Ronan didn't want to say it before. But now it seems that he really has a divine weapon. He looked at Elrond, who was sitting quietly beside him with short gray hair. He was an 8th level magician. It was shocking that an earldom had 3 such strong men. I have never heard of anyone who can have such a strong strength at your age. If Jesus knew that Ramsay died because of his stupidity, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. Right? Ronan didn't know whether he would vomit blood or not, but he could be angry about his personality. Lilins frowned slightly. Based on my understanding of Jesus, he shouldn't pretend to be ignorant of this matter. Even if he doesn't go to war with you, he will contact you privately to see if it is possible to rescue Ramsay through ransom, and at the same time test whether Ramsay is dead or not. He paused and continued, it's not in line with Jesus' style to have no reaction at all. Ronan nodded slightly. He also felt something was wrong. Apart from the fact that Ramsay is a meteor knight, the other party is Jesus' son-in-law. As the Lord of Moonlight Valley, Jesus should ask about it in terms of emotion, reason, public and private. How are you going to deal with Moonlight Valley? Lilins asked suddenly. Ronan pondered for a while. I have no plans to deal with Moonlight Valley for the time being. He spread his hands. After all, the territory needs to develop and cannot withstand large-scale mobilization and consumption. In addition, although Retta leads the 5th Knights of Wishan Castle, Jesus has 4 knights under his command, which is not an advantage. What's more, if we attack Moonlight Valley on the grounds of assassination, His Majesty Bruno will probably intervene to mediate. Ronan kill people and rob griffins. Considering the face of the royal family, it is estimated that the big things will be small, and the small things will be forgotten. There is no problem in sending troops under the pretext of being assassinated. Even if the king comes forward, we don't have to worry that he will favor Jesus. The king is eager for his subordinates to fight and make a fuss, which is better than developing alone. Lu Lan said, but you are right. Wishan Fort and your Wubei territory have enough top combat power, but the number of knights under your command is small. Although Wishan Fort has 5 knights, they cannot be deployed to deal with Moonlight Valley. At least half of them must be kept for defense. As for the high-level combat power, to be honest, a Silver Moon Knight, a magician, plus Ronan, Retta, and Malonica. Such a lineup exposed to the outside world will inevitably attract the fear of other forces, let alone the Principality of Vera and Screaming Island. The king may be a little wary at that time. Lu Lancy is a person who has suffered losses. His eldest son was targeted because he was too outstanding. Now he doesn't want Ronan to repeat the same mistake. When he thought of the past, hatred surged in the old man's eyes. Over the years, Moonlight Valley, the Principality of Vera, and Screaming Island have always regarded Wushan territory as fish meat, and they are always making small moves to take the opportunity to eat a bite. It's a pity that I didn't eat it when I was sick, and now they have no chance. What are you going to do? Ronan asked. The first step must be to wait for me to fully recover, or even break through to the Silver Moon level, and then announce the recovery to the outside world. Lu Lancy decided to disguise himself first, and not cause any waves. The second step is to form more knight groups. In previous years, huge expenses limited the number of knight groups in the Marquisate. Now Lilins no longer needs to spend more than 100,000 gold coins, and this money can be invested in a team. At least 3 more groups can be formed. By then, Wushan Castle will have 8 knight groups. In fact, this number is not enough for him to fight on 2 fronts. But if Wubei territory develops and unites with Ronan and other nobles, the strength of Wushan territory will be raised to a higher level. Thinking of this, Lilins couldn't help but smile happily. Not only did he recover his combat power, he also had the opportunity to avenge his previous shame. Today was really a series of surprises. Develop first, then find an opportunity to avenge them. This is also the route I want to take. Luoning smiled and said, I didn't expect you to think the same as I do. Uh-huh. After all, they are grandfather and grandson. Lu Lanxi was more and more satisfied with Luo Ning. I am very relieved to hand over Wushan territory to you in the future. Lu Ning shook his head. With your strength, it is no problem to live another 70 or 80 years. By then, I am afraid I will be Jiayang. After 70 or 80 years, Jiayang is just an overly conservative estimate. Maybe he can become a legend? Lu Lanxi stared at Luo Ning in a daze. Jiayang Knight. Great mage. This is an existence that can stir up the continent. If one day in the future, his grandson really becomes a strong man of this level, let alone whether he will become a king, but at least it should be no problem to get a duke. Right? At this moment, he seemed to understand why the other party was not very interested in the position of marquis. It turned out that he was not interested in this. Lu Lanxi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You are the pride of the Wushan family. Child, no matter what decision you make in the future, your grandfather, will be your firm supporter. Chapter 368 Help from Stepmother. Ronan walked out of Lulin's room and exhaled deeply. On the way here, he was still worried that there would be some twists and turns, which would cause Elrond's magic to fail to purify the old man's soul-devouring surge. Now the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. What are you talking about with Grandpa? So happy? McKinney came up and naturally took Ronan's arm. We haven't heard Grandpa laugh so happily for a long time. Kabir also wanted to know. Not only the laughter, he just felt a strong momentum and magic fluctuations coming from the room. According to his intuition, it was definitely not something that a golden knight or a high-level magician could emit. He couldn't help but look at Elrond, who was following him. Why did Ronan bring this magician of light attribute here? Could it be? Ronan laughed. According to Lulin's plan just now, he was going to consider announcing the news of recovery to the public after breaking through to become a Silver Moon Knight. So Ronan couldn't tell the specific situation. Just talking about what we saw and heard in Jinyu City. The old man has a low sense of humor. He changed the subject. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the 10,000 people you gave me. It helped me a lot. These are all small things. Kabir tactfully did not express his doubts. If there are any difficulties in the development of Wubei territory, you can tell me or your sister. Hey, the Torino in Pointed City can cooperate with you to build a port. And we can also find a project to operate together. Uh-huh. That's what I want. Several people talked and laughed, and left the courtyard. Not long after, Lu Lanxi habitually walked out with a cane and went straight to the back of the mountain. His surging fighting spirit overflowed from his body, and the whole person was like a wild horse running on the mountain road. On the top of the mountain, the Thunder Wind Chaser, feeling the momentum of the master, neighed and rushed down with thunder. Although Lu Lanxi had not recovered, he needed to vent the emotions that had been suppressed for so many years. In the Wushan Castle Hall, Diane was holding a list and making an inventory of the upcoming banquet. Since she saw the reality clearly when she went back to her parents' home last time, she has not continued to express any opinions on the air. As an ordinary person, she is not qualified to get involved in the fight between extraordinary people. Out of paranoia, in addition to returning to rationality, her life seems to have become easier. Even Lu Lanxi seems to care less about her, and is willing to let her handle many things inside and outside the castle. Madam, Master Rotting wants to see you. Hallward came over and reported. Diane was startled at first. Rotting is back? Then she became confused. The other party had never formally looked for her as a stepmother. This was the first time. She couldn't help but wonder what the other party wanted to see her for. Take him to the side hall next door. I'll be there soon. Diane made a mark on the list in her hand, then told the maid some things. And then she tidied her appearance and came to the side hall. Roning, welcome home. When did you arrive? Just arrived not long ago. Madam. Roning stood up. From the recent few meetings, he could feel the changes in the other party's attitude and psychology. It was estimated that there would be no scene where Breton was forced to oppose him. This is what Lullins didn't want to see. Fortunately, Ronan wouldn't do that. And Breton didn't have any thoughts about it. Breton doesn't seem to be back yet? Diany smiled and motioned to sit down. Breton should be back the day after tomorrow morning. The college organized a wilderness trial in the past 2 months, and it's been busy until now. Perhaps she was not used to talking to Ronan. She couldn't help asking, just now. Hallward said you came to me, which surprised me a little. In my impression, You seem to have never taken the initiative to find me. Ronan smiled awkwardly. It seems that the relationship needs more communication, so as not to find each other only when there is something in the future. This time, I want you to do me a favor. As he said, he came to the table next to him and opened several wooden boxes, which neatly placed 100 high-footed cups. What is this? Diane looked puzzled, and couldn't help but reach out and pick up a cup. This wine glass. Is it pottery? She shook her head secretly. Pottery didn't seem to be able to achieve such an effect. This is porcelain, a specialty of Wubei territory. I want you to use this batch of high-footed cups at the upcoming banquet so that the guests can get in touch with this kind of vessel. Dian Annie suddenly realized that she was using this banquet to promote Wubei territory's products to the outside world. She couldn't help but look at the cup in her hand carefully. This thing is not only small and exquisite, but also feels no smoother than the finely polished silverware. The key is that the pattern on the cup body does not look like it is painted. This cup is very unique. How much are you going to sell it for? Luo Ning thought for a while and said, the price has not been determined yet, but it is definitely more expensive than ordinary ceramic cups. But for this set, the price is not as high as that of silver cups. Long-distance trade and transportation difficulties are one of the main reasons for the high cost of porcelain in medieval Europe. Although the transportation conditions here in Luo Ning are not good, the price of porcelain is not outrageously expensive. Of course, the craftsmanship and gloss of his batch of high-footed cups still have a lot of room for improvement. So he temporarily set the price between pottery cups and silver cups, which can give new choices to those nobles who cannot customize silver tableware but think pottery cups are too rustic. Diane looked at it for a while, put the cup back, and said with a smile, your cup should have a certain sales volume. But if the pattern on it is richer in color and the painting technology is improved a little bit, I think there will be a better price. Luo Ning couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His stepmother seemed to understand the product better and pointed out two key points at once. We are still researching the pigments. After all, they are not the same as those used in painting. As for painting techniques, you know that it is already very good for people in the remote areas of Wubei territory to be able to draw leaves of this level. Dian pondered for a moment. How about I find someone who is good at painting for you? She explained, when I am bored, I like to plant flowers and plants. And sometimes I go out to sketch with some friends. In fact, for Diane, she knew that Ronan's weight in Wushan territory was getting heavier and heavier. Apart from other things, the 3 viscounts of Wushan territory sent their sons to Wubei territory for training, which shows that the other party's status is no longer the same as before. On the other hand, her mother's family, when Breton first obtained the right of inheritance, many nobles and knights in Wushan territory intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to Black Python City. But with her father's cultivation being abolished by Lu lands, coupled with the rapid rise of Roning, Black Python City is now isolated. So, whether for Breton or for himself, it is not a bad thing to help Roning. Roning did not expect the other party to offer to help him, but he did not mind the other party's help. The paintings on porcelain can be used as an art form with unique aesthetic value. The skills, style and theme of the painting will directly affect the overall beauty and artistic value of the porcelain. Generally speaking, porcelain with superb painting skills, unique style, and clear theme will naturally be more expensive. Roning needs people who are good at painting. And not just one, but a group. It would be my honor to get your help. Madam. Diane laughed. But I have to say, whether it is me or my friend, helping you is not free. Ha! That's natural. Roning laughed. Brothers should settle accounts clearly, and blindly asking others for free help is not a long-term thing. The two had a more detailed conversation on this issue, and basically decided that Diane would open a studio in Wushan City to train technical workers. As for the share of the cooperation and remuneration, Roning would let Chahar set the price according to the different painting skills. Roning didn't expect that he just came to ask Diane for help. But in the end, he kidnapped his stepmother to work for Wubei. And it was a technical job. This was really a pleasant surprise. Not long after, Hallward knocked on the door and came in. Madam, Sir Omar is here with his son Vasily. Diane frowned slightly. Sure enough, none of the direct descendants of the Hyde family came this year. She knew very well that Orson and Barrington could not let go of their resentment towards Rulons. The relationship between the two families now only maintained superficial peace. If there is any conflict in the future, her identity as a middleman will be really embarrassing. I'll be there right away. She greeted Ronan and then walked over. Hallward. Please accept the cups Ronan brought. I plan to use them at the banquet. Okay. Ma'am. Chapter 369 Visit. Black Python City. Like Numa City and Wushan Fort, is a city with many years of history. It is said that in the earliest times, this place was just a small village in the wilderness, which was always threatened by monsters in the wilderness. The most powerful monster among them was a black giant python that was 20 to 30 meters long. Almost every year, many people would become its food. The Hyde family became the boss of the village by killing this giant python. After experiencing the end of the empire and the disputes on the continent, this small family expanded step by step, from honorary knights to barons, viscounts, and finally earls. According to Orson, if he had not been careless 30 years ago, the Wushan leader should be named Hyde instead of Wushan. With such a mentality, they are always dissatisfied with the Wushan family. During the heyday of Lu Lands, they could still restrain their ambitions, but when they saw that Lu Lands was not doing well, their minds became more and more inflated, especially when Orson had more and more golden knights under his command, and he himself broke through to the meteor level. The ambition of their entire family expanded to the extreme, until Roland's popped a balloon. At this moment, several carriages were parked in front of the magnificent castle of the Orson family. Idrissa got off the leading carriage and handed the visiting card to the guard of the Hyde family. Please tell Earl Orson that Earl Jesus of Moonlight Valley is here to visit. The guard was very polite. Your Excellency is too polite. The Earl has already told you. Please follow me into the castle. As he said that, he made a gesture of invitation. In this way, several carriages slowly drove into the Black Python Castle and stopped at the courtyard where the VIPs lived. Several people got off the carriage, including Jesus and Idrissa, the black-robed magician Mephisto and his guards. Dear guests, the Earl is waiting for you in the hall. The Golden Knight Negan came to receive them. Jesus smiled. Why? Barrington is not in the castle. He is not only an Earl, but also a member of the royal family. Even if the host does not personally greet him when he visits Black Python Castle, at least a direct member should be arranged. Negan apologized a little. Sorry, sir. It's the end of the year now, and Barrington has been busy with things in the territory recently. He hasn't returned to the castle for a long time. Jesus nodded slightly and glanced at Mephisto beside him. Okay, then take me to see Orson. I found a way to cure him. This is an honor for the Hyde family. Soon, under the leadership of Negan, Jesus and his party came to the hall. Orson Hyde, a burly knight, was now skinny and bony. His eyes, which should have been bright and sharp, became cloudy, like an old man in his twilight years. Orson, you look so ugly now. Jesus strode in, not afraid of hurting others. If this wasn't in Black Python Castle, I would even think you were a beggar begging on the street. Hee hee. Orson sneered, his voice weak. Don't forget, it was you who instigated me to challenge Lullins last time. You still have the nerve to mock me after failing? As he spoke, he looked at the black-robed magician sitting beside him, with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Is this the magician you said can help me cure my stubborn illness? Jesus stopped mocking and introduced, yes. This is the great wizard Mephisto. He has a way to treat your injuries. Mephisto bowed slightly. Since I entered the door, I have felt the high purity of the witch soul power in your body. He walked forward, pinched Orson's wrist, and a trace of mental power penetrated into his body. This purity is probably the power left by the previous witch soul master. I didn't expect that I would encounter it. Do you really have a way? Orson's tone was a little trembling. The other party was able to tell the origin of the strange energy in his body right away, which increased his trust in Jesus by several points. Please don't doubt my ability. Your Excellency the Count. Mephisto took out a black bead from his arms. If even I can't cure it, then there is no one else on this continent who can cure it now. As he spoke, several black lights shot from the black bead onto Orson's body, wrapping him up. Orson groaned in pain. He was already weak and could not speak. Negan subconsciously felt something was wrong and wanted to ask the reason, but was stopped by Jesus. Don't be surprised. This kind of treatment is painful. With Orson's strength and temperament, he can accept this pain for the sake of getting better. Negan stopped and said, You are right. I was abrupt. Mephisto glanced at Jesus. His mouth curled up slightly, and he was satisfied that he had conquered the Earl of Uegwan Valley first. If it weren't for Jesus, It would be much more troublesome for him to act. How could he be so open and above board as now? Soon, Mephisto stopped activating the beads in his hand. As the black light faded, Orson collapsed on the chair as if he had lost strength. Seeing this, Negan immediately went up to support him. My lord, how do you feel now? Orson breathed heavily, and a gleam flashed in his slowly opened eyes. I feel very good now. Fighting spirit emerged from his body, and in this process, he did not feel any pain. Seeing this scene, Negan finally smiled. Congratulations, my lord. You are finally recovered. Orson's abandonment was a blow to many people, because their upward channel was blocked in a sense. But he believed that now, with Orson's recovery, everything would be fine. Don't be excited, Negan. Our time is coming. Orson smiled and stretched out his hand to his followers. Jesus asked, is the energy of the bead enough? Enough. Mephisto smiled and said, Orson already has the power of the witch soul in his body. I just converted it. It is much less than what you consumed that day. Negan heard something wrong from their conversation. But at this time, he had lost the chance to resist. Buzz Orson's fighting spirit burst out, covering the golden knight in front of him. My lord. You? Negan was alert and puzzled. Then there was a painful wail. But the sound was covered by the black barrier, and could not be transmitted. I said, our time is coming soon. Orson's smile looked very gloomy and terrifying. But before that, you must first become one of us. Negan only felt goosebumps all over his body. He wanted to break free. But as the black light entered his body, he gradually lost the ability to move. Chapter 370 New Buyer. What? You want me to send people to Wubei territory? Wiggins raised his voice, and questioned his father in confusion. Rollins hummed. Wubei territory now has to build ports, build new cities, and develop various operations. So there is a large shortage of manpower. We have many cities and manors with sufficient populations, and it is not difficult to transfer some people to Wubei territory. As he said, he picked up a piece of parchment from the table, and most took it and handed it to Wiggins. This is Wubei territory's policy on freemen and serfs. If you publicize it, there should be many people willing to join. Wiggins just glanced at the policy on the paper. Regardless of whether it is attractive or not, he looked at Rollins in confusion. Father, Ronan has been separated now, and we should give him some support. But why do you spare no effort to support him? And you also said last time that you would not deprive Breton of his right to inherit the title of Marquis. But in the future, there will be 2 people with the surname Wushan in Wubei territory. Who will you let the people below listen to? He said, you may not know that now Marvin, Sandro and Vittorino have all sent their sons to Wubei territory. And Ronan will definitely be the leader in the future, when Breton inherits the title of Marquis. Don't you worry that the 2 brothers will turn against each other and start a civil war? Wiggins was happy that Ronan had just given him more than 2,000 gold coins. But he was unhappy with the actions of the 3 viscounts. He was the next to inherit the title. Why didn't any of these viscounts come to get close to him? Rollins chuckled. You think long term. It can't be said that Wiggins's idea is wrong. On the contrary, it is indeed possible. But when it is Breton's turn to inherit the title, how many years will it be? At least, he has to wait for Rollins to die first, and then for Wiggins to die. Even if Rollins can only live to 150 years old, there are still 74 years. For more than 70 years. He has no idea how high Ronan has grown. Wiggins, your idea is not wrong. But you don't understand Ronan. He waved his hand and smiled. You will know my intention soon. And now do what I say. Wiggins spread his hands. Okay. Father, I hope your decision will not cause us trouble. Watching the servant push Wiggins away, Roulon smiled and shook his head. 74 years. With Wiggins's condition, his son would probably die before him. Of course, that is under the condition of normal death. Master, Dean Miroslav is here. Most reported. Lou Lands was startled. This old guy came really early this year. You can bring him in. Oh, by the way, go and inform Roning. Let him come too. Okay, Master. At this time, Roning was opening boxes of gold coins in the room, when the 10 boxes of gold coins emitted a golden light that illuminated the room. A line of text appeared in his vision. Fortune and prosperity achievement completed. Attribute points plus 4,000. Energy essence plus 8,000 in an instant. Roning savings soared again. With so many energy essences, I can first upgrade Retta to Silver Moon level, and then accumulate them for a while. I can upgrade Makin to Meteor level, for a knight to go from Meteor to Silver Moon, without upgrading his qualifications. He needs to consume 4,000 energy essences. Ronan had never thought that he would get such a large amount of energy essences so quickly. He originally thought that he would have to wait until his business was established and a large order came in to get 100,000 gold coins at a time. While thinking, he opened the achievement panel and wanted to check the requirements for the next level of fortune, but found that the description of this level had changed. Fortune: get 500,000 gold coins at a time and receive the final level achievement reward. Attribute points plus 10,000. Energy essence plus 20,000. This time, the description added the words final level. Obviously, when Ronan completes this level, the fortune achievement will disappear like the original 7-day login interface. Although Ronan felt a little regretful that he could not keep brushing, he thought it was reasonable to think that there was an end to the achievement level. 500,000 gold coins. The number required is quite high. It is actually very difficult to get 500,000 gold coins for one business deal. The current size of Wubei territory is not enough. In fact, not to mention Wubei territory, even Wushan territory cannot do it. But Ronan can divide it into several orders, collect them together until they reach 1 million, and then collect them all at once. This can also be regarded as a one-time achievement. Putting away his thoughts, he looked at the previous achievements. It is obvious that they also have final levels. Take famous all over the world for example. He is already the Earl, and above him should be the Marquis, Duke, King, and Emperor. King of Killing will kill the 8th level extraordinary unit next, and there should be 3 levels above it, namely the 9th level and the legendary level. Ronan didn't know if there was anything above the legend. If there was, there might be a higher level. In addition to these 2 achievements, he had completed 5 and 4 levels of prosperous population and conquering cities and territories respectively. If we look at it from the 9 levels of fortune, there are not many left. But when he completes all the achievements, his strength will probably be at the top of the continent. Right, dong dong dong, the door was knocked. Ronan stuffed 10 boxes into the space ring. Come in. The person who came was a servant under Most. Master, Butler Most asked me to inform you that Dean Miroslav is here. Okay, I'll go right over. He went to Dean Miroslav mainly to ask for information on magic potion materials. Elrond's auxiliary enhancement potion and awakening potion must be made as soon as possible. Lu Lan's study. Oh my god. Old friend, your illness is actually cured? Miroslav pinched Lu Lan's arm up and down, his tone full of disbelief. The soul-devouring surge that had troubled him and Silva for many years was actually cleared. Hurry up. Tell me, how did you do it? Lu Lancy smiled mysteriously. Please forgive me for keeping it secret. When the time comes, I will tell you the details. He didn't want to tell outsiders, but Miroslav knew his condition very well, and there was no way to hide it. In addition, the two had a life-and-death friendship for most of their lives, so he only hid the matter about Ronan and chose to be honest about his recovery. Good. You guy! Miroslav laughed and scolded. Now you are well. You actually want to hide it from me. When you fell ill, you begged me. Lolans glared at him. I paid for the service. When did I ask you for help? At this point, Miroslav sighed. Now that you are fine, I have no buyer for the fiery potion in my hand, and it looks like it will be wasted. Lolans nodded. It's a pity to waste it. He thought about it. His eyes lit up. I think you should sell it to Orson. He will definitely need it. Didn't you tell me not to sell it to him? Miroslav raised his eyebrows. Why? Do you think he is not a threat to you now? Threatened? Your potion can only relieve pain, but it can't make him heal. What am I afraid of? Lu Lancy sneered. I asked you not to sell it to him mainly to vent my anger. I don't want that old guy to be too happy. Miroslav nodded. In that case, I will go to Black Python City in a while. Austin, that guy, pays me hundreds of thousands of gold coins every year. I'm afraid this is a heavy economic burden for his territory. The Wushan territory pays such a high fee every year, which leads to the number of knights being reduced to 5. If the Earldom of Orson also maintains such a high cost, it will be a big test for the finances of his territory. In this way, the threat of the Hyde family is further weakened. Chapter 371 Clues to the Magic Potion. Ronan came to Lulin's study. At this time, The two old men were talking about something, and they were a little heated. Ronan has a question and wants to consult you. Tell me what you have to say. Don't hide it. I must guide my grandson properly. Miroslav smiled and nodded. Don't worry about that. I will not hide my shortcomings from anyone except your precious grandson. He looked Ronan up and down. The last time he met him privately, he asked him to search for light magic that could cure the soul-devouring surge. Unexpectedly, he didn't find the magic now. But Lilland's was cured. He couldn't help but wonder if the cure of Lilland's was related to the young man in front of him. During this period, all the talk in Wishan's Supernatural Academy is about you. Miroslav smiled and said, the champion of the competition, the flaming knight, the pirate killer, etc. Many of them regard you as a target to chase, and even idolize you. Ronan touched his nose. As the events in the capital fermented, his reputation was indeed getting brighter and brighter. It is estimated that more people will come to Wubei territory to pledge allegiance to him after this spread. These are all false names, and everyone has exaggerated them, Ronan said modestly. The two of them exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then Ronan slowly raised his question. The potion for making magic potions. He took out the potion atlas drawn by Elrond, which clearly recorded the introduction text of each medicinal material. And there were also pictures, which ordinary people could find. Miroslav took it curiously, and looked through it carefully. There were common potions, some rare ones, and some he had never heard of. He looked at Ronan suspiciously. Where did this guy get this atlas? Considering that he had been to Jinyu City, and received a reward from His Majesty the King. Could this atlas come from the royal family? Thinking about it, it is really possible. After all, there are all kinds of books in the royal library. But why did His Majesty the King give Ronan this atlas? Could the latter also make magic potions? This kind of highly professional thing can't be made by just any magician. Putting away his thoughts, Miroslav asked, which potion do you want to know about? Ronan flipped through 2 pages. I wonder if you know about Rage Grass and Monroe Flower. My followers have consulted the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce in the Horse City, and they don't have these 2 potions. Rage Grass is the material for making Rage Potion. This potion can make the knight's fighting spirit surge and his breath irritable, while reducing the sensitivity to pain and being hit, which can improve people's combat effectiveness to a certain extent. Miroslav introduced. Monroe Flower has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the mind. It has been added to the magic potion I made for your grandfather over the years. Ronan's eyes lit up. The other party actually knew so much. Do you have these 2 materials? There are 4 materials needed to assist in improving potions. Rage Grass, Monroe Flower, Magic Crystal Dust, and Pure Water Essence. Magic Crystal Dust can be made by purchasing magic crystal stones, and Pure Water Essence can be given to Ginny. The most important ones are the first 2. Miroslav nodded, yes. This thing is usually only used by chief magicians and above, so the Chamber of Commerce in Yuma City did not purchase it. If you need it, you can go to Wishan Town to buy it. He added, but this thing is not cheap. Monroe Flower costs 200 gold coins, and Rage Grass costs 400 gold coins. Hiss. Ronan took a breath. It's just 2 grasses. Why are they sold so expensively? Miroslav laughed. Magic potions are all like this. Moreover, this Rage Grass is produced in the desert of the Principality of Justana, and Monroe Flower is produced on the island. It takes a lot of effort to collect and transport them, so they are naturally very expensive. Ronan sighed, not knowing how many Rage Grasses and Monroe Flowers a bottle of auxiliary enhancement potion would consume. If there were too many, he would not be able to afford the price. When things are settled here, I will send someone to buy them. He continued to flip through the atlas, pointing to other potions, and asked, Dean, look at this star grass. The water of the magic spirit spring. Do you have any clues? Miroslav frowned slightly, carefully searching for information about the 2 potions in his mind, and shook his head after a while. I don't know about this, but from your introduction, the magic spirit spring is easy to find in the magic crystal vein, and the largest magic crystal vein in the kingdom is in the amethyst earldom, he said, handing the atlas back to Ronan. If Mr. Bellola says he is the 2nd most accomplished magician and magic potionist in the kingdom, no one dares to say he is the 1st. So if you really want it, I suggest you go to the headquarters of the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce in the Amethyst Earldom. Ronan nodded. At the competition in Jinyu City, he met Franz Silva, the great-great-grandson of the magician Bellola. who had invited him to visit the Amethyst Earldom. It seems that it is time for him to go there. In addition to collecting clues about these materials, he can also see if there are any higher-level magic books there. He is now a great magician, and will become a magician in the near future. But the magic books of wind and fire attributes are broken. What magic potion are you going to make? Miroslav asked curiously. If you need guidance and help, you can come to me. As a magician who has been immersed in the production of magic potions for many years, Miroslav is very interested in potions and magic potions. Therefore, although he and Lu Lanz are close friends, he still remembers all the potions mentioned in Ronan's atlas in his mind, and he must study them carefully after returning to the laboratory. However, the production of magic potions is not just about knowing the materials. It also involves many details such as the processing, dosage, matching of potions, and the techniques and magic input in the refining process. Any slight deviation will lead to the failure of the magic potion in the end. This is like an apple. Some people eat it directly. Some people make it into applesauce. Some make it into dried apples. And some make it into juice. If Ronan had the secret recipe for making magic potions, he would be even more interested. Ronan chuckled. It doesn't matter about the awakening potion, because it requires pure light attribute magic power, and the magician must be at least at the level of a wizard, which is difficult for others to copy. The auxiliary potion does not require a strict level of magician, and generally a high level is enough. This needs to be kept secret. So he did not answer the other party's first question, but smiled and said, if I need it, I will definitely seek your help. Miroslav couldn't help but look at Lulanz and scolded with a smile. You grandson. You are quite tight-lipped. Lulanz laughed and said, why? You are already an old man, and you still want to steal the secret recipe of magic potion from Roning? Bah! Can the work of a pharmacist be called stealing? I am guiding cooperative research. Understand? Lulanz's white beard curled. It seems to be no different. Miroslav laughed and scolded. I think you are well again. Come on. Let's find a time to go out and practice. I'm waiting for you to say this. Lulanz's eyes were full of fighting spirit. I want to see if you, a guy who brags about your own strength all the year round. Have you made any progress in these years? You said the time. I can do it anytime. Then 3 months later. Wait for me to recover first. Roning couldn't help but smile. It was really rare that these two old men who were almost 80 years old still had the attitude of young people who would fight if they didn't agree. Grandpa and Dean, remember to notify me before you fight. The Meteor Knight versus the Great Mage. This level of battle is not something you can watch whenever you want. He also wanted to see how strong the Great Mage with the Earth attribute is. No problem. Let your grandfather notify you when the time comes. Miroslav seemed very confident in his own strength. Lulanz, you have to recover well. Don't lose in front of your grandson and blame me for not giving you face. Lulanz stroked his beard with confidence. In 3 months, maybe he would become a Silver Moon Knight. Don't worry. You can't lose. Chapter 372, Recruiting People. As the anniversary approaches, more and more nobles come to Wishan Castle. At this time last year, Princess Blanche came in person, and the two earls Jesus and Orson were stirring up trouble, which made the banquet more lively and full of speculation and twists and turns. This year, there are no such annoying people and things, and the overall atmosphere of the banquet is both calm and lively. Although Lu Lanz is recovered, only a limited number of people know this information. In the case of not wanting to be exposed, the old man simply showed his face and gave the rest of the time to the young people. As a hotly discussed figure in Wishan territory recently, Roning deservedly became the focus of the entire banquet. In addition to the 3 Viscounts Vittorino, Sandro and Marvin, who pulled Roning to talk about some territory management and how to exploit labor. There are also many nobles who want to cooperate with Roning. For example, Baron German. His idea is to provide some labor to contribute to the construction of Wubei territory. When the port construction is successful in the future, German hopes to allow various specialties of Lake Town to circulate to the capital through waterways at relatively favorable prices. In this way, he has found a new way out for the economy of Lake Town. In addition to him, there are many nobles who want to package labor, rent serfs or civilians to work in Wubei territory, and return to the nobles' territory after the work is done. Isn't this just working? Roning can accept it. At the lively banquet, Diane showed the Wubei territory porcelain high-footed cup at the right time. This new thing immediately aroused the curiosity of everyone. after hearing that it was a product of Wubei territory. Many people came to support it, regardless of whether this support was really to buy porcelain or to give Ronan face. In short, an order for high-footed cups with a total of more than 2,000 yuan was taken. Ronan was going to talk to Diane to see if the aesthetics of the high-footed cups could be improved, so that Jim and others would have a clear direction for improvement. It would be great if this order could gain good reviews and then open up the market. Happy times are always short. And the nobles left Wushan Castle one after another the next day, without the threat of the Polish thieves and the Black Gold Brotherhood. There might be no war for a long time in the future. And they also have more thoughts on how to make money and manage the territory. Ronan wanted to sleep in, but was dragged out of bed by Breton early. This young but always strong brother now regards Ronan as an idol. In his words, it would be his honor to get guidance from his idol. In desperation, Ronan had to give him some love from his brother and idol. Although he controlled his strength and did not use any fighting skills or magic, his swordsmanship and combat experience have improved significantly after the high-intensity combat training with Rydar some time ago. Breton obviously worked hard on swordsmanship and combat, and killed many level 2 monsters in the wilderness trial. But he was still quickly defeated by Ronan's attack. No more fighting. Breton threw the sword to the servant panting, and wiped the sweat off his face with a towel. Last year, I could still fight you for several moves, but now I have no power to fight back. Brother, how did you practice? Ronan didn't want to dampen his confidence. I'm just a little bit better than you. You've done very well. Breton came over. I heard that the sons of the 3 viscounts in the territory are all in Wubei territory, so I might as well go there. What kind of work can you arrange for me? In the past, he practiced with all his heart, just to change the plight of his family. Now that this matter has been completed by Ronan, not only is the pressure in his heart a little less, but he also has more ideas. For example, go to Wubei territory to help Ronan. You? Ronan didn't expect Breton to come to Wubei territory. He thought about it, but he really couldn't find a suitable thing to give to him. Ragna likes to move around, so he was arranged to be a transport officer. Yusef is a senior magician, and now he follows Elrin to learn how to make magic potions. Reese, who is about to arrive in Wubei territory, relies on his good water skills, and Ronan plans to let him train the Wubei territory navy. If Breton joins, Ronan really has no good arrangements. On the one hand, he is young and not very strong. Ronan can't let him join the security patrol team of the territory. Right? On the other hand, his identity is quite special. It seems that there has never been a case in history where the heir of a lord came to serve as a vassal. As the heir of the family, what you need to do now is to practice hard and strive to become a knight who can stand on your own as soon as possible. Ronan said, when you become, well, a bronze knight, come to me for training. Breton immediately hung his head after hearing this. Okay. Ronan stepped forward and put his arm around the other's shoulder. Although you can't come to my territory, I still have something I want to give you. Breton was surprised. You say? There are many very good students in Wushan Supernormal Academy. Use your identity and connections to bring more of them to Wubei territory for me. You want me to help you recruit professional knights? Breton understood. But many students in the academy have not awakened their fighting spirit seeds. Even if they become professional knights, most of them are beginners, and only a handful of them can reach advanced levels. Supernormal Academy basically graduates at around 20 years old. The qualifications to become advanced knights at this age are very good, but the number of such people is really too small. However, beginners and intermediates are not bad either. Even the Wushan Fort Knights have intermediate knights. As long as you can bring them, I am willing to accept them, but I don't need too many at one time. I will give you 100 places for now. Ronan said, in addition to professional knights, you must also recruit students who are literate or have special skills in certain areas, such as craftsmen and water conservancy. I don't care whether they are from noble families or free people, as long as they are willing to work for me. He added, I want as many of these people as I can. With the expansion of the territory, the shortage of extraordinary people is not a big deal. What gives Ronan the most headache is administrative officials, like Wilson. The population structure of Wubei territory is complex, with slaves, serfs, savages, and criminals. Choosing administrative officials from them, not to mention parallelism, is difficult. Although the students in the academy have no experience, they have a good foundation, are young, have strong learning ability, and most importantly, have low remuneration. Those ordinary students from civilian backgrounds probably dream of joining a lord and working for him. Ronin offered this olive branch, even if the reward was low. As long as they could survive in Wubei territory, there would definitely be many people scrambling to give it a try. I know. Brother. Leave this matter to me. Breton patted his chest, looking determined to win. 1 month. At most 1 month. I can give you an answer. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Ronin patted the other's shoulder. Once the statistics are ready, let someone go to Swamp Castle to inform Roner. I will let him take people to Wushan Supernormal Academy to welcome them. Breton said. Don't bother so much. I will let them go by themselves when the time comes. Ronin shook his head. The distance from Wushan Town to Swamp Castle is not short. If there is an accident on the way, it will become a stain on Wubei territory. Therefore, it is more appropriate to let Roner lead the team to pick them up. Chapter 373 New Moon Continent. Ronin left Wushan Castle with Elrond only after he confirmed the subsequent manpower transfer with Lulans and Wiggins. On the way back to Wubei territory, the two first went to the Silva Magic Chamber of Commerce branch in Wushan Town. After learning that there were only 20 rage grasses in stock, Ronin waved his hand and swept them away directly. At the same time, he bought 40 Monroe flowers and 20 full-state magic crystals according to the ratio. Rage grass 400 gold, Monroe flower 200 gold, magic crystal discount price 100 gold each. Ronin spent a total of 18,000 gold coins on purchasing so many. Fortunately, he accepted the 100,000 gold coins given by Lulans. Otherwise, he would have been worried about money after this set. The main materials for making auxiliary enhancement potions have been obtained, and Ginny can try to make them after making pure water essence. If calculated based on a 100% success rate, this amount of potion can produce 200 bottles of auxiliary enhancement potions suitable for senior knights. However, there is no 100% success rate in this world. Even the most proficient magician in potion making cannot guarantee it. According to the experience in Elrond's memory, a 50% success rate at the beginning is already very good. Even if it can reach 80% as proficiency increases later, it is still very rare. In the case that the auxiliary enhancement potion is used by one's own people first instead of being sold, this is a loss-making project for a long time. But you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Ronin hopes that several senior knights in the territory will have a certain effect after taking it. Interestingly, within 2 days of Ronin's departure, Miroslav returned to Wushan Town. The first thing he thought about was to count how many fury grass and Monroe flowers were left in stock. On the one hand, they were used to make magic potions to relieve the soul-devouring surge in Orson's body. And on the other hand, they were also used to try to deduce the magic potions that Ronin might make. But the result he got was that he was told that all the fury grass had been bought by Ronin. The old dean was stunned on the spot. And after a long while, he laughed and scolded, "This kid. Didn't he ride Lulans as Thunder Chaser Beast just to get here faster than me?" He shook his head. "I'm not an elder who likes to snatch resources from the younger generation." Helplessly, he could only urge the people in the Chamber of Commerce to buy in quickly. In the future, the two kinds of magic potions, Fury Grass and Monroe Flowers, will definitely have no worries about sales. I will practice with Rollons in 3 months. I have to take this time to study various methods. After becoming a great wizard for so many years, Miroslav has not really fought for a long time, and many of his combat skills are a bit rusty. He plans to review well in the next 2 months, and go to Black Python City to discuss business in the last month, and then go directly to Wushan Castle, not to mention the situation on Miroslav's side. After Ronin sent Elrond back to Swamp Castle, he came to Shore City without stopping. Now is the 3rd day of the new year, and Ronin has consumed all his attribute points. His current knight level progress has reached the full state of the meteor level, and the magician level progress has also reached the Great Wizard, 2867/6000. In addition, his energy essence has reached 8,120 points. This time, I came to the Shore City to upgrade Retta's strength to the Silver Moon level. How is it? In the forest behind the Shore Castle, Retta was closing his eyes to feel the surging power in his body. Ronin couldn't help but look at the other party's attribute panel. Retta Main, Silver Moon Night Fire, 0/10,000. It only takes 4,000 energy essences to go from Meteor to Silver Moon. But it takes a full 10,000 points from Silver Moon to Sun. More than doubled. Retta slowly opened his eyes, and at this moment his red hair became more and more vivid, as if he was bathed in flames. Buzz the air trembled. And Retta stepped out a surging fighting spirit. Now he can walk directly in the air, and achieve a short stay in the air. This is the symbol of the Silver Moon level. And it is also the strength of this level of knights. In addition, the Silver Moon Knight can also feel the consciousness wheel at the center of the eyebrows. As the name suggests, this is related to the spiritual sea of consciousness. In fact, the Silver Moon Knight has reached a bottleneck in his physical training. At this stage, he began to move towards the direction of improving his mental power. Using Do Chi to break through the consciousness wheel is a process that helps the mental power grow. It is said that when the consciousness wheel is broken, the Knight can open up the spiritual sea of consciousness, and there will be a mana space, and the mental power will soar to the level of a high-level magician. The Knight at this stage is also a magician. Similarly, when the 8th level magician breaks through the Chi wheel and becomes a great magician, the magician is also a high-level knight. Ronan was a little curious. He didn't know if the Knight and the magician would end up in the same place after the training. He suddenly remembered Franz, whom he met at the Kingdom Tournament. The other party's great-grandfather, that is, Belo da Silva, asked Franz to train Do Chi and magic to level 6 first, and then choose a favorite direction to practice. Does this involve the secret of becoming a legend? After all, there is no detailed explanation of how to become a legend. Even Ronan, who was born in the Marquis family, or Blanche of the royal family, do not know this. But if it is really related to becoming a legend, Ronan's current dual cultivation of magic and martial arts seems to be just the path that Belora said. Thank you for your gift. I have gained a lot from this upgrade. Rydar's words pulled Ronan out of his thoughts. After some inquiries, it was learned that Rydar had awakened a large part of his memory like Elrond. In his memory, not only did Shadow Lord Elliot and the name of the final battle, the Flame Canyon, appear, he also remembered the name of the continent, the Crescent Continent, a continent similar to the shape of a crescent. Crescent Continent? Ronan murmured the name. He had never heard of this name, and the books that Blanche found did not mention this name either. Is it a continent outside of Orland? I think there is a great possibility. Rydar pondered and said, in my memory, there is a place that is more vast than the Crescent Continent, called Star Continent. Maybe it is the current Orland continent. Ronan agreed with this statement. Perhaps it was after the first emperor of the Orland Empire unified the Star Continent that the name of the continent was changed. But Ronan was a little puzzled. If there were really two continents, and they were connected to each other, why were they disconnected now? Is it related to the battle between Rydar and others? Could it be that the Crescent Continent was sunk? Ronan planned to ride Carlos to the sea when he had time to see if there would be any unexpected gains. Then, the two talked about Elliot. Like Elrond's memory, Elliot and her servants were exactly the same as Natalia and others in the Mysterious Valley. This also fully confirmed that the Mysterious Valley was what Elliot left behind. In addition to the memory, I also remembered a secret book and a fighting skill. Rydar introduced the secret book of Burning Heaven. People with strong affinity for fire attributes can practice it, and by running the fighting spirit in the body in a special way, the purity of the fire attribute fighting spirit can be purified, and combined with the secret skill flame of Burning Heaven, it can bring great power. Although the set of secret books and secret skills is Rydar's forte, it is obvious that Ronan also meets the conditions for learning. With the experience of the disadvantage in the last battle with Ramsay, he knows the importance of mastering the secret skills. At the moment, he asked Rydar to copy it down in the next 2 days, and he can try to master it on the way to the Amethyst Earldom. Chapter 374 Current Situation on Rapids Island. Rapids Island. More than 2 months have passed since Karada led his men to move in here. During this time, they took over the garrison of Night Vala. Today, the port is guarded by Karada's men. Through this period of management, the original members of the Larn Society and the White Flower Society have basically been put into production, and the overall order is slowly getting back on track. On the hillside outside the port, Karada and his deputy Lucen looked at the 2 departing cargo ships, which were carrying the we collected in the past 2 months. According to Ronan's previous agreement, the 2 ships' cargo will be shipped to Screaming Island. If nothing unexpected happens, they can bring back an income of 700 gold coins. Lucen frowned slightly. Karada, it's been more than 2 months now. Why hasn't Lord Ronan come here yet? He won't forget us, right? To be honest, they left the bustling Golden Feather City and Nyoju Bay and came to this barren island. They faced either a group of savages, or a group of mentally retarded, or physically disabled people all day long. Sometimes they were really exhausted physically and mentally. In this case, if they were forgotten by the Lord, then coming to Rapids Island with full of blood might be a bad choice. In fact, not only Lucen, but many people who came with them had this guess. After all, Rapids Island is located in a remote sea, and there is nothing special about it, and the noble lord loves to enjoy himself. Who would come here for no reason? Kurata frowned slightly, and there were some doubts in his heart. But he had fought with Ronin after all, and his intuition told him that the other party was not a person who broke his promise. Don't worry. The Lord and I have an agreement. If nothing unexpected happens, he will come over in the near future. He took out the small map in his arms. As far as I know, there is no port in Wubei territory. If the Lord wants to come, he has to cross Wushan territory diagonally, and then start from Port Dennis. Let alone the journey on the sea. Even if you ride a warcraft mount, it will take several days. Lucen looked at the map and felt a little relieved. Now that the new year has just passed, it will take at least 10 days to rush here. But just as the two were talking, a gust of wind whistled in, and great pressure came, making the two people's bodies cold. At this time, a hearty voice sounded from behind them. Kurata. Lucen. What are you looking at here? The two looked at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. At this time, there were only 2 ships from Gilia Island parked at the dock, and there were no new ships. How could the Lord's voice appear here? They turned around and wanted to see what was going on, but the scene they saw almost made their hearts stop beating. Lucen, who was a little less courageous and had not dealt with magic beasts much, took a step back and fell to the ground. Oh my God! What kind of monster is this? Sweat oozed from Kurata's forehead. Just now, he was still wondering if Ronin came riding a griffin. But he didn't expect it to be such a big and ferocious flying magic beast. Although he had seen many magic beasts, this one in front of him did not belong to any kind. Dragon. Dragon? Kurata, whose brain was out of order, suddenly thought of this word. Carlos exhaled a breath of hot air, as if to reward the other party for guessing correctly. In the past, when he was in the cave, he was afraid of others. Now the situation is reversed. Almost everyone who sees him will show fear. Not to mention, this feeling of being scared is quite enjoyable. Ronin jumped down from the dragon head with ease. He exposed Carlos not to show off, but for a purpose. After all, the people of Rapids Island are not Rydar, nor Maken or Elrin. They are not bound by the contract. Everyone has selfishness, especially when he doesn't come here often. In order to prevent these people from having bad intentions, Ronin needs to show his powerful side. Exposing his meteor-level strength is not as powerful as the shock brought by this unknown creature. My lord, is this a dragon? Kurata asked with courage. Yes, it's called First Fire Wing Carlos. Ronin introduced with a smile, but not many people know about its existence yet. I hope that only you two know about it on Rapids Island. While speaking, Carlos had already cast the light bending and shadow folding magic, slowly hiding its huge body. Ronin only wanted Kurata and Lucen, the 2 managers, to recognize it, and didn't want other people to see the dragon. At this moment, his figure became tall and mysterious in the eyes of Kurata and Lucen. What kind of existence would a person who can control a dragon be? They didn't know the answer, because no one had ever heard of anyone owning a dragon in reality. In night novels, such people are usually the protagonists, and will become the masters of the continent. Let's go back to the port first, Ronin suggested. Life on Rapids Island is hard. You will get tired of eating seafood and potatoes every day. Right? Haha. This time I brought you the best wine and bread, as well as beef and mutton. I will notify everyone to attend the first banquet on Rapids Island in the evening. The atmosphere was eased by Ronin's laughter, and Kurata and Lucen followed. But they were puzzled. Where are the wine and bread? When Ronin took out a large amount of supplies in front of the two, there was a sense of mystery. That night, a banquet was held lively with the sea breeze. Ronin's arrival dispelled everyone's doubts. At the same time, when they talked about the plan to build a dock here and expand the navy, everyone also understood that the Lord attached great importance to Rapids Island. Late at night, Kurata handed a stack of documents to Ronin. My lord, this is what you asked me to do. About the population census of Rapids Island. Ronin took it and took a quick look. Although there are no special talents here, The population has reached more than 27,500 people. Now, the registered population in all his territories has reached more than 92,000 people, less than 8,000 away from the 100,000 people required for a prosperous population. Well done. Ronan praised. How is the training of the Navy going? Currently, there are 21 knights on Rapids Island, excluding the 8 or 9 people who are responsible for daily management. The rest are trained every day. In addition, we have also recruited a group of middle-aged men with strong bodies and good water skills on the island to serve as sailors and archers on board. The overall progress is not bad. At this point, Kurata scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "It's a pity that we only have one warship. If we have another one, it should be more convenient. The temporary dock in Wubei territory is being built. I have also found a shipbuilder, and shipbuilding will be put on the agenda." He thought for a while and said, "If necessary, I will buy a few more ships back." At this point, he took out the atlas. "When you have time, arrange for someone to search the island to see if you can find this plant. If you find it, mark it and pick it next time I come." The plant that Ronan was talking about was none other than the Monroe flower used to make auxiliary enhancement potions. According to Miroslav's introduction, Monroe flowers are produced on islands. There are still large areas on Gilia Island that humans have not touched, and the climate here is also suitable for the growth of Monroe flowers. If they are found, it will save Ronan a lot of money. Kurata put the blueprint away. "Sir, there is one more thing I need to report to you." He paused and continued. Lane was the leader of the Lane Society before. He has many acquaintances on the island and thinks he has more seniority, so he doesn't cooperate with some arrangements. Ronan frowned. Lane didn't show any abnormality at the banquet just now. He was also very humble when he surrendered. Could it be that he was pretending in front of him? Kurata shouldn't make up lies for such things. You are the governor of Rapids Island. You can handle this matter as you wish. Since Ronan has delegated power, he would be exhausted if he asked about some things in person. He paused and added, "Of course, cooperation is the best." "I understand." Carador nodded. "I will try my best to persuade him and divide his influence in the Larn Society." He was most worried that Ronan would not allow him to punish the knights on the island, which made it inconvenient to do some things. But now that he is sure that he can make a judgment, this can better establish his prestige as the governor. Witnessing the existence of the dragon today has convinced Kurata that it is right to follow Ronan. Maybe in the future this young lord can really become a figure who stirs up the continent. In this case, he must perform well and show his abilities in all aspects. Only in this way can he go further. Chapter 375. Sudden Attack. Ronan stayed on Rapids Island for 5 days. During this period, he inspected the oak forest, visited the former Larn Society and the White Flower Society, and renamed the 2 places to Blue Sea Town and Blue Sky Town respectively. This was also a disguised way to weaken Larn's influence here. After all, being named after Larn would make him feel a little proud. In addition, he also took Kurata and Lucen to emphasize the precautions for potato planting, and told Rapids Island to allocate some people to reclaim wasteland. There is no shortage of freshwater resources here, so it is no problem to grow some food. And the cherries on the island are considered specialty fruits, which can also be expanded. On the 6th day, under the watchful eyes of Kurata and Lucen, Ronan rode Carlos to the Amethyst Earldom. "It's so scary." Lucen didn't dare to breathe in front of the dragon. "I didn't expect Lord Ronan to conquer the dragon. You know, I dreamed of Carlos's huge dragon head these few nights. It's so scary. Can you dispel your doubts now?" Kurata smiled and said, "The Lord has not forgotten the Rapids Island. On the contrary, he values it very much." "I have no doubts," Lucen said firmly. "Following Lord Ronan is the most correct choice I have made since I was 35 years old." Kurata's eyes also flashed with ambition. "This is an opportunity. Listen, let's do it, and make Rapids Island what Lord Ronan wants as soon as possible." He thought of the girl in his mind. "Wait, Missy. Everything is getting better here. The Amethyst Earldom is located in the north of the kingdom. Although its area is not as large as that of the Wubei Earldom, its value is not low. Apart from other things, as the location of the largest magic crystal vein in the kingdom of Alduin. The magic crystal stones sold here every year are a huge amount of wealth. Although many people are jealous of this magic crystal vein, they are just jealous. Not to mention Balola's personal strong strength. Many of his students and friends over the years are not easy to mess with. For example, Miroslav of Wishon County has a very close relationship with Belola. If anyone dares to deal with Belola, Miroslav will never stand idly by. Ronan came here this time not only to find materials for awakening potions, but also to pay homage to Belola Silva, who is said to be a great magician with a high probability. The dragon flew all the way, and soon crossed the strait and entered the Amethyst Earldom. Ronan used the map in his hand as a reference, and corrected the direction through a town. That afternoon, he arrived at the central city of the Earldom, Crystal City. From the air, the city was very large, at least twice the size of Wishon City. In addition, Ronan found that the city had a good plan. The houses and roads were well arranged, and the architectural style was relatively uniform, unlike Wishon City, which was uneven. If Swamp Castle and Wishon City were compared to backward countryside, then this was undoubtedly a modern city. Ronan searched a forest, and after Carlos judged that there were no people, he quietly descended from the clouds. What they didn't notice was that when the dragon descended from the clouds and came to low altitude, it seemed to have broken into a spherical film. At the same time, in a laboratory of an ancient castle, a huge sensory sphere fluctuated violently. An old man with white hair and beard looked over in surprise. What flying monster broke into the Crystal City? The monster entering the city represents killing and death. If it is not stopped in time, the negative impact will be huge. Carlos folded his wings and landed in a secluded woodland. Finally arrived safely. Ronan sighed. Carlos, you should stay outside the city for the next 2 days. Okay, master. Carlos flapped his wings and took off. But at this moment, something strange happened. A terrifying pressure fell from the sky. Those tall trees broke directly, making crackling sounds, and Carlos, who was about to fly high, was the first to be hit by the pressure and fell to the ground. Who? Ronan was shocked. He didn't expect to be attacked here, and even the level 6 dragon was knocked down in an instant. With the flame sword in hand, he searched for the enemy's traces. Dragon? A voice of doubt and disbelief came from the sky. And then the man suddenly laughed. I didn't expect there are really dragons in this world. Only then did Luo Ning see the appearance of the person coming. This is an old man wearing a sky blue robe, and with white hair and beard. And the most eye-catching thing is the pair of hazy wings on the other party's back. This is the 7th level wind attribute magic wings of wind. In other words, the other party is at least a 7th level wind magician. However, the attack just now was powerful, and the man in front of him was definitely more than 7th level strength, combined with the other party's appearance. Ronan guessed the other party's identity. There was a hint of respect in his tone. May I ask if you are Lord Belola? Who knows that the other party didn't know whether he focused all his attention on Carlos, or didn't want to pay attention to Ronan at all, and had no intention of responding at all. Aho! Carlos roared, and it sprayed high-temperature flames at the other party after being knocked down by a blow, venting its anger in its heart. The old man waved his hand, and a huge wind wall appeared in front of him, isolating all the flames. Ronan's pupils shrank violently. The other party actually cast the 6th level magic wall of size with a wave of his hand. After becoming a great magician, you can cast magic instantly. Ronan could cast 1st and 2nd level magic such as Qi Feng before. Now, with the points he added to the magician's progress, he can achieve 3rd level magic instant casting, and his own combat power has been enriched by a layer. Let me see how strong your dragon is. The old man in the air quickly drew the spell pattern of the 4th level magic wind tentacles. In almost one breath, more than a dozen tentacles were generated around Carlos, and wrapped around Carlos' body at a very fast speed. This magic was much stronger than the ordinary wind tentacles, which made Carlos feel a sense of crisis. Phew! The old man landed, and actually drew the long sword at his waist. With one sword, more than a dozen wind blades came down. Seeing this scene, Ronan frowned. It was fine if the other party ignored his question, but he actually attacked. Ronan no longer hesitated, and rushed into the battlefield. He swung his sword, and the flames went against the trend, not only blowing away all the wind blades, but also hitting the old man's face with embers. Not only that, the instant fireball, firestorm, and wind blade spells were all thrown at the opponent. He didn't want to hurt the opponent, just to delay for a moment. Go! Ronan jumped onto Carlos's back, and the dragon spread its wings and jumped into the air, flying away into the distance. He didn't know what the other party wanted, so he left first. The old man was stunned by the sudden intervention, but he didn't panic. The instant level 5 magic wind roar blocked all the magic and fighting skills performed by Ronan. Amid the rumbling collision, the flames blown away by the wind fell into the forest, causing a raging fire. Interesting. The white-bearded old man raised his hand and extinguished the flames in the forest. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the hazy wings behind him fluttered, chasing after him at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 376 Bella Silva. Ronan has always ridden Carlos to travel quickly between places. When landing in an unfamiliar place, he usually uses the wind of exploration to investigate. For example, just now, he sensed that there was no one in the forest, but he didn't expect that someone would come just after landing. Carlos, how are you? High in the sky, Ronan asked about Carlos's injuries. Don't worry, Master. I just felt a little pain when I was hit, and I didn't suffer any other injuries. The dragon's defense is very strong, and it cannot be simply judged by level 6. The old man just now did not use a very harmful attack method, and Carlos didn't even lose a scale. Ronan was relieved and began to think about the other party's identity. First of all, the other party can cast the Wings of Wind, at least a level 7 Great Wizard. Secondly, in addition to using magic, the other party can also use the Fighting Storm Blade, which means that the old man is at least a Bronze Knight. In the entire Crystal City, there is only one person who has such high attainments in magic and fighting spirit. Ronan can only think of one person, and that is the owner of this land, Bella Silva. Considering that his great-great-grandson Franz is a magician and martial artist, Ronan is very sure of this guess. If this is true, then the other party is a great magician, not a great wizard. He is the Earl of the Kingdom, and may be the most powerful magician on the Orient continent. He won't be so impatient to attack the dragon as soon as he sees it. Ronan decided to leave the Amethyst Earldom first, but when he looked back, he suddenly felt bad. The old man was actually following them closely. Although the two sides were several hundred meters apart, the distance was shortening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Carlos, fly at the fastest speed, Ronan shouted, and instantly cast the light body spell and the speed magic. This caused the wind element on the dragon's body to flow violently, and the entire dragon body seemed to become a comet with a long comet tail. Carlos also realized that someone was following him from behind, and with the addition of the two magics, his speed increased sharply. This kid, Bella sensed that the distance between the two sides was widening, and immediately realized that the other party had accelerated. I thought I could catch up easily, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated the speed of the dragon. He sensed the fluctuations of the wind element on the dragon's body and locked his eyes on the young man on the dragon's back. If I'm wrong, this kid neither used a spell scroll nor drew a spell pattern, but cast the two spells of light body and speed in succession. Could he be a great magician? With doubts and curiosity, Bella outlined a very complicated spell pattern. In an instant, with a buzzing sound, the wings on his back folded into a hazy phantom, as if one pair of wings had turned into several pairs, and the whole person was emitting a strong fluctuation of mana. Whoosh! The old man crossed the sky at a speed as fast as a stream of light, quickly closing the gap between the two sides. And in the blink of an eye, he was right behind. Why are young people nowadays so rude? They come and leave without saying hello? Bella smiled, and a wind blade about 5 or 6 meters long appeared in front of him, rushing towards Ronan at a faster speed. The wind blade came with a sonic boom, and Ronan was secretly shocked. He didn't expect the other party's speed to be so fast. He swung his fists continuously, and several fiery red fist shadows rushed over, colliding with the wind blades and making a rumbling sound. Although the wind blades cast by the 9th level Great Magician are stronger than ordinary wind blades, their foundation is only a 2nd level magic after all, and they are easily resolved. Ronan has already determined the identity of the other party, and shouted loudly, Count Bella, you attacked the guests who came to your territory for no reason. It seems that you are the impolite one, right? Seeing that it was hopeless to distance himself, Ronan communicated with Carlos in his mind. The dragon quickly twisted its body, turned 180 degrees in the air, opened its bloody mouth, and the special dragon breath of ice and fire filled the entire sky. Ronan cast a spell quickly, and the huge fire dragon followed the breath of ice and fire and killed the other party. Bella used the wall of size to form a natural barrier, Although it successfully isolated the breath, it could not withstand the power of the fire dragon swallowing the sky and shattered. Bellola frowned slightly, and had to change the direction of flight and dodge to one side. This side opened up the distance between the two sides by hundreds of meters. After a successful attack, Ronan gained confidence and prepared to start the second attack. He quickly outlined the spell pattern of Wind Roar. At the moment when the spell was about to be completed, Ronan communicated with Carlos mentally. Prepare for fire breath. Carlos spewed out high-temperature flames, which spread under the effect of roaring, with the wind and fire complementing each other. This joint attack method far exceeded the original power. Bellola snorted coldly, not expecting that the opponent would take the initiative to attack. While he flew back, his hands were simultaneously carved in the air, and the 8th level wind attribute magic pressure was released. In an instant, the space in front seemed to be squeezed solid by the strong pressure. If an ordinary person was trapped in it, he would probably vomit blood and die on the spot. The joint attack of Ronan and Carlos was also torn into pieces under the effect of the suppression spell. In an instant, a storm appeared thousands of meters above the sky, stirring the surrounding wind and airflow into chaos. Ronan hid behind Carlos' neck. The power of the 8th level magic was stronger than their attack, but the remaining spell aftermath bombarded Carlos' body, only making the dragon body shake, and could not cause substantial damage to him. At this moment, Ronan found that with Carlos' cooperation, he would still be at a disadvantage when facing the great magician. But it was not a one-sided battle. He looked at the old man in the distance, wondering if he could get to the other side. Could he rely on the fighting skills with the power of conquest to kill the other party? Although the other party was also a knight, he was definitely not at the meteor level. As long as they don't have the power to conquer, meteor knights have an insurmountable advantage over knights of gold or even lower levels. But just when Ronan was eager to try, the old man spoke. Okay, Wushan family kid, let down your guard. The wind element surrounding Lalo gradually calmed down. I just want to see your strength. I have no ill intentions. Speaking of which, your grandfather Liu Lancy and I are still friends. Ronan didn't let down his guard. You would attack me several times in a row without any ill intentions? If I didn't have some strength, I'm afraid you would knock me down. Bellola laughed. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have used the 9th level magic destruction storm instead of suppressing you. The 9th level wind magic destruction storm is a super large magic that can cover a radius of 500 meters. Once the storm is formed, the dense wind blades will tear all the enemies covered in it into pieces. And the power is several levels higher than the pressure. If he really uses this magic, even if Ronan and Carlos don't die in the end, they will definitely be skinned. Bellola stroked his white beard and explained, At first, I thought it was an ownerless monster invading the territory, so I attacked right away. But I didn't expect that the dragon would also have a master. He didn't lie. When he saw the dragon for the first time, Bellola was so surprised and shocked that he ignored Ronan next to him. It was not until Ronan stood up that he realized that this dragon was not an ownerless thing. Ronan still kept his distance from the other party. To be honest, your words are not very credible. Bellola laughed. I have no reason to kill you, even if I want to occupy this dragon. I am not as lucky as you grandpa and grandson to have the legendary Warcraft contract scroll. Without the contract scroll, it is impossible to make a dragon serve a person. Although the dragon is still full of treasures after death, I don't like to do such short-term things. So, he looked at Ronan. I want to discuss cooperation with you. The Dragon Lord. Chapter 377 Scholar. Cooperation? Ronan frowned slightly. The other party's meaning was very clear. The content of cooperation was the dragon. He didn't want to follow the other party's words, but asked, compared to cooperation. I want to know how you found me. Bellola smiled slightly, without hiding anything, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. It's very simple. I made an energy sensor. It can sense whether there are strong flying monsters in the airspace within a radius of 3 kilometers with my laboratory as the center. I have captured this message when your dragon entered the sensing range, and I arrived just in time when you landed. Ronan suddenly realized that this is somewhat similar to radar. The other party can actually design such an instrument. Is this the use of the magic of wind of detection? Ronan was a little curious. What instrument is used to send and receive magic messages? Bellola shook his head. The magic world is extremely mysterious, and wind of detection is just one of the perception magic. Sometimes, a slight change in the spell pattern can produce new magic. You will deeply understand this when you become a great magician. Ronan was a little embarrassed. The other party's tone was clearly saying that he was ignorant. Well, in fact, he was. He did not receive systematic learning, and did not know much about magic knowledge. He could use so many spells smoothly because of his talent. Belora stroked his beard, with a faint mysterious smile on his face. He continued, as for the instrument you mentioned, this involves the use of many magic materials. If you are interested, I can teach you. So good? Ronan thought about the cooperation the other party had just mentioned. He probably thought that the price of teaching him was in exchange for the content of the cooperation. What do you want from Carlos? He said straight to the point. Seeing that the topic returned to the dragon, Belora was immediately interested. Is Carlos the name of this dragon? He flew a little closer, wanting to touch the dragon. However, Ronan quietly asked Carlos to step back a little, and the two sides kept a certain distance. In this regard, the old man could only smile helplessly. In recent years, I have traveled to almost every corner of the Orland continent and have seen many magical beasts. But I have never seen a legendary dragon. I once thought that this species had become extinct, but I didn't expect to see it today. He looked at Carlos carefully. The dragon is indeed a magical creature. I can feel a faint pressure from it, which is not from strength, but from blood. Some people say that dragons are the creation of God. And now it seems that it is not unreasonable. Ronan was curious. You seem to know a lot about dragons? Belora nodded, but shook his head, nodding because it is probably difficult to find someone in the world who knows dragons as well as he does. Shaking his head because he has never seen a dragon at all. And everything is a conclusion drawn from data. This world has suffered a huge trauma. He suddenly said. Once, there was a prosperous magic civilization here. And magicians. Great magicians. And even stronger legendary magicians were active on the Orland continent. It's a pity that, whether it was a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, that civilization was severely damaged, so that humans seem to have started all over again, and the dragons seem to have disappeared during that period. Ronan was shocked when he heard this, and he immediately thought of the memories of Retta and Elrin. The Flame Expeditionary Force they were in seemed to have participated in a huge and turbulent war, so that they were completely wiped out in the end. That was a war in which even the Sun Knights could die. Was it related to the catastrophe mentioned by Belora? Ronan admired the other party's erudition. I have been to the Royal Library and there are almost no historical records before the Orland Empire. I don't know where you got this information from. Some remaining magic relics. Belora said, if there had not been a brilliant magic civilization, it would be impossible for magic relics to exist. Speaking of which, the mysterious valley in Wubei territory is also a magic relic. Right? The magic circle in it can indeed show the glory of magic in the past. Perhaps I should take some time to learn from you. But I don't have that much time. Ronan said, as the lord of Wubei territory, I need to take care of my territory first. Barola was a little regretful. Your talent in magic and fighting spirit is unique in my life. If you can move forward and practice without worrying about the outside world, perhaps in the near future you will be the only legendary figure on this continent. I heard Franz say that it was you who asked him to practice both magic and fighting spirit. Why is that? Do you know Franz? Bellola was a little surprised. I met him at the competition in Jinyu City last year. This time, I came to Crystal City at Franz's invitation. Ronan brought up his identity as the friend of the other party's great-grandson. The other party would not do anything else. Right? Since you are Franz's friend, I won't hide it. First of all, it is worth affirming that your choice is right. You practice both fighting spirit and magic. Although the speed is a bit slow, you can get a lot of benefits when you break through in the later stage. And it is even very beneficial for the promotion to legend. To be honest, Ronan only knows how to become a Sun Knight or a great mage. He really doesn't know how to practice and cross over to legend later. After Belora's detailed introduction, he understood. First of all, the benefits of dual cultivation will be reflected when the 8th level breaks through to the 9th level. To be precise, when the mage is promoted, as the chi wheel is opened, the physical fitness of the practitioner will be strengthened, which is directly equivalent to a high-level knight. If you are already a high-level knight at this time, then this strengthening will help you go further and even break through the realm. Similarly, for the knight, when the Silver Moon Knight breaks through, he will break through the consciousness wheel and open up the sea of consciousness space, and instantly have the strength of a high-level magician. If you are already a high-level magician at this time, you will get a lot of enhancement, and even help magicians trapped at level 5 or 6 to break through the realm directly. In the case of 2 professional levels breaking through at the same time like Ronin, you will get a double-sided increase. If you want to become a legend, you must have the power of Extreme Element. What is the power of Extreme Element? Ronin asked. Belora said, to put it simply, when the great magician raises the knight's level to the 6th level Golden Knight, the mana and fighting spirit in his body will enter a state of resonance. In this state, the human body will generate new power, which is what I call the Extreme Yuan power. Once the Extreme Yuan power appears, it means that this person has entered the legendary stage, and has been blessed by heaven and earth. From then on, he can fly freely without the help of mana or fighting spirit. Ronin remembered this introduction in his heart. If this is true, then does it mean that he can get 2 Extreme Yuan powers when he breaks through his 2 professions at the same time? I understood it too late, and missed a lot of training time. Now I am just a Bronze Knight. I don't know how long it will take to break through to a Gold Knight. For this reason, I plan to try the magic potion that improves strength that I got from the ruins. Barala paused here, then looked at Carlos, and then continued. One of the materials for making this magic potion is the scales of a giant dragon. He looked at Ronin. In the case of you being the only dragon, I can only place my hopes on you. Of course, I won't ask for the scales of a giant dragon in vain. You can make a request. As long as I can, I will definitely do it for you. This is the collaboration he mentioned. Chapter 378 The Price of Dragon Scales. High in the sky, as the two talked, the tense atmosphere eased, and Belora formally proposed his request for dragon scales. At the same time, he also made a promise. As long as Ronin is willing to give dragon scales, he can make the other party meet his requirements. Although Belora only said that he would do what he could. For such a great magician, what was beyond his ability? This promise was quite weighty. Ronin could make many requests, such as obtaining high-level magic, fighting skills, or asking for some magic crystals, asking the other party to save him several times in his time of crisis, etc. Even if there are any major changes in the future, he can still let the other party support him. Thinking of this, Ronin patted the dragon's body. Carlos, what do you think? The dragon snorted very unhappy, and white mist sprayed out of its 2 huge nostrils. In Belora's eyes, it was obvious that the dragon was very unwilling and angry. But in Ronin's mind, Carlos said timidly, Master, can I refuse? Last time, in order to try to make a rage potion for Elrin, it reluctantly let out some blood. Although it was just a small cut, Elrin had time to stop the bleeding with healing magic, but it still felt distressed for a long time. Ronin laughed and said with his soul, Don't worry. I won't agree easily. Even if he really wants to give it, he has to compensate you. That still means he wants to give it. Carlos hummed and glared at Belora fiercely. The murderous intent flashed in its cold eyes made the great magician feel a hint of coldness. Mr. Dragon seems unwilling? Belora had done sporadic research on dragons, and knew that this creature was very arrogant. If it hadn't been restrained by Ronin, I'm afraid he would have given the other person a breath of fire dragon breath when he heard someone wanted its dragon scales. It really doesn't want to. Ronin smiled and said, After all, it is very painful and hurtful to tear off its scales. Belora frowned. Since he accidentally got the secret medicine formula, he tried to use many materials to replace dragon scales. For example, the griffins and dragon eagles that are said to have dragon blood, and high-level crocodiles, pythons, sea fish, etc. with hard scales. But the effect is greatly reduced. Dragon scales are very necessary for him. There was no way to find dragons before, but now there is a dragon in front of him, and he must find a way to get a few pieces. But he didn't want to use force. The young man in front of him is the descendant of an acquaintance, and he couldn't bring himself to rob him. As for killing people and stealing treasures, this is not Belora's style. It is said that dragons like shiny things. You also know my territory. There is nothing else. But there are a lot of magic crystals. Belora said, Please help me persuade Mr. Carlos. As long as he is willing, I am willing to buy it at the price of 300 fully conditioned magic crystals per scale. Full conditioned magic crystals, even if calculated at 100 gold coins per piece, are 30,000 gold coins per dragon scale. This price is not low, but it is not high either. Who makes dragons rare? 300 pieces seem a little less? When Belora heard this, he knew there was a chance, and thought to himself that the young man in front of him was a money grubber. You don't know? Although there are magic crystal veins in my territory, this thing is not something that ordinary people can mine. The annual output is not only limited, but the full-state magic crystals can only produce about 3,000. He explained, I consume some of these magic crystals, and sell some to the outside, and there are not many left. Ronan suddenly realized that he thought the magic crystals were in full state when they were mined. In this way, it seems difficult to get the other party to take out more magic crystals. However, if there are no magic crystals, they can be supplemented from other aspects. It is difficult to tear the dragon scales from the dragon, but you may not know that the dragon scales of the dragon will fall off naturally. Ronan said, it just so happens that I have some in my hand. Carlos was a little confused. When did it fall off the dragon scales? But thinking carefully, more than 100 dragon scales did fall off when it was upgraded. Ronan picked them up and wanted to make a set of dragon scale armor. Belola's eyes lit up. Do dragons shed their hair? He coughed, as if he felt it was a bit rude to say this, and immediately changed the subject and asked, how many scales do you have? Ronan had 136 scales in his hand. 108 of these dragon scales should be kept for casting dragon scale armor, and the remaining 28 scales can be sold. However, he also needs to keep some. Maybe Elrond will need dragon scales as materials in the future. About 20 scales. Ronan said straightforwardly, if Mr. Bellola needs it, you can use 500,000 gold coins to buy 15 of them, and 1,500 magic crystals for the rest. The reason why he mentioned 500,000 gold coins was mainly because of the requirements of the last level of the achievement of wealth and prosperity. As long as he can complete this achievement, he can break through to the silver moon level, and even Retta can become the sun. Seeing Ronan agree, Bellola's mood suddenly improved. 20 dragon scales are enough for him to try and make mistakes. As long as the magic potion is developed, he may be one step closer to the legend. But then, he was in trouble again. Whether it is gold coins or magic crystals, the Silva family does not seem to have so much inventory. This is like asking a rich man to take out 500 million in cash instantly, which is also a certain difficulty. 500,000 gold coins. I can get it together within a few months. Bellola pondered and said, but 1,500 magic crystals are not easy to get. On the one hand, the inventory is not enough. And on the other hand, my magic research also requires a lot of consumption. Do you think you can change it to something else? Of course. But I want to see what you have first. Ronan did not forget the purpose of his visit to Crystal City this time. Magic, fighting skills, the spring water of the magic spirit spring, star grass, etc. are all what he wants to get. Ha ha ha. Then we shouldn't stay in the sky all the time. Let's go to Crystal Castle. In order to prevent Ronan from being nervous, he comforted him. I will inform everyone about your arrival in Crystal City first, and let Franz wait for your arrival, so you don't have to worry about me harming you. After being informed, if he attacks Ronan again, he will be slapping himself in the face. Although Bellola is less concerned about worldly things, the Silva family is the master of this land after all, and they still need to save face. Watching the other party leave quickly, Ronan relaxed. It was a pure accident that he met Belora this time, but the result was not bad, especially the 500,000 gold coins. He thought he would have to wait until the trade started to earn enough at one time, but he didn't expect that the dragon scales in the storage ring would work. Let's go. Let's follow. Carlos flapped his wings with a roar. This time he didn't pull the dragon scales from it, and it was in a very good mood. Crystal Castle. After Belora came back, he immediately sent someone to send Franz. In fact, at Bellora's age, the family relationship with the younger generation has faded a little. Franz is okay. He has good talent, so he can meet Bellora several times and accept the latter's guidance. Other great-granddaughters, and even younger generations, can only see Bellora once a year at the annual celebration or some important festivals. Great-grandfather. Franz bowed respectfully, not daring to be careless at all. What do you want me to do? Bellora smiled and looked very kind. Do you know Ronan? Franz didn't expect it to be such a question. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded. I met Ronan at the tournament in the capital last year. He was the champion of the tournament. Bellora nodded. How old is this Ronan? About 18 or 19 years old. Hearing this, Bellora couldn't help but take a breath and said in shock, only 18 or 19 years old. He thought Ronan was at least in his 20s. What's wrong? Franz was puzzled. Why was his great-grandfather so shocked by Ronan's age? The next sentence from the other party directly made him rack his brain. 18 or 19 years old meteor knight and great wizard. This Ronan has the potential to be an emperor. The emperor he was talking about was the first emperor of the Orlan Empire, who swept across and unified the entire continent. Impossible. Franz's eyes widened. During the martial arts competition, he was only a silver knight? Oh! Barola was a little surprised, but soon guessed that Ronan must have hidden his strength. He pondered for a moment and said, Don't tell anyone about Ronan's strength. In addition, he will come to Crystal Castle soon, so you can receive him on my behalf. Franz felt a little dizzy. At the age of 23, it was not easy for him to cultivate both magic and martial arts to the level of Bronze Knight and Great Magician. In the eyes of others, this was still a gifted talent. But Ronan, who was 18 or 19 years old, was he really already at level 7 in both professions? No. I'll have to ask him later. Chapter 379 Magic Castle. As a guest of Bellola, Ronan received a very high standard of reception. Red carpet, welcoming team, musicians, etc. Everything is available. As an old noble family with hundreds of years of history, the Silva family gave Ronan a completely different feeling. Of course, the most different thing is the style of this castle, compared with other castles. Even the Golden Feather Palace does not have the strong elemental atmosphere of the Crystal Castle. The towering Wizard Tower seems to symbolize Bellola's achievements in magic, giving people an unattainable feeling. Come on, Ronan. This is the magic ladder of the Wizard Tower. Franz stood on a steel pavilion outside the Wizard Tower and waved to Ronan. Take it, and we can quickly reach the 7th floor. Ronan walked in curiously. Franz pressed the button of the mechanism next to him with his hand. And as the magic power poured in, the entire magic ladder moved. Franz looked at Ronan with a curious look, and a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. Many people look like they have never seen the world before when riding the magic energy ladder. Ronan was not shocked by the function of the magic energy ladder. After all, he took the elevator every day before crossing. What shocked him was the driving method of the magic energy ladder. There was no electricity here. Is this Mr. Bellola's invention? He looked at the magic energy ladder climbing slowly and steadily in disbelief. How did you do it? It's very simple. There is a huge wheel installed under the ground. When the wheel starts, it will contract and release the rope of the magic energy ladder, so that the magic energy ladder can be raised and lowered. Franz briefly introduced, My great-grandfather made a lot of inventions like this. For the first time, Ronan felt admiration for the great magician, not for his strength, but for his creativity. He asked humbly, You said there is a huge wheel underneath. How does it rotate? Franz obviously knew a lot about the magic ladder, and he did not hide anything from Ronan's question. You know the wind spell, right? He said, quickly drawing the spell pattern of the wind spell in the air. And a breeze soon blew Ronan's silver hair. My great-grandfather combined the spell pattern of the 8th level magic oppression and modified the spell pattern of the wind spell, so that the upgraded wind spell can blow out a stronger wind. Then he drew its magic circle in a closed environment. When the wind blows out, there is only one channel leading to the outside world, and the wheel is just above this channel. Ronan understood. It was in this way that Bellora manipulated the wind to drive the wheel, thereby achieving the rise and fall of the magic ladder. As for the energy consumed, Ronan guessed that it should be magic crystal. While thinking, the two had already reached the 7th floor. Franz touched the button again, and the magic ladder stopped. But the position was not at the same height as the floor. Obviously, he did not control it very well. Or, this magic ladder did not have the function of stopping at a specified floor. Although it was a bit crude, it had to be admitted that it was creative, and had an impact on Ronan. He looked back at the magic ladder, and his thoughts scattered. If such a device is installed on a ship, can it free the ship from the constraints of wind power? He thought of the steam engine. In fact, both the steam engine and the power device invented by Bellola have many similarities. Just making a steam engine requires very high air tightness and hardware strength. With the current manufacturing level of Wubei territory, it is temporarily impossible to manufacture it. I wonder how Mr. Bellola solved the air tightness of this power device. Ronan asked. Although it seems that the air tightness requirements here are relatively low, it should not leak everywhere. How to build the following wheel is also a problem. Air tightness? Franz was a little confused. Sorry. This is the first time I have heard of this word. He couldn't help but look at Ronin seriously. This younger peer seemed to behave differently from other nobles when they first came into contact with the magic ladder after seeing it. The other parties seemed to be very easy to accept and understand this device. I heard from my great-grandfather that you are both a meteor knight and a great wizard. Taking advantage of the fact that there were only 2 people around, Franz finally couldn't help asking. Ronin nodded slowly. Since Bellola had already said it, he couldn't deny it. I have not revealed my true strength to the outside world. And I did not use my full strength in the Golden Feather Palace's martial arts competition. After receiving a positive answer, Franz felt mixed emotions. A few days ago, he lost the martial arts competition. But he did not think that he was worse than Ronin or Karada. After all, he practiced both magic and martial arts, and divided his energy into 2 places. If he only practiced one direction, he would even have the confidence to do better than Ronin and Karada. But now that he knew Ronin's specific strength, he realized the meaning of the phrase "don't be complacent at any time." The gap between him and Ronin was too big. Not only him, but even Crown Prince Garrett pales in comparison to Ronin. At the age of 18, he is dual professional and level 7. With such talent, no one can compare to him. You are really amazing. Franz gave a thumbs up. Ronin smiled and said, Nothing. Just good luck. As he spoke, he followed Franz along the corridor and entered the lobby on the 7th floor of the Mage Tower. But before leaving, he still glanced at the magic ladder. He was going to ask Belwera for this technology. Even if he had to pay a few more dragon scales, he would try to get it. With it, it is possible to make propeller ships. Ronin was also thinking about the feasibility of the steam engine. Unlike the magic ladder, the power of the steam engine comes from steam, which comes from boiling water. Let's not talk about the airtightness and other technologies. Just talk about the way to boil water. Can we boil the water by arranging a flame-like column to generate high temperature? Ronin thinks it is very feasible. After all, the flame-like column does not have the impact of magic such as fireball and blast. It only brings high temperature and hurts the enemy with fire. But using magic crystals as raw materials is really too extravagant. Ronin shook his head, suppressed these scattered thoughts, and began to pay attention to the things in front of him. The 7th floor hall of the Mage Tower is very spacious, and the books on the surrounding bookshelves are dazzling. This is the collection room of magic books, fighting skills, etc. collected by our family, which is somewhat similar to the library of the Golden Feather Palace. Franz introduced, from elementary to level 7. They are all here. What about level 8 and level 9? Ronin asked. Franz pointed to the ceiling. On the 8th floor. But my great-grandfather has set up a magic circle there, so you have to let him take you there. Ronin nodded. When Ronin came, he gave the other party a piece of dragon scale, and Belwera went into the laboratory. Now it is estimated that he can't disturb the other party, but he explained that Ronin could first check the magic books and fighting skills below level 7, and also asked Franz to take Ronin to see the products in the family and the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce for selection. Then let's take a look at the 7th level magic of wind and fire attributes first. Chapter 380 Purchase of over 100,000 gold coins. Belowler's library is not inferior to the Golden Feather Palace in any way except for the lack of secret arts. After a selection, Ronin chose 3 magic books and a fighting skill. The fighting skill Wind Flash Step uses the wind to instantly increase one's speed and quickly approach the enemy when it is difficult for ordinary people to catch their figure. Ramsey, who assassinated Ronin in the Shore City a while ago, used this fighting skill, which played a very good role in close combat. The 2 magic books are the Wind Magic Piercing Wave and the Fire Magic Fire of the Earth's Core. Ronin is more familiar with the magic of Piercing Wave. There is a Piercing Wave magic cannon in the Wushan Fortress, and its powerful penetration power can threaten Carlos. Bellolar is a wind attribute magician, and he must have mastered this magic. But in the battle not long ago, he did not use Piercing Wave, but used the pressure harm with a larger range but weaker penetration. So it seems that he did hold back. Ronin chose Fire of the Earth's Core mainly because this magic has a temperature that can melt iron into molten iron. And when he becomes a magician, his mental power will be greatly improved, and he will be able to control external objects. Perhaps by then, He can rely on his super high mental power and borrow the fire of the Earth's core to make high-precision accessories. The 7th level magic book and fighting skills are nothing to Bellora. And he also promised to provide Ronan with 2 8th level magic and 1 9th level wind magic. It's a pity that the other party is now concentrating on making magic potions, so Ronan can't go up to the 8th floor. In the next few days, he played around the city under the leadership of Franz. In addition to the abundance of magic crystals, crystals are also very common in Crystal City. Even before the magic crystal veins were discovered, this place was famous for crystals. Therefore, there are many crystal shops in this city, selling everything from small crystal ornaments to large crystal sculptures, etc., with a wide variety of items. Looking at these crystal items, Ronan couldn't help but think of the porcelain in Wubei territory. Perhaps the future Gray Soil town will be like the current Crystal City, with porcelain shops everywhere. While playing, Ronan asked Franz to take him to the most famous crystal shop. Last time when he was attacked in the Howling Sea, Ronan thought about making telescopes. But during this period of time, he didn't have time to find a crystal merchant. This time, he took advantage of his free time to ask the boss to grind and polish a batch of concave and convex mirrors for him. This kind of small job is not something that famous shops are willing to take. But who can blame Franz, the great-grandson of the Lord, standing next to Ronan? The boss not only took it up enthusiastically, but also gave it the highest priority, asking everyone in the store to stop what they were doing and build the concave convex mirror that Ronan needed as quickly as possible. Why are you building these things? Franz was very puzzled. He listened to Ronan's description. This concave convex mirror was neither like jewelry nor a mirror, and it seemed to have no function. Ronan smiled mysteriously. You'll know in the future. Franz spread his hands. Okay. Next we should go to the Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce. The magic spirit spring you want has been taken. Ronan nodded, and immediately walked towards the headquarters of the Silva Magic Energy Chamber of Commerce with the other party. As expected of the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, many magic potions are sold here. Not only magic spirit spring, but even star grass is also sold. Star grass is generally produced on vast grasslands. It can emit fluorescence at night. It looks beautiful, but it is highly toxic. It is generally used to make poisons. The price is 200 gold coins per plant. The magic spring is a specialty of Amethyst territory. It not only contains magic power, but also has the effects of purification and healing. It can save lives at critical moments. In addition, some high-level magicians will use it as a material. Therefore, the price of the magic spring is very high. 100 gold coins per milliliter. After a purchase, Ronan chose to buy 1 liter of magic spring and 100 star grass. In this way, the 2 most critical materials needed for the awakening potion are gathered together, and the remaining magic container and Warcraft blood powder can be handled by Elrin himself. However, when he came, Ronan had more than 130,000 gold coins on him, and when he left the Chamber of Commerce headquarters, he only had more than 16,000. In less than an hour, he spent 120,000 gold coins. Even if he is not short of money now, he still feels a little heartbroken. Fortunately, he felt relieved when he thought that Elrin could use these materials to make awakening potions. At that time, he would use some of these awakening potions himself and sell some of them. With its efficacy, it would definitely sell for a high price. Some of them were descendants of nobles who were just ordinary people, and they also wanted to become extraordinary people. 7 days later, Bellora walked out of the laboratory. The mental power of the great magician was undoubtedly good, but after so many days of dedicated research, Bellora still showed fatigue. For him, physical fatigue was a small matter. The key was psychological fatigue. After these few days of research, he first determined that the dragon scales were very effective, far beyond the reach of griffins, snake scales, etc., and the final potion was definitely worth looking forward to. But what drove him crazy was that he didn't have a good grasp of the blending of dragon scales and other magic potions. So all the research and production in these days failed. A dragon scale was wasted. In desperation, he could only find Ronan to ask for a few more dragon scales. Although the 500,000 gold coins were not yet collected, Bellora provided 500 magic crystals and took out several magic books. So Ronan handed the remaining 4 dragon scales to him. Then it's settled. You must come to Crystal City in a month, on the 8th floor of the Mage Tower, Bellora reminded Ronan. Originally, According to Bellola's estimate, it would take 2 months to collect 500,000 gold coins. But the 120,000 that Ronan spent in the city shortened the time. According to his grandson Randall's estimate, the remaining 1 month or so would be collected. Don't worry, Mr. Bellola. I will bring the remaining dragon scales over in a month. Ronan smiled and said goodbye to him. As Bellola came out of seclusion, he successfully got 2 level 8 magic books and 1 level 9 magic book. In addition, Ronan also obtained the design drawings of the magic ladder. In Bellola's opinion, the magic ladder was not worth promoting on a large scale. So he not only did not mind giving the drawings to Ronan, but also told him the method and process of making the wheel at the bottom of the magic ladder. Simply put, it was to let the fire wizard use the fire of the Earth's core to melt the iron into molten iron, and then rely on Bellola's powerful mental power to directly mold the molten iron into the shape he wanted in the air. With this, Ronan not only found the correctness of his choice of fire of the Earth's core, but also found a side job for himself manufacturing master. After he becomes a magician, he can try to create something in this way. Not long after, Carlos appeared outside the 8th floor of the Mage Tower. Ronan jumped onto the dragon's back and waved goodbye to Bellola and Franz. This trip to Crystal City came to an end. His goal was completely achieved, and he even gained Bellola's friendship. With the guarantee of the great magician, it didn't matter whether Carlos was exposed or not. Watching the dragon fly away, Bellola sighed. What do you think of Ronan these days? Franz replied respectfully. He has a lot to learn from, such as his concentration when practicing magic and his learning ability. However, sometimes I feel that his thoughts jump too fast, and it is difficult to know what he is thinking. Franz mentioned the concave convex mirror, and the purchase of potions with more than 100,000 gold coins again. Bellola was a little curious. Go ask that crystal merchant to make another batch of those concave convex mirrors, and show them to me. He was also muttering in his heart, using the magic spring and the star grass together. What kind of magic potion are they going to make? After thinking for a while, Bellola shook his head. He looked at the 4 dragon scales in his hand, and said with enthusiasm, I must succeed this time.